and someone else said it did, and I think you agreed with them. Does this force that you're talking about act on all the matter on the Earth or not?
Well, it's logical when you look at everything else on this
Yes
fucking
or
Earth.
no?
You've got steam that rises. You've got helium
That's
that
buoyancy
rises.
effect. That's a buoyancy
No,
effect.
no,
That's
no,
caused
no,
by
no.
other
Maybe
things.
they're following the source of the force, which is stronger than gravity, and that is gravity is just a result coming down from that
You need
major
two
force.
forces then. Do you not
There's
understand? You
another.
still need a net force acting downwards. If you're proposing a repelling force that acts
No,
upwards.
that's just a weak force. Gravity is weak.
Yes, but you still have to account for it. That's the thing that's going downwards and causes you to weigh things on your scales.
You got to
That's the
admit,
weak force.
gravity is
You've
weak.
got to
What about
account for that.
explain fucking butterflies compared to an ocean?
But we've got this force that you can weigh on your own scales. You can see the force. That's what we're trying to account for. By calling it weak, whatever, irrelevant. We've still got to account for this force that we're talking about. And you haven't offered an
Which we
explanation.
can.
Right.
Yes,
so
we have,
where's this
and
force?
talk around it.
Where is this force then? What accounts for the force that's acting on the scales, that's acting on your body to then be registered on your scales? Where is that force coming from?
Okay, so
What
when you throw a ball up in the air,
right,
you throw it up. It has kinetic energy. As it's
what
going
forces
up,
are acting on it?
Rumpus,
Let's just
I've
deal
got
with
to
the
ask
force.
when
you a
it's
question.
going
Hang
up,
on.
what
One
does
question.
that energy convert to? Is it
Bro.
potential energy?
Rumpus, what's the energy that gets you up out of bed in the morning? What makes you fucking sit up and then get to the edge of your bed and stand up? What is that energy there that actually makes you get up? And
your chemical energy exerts a force on your bones, and then
you're
the chemical.
continuously.
You just asked me a
gravity.
question. I'm trying to answer it. The chemical energy in your muscles become tense. They exert a force on the bones of your body, and that enables you to resist the force of gravity to then raise yourself up.
Maybe gravity is a weaker force, and there's a stronger
Weaker
force
than
that
what?
gets you out of.
Weaker than what?
Hang on, maybe there's
You keep on saying it's a
stronger
weaker force, but that's a relative term. Weaker than what?
Weaker than the force that gets you up in the morning, the one that you're going to be battling gravity with all day long.
Right. So the force of, yes, you have to resist the force of gravity to raise yourself up out of bed. The chemical energy is converted into mechanical force, and you then those muscles then apply a force that resists gravity, opposes gravity, and lifts you up.
You wait. I bet you fucking Mitre, what's it called, that brand? There's going to be a tool company that comes out with something that can measure that force, which is an upward force. An upward force. It's an
You've just made that up, though. This is a force you've made up. How can they measure a force?
No, it's not. Have you not read Einstein's theory?
Yes. There's no force acting up in Einstein's theory. His is about geodesics and the
He said that the Earth is moving upwards. That's what he said. That's where the fucking Flat Earth Society came from. Einstein.
Yeah, but that you have to understand that is a very complicated concept. It's moving up and up in space time, and you must remember time is moving here. You're trying to tackle one of the most complicated concepts in general relativity: the idea that the non-inertial object, like something that's falling, is effectively stationary in space time, where something like the Earth, which has got mass, is actually moving upwards. You do not understand. You do not have a chance of understanding 4D space-time.
Einstein, his first theory was that there's a force that's moving upwards.
No force. No, Einstein's thing involves no force. It's all to do with curvature of time. There is no force involved. You've misunderstood it fundamentally. Totally misunderstood.
And just as a segue, Darwin was also he was a what do you call it? Amateur. He was just an amateur. He wasn't even qualified, by the way. Darwin.
What's that got to do with forces and general relativity? What's Darwin got to do with general relativity?
That's the highest qualification that he ever achieved.
I didn't hear what you said, but what's that got to do with general relativity?
Well, that's what I'm trying to.
What's Darwin got to do with general relativity?
Well, Einstein said that there's a force that's acting
He
upwards.
didn't. He absolutely did not say that. Go and find a quote in which Einstein says that general relativity is a force in any way, shape, or form. You will not find that. You've just made that up because you've misunderstood, perhaps willfully, what he said. He was eliminating the concept of forces. That's the fundamental point of general relativity. It eliminates the concept of forces and generates an acceleration in our 3D world as a result of the bending of space-time. No forces involved. But it manifests itself as a force in our 3D world because it provides an acceleration, because you're going along on these bendy space-time and accelerates you to follow that curve. And in our 3D world, that manifests itself as a gravitational force. But in Einstein's terms, it's all to do with the bending of space-time. There is no force involved at all.
This is where we have a little bit of a contradiction in science.
Well, go and get a quote from Einstein, which he says he's created a new force, and you will not find it. You've just made that up. Possibly not, perhaps not intentionally, perhaps because obviously you're not equipped to deal with the. I mean, few people understand Einstein's general relativity stuff. It's very complicated, and you clearly would have no chance at all, given that you don't really understand forces and things. And he did not propose any new forces at all whatsoever. And you've just misunderstood. You've just heard this thing about it going upwards, and
general relativity is fake.
Force. Sorry,
it's fake.
General relativity.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we've done experiments to show that it's not fake. We can actually demonstrate that the equations of Einstein are correct. So, for instance, the orbit of Mercury cannot be explained with Newton's forces. You have to use space curvature. The things like gravity waves can only be explained. The bending of light around
orbits are fake too.
Around stars can only be explained with general relativity. All of those things. So we have experimental proof of the correctness of general relativity.
Rumpus, we love what you're saying, but if you can please keep your topic to the Earth, don't involve space, and then we'll all have a better conversation.
Well, I'm afraid I'm going to introduce
quick question, Rumpus.
Relevant.
What units? What units would result in the answer for potential energy divided by distance?
That's force. Newtons.
Sorry, kinetic energy divided by distance.
Kinetic energy divided by distance.
That equals torque.
No.
Kinetic energy. So you want half mv squared divided by d.
Told you the answer.
No, it's not torque.
Well, it doesn't really matter.
Just say it, Rumpus.
Well, it'd be force. The potential energy divided by distance.
Oh, but hang on. What about kinetic energy?
Yeah, I think probably you would get this if you had the average.
Hang on. What about cucumbers divided by smoke?
Yeah.
What about
Yeah. I did tell you when I first spoke to you, when my first interaction, I told you that energy is equal to force times distance, and you obviously didn't hear that. So I've already told you this very thing that you're trying to get out of me already. Energy equals force.
I'm not trying to get it out of you.
Well, I did tell you that very thing about 10 minutes ago.
You asked
10 minutes
me
ago,
what force.
I told you that energy is equal to force times distance. I don't know if anybody else remembers me saying that.
You asked me what force.
Technically, work down
is if it's not
force
gravity.
times distance.
And I said
that's energy. Work is equal to energy.
It's kinetic.
No.
Yes, it is.
Potential converts
energy
to kinetic.
is just a system that's capable of doing work. It isn't work
is
per
energy.
se.
Work done is the energy transferred in that process.
Oh, here we go.
No,
nice distraction.
No, I'm absolutely correct.
Actually, I want to pick your brain for a second, Rumpus. It's just something. It's something that I learned from my granddad, and I actually taught it to my children as well. It's really.
I don't want to know this, but anyway, go ahead.
No.
Sounds like drivel already.
It's got some chemistry involved. Okay, so what you do is you get the packet of matches. Yeah, you know what matches are?
Yeah, I do. Oh my god!
So you get the packet of matches. And you know the splints. You know that flint strip on a packet of matches, right? So you peel that off the packet of matches, and then you light it and you burn it, and you burn it onto a piece of glass or a bowl or some brass, and then there's this residue, this oil that you can get that comes off it. You pick that up with your fingers, right? And then you rub your thumb and your finger together, and off comes smoke. How is that possible?
So you've taken
That's amazing.
the material of matches. You haven't burnt it yet, is that correct? Or did you burn it?
Not the matches. The flint that's on the side of the matchbox. It's got like a black, like a honeycomb style, like a strip.
Right. We're talking about the strip on the side of a matchbox, and you
light
peeled that
on
off.
fire. Yep, and you light it on fire, and then you hold it close.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
you hold it really close while it's burning to a piece of glass or brass or something really smooth, and then on that surface will be like a residue. It's like an oil, and you pick it up and you rub your finger and your thumb together with that oil, and it turns into smoke. How are we turning that? What type of energy is there to turn the oil into smoke?
Well, I mean, it sounds as though you've generated a sort of dusty. You say it's an oil, but I suspect that it's just a very fine dust. And so when you rub it together, you're just simply like if I grab some dust. I mean, it could be.
It's not fucking dust, it's oil.
Well, okay. It could be. Oh God, what's the phrase? Something that has a very low boiling point. What's the phrase for that? And that sublimates. So you could have found something that sublimates. So you found that was what it will do. If you pick up a stuff that sublimates, something iodine, something, I can't remember what it's called now, iodine trichloride.
How are you turning?
You rub that together, it sublimates, and then it would turn, so it turns into dust and
what does sublimate mean? What's sublimate?
Something goes from a solid to a gas.
No, well, this is from an oil to a smoke.
Well, okay, that's. Okay, well, I mean, you're just talking about something that it sounds to me as though it's probably got something. It's actually some solid suspension here, like a smoke. If you call it a smoke, then that is solid. But you've just the suspension.
So you don't know, Rumpus.
No, God, this guy's got some random thing his granddad told him. Who cares? I'll go to a chemical engineer. It's irrelevant.
Rumpus,
nothing to do with
just say I don't know.
This is one of the first things we
I'm trying to give an explanation as to what if he's talking about something that's like a dusty, oily thing. It could be that by rubbing it, you vaporize the oil that's got a low boiling point, then releasing the particulates that were in the oil, and therefore they become into suspension. I'm just proposing a possible mechanism. I don't suppose this guy's got any more idea than I have. He's just made up a phenomenon. Okay, so if we have to find out what the substances were, what their boiling points were, whether there's a suspension of particles, because all smoke is just a suspension of very small particles, and you've just rubbed this thing off, so you've got.
Sounds like you've got some homework, Rumpus.
No, I'm not going to bother to in any way investigate this whatsoever. This guy's come with the phone. Go and talk to a chemical engineer.
What do you think the opposite end of a spark plug is in a car? The opposite end, the part where the spark is, not the
spark outlet.
Yeah, what's it made of? Isn't it covered in carbon all of the time?
It's not made of that. It gets covered in it. It's not made of that. It's made of metal, and it gets covered in the residue of the combustion. And if you have it rich, then it gets carbonized. Yes. So what?
Okay. So, logically, where does smoke come from? Do you have to have what's the chemical composition that makes up smoke? What's the beginning stage of smoke?
The chemical composition of smoke. That has to be one of the most stupid things I've ever been asked. Smoke is simply particles. It's simply the particles. Anything can be smoke. If I were to grind up metals sufficiently finely, you could have a smoke of aluminium dust, if you like, for instance, or even steel dust. If I were to grind it up sufficiently small, you could have a smoke of steel. Idiot.
What type of oil? What type of oil? Hang on, Rumpus. What type of oil in your existence, by rubbing oil together, Can you imagine any type of oil? If you put oil in your car engine, the last thing you want is friction causing
Yeah, but
smoke.
that's a different sort of oil than the one that you've recovered you more, and that's why I went on about the boiling point. The oil in your car engine has a boiling point of, what, 200 degrees C or something. The oil that you've created with your little chemical experiment could be a highly volatile oil.
Do we ever see a smoke of
The
dust?
oil is a different chemical composition.
Check out
We have
that
different
smoke of
chemical
dust
properties. I
over
mean,
there.
Jesus Christ. You do understand that there are different oils in the universe. They're not just all one oil with the same properties. Jesus Christ, you're thick.
Utter.
You're a moron
Tweak
of
it.
the first
Come on,
order.
mate.
I mean, to ask me the chemical composition of smoke when that has a million different possible options is one of the most stupid questions I've ever been asked.
I'm
Well,
so
the context was oil that turns into smoke.
No, he asked me the chemical composition of smoke.
Yeah,
Can
the
I
context
please-
was oil that turned into smoke because he mentioned that
No,
earlier.
he was asking generally. He asked me what the chemical
I-
composition of smoke, which is an absolutely unbelievably stupid question.
Like, is that the most stupid question? Can I have 5 stars, or how many stars do I get
I
for
think
that?
there have been more stupid ones than that, but I mean that ranks in the top 10%
Yeah.
I've ever been
Meanwhile,
asked.
he won't
Top
answer
10,
mine.
top 10%.
Will you?
Won't answer what?
Eh?
What the chemical composition of smoke
EK
is.
divided by D. EK.
I told you it's a
divided
force.
by D.
I told you a
Right.
quarter of an hour ago that energy is equal to force times distance. But what's the
So when the
force?
rock,
You have to explain what that force is. Where did that force come from? You need to account
I told
for it.
you, the potential that you give it,
No,
or it's
but that,
given,
no.
i.e. the apple in
You
the tree.
have to account for the force. If you were not fighting against a force, look, for instance,
Fuck's
imagine there
sake.
was no force acting downwards and you lift it up, you would not be exerting a force. All the force, it wouldn't stop. If there was no force on the Earth and I lifted something up, it would just carry going up into space. It would not acquire any potential.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would.
No,
Then you're violating
we have
Newton's
a
second law.
density
You just
gradient.
violating
It
Newton's
would
second
be
law.
out of
There has to be
equilibrium,
an
and it would
opposing force.
return back
There
down.
has to be an opposing
Oh
force
my
that you're
God.
fighting against to give it potential. If there was no opposing force when you lifted something up, it would carry on going off into space as determined by Newton's second law. First law, that things will carry on in the direction they've got unless there's a force acting on them. So if you decide to pick something up and to throw it up and there was no force acting down, then it would carry on infinitely at that velocity. The fact you don't understand that means you don't even understand the basics of Newton's laws.
Besides gravity, Rumpus, besides gravity, can you totally agree with everybody on this panel that there is 100% more evidence that there are trillions of forces that are going up and there's only one force going down? Isn't that a strange coincidence?
No, all the other forces
everything is going up and only gravity is going down?
No,
Why
all the other
can't there
forces. The other forces are
that
also
is-
acting down. There is
Hang
all
on,
the
no.
all
Why-
the other forces
hang
acting in
on,
all
hang
directions
on,
depending on
why
the
can't
charges,
there- why
magnetic fields.
Hang on. Why
You're
can't
wrong.
there be a
There
force?
is no just one force acting down.
Why-
There is magnetic forces acting
why-
downwards. There are electrostatic forces acting
What?
downwards. There are the forces of the sun's radiation that are
Prove
acting
it.
downwards. There are hundreds.
Prove
If
it.
there are as many forces acting downwards as there are upwards.
Prove it.
Idiot.
There's no other force acting down.
There is.
besides
I just described
the
magnetic
gravity.
field forces, electrostatic forces. There is an electrostatic
Prove it.
force on the ground, and that
Prove it
acts
that-
downwards.
Prove it, the
Moron.
vector that they're doing. What? How do you? What?
Name a force that
no.
only acts upwards. Name a single force that you know that only acts upwards. Tell me.
Name
Buoyancy.
one force.
You
that
said
acts
there are.
down
You said
besides-
the buoyancy is a
Okay,
gravitation. It's
besides-
not
Get wrecked,
gravity.
son.
Besides gravity,
Oh my
what
God.
force is coming
The
down?
buoyancy. If you know the formula for buoyancy, you will see that it's a result of a gravitational force acting down.
Yeah, that's
I mean, for instance,
inaccurate.
it's not accurate. It's perfectly accurate.
It's
we can use
inaccurate.
those. No, it's not. You need to
It's
provide me
inaccurate
evidence
because
of any
little g is
scientific
inaccurate.
study. You provide me any citation of saying we don't understand how buoyancy works. We rely on understanding that to make ships float and
Prove to me
anything else that relies
another
on buoyancy.
force
And the formulas, if you
gravity.
understood the formula for
Again,
buoyancy,
it's
you would see
it's
that there
inaccurate.
is
It's
in there.
accurate enough for our purposes, but it's not exact. The
Exactly,
exact
perfectly exact.
A,
Perfectly exact.
the exact
Perfectly
rate of
exact.
acceleration depends on the object's
Perfectly exact.
density and the medium's density.
Prove
Yes,
to me
and we've got the formula for that. There's G involved.
coming down
The
besides
buoyancy
gravity.
force is
No, it's an agreed upon average. It's not
No, it's
perfectly
not.
accurate.
Absolutely not. You've just made that up. You've just made that
You're
up.
saying that G, 9.8 meters per second squared, isn't the agreed upon average?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
There you go.
It varies across the surface of the Earth by a little bit. So what?
Everything is done by
Exactly. So it's not
averaging.
exact. It's just accurate enough for our purposes, and it's not
So
exactly
your
correct.
argument against gravity is the fact that G varies slightly on the surface of the Earth in different places. Is that your argument?
G varies, yes.
Well, you're in
not
agreement
just
with...
not different places of the Earth. It depends on the. No, it depends on the object's density and the medium's density.
No, it doesn't. It absolutely does not. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It depends on the drag.
In a vacuum, you could put any object in a vacuum, and you would see the value of G would be exactly the same for all objects you put.
What kind of vacuum? What pressure?
You can have it. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be perfect. It can be just low. Will do.
Yeah, and it'll depend on how much pressure, how much air pressure is in that vacuum,
you just need to get down to reasonably low vacuum.
And what exactly is it that you're removing from that vacuum? You're just removing the air, Rumpus.
I mean,
so you're saying that
there's nothing else.
Hold up, you're removing Rumpus. You're removing air.
If I pour a
what's the vacuum that you need? The reasonably low vacuum.
You're confused by buoyancy. If I were to pour a dense liquid, say,
Rumpus, no need to divert to a red herring.
I want to explain how buoyancy works. You get confused. We
know how buoyancy works.
No, you
don't. What pressure?
No, I'm going to explain how buoyancy works.
It's the threshold.
If I were to pour mercury into some
Lord
water,
have mercy.
you would see that the water is displaced upwards. I mean, I had an idiot earlier saying how to account for balloons or something. So when I pour mercury into some water, it displaces the water upwards. If there was no gravity, then the mercury would not be attracted to the bottom of that beaker. If there was no gravity, mercury. If there was no gravity,
you're taking a straw man, and no one is interested.
If there was no gravity, the mercury would not be attracted to the bottom of the beaker, and you would have no buoyancy effect on the water in there. That's what buoyancy is. So it's a result.
It would be quicker if you just burn the straw man down.
So if you understand then that gravity is a result, buoyancy is a result of gravity, and the formulas for buoyancy include gravity little g. So if you understood that,
and little g is inaccurate. It's accurate enough for our purposes because it's an agreed upon average out of convenience, but it's not exact.
It changes around the world.
No, it's not. And you mentioned at a specific pressure, air pressure, is when we won't see any, it'll be diminishing returns. We won't see any difference in the rate of fall.
I never mentioned air pressure.
You said when it's low enough. How low does it need to be?
I never mentioned it. Oh, you're right, turning the vacuum chamber. Well, you also need to get it to be a negligible.
How low? Give me a pressure.
10 to the minus 6.
Okay, so 10 to the minus 6. That means that 10 to the minus 7, we won't see any difference in the rate of fall, regardless of how much distance it's covering.
You wouldn't be able to measure the difference.
If distance was infinite, we wouldn't be able to see any change of the rate. Are you serious?
Right. If you said we can see it, we don't have infinite distances to play with all the time in the universe to go across an infinite distance.
We're speaking theoretical right now.
Okay, if you wanted an infinite distance, then yes, there would be an effect.
Okay. So
it's not. But the thing, if you understand science, science always works to a resolution. We always work to a certain accuracy, and you would not be able to have an instrument that would detect the difference between 10 to the minus 6.
Okay, so you agree in theory that G is not accurate, right? It's not exact.
It is exact. G is exactly what it is. G is exact. G is the effect of gravity, which is fixed. The effect of other things like friction are variables, but the value of G is going to be exact.
Really? At what pressure is it exact?
But it's not. G is going to be the result. We can do a calculation of what it should be, but the fact that you must understand the difference between what the value of G is and what we can measure. Those two things are different.
Okay, and the value of G is what?
Well, I don't happen to know exactly what it is off the top of my head, but we'll go with 9.81. But so what? I mean, what point are you trying to make? The fact in a vacuum, you've got the odd. If there's one hydrogen molecule if you have one hydrogen molecule,
whoever's talking in the background, just give me a second. I'll be done in a minute.
You seem to be saying that because there's one hydrogen molecule, if I drop something in a gas chamber,
is a straw man.
Hold on, well, it is. That's what you're saying. Why does it matter? Why does it matter if you've got one or two or three hydrogen molecules?
What I'm actually saying, you don't have to rephrase it. You don't have to straw man
It's
me.
not changing the force of gravity. Why
You're
are you
not
obsessed
hearing-
with the measurement process, whether and how accurate
Go
that
ahead,
is? That
Purple
does
Haze.
not affect the theoretical value
Am
of
I
G.
muted? Rumpus, can I just
You're
ask
not
you
muted.
one? Yeah,
Go
can I ask you one thing, Rumpus?
Go ahead.
I really enjoy your knowledge, what you have to say, but it would be really awesome if you could just slow down. And it's like I don't want to argue with you,
Well,
man.
I'm fighting with 3 people, so I have to go reasonably quickly to get my
It
point
was
out.
actually just me. But yeah,
No,
I
there
can,
was someone.
I
No,
can
there was while
understand
you were
why I
talking,
feel
there
like
was
three
someone else
niggas.
interrupting every few seconds as well.
I've wanted to talk for about 10 minutes. All I
Okay.
want to say is, Rumpus, I really appreciate what you have to say, and we can agree to disagree on a lot of things, but if you could slow it down to a pace where we could actually have a talk, because if you go and the other guy goes, it's just too fast,
Yeah, but he
man.
interrupts me all the time. I get about 5
What are you
minutes.
talking about,
There you
man?
are. See, there's an
Rumpus, you're
example.
the one
There we
rumpusing
go.
me.
You see, there we go. He interrupted me. Just as I was like, you
You're
asked me a
lying,
question.
bro.
I was just
This is
asked a
the problem.
question. I
He
tried
didn't
to
ask you
answer
a
it,
question.
and then
He
someone
didn't
interrupted.
Okay,
The
ask you a
guy
question.
interrupted.
He
Who's
gave
the
you
guy?
some
Who's the
advice.
guy who
There
keeps
was no
interrupting
question
me?
there.
Is it who's the guy who just? Oh, it's papers not paid that's interrupting me all the time. Is it?
You're always on the defensive.
Well, I'm
If you
always
can
being
just
interrupted.
no,
That guy,
teach us
purple
He says
thing.
as he interrupts.
Rumpus, just teach us something and just talk slowly, and we'll all listen. I guarantee we'll all listen.
That's a big call, mate.
Go, man, Rumpus. Talk.
No, someone muted him and then he butthurt deafened.
Butthurt deafened.
I mean, he's got a lot of knowledge. Like, he really does have a lot of knowledge. His brain's just working overload. It would be awesome to hear what he has to say if he could just slow down.
There's a
You reckon?
reason the word is
That's just
rumpusing.
yeah, it's a very drawn out story already, let alone thinking if he slows down. Shit.
Jesus.
Yeah,
Fucking hell.
he's so confident in his opinion, he has to just come in here and yell it.
Yeah, what a mind fuck.
Oh, he
You're
knows the
using that
story
word
very
too
well.
much.
Yeah, in
My
Australia,
brain,
we just say head fuck.
Jesus fuck, it's like my brain's going a million miles an hour. I can't keep up, hey? It's just like, holy fuck. It's like the world is spinning or what?
Zanuck is the same way. It's kind of like the only Globers left in this debate are the ones that take drugs. That's why I asked Zanuck if he's on drugs or something, because nobody in real life, nobody interacts that quickly and talks that fast with any sincerity.
I mean, Rumpus is definitely on speed. You know, have you ever heard someone talk when they're
I
on
wouldn't
speed?
say that, guys. You guys don't know that.
You could apply the same logic to Widget and plenty of other.
Yeah, maybe I will apply the same logic.
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
Jesus fuck.
We have one compared to like you guys have 10, so.
Oh, I mean, we will need to take like a fucking 2-week course of tramadol.
It sounds like you're on some right now, man.
Like 4 tablets at a time, man.
Maybe the fact that we have more of those guys is explained by the fact that our standard rate of thinking and speaking is already at a higher pace.
I totally agree, man. You're right on. Where are you coming from? Holland or
Yeah,
Switzerland?
I think the fact that the Globers are here shows high signs of security.
Was that a Dutch accent? The
No,
second guy?
Egypt.
No way.
Yeah.
You're Egyptian? Are you Egyptian?
Yeah, straight from the pyramids of Giza.
Wow. Da-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na-na.
Khufu was my great grandfather.
And do you know the guy that discovered the pyramids? Is he your uncle?
No, but Khufu, the guy who first built the first pyramid, was.
Oh my god! So what's your blood type?
OBX.
Fucking hell! You're a Jedi.
More like Darth.
What's your avatar for
Awesome.
Roblox? What's your avatar for Roblox? I'm gonna.
I don't
Next
play
time I
Roblox.
see you on Roblox, man, you're dead, man. I'm gonna get you.
Well, then I should
How
probably
old
never
are you?
start playing Roblox.
I'm gonna get you, and you're gonna be encased with like wizard slime.
Yo, Papers, how do you say liar in your language?
Valehtelija.
Hey, that's not Arabic.
Yeah, but I want to know how you
Insert
say God. How do you say God?
God would be Jumala.
He's Finnish.
Jumala. Jumala. Do you want to know how to say God in Chinese?
Sure. I actually studied Chinese, so that might be helpful.
It's Lao. It's called Lao Tianye.
Okay. Lao Tinya.
Lao
Yep.
Tinya. Because you start believing in God when you've been feeling Lao for 10 years.
Perfect Chinese.
It's
oh my god.
pronounced CCP.
Do you know how do you curse in Chinese language?
Not yet. I have studied it for like 2 courses, and we didn't go over curse words yet.
Okay, well I can teach you a few, and I'll tell you what it means afterwards. So
Yo, what about Shang Di?
that means God as well. So if I said to you, "Tamada Tony Malagabi," what does that mean?
I have no idea.
We'll start with the first part, which is Tamada, which means your mother. You know what that means, right?
Chinida.
Yeah. Tony Malagabi. Tau. Fuck. And ni Malagabi, it means your mother's pussy. So basically, Tamada Tony Malagabi is fuck your mother's pussy.
So what would happen if I
sure
called up a Chinese
write that
food
down
restaurant and said that?
Yeah, I'll be sure to write that down, and when I see my Chinese teacher, I will tell her that.
I'm not joking. I'm totally 110% fluent in Chinese language. I can read the newspaper.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt that. I'm guessing by your pronunciation that you actually do know the language.
Yeah, I'm not fucking stupid, man. I know how to speak Maori, Thai, Korean, and Chinese, and English.
But the news are fake, so how do you know that what you're reading is correct?
Got him.
Do you know there's not a single flat earther in China?
Do you know what the reason for that is?
Because they don't have the internet.
I know exactly the reason.
They use chopsticks.
I actually studied because.
Well, I tell you what. Most Westerners, because I'm a chef, right? And if you got a frying pan full of bacon, right, you're going to be looking around like your drawers. You're going to be pulling out your drawers, looking in the dishwasher. Where the fuck are the fucking tongs, man? How am I going to manipulate the bacon in the frying pan? Well, the Chinese, they're so inventive. They have these 2 sticks, right? They're called fucking chopsticks. They use those chopsticks for everything in the frying pan.
And therefore they're not flat earthers. So Moleman was right.
Yep. Got it.
His name's Mao Zedong, or they call him Chairman Mao in English, or Mao Zedong.
But yeah, there's fucking Chinese people all over the joint looking for their fucking chopsticks, man. Just like we might look for the tongs. They're like, fuck, where are the chopsticks? Fucking going through this drawer, that drawer. Fuck, what am I going to do without my chopsticks? And then they finally find a pair of tongs. They're like, tongs, thank fuck.
Chopsticks, man, they outdo the fork and the spoon and the knife and the tongs any day. Any day.
Did the two tongs help them look for the chopsticks?
If you can find them.
But what do you do? How can you eat soup without a spoon?
You drink it from the
Just
bowl.
drink the broth.
The bowl.
Yeah, like a cat. Yeah.
No, not
Like
like
a cat. No, you use your hands. You bring the bowl to your mouth, not like a fucking cat.
Well,
You use your hands.
Like
You
a
like
sphinx,
cup it
maybe.
like you're at
Like
a
a
stream.
sphinx.
you wank. No, never mind.
Yeah, but you
On
don't wank.
Tuesday,
You don't wank
on
with chopsticks.
Tuesday, there's no flat horse Chinese man.
Here's the actual reason why Chinese are not flat earthers. They actually use these things called counting words. So, for example, when you say 1 pen, you would use a certain counting word before the word pen. So between the number and the word. The counting word that they would use for Earth is not the same that they would use for flat objects. There you go.
Nah,
Yeah.
that's bullshit. That's bullshit. It's like the
And
way.
that's for the greater
the way
good.
that- do you know how they call the Earth? What's the name for Earth in Chinese?
Oh, I have no idea.
Diqiu.
CCP territory.
Diqiu, which means. Do you know what it means? Earth ball.
Aren't there Christians and Muslims living in China, though?
So that's why they're not flat earthers, because the name for Earth is Earth ball.
Yeah, for the greater good.
So they're so fucking brainwashed that they think that this place is a ball because the name of Earth is Diqiu, which means D means Earth and Qiu means ball. Earth ball. And if you're programmed to believe that, there's no other way. It must be a fucking ball. They're fucking brainwashed.
Well, think about it.
Yeah, well, we got the blue marble. Marbles aren't fucking flat, are they?
I mean, just because I can speak fluent fucking Mandarin Chinese doesn't mean that I agree with what we're talking about. And I'm a fucking Chinese doctor, and I can do Chinese acupuncture and tuina. It doesn't mean that I agree with what they're saying about energy.
You think acupuncture has benefits to the human body?
They call it Diqiu.
If you don't agree, then you're cheating your clients.
Oh, nice.
What do you put? Hang on. Say boast. Say it.
Bread.
Say boast.
Gente es muy loca.
Say boast.
Bread.
Say it.
Bread.
Cheer.
Bread.
No, say boast.
Bread.
Could you repeat that? Am I saying post or boast?
Boast. Say it.
One more time.
Say boast.
What was that?
Why?
Post or post?
Okay, so
Oh my
the
god.
question is
Bread.
the question is, what do you put in a toaster?
Say what?
What do you put in a toaster?
Bread.
Fucking bread.
Sliced
you.
bread.
Hell yeah.
Hey, percentage. I had a question. I have a question for you.
What's up?
Are you ready?
Good question.
Yeah. What do cows milk?
Oh, you said one question. You said a question, not two.
Yeah. What do cows drink?
You already asked your question. You said, "Are you ready?"
Ah,
No, you have
fuck
to
off.
say. You have to
Okay, what
say.
do cows drink? Let's see here. Cows drink
Yeah, you
water.
thought about it too long. Yeah, you thought about it too long.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. You
Cheater.
primed him really well, too.
Yeah, bro. Like, where's the milk?
You
What
don't
is
even
up
have
with
to
this
say that.
guy?
You can just
Why do you
ask
keep
what
on
do
repeating the
cows drink.
same word so many times?
Yeah, it's a trick he's trying to get you to do, but you're not doing it.
I'll tell you a
Trick your
secret.
brain by saying one word. Yeah,
I'll
go
tell
on.
you a secret. I'll tell you a secret. Today, I ran out of my.
Secret.
No, I ran out of my 1% of 28, which is 28 equals 1 ounce, right? So, do you know what an
Jesus.
ounce?
Yeah.
What is 1
Yes,
ounce?
we
It's
did.
28
28.
grams.
1 ounce. 1 ounce is
Okay.
who gives a fuck.
So what is 1% of 28?
128.
0.28.
28 divided by 100.
Okay. So what does that look like?
My mom.
It looks like a piece of tinfoil rolled up. What's inside it?
Yeah. Like a foily.
Well, I'm still trying to work out
Your
1% of 28. Is that 2,800? 1/2800?
That'd be more like just one fucking cone's worth.
I'll give you a clue.
That
So
wouldn't even
1
be a full
ounce.
stick.
What's 1 ounce made of that equals to 28?
Well, it depends on what we're talking about. An ounce of what? Gold or milk or what?
Exactly. So what's the most common thing in the world that 1 ounce can be divided to equal 28?
Jesus fucking.
That's a tough question.
In
Water.
every
Drugs.
Marijuana.
in every country that is
I say
that's
water. It could be easily
in
divided
New
by
Zealand.
drops.
In New Zealand, we call it a tinny.
Yeah,
What?
foily.
Yeah. So if you get like 5 of those together, you get a baggie.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, oh shit, man.
Oh my God. If you get 10 of those baggies together, you get a vanny.
And I
Quite
just
fucking.
bought one of these
How much?
baggies today because I called my friend Blake. He used to be my waiter in my restaurant, and I said, Blake, I've got fibromyalgia, and I go through a lot of pain, and I take diclofenac and fucking you name it, and I said, I really need your help. Can you get me a 1/28th?
Wait, aren't
And
you the Chinese like acupuncturist, Chinese medicine dude?
that's right. And then
Why
what
don't
he
you just
did
do
was
acupuncture on yourself?
he said, pick me up at Newmarket Station. I picked him up at Newmarket
Does he
Station
fix it, you dick?
in Newmarket, right? And I picked him up in my fucking loan vehicle while my car's being repaired. And it's like this loan vehicle. It's a Suzuki Swift. And I picked him up there and I took him to Hillsborough. And we turned up at his colleague's house and he was wearing no mask. And he gave us this little package. And it's the freshest fucking tomato vine smelling little package you could ever imagine. And I couldn't compare this for $50 to anywhere. I'm telling you, $50, what can you buy? 5 loaves of bread? No. Take the package.
Those are expensive loaves. Damn.
The fucking big globes. Fuck size
But yo,
globes.
if you're a Chinese acupuncturist and like you're all about the Chinese medicine, why are you stuffing yourself with pharmaceutical drugs?
Well, you can't cure some illnesses. Like
I've got fibromyalgia, so I take tramadol, but I stopped taking tramadol a long time ago, and I've got like packets of it, like fucking a whole drawer full of tramadol. And he said to me,
what don't you sell it?
Yeah, but you also
what,
said diclofenac as well.
I said, what can I do for you? I said, you just helped me to get this 1/28th of an ounce of this green stuff that was so fresh. So I bought him a bottle of wine, and I said, if you ever need my help ever again, if you need some wine, what can I do for you? And he said tramadol, because if you take this stuff when you're not in pain, it gets you really high. I think
Yeah, it's a nice high.
Geo knows all about it. It's called tramadol, If you're in
I think
pain,
you know all about it.
it cures your pain. But if you're not in pain and you take 4 times the amount, you get a real high for 4.
What if you are in pain and you take 6 times the amount? Would you get high and get rid of the pain?
You go dancing, mate. Forget about the broken leg.
Yeah.
Hey,
Can you hear that?
so Purple Haze, do you consider yourself kind of like a fraud, considering you're not kind of practicing what you practice for others?
My father was a kahuna shaman. He traveled to Hawaii and he studied shamanism. He was a spiritual healer. He was an osteopath, but he still drank wine. Does that make him like a bad person?
No, not at all. But you're not just drinking wine, you're taking drugs, right? You know, like diclofenac and tramadol and stuff like that. And if Chinese
get off your
medicine
high
was
horse.
good, I'm not on a high horse at all. I'm just saying, like, if it were me, I would, you know, I would have faith in my profession that I'm peddling to other people, you know?
Here he goes.
Or
You
is
got
it not? Does acupuncture
Oh.
reduce pain but not that much pain?
Maybe it depends on the pain.
Fibromyalgia is? Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Acupuncture is good. Like if you have a headache, you can stab your eye with an ice cold, like a big one, and the pain will go away.
That would give you brain freeze, though.
Why don't you just take a
You
big...
might have a sore eye. You won't have a headache.
Very sore.
You can have a number 1 sword, a number 9 sword, and then stab yourself with those.
Dima can heal everything with hydrogen.
Helium. Fucking get it right.
No, it's hydrogen. Hydrelium.
Hydrium. Hydrium.
Hydrium, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the word dreams in the middle.
Damak, what's your name?
That solves it.
So yeah, you just walk around with your sword sack. Pass me your number 3 sword. I have a knee pain. And he's like, I took the pain away, but not all of it.
Took the knee away.
No, took the pain away, but not all of it. If you stab yourself in the knee with the sword, it's gonna hurt.
No shit.
Sweet acupuncture.
It's the Japanese acupuncture, the katanas.
What if they took it too far and started cutting off limbs, and you're like, "What the fuck? Hold on."
Yeah, but if you're ever lying on the acupuncture table and the doctor says to you, because he can't speak English, he says CV1, and he's waiting for you to put your thumb up, right? CV1, and you go, okay. You know where that point is? That acupuncture point?
Yeah.
My balls.
Coccygeal vertebra.
Jesus.
Right between.
CPR is coming in to fucking mash you up.
It's basically like
the
your
hole in the balls.
Exactly.
Honestly, I didn't know my doctor knew Jin. CBR1, you're calling him in.
Dean Ballsack. Oh god.
No, I'm just saying. I'll be like, how does my doctor know Jin? He's calling Jin in for the surgery? What the fuck?
Yo, would you guys
I'd
get
be very
acupuncture
afraid.
if it meant like putting pins all up in your your taint and stuff?
Shut up.
Seriously,
I don't know.
I mean, that's basically what he's talking about. Like putting a
if it
pin
doesn't hurt much,
right in your
I'm
gooch.
going to be ready to give you your needle.
No, I
They're
wouldn't.
going to stick in
Don't
your
need it.
butt.
is the
I mean, it's
third
not
eye.
very
Thank you. I'll do it myself if I want to, and then not do it.
That point is like your third eye of your anus.
What if you woke up and your neighbor was doing you a favor?
Shit. I'd rather go blind down there.
Oh,
Percentage.
Put that eye out.
If your asshole is the third eye, if
No.
your asshole is the third eye, what is your pineal gland? Is that the fourth eye?
Listen,
No, it's the third eye of your asshole.
Asshole's your brown
The
eye.
pineal gland is the
What
third
is
eye of
your
your
brown
head.
eye?
Yeah.
what if your neighbor did you a favor and he woke up and he had half acupuncture on your ass?
Then
I'm gonna
he
do it
probably
with
wouldn't
my
be my neighbor
flesh
any longer.
needle.
Alright, descending.
Worry, percentage. I'm doing you a favor. I'm almost finished.
Fuck.
How did he get me? Like, how did he find me asleep in the first place? That's the question.
I don't know. He's a bad
Oh, he
mother.
probably drugged you with some tramadol.
Yeah, he's one of those extra
You know,
cannibals.
What if
the first day of
What
my
if-
Chinese medicine schooling, the first day, the first minute when we arrived at our new school and we were going to learn Chinese medicine, every single modality of the Chinese medicine. Do you know what our teacher made us do?
Stick a needle in your butt.
Laps. Laps of the ovum.
flesh?
Introduce
Put a flesh
yourself.
needle in the PV1.
The first thing that he made us do, that he told us to do, we're to shave
Take a
our
roll
heads.
call.
No, we're just shave each other's heads with a razor blade.
Oh, for
This
fuck's
is
sake.
prison?
Have you wipe your friend's butt.
Jesus. Which head?
We actually
The
had to
upper head or
shave.
the lower head?
We had to give each other a haircut,
Which head?
including
Who
all the
fucking has
females.
hair on their fucking knob?
Even the women?
Shave your balls, boys.
Even the
day
women,
of
for
medical
real.
school.
Yes, for real.
That's weird.
He's been doing it to this day.
You know, in New Zealand, in university, you can study like an official course. It's like a real course, like geology or biology. You can study witchcraft.
Nice. That's what Jacinda Ardern must have done. She's come straight out of fucking witchcraft school.
Probably what your neighbor was doing when you found him.
So that's where Harry Potter went to then.
Top
I
of her
thought Harry
class.
Potter was like fiction. But
What was Harry Potter doing in your house?
Fishes. Fishes. I just heard.
Yeah. You said if you don't get those fishes down, I'm going to put another scar on your head, Harry Potter.
I'm
It'll
sorry.
be in the shape of a knuckle sandwich.
I'm sorry, Demok, but you just didn't get that joke because it's an Australian New Zealand joke.
No, I didn't receive anything.
No, I only sent it yesterday. It takes a little while to get there.
Okay. I'll get
Yeah,
that son of a bitch in a second, I promise.
yeah, he sent it in a fax, so it'll take some time.
Yeah, I'll get it. I just want to know who put that knuckle sandwich scar on the back of Harry Potter's head. How do you tattoo a knuckle sandwich?
I wonder if it's actually Jacinda like does her husband. I wonder if he like, because I can't picture her taking it, but I can certainly picture her giving it to him. She just looks like she'd be like behind him. Fucking hell, she's evil.
Expecto Pastrapium. What are we talking about?
Well,
pretty close
there are two types of female on this plane. Ones that squirt and ones that don't.
I didn't
What
know
if
there
she's in
was-
the middle?
Didn't.
Like semi-squirting.
You know, the
Oh,
squirting is
you
like it's like almost all urine, right?
What?
Yeah.
What?
That
Not in my
fluid
country.
is urine.
Not in my country, man.
Trust me. Your country too.
No, it's not.
Bro, they did studies. They had like
No, it's only
they did
urine if
sonograms
some
checking
others drink it.
You don't.
the bladder before
You
and
don't.
after, and
You
it was
don't.
full before, and then after squirting it was empty.
You don't realize the implications that you are suggesting, because I think squirting is way more to do with the density and buoyancy than your gravity.
Oh,
It's
it
all
definitely
about the
requires the
specific
upforce.
gravity of urine, right? Just like in diabetes insipidus.
Yeah.
I believe it's urine if Dodo drinks it. Then I believe it's urine.
No, but for
Well,
real, it is urine. Just so
I
you guys
mean,
know.
you'd only have to be Russian astronaut on the ISS to understand that.
No, they squirt better when you're not Russian. When you're taking your time.
Do they really drink
Oh,
urine on the ISS? Is that true?
I don't think it's urine anymore because it's been like handled.
Yeah, I think we changed it to your own.
Yeah, uranium.
No, it's urine.
So urine is kind of like
Urine.
French, and urine is like from No, it's probably from New Orleans, right?
Romania. It's from
Does anyone
Romania.
have a more productive topic of conversation?
On the
that we could
ISS,
get
they
into?
drink peeps. It's poop
I don't think
pee.
anybody knew that
In
this morning.
Australia, it's just piss.
It's
Hey?
Peeps coffee. They drink Peeps coffee on the ISS.
You
It's
know
really
what
good
we
stuff.
call really weak beer?
I think
in New
Ranty
Zealand?
drinks it.
You know, really weak beer like Foster's beer or something like Rheineck. We call it either we call it weasel's piss or donkey piss or camel's piss.
Yeah, don't you lie. Foster's is Australian for beer. We heard the commercial.
We just call it weak as piss.
Have you ever listened to Rodney Rude?
Speaking of Fosters,
Santa
how about
Claus,
we
you
foster
cunt.
some more
Where's me
intellectual
fucking bike?
discourse?
Yes, let's foster a more disciplined, vocal, less vulgar.
Exactly, Demok. My thoughts exactly.
Okay.
What kind of what
Demok,
deep thing
Demok
was someone thinking about earlier?
Yeah, exactly. Like Demok, can you
Has
tell
anyone
me?
grown a third leg?
No,
on the
I
men's
mean,
training?
Demok, from a baller's point of view, Demok, can you pretend you're a baller for like 1 minute and you argue with everybody else on this panel? You argue as much as you can. Why is the atmosphere in lockstep with the Earth? And you pretend you're a baller. Okay, so Demok, why is the atmosphere in lockstep with the Earth? Demok?
Because I said so.
Yeah,
Oh, beautiful. I was
hang
there.
on. Yeah, but hang on, don't planes like have a trouble flying like and landing on a runway when they're going to like, you know, north to south?
Hell no, they don't have trouble doing anything on this ball.
Yo, we need a new flat earther for this conversation.
Jesus. Where are all the balls?
There's nothing wrong with T-Mark. It's the other side.
The guy. I'm joking. Let's go again.
Can't get rid of inertia on this
Moderate.
club.
Go ahead.
We'll never get rid
Demok
of
the
it.
Glober and Purple Haze the
Speed,
flat earther. Go
velocity,
ahead.
the momentum, and the inertia.
But
Did
no,
you say
no, Demok, you've misrepresented gravity because it's a one-way force vector in light bends. And there's refraction.
What do you got to say about that, Demok?
You don't tell light what it's going to do.
But light is like measurable, and we can see it. And it's
Light bends one way. You listen here.
Lord
light
have mercy.
bends around only your horizon, only forward to your eyeballs, and that's it. Not left, not right, not up, not down, not in, not out. It only bends to your eyeball from the 3-mile horizon to make you think everything is on the other side of a globe. Get it right.
And Einstein said, hang on, Einstein said, hang on, I've got a phone call.
Fucking Einstein. Son of a bitch. Get off the phone.
He's a busy man, Einstein. I'm not surprised he had a phone call.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a new Einstein quote. I've never heard it.
Oh, hang on. No, that phone call, that was my handler.
You sound kind of Chinese when you say hang on. Hang on.
That was my handler. His name is
handling.
Yeah, Rumpus. Yeah.
Your handler telling you suck being a fat earther right now.
Two hands, all at the same time, up and down.
Really?
This is terrible. If this wasn't a free show, I would want my money back.
Yeah, boo how.
I
still kind of want my money back.
This bullshit.
I still kind of want my money back. I need to get paid to listen to it.
Yeah, I wanna sue someone.
Well, you better sue your teacher for not really teaching you good about the globe, because you just don't understand how a globe.
Sue St. Marie.
Sue St. Marie, yeah, that's
You don't understand the resistance of gravity, son. What we have here is a failure to communicate the tangential velocity and the speed of the one vector of the direction of the Atmos towards the spherical plane.
What are you talking about?
Hey, watch your mouth.
Atmosphere.
I'll wash your mouth out with globe soap. Watch it.
Demok, it's an atmosphere.
I don't think I can win this, man.
Phobia?
I'm just
I
laughing.
just called it an Atmo because my friend asked the question with the word Atmo. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Don't let these flirts brainwash you.
Back to him.
You win, okay? You win. You are the winner.
He's bowing, but you can't see it.
I bow.
Thank you for that 23-degree tilt win.
Okay, the Earth is a ball. We all agree. Let's jump up
degree
and down.
tilt bow.
23-degree tilt bow.
Where's Rumpus when you don't win?
Holy fuck. It's spinning 460 meters per second. Ah!
Purple haze, man. You should be
4
ashamed of
million
yourself.
miles an
This is the
hour,
first time a
dude.
Glober won in this server.
Oh my god.
You're only going 4 million
doesn't
miles
count.
an hour through the galaxy.
He was taking notes from Rumpus. I think they're DMing each other.
Yeah, Demok did pretty good. You have some potential as a Glober, Demok.
I mean, D-Mark did much better than Purple Haze.
The baller
was
wins.
pretty bad.
I'm going to change his name to Geometrical Haze.
Geo Haze.
No, Prince was a really good artist, though, you have to admit. No matter what you think. He was not a child molester.
Did you hear something we didn't know about or something? You got something on the table? You got something juicy we didn't know about or something? Like
I'm not convinced MJ was a child molester either, man.
No, because a lot of people...
I haven't seen any definitive evidence. It's just a lot of
claims.
Hold on a second. Here we go. I never heard these claims. Somebody said...
Why would you want to see definitive evidence of someone molesting a kid?
MJ, I thought you were talking about Michael Jordan. You're talking about Michael Jackson. Never mind.
Left field.
I'm not going to answer that question.
Like,
hey, whoa, I just didn't know. I heard MJ. I was like, Michael Jordan.
We're actually comparing like Michael Jackson and Prince. You can't compare them. They're two totally different people.
I just did.
Yeah, the one was black and one was white.
Did anybody ever say that Prince? Did anybody ever say Prince did any weird stuff like that?
Yeah, we needed a little bit more female influence. Can we let the female talk?
Oh, I'm enjoying hearing you bunch of monkeys talking right now, but go ahead.
We are a bunch of monkeys.
I just want to say Purple Rain.
No, but that was as funny as fuck. What you were like a true baller.
If we're a bunch of monkeys, we should name these.
What do you mean, baller? What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say that I forgot my handbag, and where's my eyelash curlers?
The Euclidean geometry we're trying to learn about doesn't have anything to do with balls or spheres.
No, there's no balls. Do you know that a penis is a really big clitoris?
Lord have mercy.
No.
It's all about the dodo. If you take the dodo and the do-do and the do-dee, you take a do-do-pee, and everyone will see.
Can I tell you a secret? Can I tell you guys a secret?
No.
I don't know.
That
No, you actually you
Maybe
can't
keep it to
because
yourself.
it would be a secret if
we
you
had a
tell it.
conversation. We had a conversation the other night with Pete, and he's actually an amputee. He's had one leg amputated.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
He is.
yeah. Imagine living with that, man.
With the amputated leg.
No, he
Yes.
had an
With
arm
Pete.
sewed on there. He's got
No, he
one
said
leg,
imagine
one
living
leg
with
and a
that
half an arm.
man. So imagine living with an amputee.
No, he's got a
No,
leg.
imagine
He's got an
living with
arm
the
sewed
Or
on.
amputated
imagine
leg.
living with Pete himself. I'd probably kill myself.
No,
No,
that's
you
kidding.
gotta
me too.
imagine a one-legged guy with half an arm on his leg. So he walks with a hand
If
and
you
a
live
foot.
if you live with Pete, he's always waiting outside of the toilet with a cup when you go to pee.
Fucking hell.
He can shake your hand with his leg.
That is so wrong, man.
Oh my god. It's like
Poor little Pete.
one time I was in Taiwan going to the toilet in a nightclub, and some guy came up and massaged my shoulders while I was having a pee.
Was
and
it
I was
Oh,
Pete?
like,
that's nice.
Hold on a minute.
Gin?
What?
and my
Where were
first
you at?
my first in Taiwan, and my first in the nightclub, and my first instinct was like, no, don't
What
touch
was the
my
second
face.
one?
And my second instinct was, that's pretty good. And then this other dude came over,
You're
and
so
while I was standing
stupid.
at the urinal, he massaged my right thigh. So I had two guys going. And I was like,
Take your fucking hand off my shoulder and put it on my butt.
Well,
What was your third?
Get out
What
of
was your
I'm not
third
even
response?
And then when I was finishing, and I was like, finished going to the toilet, some other
Finishing
dude.
what?
Okay, yeah,
Would you-
definitely say that.
Hold
No,
up,
no,
Purple Haze. You cut out for the second one. You're right. What?
leg. And then,
Pretend
and
it
then,
wants to hear
and
Hazy
then-
talk.
He massaged your right leg. Is that what you said?
I've got the punch.
And
Like,
then
he
pretended
came
And then he
got that.
finished.
And then
Hang on.
he finished. And then
Guys, hold up.
He was in
I'm
the bathroom.
actually legit
Hang
trying
on.
to hear what he's trying to say.
well, and then
So
he was in his
we heard
car.
the first one where he was massaging you, and like your second instinct was that it feels
No,
pretty good.
and
Then what did you
then-
say after?
And
Hang
then
on. It's really long chopsticks came in and finished it off.
See, guys, we missed the jokes. Now the punchline doesn't even make sense. Lord.
that was a perfect joke. Long chopsticks. Finish it
I
up.
thought
It's
it was
okay.
and then was the end of the joke. I thought he was.
No, he wasn't done. You guys just kept on talking. Oh man.
Because he said and then.
Can't talk.
And then, yeah, from that show.
But we want to hear. We
All
want to
right.
hear. We want to hear the female's perspective on that story.
Chopsticks.
Well,
Would you
the
massage
female was
the
talking
lady?
over it too.
Jewish guy walks into a bar and then I gotta get a cup of coffee.
A Maori and an Irishman and an American walk into a bar. Which one thinks the earth is flat?
The Irishman.
Fucking none of them.
Yeah, chances are none of them would.
You got a white guy, a Mexican guy, and a black guy in a car. Who's driving?
The police.
The police.
It's
You
funny.
guys are just awful. You guys should really think about your lives again.
Agreed.
They were doing that weird neighborhood acupuncture everybody was talking about.
The CV1 acupuncture.
Hi, neighbor. What are you doing? I was borrowing some sugar, and I thought maybe you could use some acupuncture.
Into your CV1 hole.
Well,
I don't know what the fuck that is, but still.
If you get caught running over your fence line from the neighbor's fence line with your trousers down to your knees, just say that you were trying to cure someone of a stingray
Is this
bite.
a law? Is that a law somewhere? Like you cannot cross these lines with your trousers down to your knees. It's private property. You'll be fucking sent to jail for a month.
That doesn't work well in Finland because there's no stingrays here.
You have to watch the video by a band called Die Antwoord from South Africa, and the name of the song is called Baby on Fire.
Holy
Isn't
shit.
it like the Antwoord?
Yeah, yes. Oh, can you say
Yeah,
it?
it's the
Can you
Turn
say it
up a
again?
little bit, Lori.
Proper accent.
Antwoord.
Yeah. Die Antwoord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Baby
it comes
on
from
Fire.
Germany or something like that.
It's a classic video because there's this dude that turns up on a motorbike and he's trying to like get it in, like get his naughty little ways with this 16-year-old girl. Oh, it was just probably 18. I'd like to say she was 18. Have you seen that video? Maybe I'll post it.
Yeah, it's new to me, but I think I've heard the band name somewhere.
Yeah, I mean the band is well known. Ninja and the girl, I forget her name.
Do you know what's red and bad for your teeth?
Wine.
No, a brick.
Good one.
A red brick, you mean?
Yep.
Fucking hell.
Meanwhile, I'm still here thinking about Pete's amputated situation. Oh, at least Pete goes to insane places, but you have to give him one thing: his leg.
I just shared. I
What's
just shared that
surrounded
video.
blue all over.
Check it out. It's called Babies on Fire, man. Check it out. Press play. Put it on your loudspeaker. Babies.
What did someone just say about Pete having an amputation? What was that?
Babies on fire.
I was wondering if you like amputated your legs and put your hands there where your knees are, would you look like a chicken?
Baby on fire.
Yeah, people would walk around just like a chicken and be like, my God, walking with their hands, scratching.
If Gio was here, he'd play that video clip so we could all hear it. Hey,
Something happened last night that I woke up into another reality and everybody's kind of fucking weird. I'm just wanting to know if that happened this morning.
No, it's just
No,
a weird
somebody said
just
that
like,
somebody broke in.
this morning.
Somebody broke into somebody's house and was trying to give them acupuncture, and then it just made us all laugh.
Oh, that's a real story?
No. Somebody was saying it, and it's just funny.
So, knock knock.
Who's there?
9/11.
Oh, fuck.
9/11. 9/11 who?
I knew you'd forget.
I knew that was coming. I'm just gonna go, oh, nope, I'm out.
Why did Lucy fell off of a swing?
I don't know. Some dickhead pushed her. Oh.
She had no arms.
Fucking hell. Who the fuck put her on the swing then? That's wrong.
It's a good question.
Why couldn't Lucy get away? My old man chopped her legs off. What the hell? That's a funny joke.
That's a torso.
Yeah, can one of you, can Geo put that song on live so we can all hear it?
What happened to you when the song played the very first time?
Baby's on fire. Have you seen it?
No, I was wondering. I mean, you like this song.
It is amazing, amazing
He's
song.
like, what were you eating when you first listened to it? Was it on by candlelight?
Avocado.
He was doing some major stuff when he heard it first. He was like, "It's on fire!" Yeah, I'm fucking remember this song forever. I'm just saying, if I came to my work and I'm like, "Babies are burning on fire," people are gonna look at me
We'd be
like
in
I'm
trouble.
fucking nuts.
Yeah.
We didn't burn the babies; they were always burning.
You guys are killing me this morning. I'm serious. My eyes have actual tears in them.
Is that some
Purple
red body?
haze. Mic check. Mic check.
Stop Purple Haze. I know you're trying to play the song. Stop it.
Sounds like someone sucking a dick.
Oh, really?
Sounds like UFO transmission of someone sucking a dick.
At least you know all about that sound.
Yep.
Yeah, I think.
Got him.
I'm a special expert engineer on it.
He gets
Engineer.
abducted and sucked off a lot by the sound of it.
You're an expert engineer in it? What happened?
Did I also probe you?
I'm gonna architecturally 3.2.5.
I actually tried to calculate in my mind in what kind of line of work you would have to be an engineer for what kind of sound an alien makes when an alien sucks a dick. If you actually specialize yourself in doing sound effects for sci-fi related pornos.
Yeah. What the fuck are you thinking about? Jars on your
You guys are
lips?
so
What do you mean?
weird, man. For real, you guys
Jesus,
are so weird.
I want to be a sci-fi porno engineer.
Son of a
That would
bitch.
be a job.
Yeah. What would I use? What objects would I use to
Yeah, but an
recreate that
alien
sound?
male could be like a lady. It might not be
Vacuum
what
pump.
you
A
think.
vacuum pump. Use one of those toilet cloggers.
You know, this is what drugs does to people. I'm serious. Serious drugs do this to people.
There would still be a choking sound, that's for sure.
You have any acid?
I think Purple Haze is underwater now.
Lori's like, I'm gonna be an alien. I'm gonna go to other planets and probe women, and then they make him an alien, and then he's like the one that gets probed.
I see the light. Oh shit! Get away!
He's just got holes everywhere, and everybody can stick their hands in them. What the fuck kind of alien am I?
If you
You're a
actually
probe.
were a porn actor, if you were a porn actor, would you say that you're a muff diver by profession?
No.
No, I'd say I was a
Never mind.
disease maker by profession. I'd say I'm a
Cheese
professional
maker?
disease maker. You know, the porno industry should have put "Who Wants AIDS" on the top of the videos and then like send them out.
Really?
The wrong way.
Free AIDS with every package.
Herpes through XXX. Gonorrhea Part 1. Syphilis Part 2. I wonder if that would help.
Jesus. Purple has the audio qualities. I mean, 10 out of 10.
Oh, they're gonna be great.
God, it's quality.
The medical quality would
Oh,
be
shit, I gotta go to the store. Jesus.
Yeah, and I've been putting off my Japanese homework. Thanks, guys.
Ichi, Sanchi.
Hora, hora, hora.
Konnichiwa.
Imagine having to babysit some superheroes. They would fuck you up.
Fuck. Why would you have to babysit superheroes?
Me, Mike. I don't know, but just imagine the mess they would make. They would be
Because
super
most of them are men. They always need supervised.
Yeah, they'd be having big.
Imagine Hulk as a baby.
Just imagine the crazy stuff a super nanny would have to go through.
With superheroes.
Yeah, they would have a super nanny.
Are going crazy, like seriously, going off on them.
with super nanny.
Super throw up, super poop. I don't know, just crazy stuff. You know, not functioning right.
They'll be flying.
Tantrums.
You have to keep them on a leash because they fly away. Fly outside.
Yeah.
Right, because aren't superheroes, even when they're babies, they still have powers, like they're coming into them, so yeah.
Yeah,
So
they'd be
quite
kind
difficult.
of retarded. Yeah, they'd have to figure out how to work them as they're doing it and stuff, and do wrong and right and temper tantrum.
I mean, I don't know the facts about it, but I would assume that they had them when they're kids.
That's understandable.
Well, you know how they say a baby scorpion can't hold its poison back, but when it gets an adult, it can. It'd be like a superhero. They wouldn't know how to control their powers that good as a baby, so they would just be fucking shit up.
That's a good point.
Oh my god.
Is it?
Yeah. That's a
It
really
actually
good
is.
point.
It'd be funny though.
Yeah. So
I'm not fully sold on the point, but
All the superheroes we got these days. Imagine the Garbage Pail Kids as a superhero. That'd be pretty nasty. Remember the Garbage Pail Kids? Nobody?
I do, hon. Yes, the Cabbage Patch Kids and the Garbage Pail Kids. Yep.
Yeah.
Jesus. I've got Cabbage Patch. Yeah, that rings a bell, but not whatever else you said.
It's the Cabbage Patch was like a cute little kid, and the Garbage Pail was like an ugly snot nose, missing tooth.
Yeah, no, it doesn't even ring a bell. It's funny.
It's like a baby you pulled out of the garbage.
Yeah, literally, there's cards for them and everything for the Garbage Pail Kids. And a lot of the guys were into them because they were so like cute little. Actually, by the way, the Cabbage Patch Kids weren't that cute. Let's just be real. But they were prettier, and for the girls more than the Garbage Pail. But don't get me wrong, and don't get it twisted. Us girls too liked our Garbage Pail Kids.
The shit they sell, eh?
Man, they sell all kinds of goofy shit. Play-Doh always got me. That was like selling kids colored poop to play with. I was like, man, isn't that a moneymaker?
I used to eat Play-Doh when I was really young. I really did. I thought it was great.
You're not alone there, Stacey. A lot of people. That and the Yoo-Hoo glue.
Yeah. It was salty. I like salt.
Must have needed it, I think.
Yeah, that shit tastes like a. Yeah, I put my tongue to it one time. I was like, oh my god, it was salty. Oh, I've seen people eat some stuff in school. What are some of the stuff you've seen some kids eat in school or heard about?
My youngest used to eat fucking spiders when he was like just learning to crawl around. You know, he'd look around and he'd have these fucking big black legs hanging out of his mouth. He'd be like, what the fuck? So yeah, he used to get around
That's
munching
hilarious.
spiders. Yeah. Never got bitten or anything, so that was lucky, but
Does he have any superpowers?
I was about to say no, he's not casting fucking webs.
No, the spiders got bit, so they might have superpowers if they do get killed.
Yeah, they get around dribbling.
The spider's superpower is debate.
Trying to tell the other spiders that the world's flat.
Yeah, he's gonna debate with his web, the things in his web, and then the other spiders. I'm fucking telling you, man. Look at this intricate pattern here.
Mm-hmm. Where the fuck is the honey?
If I just took my pattern and put it with your pattern, we have two patterns. That'd be the high spider. Let's 3D print, man, with our spider webs.
Why did the male spider insult her companion or soulmate?
You telling jokes again?
I can barely hear you, Lori.
Sorry, I might try speaking up.
That's okay, because he was probably a wanker, but go ahead.
So why did a male spider insult his soulmate? Just to spite her.
Oh, just a spider.
It's a spider. Her spider. Yeah, it's cute. That is cute, though.
So am I.
Who said so am I?
What do you call Lori? A spider. No, that's not. That wasn't funny.
A globe spider.
Guys.
Spider.
Yeah. A spider.
He just told the joke so he could say at the end, I'm cute. That's what I got out of that.
For me, jokes always take precedence. I will joke about myself. I will joke about Clovers being stupid, as long as it makes a joke. Jokes are
Well, if that's the case, Stacy, then you set him up perfectly. You fell for his spider trap card.
I did, but then again, I do fall for a lot of you guys' bullshit. Damn it.
Actually, I should have said you fell
She
for
didn't
his
get it,
trap
Matt.
spider card, because there's an actual spider.
No, it wasn't.
Called the trap spider.
Yeah, I just got it now. It was late. I was late, but it's worth the wait.
So am I.
Fuck's sake.
Oh, really?
Didn't said anything, I know. Still laughing at it.
The worst bit, I was putting cream in my mouth at the time. That's not fucking fair.
That's what she said.
Oh god, this is gonna keep going.
Did you say crane in your mouth?
Cream, a big wad of cream.
Ah, okay, yeah.
You had to say a word.
Yep. Well, of course.
Man, that's one thing I am not, you want to call it, like, not forgetting, but like, sorry, I'm trying to wake up and do coffees. I literally in England couldn't get creamer for shit hardly. And not the kind of creamer that you're used to in America. No, so when you're trying to do creamer for your coffee, it's basically milk. And I'm not a milk kind of person in my coffee. It dilutes it down, it's too watery. But that thick cream is what you want in your coffee. This is going the wrong direction now.
You could buy that. Like Tesco and Asda have it.
You know, they do kind of. It took me a while to find it. It's a sold out a lot. It's a little tiny thing of it, but it's not that great. Like, I'm used to Dunkin' Donuts creamer. It's already got your sugar and everything in it, and that thing is kick ass. You just use a little bit, throw your coffee in, ready to go. Amazing.
Boom.
Do you guys get condensed milk?
Hot cocoa would be a good creamer. Sprinkle a little bit of hot cocoa in there.
Yeah, I don't think people use hot cocoa for cream.
Yeah, and you don't sprinkle hot cocoa into anything.
Yes, you do, in the coffee.
How do you sprinkle hot cocoa?
It comes in a dry packet. It's a packet of dry powder, and you sprinkle it into your.
You tap the bag.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but if it's hot, do you heat up the powder in like the microwave?
No, you just call it hot
pedantic.
cocoa. It's in it. God damn it! It's
No,
not
that's just
really
cacao.
hot.
That's cocoa.
It's cold
Or
powder. Actually, cold powder. We just, as Americans, call it hot cocoa because
No,
that's
it's
what
only
we
hot
call it.
cocoa after you prepare it, man.
But we call it that anyway. That's what I call it, regardless. I'll be like, give me
In
that
your
hot
household,
cocoa.
maybe.
If I say, give me hot cocoa, and all I got's white packets of shit, and I want hot cocoa packets, that's what I want. I don't want oatmeal. I don't want something else that looks like it. I want the hot cocoa packet, which is really cold.
But you realize you could take that powder and just mix it into the water or what have you, and you'll have cold hot chocolate.
That's how I eat
called
mine.
cold
I do mine with cold milk. I put my hot cocoa
cold
in
hot
cold milk.
chocolate. I realize it's yeah.
It's called
I
cocoa
put my
powder,
cold
guys.
cocoa
Cocoa
powder.
powder mix, but it's hot
Yeah.
cocoa because he's used to having hot chocolate, right? So that hot chocolate is what he's remembering. He wants to put it in there, even if he wants it cold chocolate.
I thought the
Yeah,
measure of
I use it
I
with milk.
actually thought the measure of a man was how he made his pancakes. So, since you're a chef, Demok, what's the recipe to make your most favorite pancakes?
I'll DM you.
I just put a little bit of egg, a little bit of milk.
Do not DM him. You're not allowed to do that. That's cheating.
Do
He's
what?
already fucked up because the best way is egg whites only, honey. You have to fold them in. Don't stir them. You gotta fold them.
I put the whole fucking egg in there. I'll put egg in there. I'll put a little bit of milk, a little bit of butter, and I whisk it up real good.
What
And I
about
make
the
it.
bacon? What about the
It's
baking powder and the salt? And don't forget the most important thing: flour.
No,
Or
no,
you
no.
could add some hot cocoa powder.
No, the only time you need to do all that. No, you don't need baking powder. That's only if you're like for a restaurant. If you want to like make a lot. If you're doing it for your kids and you don't want to feed them all that.
No.
nasty shit. You don't want to feed them flour and baking.
That's how
powder.
you get the big poof of your pancake, but not too much because then it's just the wrong consistency.
that's why I put
But if
the
you
egg
want a
in.
nice little fluff to there, but yeah, the egg does it too. But that's why I do egg white only because the egg white makes it crispy.
Darling, we actually want to know
tell them how you cook it too. You butter the pan. I put butter in my pan, really good. I butter it like really. I rub butter on the pan like a cake pan.
Oh, I rub oil all in my pan, honey, all in there. Rub it.
No, come on, tell us how he rubs the butter in the pan.
Yeah, I'll make some cream.
I'm just saying, I coat my pan with butter, and then I pour the shit down in there, and you hear it crackling, and then you wait about a minute or two, then you flip that motherfucker, and it's beautiful golden brown.
Wait, no
And it has, like,
blueberries,
the
no
little-
chocolate chips, nothing inside.
And it
Not
has
even
the-
hokey pokey
hold on,
pieces.
hold on, goddammit, it depends who I'm making it for. I got 4 kids and they all want them different, so it just depends. So whoever wants what, that's how you get it. Yeah.
Shit.
Well, I
So
reckon
what kind of toppings? What
next
kind
to
of
Jamie Oliver, next to
what kind of
Jamie
things are we talking
Oliver,
about that you put inside?
I reckon we should have a new recipe book next to Jamie Oliver on the bookshelf, and it's called Democ: How to Cook for 4 Kids. Jamie Oliver is
I want a cook-off, pancake cook-off between me and Democ. When I see you, hun, and we ever get a chance to meet up, we're having a pancake cook-off. I am gonna win, though. Be
And
careful.
I'll be the judge.
Oh, I bet you will, percent just sitting there eating all the pancakes.
I will eat them all.
I'm sorry.
I'll
I
make sure to
try
have
them
water
again.
with me to clear my palate, so I'll be a good judge, but I'll eat it all. I won't be like one of those fake judges that just like takes a bite and then spits it out. Fuck that.
You can be the judge. I'll be like in a tennis game. I'll be like the ball boy.
We should,
have to cleanse your
honestly,
palate
we should
between
come up
each
with a
pancake.
recipe book. Whatever wins after we do these contests, whether it could be pancakes, banana bread, whatever we do, because I can throw down some food, by the way, guys, savory and sweet. Yeah, we should do a flat Earth cookbook. Whoever wins.
Yeah, like who makes the best flat ass cake?
Every recipe starts with this is an egg.
Well, you can do pizzas. Pizzas are flat.
Yeah, all the flat food in the world, and flat people
I've
that be
already got
cooking
some
it.
crazy ideas.
See, money makers everywhere. We just got to get together.
So what kind of flours do you use? Is
I
that
got an
Ryan's
idea
good?
for soup sandwiches and soup and pasta pizza.
Right? Level.
They're using white flour, Lori.
Yeah, we're gonna put flour and baking soda in there for you, Lori.
Yeah, because
Here we
flat
will stand
earthers,
alliance.
flat earthers don't believe in organics.
That's fair.
Conspiracy.
Organics are for vegans.
Organics are for.
I used to think organic meant like full of poop, like just like piles of poop, and you put it in there, and then like sit there and wait for the stuff to grow out of there. And I was like, I don't want that shit. But
No,
then I
that's
got
why,
older, and they were like,
that's why, yeah,
no,
because
it's
like
regular food.
true flat earthers are carnivores.
He was seeing a big pile of manure and things just growing out of it. He's like, "Yep, that's organic."
That's what I thought. When I was a
I've-
kid, I thought that for some reason. I was like, what the fuck?
I've never personally ever met a vegan flat earther. I know, I've heard they exist.
Supposed to be a lot of them.
Pizza vegan, isn't he?
There's actually quite a few of them, and a couple of people in chat and stuff like that too have tried being a vegan before. Not myself, because I love that beef just too damn much. Short ribs are my favorite thing in the world. You cannot take that from me. I seriously probably will die.
Go girl.
For real though, short ribs, ribeye, steak, and like potatoes—that is the structure of life.
If you're a vegan flat earther, you're not a flat earther.
I was vegan for 2 years. Do I disqualify as a flat earther?
Yeah, you do now. You always have though, honey. It's okay. We still love you.
Thanks. Yeah, I actually was.
Lori, are you gonna make a vegan pancake?
Nah, I never learned any good recipes. I was eating basic.
Papers, your microphone is really low, bro.
Okay, I'll try to fix it.
He's gonna make a tomato,
voice.
celery, carrot pancake.
I think the next time Rumpus comes in or something, everybody should just act like they cannot hear him. Oh, sorry, dude, your mic is way too low. We can't hear you, and just ignore the shit out of him. And he's gonna keep trying to fix his mic. And is that good enough? No, can't hear that. It's like really faint. And see what he does. Like nobody needs to listen to Rumpus.
He'll only do it 4
Sincerely.
times.
Well, when I was talking to
And then
Rumpus
he'll leave.
Yeah, exactly. He will. 4 times.
I was communicating with Rumpus just before, and it's the first time I've ever used the mute function on another panel member, and I tell you what, it was so enjoyable.
Exactly.
It was like a new high. It was like I just discovered Tramadol.
Yeah. You felt the power, mate.
It's like when you always
Power
want to
of
have that remote
moderation.
control for like your spouse or something. Or chill, mute. Don't have to hear you anymore. And then as soon as you realize you can do that to someone on here who drives you insane, you're like, oh, going back and forth. I can hear you. I can't hear you. I can hear you. Oh, I've done it. It's great.
I didn't even know who he was for the longest. I never even had heard him, and then I heard him one night, and I was like, "Oh, that's Rumpus." I just knew it.
So where's that country in
Rumpus
Western?
thing everywhere.
I'd like to ask, where's that country in Western voice coming from? Stacy.
What are you talking about? No, I'm from Indiana, even though it doesn't sound like it. But my family's from Kentucky, so you definitely get that twang.
Oh, that's what it is. It's the Kentucky twang.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and you got the wings. You're an angel.
See, you already know. Corn. Well, they used to be known for that, even though they said there's more than corn in Indiana. At that time, pretty much was just corn. Now it's just a shithole of a city that basically just stays busy because it's one of those states that everybody travels through. So you got truckers always going through it. It's a travel through state. You don't really want to stay unless you're out in the country. But then again, I love the country too, and farms and all that. So for me, it's kind of home.
So the actress
Who's
on
your-
Pulp Fiction, the one that stabbed the needle into his chest to get his adrenaline going, where do you
That's
think
the other
she,
way around, you guys.
where's she
Love
from?
you.
Probably
With,
California.
No, where's her accent from?
I'd say from the same place that she's from.
Boomerville.
Do you remember Pulp Fiction?
I do. You'd be surprised. Like some people who hear me, especially when I go to other states in my own country and stuff, will think I'm from down south, way south. And I'm like, no, guys. You know, just because you have an accent, and I mean, it doesn't mean you're from a certain state. It depends, your environment. There's a lot of country people here in Indiana. There's a lot of country people in Colorado. Yeah, it just depends, really.
So which part of Australia is Merle from?
Well, I can hardly tell between you guys' accents, even when it comes to England. You got your north, south, you know what I mean? All that, how everybody talks a little bit differently. You can hear it, but I can't tell the difference. Most people can.
Is New Zealand like right next to Argentina or really close to Australia?
Oh, it's through Argentina.
You serious?
No, I laughed at that.
You're not allowed to Google it.
You're not allowed to laugh at the globe.
What do you mean
New
not to
Zealand
Google it?
doesn't
Everything we do is Google. We can literally, actually probably already believed a different history because of Google. Everything we just, turn our phone off. We don't know the answer. Google gave us the answer. Wikipedia gave us the answer. All this nonsense, and probably half of it ain't even real.
I'm not going to go to college. I'm going to Google.
Right? You don't need to go to college. Just Google everything.
No,
I'm gonna live in Google.
Yep, I'm going to Google the professor's his lecture.
Yeah, if you went for a job interview and they said, what would you do if you didn't know the answer? You say, I'll Google it, right? And then you're hired.
Exactly.
Fucking hired. You are the man.
You're like fucking genius. You didn't come to me as my, your supervisor and ask me the question. You didn't waste my time. You just pulled out your handy dandy little, not notebook, but phone.
What do they do?
You showed initiative and independence.
You know how they're like really bad on like algorithm stuff and certain things they don't want you to say, right? Or things they don't deem as a fact. They don't deem it as a fact. What are they going to do in the future when the computers are doing all the shit and another computer is fighting with the other computer? How's that going to work out?
It's
Like a
probably
bot?
happening now. I can see it, right? You're right. No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Yeah, but they have the power to like kick you off a channel because of it or this or that. And like it's the bot arguing with the bot. Like, whoa.
We're misinformation.
Right. You cannot compute that. I compute that. It's in the file. You cannot Google it. It's a part of Google. Like maybe arguing.
Or maybe that's why we have earthquakes, because they're all arguing all the time.
Well, I mean, what would they deem it? I mean, that's what I'm saying. What would two computers who are fucked up on their facts, like what at the end of the day, what would they do? Like how would they resolve that? That'd be weird, wouldn't it? They'd go into overload, wouldn't they?
They'd have to speak to a third computer.
Ooh, an
I
arbitrator.
think it'd be
bot.
like a board. Be a board of computers.
Babies on fire.
In
When
the
computers
future,
do a
there's peace
poo,
not just for computers.
Babies on
when
fire.
computers do a poo, a little bit of Lego comes out.
Babies on fire.
Yeah, but it's not a Lego brand. It's like that generic Lego. Doesn't quite click the same as the normal Lego. It's a bit different.
It's brown. It's brown as well.
Laying a brick.
Yeah, I think it's the coating. I think it's the coating that comes on it. It's a bit sticky. But fuck, it hurts when you step
Well, think
on
about
it.
it. What kind of
Hey,
material
shit.
would you use for reproduction of a thing that you would want to be able to like put out a liquid that it can make itself back from being the waste?
Are you always on acid?
Like nanotechnology shit. So if I pooped, the nanotechnology poop would rebuild me as a robot if it needed to. No, I never took acid.
Like
No,
you,
the
you
closest
just have it
thing
in
that
your
I have
fingers?
seen is there's a machine that can like build well 3D print basically plastic out where for your plates and bowls and all that. Instead of washing them and shit, you put it back over the 3D print machine and it redoes it again, puts it back in and liquid over and makes you another plate or whatever you want out of it again over and over and over. Which I thought was probably the most genius one that I've seen so far because it just keeps recycling. You know what you're using,
Well, I
so you're
mean,
always
yeah,
having the same thing.
Yeah, it gives me the idea of a liquid.
Just lick your plate clean.
Liquid would be
Lick
like
it clean and use it
the
again.
thing we are.
Fuck,
You
that's-
know, we're not like
Huh.
solid material. You don't have to come up with nothing crazy. It's like liquid that is embedded
Right.
in us from the beginning. We just reproduce it, and the things we take in like make it. So we pretty much have to like mimic ourselves.
I think
Have
that
you guys got the edible coffee cups yet?
I still think there's an anti-gravity force that's going up.
Well, if gravity doesn't exist, there has to be the opposite of what things are doing. Yeah. I mean, like if it's electrical, there's the opposite always. Yes.
Well, this is your lane. Just get the
Yeah,
helium
because
balloons and you go up pretty quick,
everything-
don't you?
Yeah, Mil, everything that you tell us, you can invert it. It's like almost everything that it can imagine in your reality. All you have to do is turn it upside down and reverse it, and that's the truth.
You have been inverted.
It's been that way ever
They
since.
tell you the
With
physics at
science,
school.
magnetism, electricity, power, like everything, fusion, energy, free, and all that.
That's all backwards.
Breaking down the law of entropy, all that dog shit.
They're telling us black, it's white. They're telling us it's this way, it's the other way. All you have to do is logically flip it upside down, and that's where your reality is.
You just gotta
might
listen
be
to
right.
your government. Listen to your government
Because
tell
when
you
you
how
get
to
a
do it
black light,
from 1
white
to 2 to
stuff
3.
glows. Fuck, you're on the.
Don't go figure out how magnets work on your own. Just read this. Don't
were you
step
saying?
back and look at electricity from a different point of view.
I kind of want to ask you guys a question, but I reckon it'll weird everybody out.
I'm sorry, I'm talking over people.
don't do
I
it.
can't hear them.
No, but White's word, your mic's really low. We can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm talking over some people. Somebody, I can't hear them that good.
White's word.
Is that any better?
Yep,
yeah,
yep.
that's better. A lot better. Yeah, I wasn't trying to talk over you. Some people have a weird pause when they talk, and I can't tell when to start or go or begin or not. I mean, that's one of my problems. And then some people have a low mic.
You
It's not
never
your
know when
problem.
to stop.
It's not your problem. It's just a really low mic. I can't hear him. He's got a
Well,
fucked up
you
mic.
can ask us.
I just
Yeah,
like
little-
it's. I've got mixed feelings about. It's like, is this our home? Really?
Yes. Yes.
Is it? Is it?
Yes.
Mm.
Yes, I think it is. And I think it's a lot easier and a lot better and a lot smoother than what it should, what they got us like doing now. Just think about it, Merle. Back in the 14, 13, 200s, there was a utopia in the desert, which today they say we can't do. They were doing everything in the desert, the worst condition of the worst place to really, do things. They were doing it easy. But
back then there was no desert in New Zealand.
No, not New Zealand. I'm talking about in the desert. They were doing great. The Taj Mahals, the pyramids, the stuff. They weren't building it without food and water and growth and stuff like that. I mean, like, they can do whatever the hell they need to do anywhere at any time.
Yeah, but like it's a desert now, but it wasn't a desert back then.
Yeah, but why
Well,
do you feel like this isn't home is the main question? Because I think it's because of the corruption and all the stuff that we go through in this world that we've been lied to about and all that. Even religion and all that. If we can go backwards and have it just be what it is, you know what I mean? We don't know what these churches were used for. We don't even know about electricity correctly, light, any of this stuff. If we actually had the technology back then that they had and ran it the way it did, I think we'd feel like this is home. I think we'd start understanding each other and nature more and all that, and we'd be in touch with this place. But we're so out of touch because they've made us this way. And this is why school was important and us to divide ourselves, you know what I mean? Because if we're sitting here conversing and connecting, we'd eventually get back to that. And you'd feel like this place is home. But we don't feel like it's home because we are constantly bombarded of the bullshit, just like my niece said to me the other day. Well, this world sucks. And she's 16 years old. Why do I want to live in a place like this? 16, realizing that. And I'm like, honey, you'll eventually see the beauty in life too. You will. But right now you're young and you see the bullshit.
That's so sad.
Isn't it though?
If you were 16 and you'd spent your entire life in New York City and all you knew was concrete and pavements and traffic lights, you're not going to be grounded. There's no way you're going to be grounded.
Well, that happens with family. It happens with people first too, and how you're taught things. Because people that you live in a city and be grounded when it comes to your morals and what you were taught, and one with nature and trees. I mean, God, you had people who hug trees in the middle of New York. But you're right, though. I've always said this. When I went to England, the one thing that I learned after I came back was and they're never going to do this, but every single child when they hit 18 years old should have to, before they go to college, go out and live in another country for a year and experience what life's really about. Because until you go and do that and understand what other environments are like and how people actually grow up in another environment and change, it's not about your color, your race, any of that. It's how you're being taught. And if you could learn that, the whole world would be different.
What do you think this is a topic that we probably did not get into, but it's like, just for a segue for like 2 seconds, like, what do you think they've got us into since 2020? It's exactly that. You can't travel.
Exactly. They don't want you to travel. They don't want you to know what's going on in other countries. We barely hear a fucking word in other countries what's going on.
But we're not going to get into that topic, though. We're just like that.
No, we won't get into that topic. But when it comes to actual communication through countries, this is what they've been doing for a long time, not just since 2020, but for years. I mean, Americans don't really hear what goes on in other countries unless it's on that black box and it's usually about the Queen or something and stuff like that. We don't hear about shit that's important. And then your guys' stuff on your TV says a whole bunch of bullshit about America and other stuff in other countries. But is that what's really happening? I mean, even when you can see stuff about Afghanistan that happened, did that really happen? Were you there? We're lied to on such a grand scale, and we don't connect anymore. We don't go to other countries. We don't understand other cultures. If we did, we would not be in this mess, guys. Not this far. They could not lie to us like this. That's the main thing I learned from being over there. And it's totally different, even the kids.
Yeah, the nature there's gentle, right?
Very gentle compared to here. You have to grow up differently. You know what I mean? You have to know how it is to be rough. And I'm sure it is there too, though, in certain spots. But that's the thing, it's the same all over. However, there are certain spots that are different and worse than others. Now, America is like one of these little experiment fields, man. I don't even know what this place is, because it's a mess here. An absolute mess, and what we allow here is ridiculous when it comes to our children, our education, behaviors, all of the above, crime, all of it. And when you go to another country and you hear a child who looks at you because you say the word crap, and they go, "You say crap," and I'm like, "Oh, innocence again. How old are you? Oh, wow, you're 13. Damn, come to America, see what happens when you say crap." To even an 8-year-old. I mean, some of these kids, the way they're talking about suicide, wanting to kill themselves, well, if it's guys, all the stuff that I'm hearing, the cussing, the screaming. When I grew up, my mom would smack my face talking like that. I would never say shit in front of my mom. Oh, dare say a cuss word in front of my mom. And she's like, "I know you do that stuff when I'm not around, but let me tell you, when I'm around, do it, see what happens. And if I ever hear when I'm not around that you're doing it too, you're going to be in trouble as well." But nowadays, kids don't have consequences. They don't actually care, and parents aren't watching their children. So if you actually come out here, like you just talked about, to New York or a big city like mine, Indianapolis, it's mental. And it's because we've allowed it to get this way. And we have to start blaming ourselves too as adults and parents. They're our children, but we've let them become this way because we're so damn busy. And then they want to tell us that they own our children? It's funny. Why aren't we standing up? Nothing's ever going to get better until we address the children.
Very true.
Sorry, guys, that's a very, very passionate, very emotional subject for me. And I think that's the main thing that we got to start seriously focusing on. I will not get into it again, please don't either. But that is the one thing that is still happening right now, especially here in America. The only people that are affected by what's still happening right now in this exact moment are the kids. Because they still have to do shit for 8 hours a day, all day long. And they're being affected. My niece can't hardly even think, she's falling asleep in class, by the way.
So
It's getting headaches all day long at school.
What was your highlight of visiting this lovely country?
The wonderful NHS system. No. I'm kidding. But don't get me wrong. It's nice to know that you can go to another country and I'm like, wow, you actually help me medically and I don't have to even have insurance. Like, what? So there's quite a few things that I learned about England and other countries too that's better than mine in certain ways. But when it comes to the same shit everywhere. It's literally the same. Except I love how it's a small town feel again. It's not like it is city. You could be in London and it's city, right? But it's just still a different feel. The way people walk, talk, act. It's totally different. But it's also different if you come to America and you go to Chicago, you go to New York, or you go to California. You're going to have the same thing. It's going to be all over the place. But we're all still at the end of it, lied to, the same way, and we're all still human beings. And that's what matters. We can all get along very well, by the way. But people have all these different hates, like I hate you for this or I don't like this, and always judgment against each other. Your country, your nationality, your race, you're this, you're that. But we're just humans, people, and we can actually have a lot of fun.
Did you miss
lizard people?
Did you miss American food while you were here?
No. In fact, I'm now starving since I've been back, and all I want to do is leave to go get some real food, because every single thing that I consume since I've been back is not food. Even the meat, even the beef. Don't get me wrong, it tasted great last night. I made a roast. But every single time I eat anything from this country now, it upsets my stomach. Even before, when I was here, I didn't used to. Like, you made a home-cooked meal. No, I've even realized that even that going away is not even good for us. I miss food. I miss meats, raw meats, pastries. Oh my God. Can I please come back? Can you guys let me back, please, right now? I just want to eat. I just want some food.
Well, you need to come to New Zealand because it's far superior to English food.
Yeah. That's what I keep hearing in Germany too. Same thing.
You've got the witch. No one should be going to New Zealand.
Yeah,
There she
but
is again. Just whizzing
we, know,
by.
we know how to get a lamb and put it on a roast spit over top of a charcoal fire.
Oh man,
Yeah, we
poor
can do
lamb,
that.
but sounds yummy.
Just
We have
tender.
I don't know if you guys have that there. We have a food called hangi. Have you heard of that?
Sure, the Abos did it here. I mean, sorry, the Aboriginals did the same thing in the ground. Yeah.
Wait, say it again.
Hangi.
Hangi. All right, okay. I
Hangi.
haven't heard of that. No.
Hangi. Hangi. Hangi.
So what is it?
So you have a fire with lots of embers on the ground, and then you heat up heaps of rocks, and when the rocks are really hot, you pour them into the pit that you dug, which is about, I don't know, 5 foot deep
Oh,
or
so
something
it's just
like that.
the method.
Yeah.
It's not like
Yes,
a
but that
dish.
method is very important. That's why your food tastes completely different and how it's cooked. That method is what it's all about. Yeah.
And then you cover the rocks with soil, the soil that you dug out of the hole, and then you put layers of different types of leaves, if you can, like any type of leaves. It doesn't really matter, but bigger the better. And then you layer your meat on trays, and then you bury the whole thing in soil, and you leave it for 6 hours, and you dig it up again, and your food's cooked.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few videos on that from all over the world, loads of different places. Seen one guy, he does it with glass jars. So put steak in a glass jar with oil and all the flavorings, and then they cook it in the ground. They put it in like a big tub of water, and then they put a lid on that, put that underground, cover it just like you were saying. Yeah, you come back, it's all cooked.
Yeah, but
Interesting.
the traditional way of doing it is you really want to get that earthy taste into the food. So you're not going to have any kind of a container.
Oh yeah, I've seen them do it the normal way as well. Just literally either covered in something like you say, leaves. Normally, often they use banana leaves or
Yep.
bamboo leaves.
Or some cultures will just take that and just put it into a big clay pot, a certain type of clay pot that cooks away, stuff the banana leaves in that too, then stick it into the ground. I've seen so many different ways of doing this in different cultures, but yeah, it's something that we still do. Not in America though, but still happens in all the other countries.
Somewhere in America, there'd be some Kiwis doing hummies.
Oh, I'm sure there's
sure.
somewhere here. There's someone's doing something like that. You know what I mean? Because you do have different cultures that all come to America. But for me, the one thing I noticed is it's a diluted down version of different cultures here in America because you start becoming very modern. You pick up to your environment, you adapt. So if you come to America, you start adapting to that very modern lifestyle. No offense, yes, there's still people here from Asia and all these different things but if you go to Asia, it's going to be different. You know what I mean? And even when you go to England and seeing all the different cultures there and different people, it's not the same as coming to America and witnessing that. No. But it doesn't mean they're different people. It's just, again, we get used to our surroundings. We are our environment, literally.
But surely those more out in the sticks in America, they still have a bit more tradition, have more tradition.
Oh, yeah, especially like we still have a very big Amish culture here. You know what I mean? And if you go out to Pennsylvania, even Indiana, massive Amish cultures out in the country and stuff. And they live a totally different lifestyle. I don't agree with like the shunning and all the stuff that they do in certain aspects of that. But when it comes down to their community-based stuff and how they help everybody in their community and they're some of the best woodworkers and all that shit, oh yeah, they still have kept it how it should be in certain ways. That we talk about like how to create a community, they know a little bit about that. But just as you can see though, with every kind of community, right, something happens. Or is everybody going to agree in that community? And then there's other people who look at them and go, well, our community ain't right. What they do is incorrect. So you're always going to have this because people have different opinions of how people live. What they do
Well,
is right or wrong.
with the Maori food, like the food that they cook under the ground, this is the secret, right? Is because you don't need to have any type of condiments. You don't need anything. You don't need salt. You don't need pepper. You don't need nothing. All you do is you need to have fire, the earth, and some stones, and that's all you need. And at the end of the day, after 6 hours, when you dig it up, it tastes amazing, and you didn't add anything to those vegetables or meat.
Mm. But you fucking have to dig a hole.
Yeah, but you could do it anywhere. All you need to do is have the ability to get some vegetables or meat or fish, and you're away laughing.
Where's Jeremy? Jeremy, you can fucking dig our hole for us, mate. A mile long, 2 foot wide, 3 foot
Make
deep,
sure,
1 mile long.
make sure it's a straight line and not curved.
Yeah, that would be like a year-long honey. You start at one end and just keep loading it in and putting new stuff and loading it and new stuff. That'd be great.
Yeah, well, how would you know it was level?
Oh, you worry about that the day after. Gotta eat some lamb. Got some food to eat.
Oh man, I don't know. I think there's probably about 99% of the world that's never experienced eating a lamb like straight off the spit, like carving it straight off the spit.
Oh, of course. Probably more than that. 99.9, really.
I mean, a spit that's turning horizontally over top of a fire. And
Yeah, no, I know.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
fucking
can't be
should
vertically. It
rare.
has to be horizontally.
No, everyone's seen a Euros.
It can be 69 at least.
Mm.
Yeah, but
People on a
There's
like,
nothing like a rotisserie or something like that that spins and all the juices keep just circulating over the meat, the fat, and everything. And that's the best part about stuff like that. Boy,
No,
there's nothing like that. My God, you know what I mean? You can see it in your head, can't you? The grease is dripping on it, getting
Yeah.
crispier, and it's like, oh Lord. And if you want us to be a vegan, nah, it just can't happen.
yeah,
There's certainly a bunch of people that will have to force to be vegans, that's for sure.
they're twisted, sick and twisted. Did you ever
Climate
get
lockdowns, here they come.
Stacey, did you ever get the English series of Faulty Towers in your town on TV?
What do you mean? If you don't mind asking, asking.
The English series Faulty Towers with Basil.
Oh, you mean like a show?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't watch TV. I really don't watch TV. I'll tell you this is what I got to see in England because other people had TVs on here and there. I saw the show Chasers or something like that. And then there's like most of them are all these games of trivia shows because most people that are awake in the community that I've met really don't watch TV either unless they're like researchers that are trying to make their brain spark or more intelligent. You know what I mean? They're always trying to learn something. So usually it was shows like that. What's the other one too? You know, it's all trivia things, really.
Yeah, but you must have stayed in a 5-star hotel before, or,
Yeah, I have, but not there.
or a 4-star hotel, or a 3-star hotel, or even a 2-star hotel where they have like international TV, and you just finished a day of like exciting tourism. You get back to your hotel or whatever it is, and you lie in your bed, and it's like Freeview, and all you have is a remote control, a bottle of wine, and your bed. You must have seen some international TV.
No, seriously. And first of all, in America, there ain't no international TV unless you are getting on some kind of site, and you can find UK programs and stuff like that in other places. But yeah, I didn't watch anything or I didn't sit back and watch no international TV. Oh, I take this back. There was one time somebody watches something on Netflix, submarine kind of TV program. It was a pretty decent one, but everybody was speaking in different languages, and the accents were awful. I mean, just pure shite. I'm like, what did she just say? Like, seriously, it was like, did she mean this? But yeah, I didn't really get to see any of the programs that you're talking about. Just sit back and laugh at them or listen to her speaking the whole time. No. But then again, I wasn't in hotels when I went to England. I was staying with people throughout our community and stuff like that. Best part of being there was the food and seeing the Isle of Wight, because for me it's about this whole time, this last year and a half, seeing the world for what it is. Of course, Flat Earth has everything to do with that for me. The whole time I'm traveling, I'm looking for, signs and stuff. But yeah, seeing the Isle of Wight, it's like seeing, like I said, Chicago from Michigan for me. It's another thing I add to my list. So for those are bucket list things. The food's wonderful and all, but that was important for me. Yeah.
So surely you had fish and chips while you were over here, yeah?
Oh, of course I did. I had a lot of stuff I was there food-wise. Oh my God, the corned beef too. Just, you can't even find good corned beef here in America. It's the shittiest corned beef possible. Fat gristle and all that. But I mean, see, I'm already getting really hungry for some meat again. Like the Polish shops, walking in and seeing beautiful cooked tenderloins, sitting in that little, deli area where you could just pick it up and slice the whole tenderloin. Wasn't coming straight from a deli all packaged up and stuff. No, these people were cooking this stuff. They made this deli stuff. I mean, seriously, it's covered in peppercorns, and you can't find that. No, not where I'm from. Boy, we got to quit talking about food, because I seriously sitting here drinking this coffee thinking, why? I'm about to go out to eat.
There's literally one town here in England, not far from me, where you could literally get food from, from any country. You got every nationality in that town. I think it actually has the most takeaway shops per square mile in the country. So
yeah, I've
That's
noticed
awesome.
that. Like I've heard like the prawn chips. Never seen prawn chips before, but those are pretty fucking awesome, by the way. And I was able to have curry in Indian food, and stuff like that. And it's totally different. Even the Chinese food. Wow, that's Chinese food. It's an American diluted down again version of Chinese food that I've experienced here in America. Going there, it's the same stuff almost, right, guys? But it's the quality, like sticky ribs. Like you get spare rib tips in America, and you could barely even chew them or eat them. They're just rubber. You go there, and the meat is falling off the bone. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, that's the luxury of having a pressure cooker.
Aren't they amazing, though? I love pressure cookers.
Yeah, that's how I cook my ribs. So I wash them first in boiling water in a pot. I strain all of the water off, and then I put them into a pressure cooker with some new hot water from the kettle, and I cook them for 15 minutes. In that mixture, I will add all the flavors. When they come out, I will transfer them to the wok and stir fry them in oil which has had sugar dissolved in it. The sugar dissolved in oil will make that beautiful coating, and then you can add some dark soy sauce and some extra flavors. And that's when you put your rub into the mix. Traditionally you'd put the rub on first. Well, Chinese will put the rub on at the end.
Okay, that makes sense. Because I'm used to throwing my ribs in the oven, coating them all with the rub and all that, a little bit of brown sugar and everything to give that little caramelization. And you cook them low and slow, and then take them off at the end, and then brush on whatever you need, and put on the broiler if you need to. You know what I mean? Just to get them nice and crispy, and then pull it out. But yeah, it is done differently. But either way, they do turn out pretty succulent.
That way is definitely more romantic, for sure.
Sous vide. That's the way to do stuff. Keep all the flavor, no water, no loss of juices.
Yeah,
tender as you fucking want it.
The best way, absolutely. Like I was just explaining the fastest way. But like
Yeah,
the
yeah.
best way is to do it without adding any water.
Right, because then all that's going to go into your water. Now you'll have some good broth, right? But they're like, wait a minute, all my flavoring, all my oils, all my good stuff's right in there in my water.
And then whatever's left over, it turns into a jelly the next day, and you can give it to your dog.
No, that is very true, though. Absolutely. That's good for them.
Oh, they love it. Like if you put that next to their normal food that you give your dog, and you put a bowl of the jelly that you had from the night before, they're just going to ignore their daily food. Totally ignore it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I make dog treats, too, and I'm telling you, it's like you do the same thing if you're going to make your chicken or beef or pork or whatever. You're going to keep some of that stuff that you cook down for your treats and everything, or your dog food. You can make homemade dog food. That stuff, they will never touch your dog food ever again because they know that that shit they're eating is horrible. But you make treats like that, they're amazing. They just sit and they can't get enough of them.
In a blender.
Best dog food there is.
I tell you what, the funniest thing to give to a dog is like a whole bowl of peanut butter.
I'm sure it's funny, but yeah.
I was being nice to my dog because I know I used to grow up and seeing my dad and other people jokingly, and I was like, Dad, don't you ever do that again. Take a big thing of peanut butter on his thumb or something, right? And they stick it to the top of the dog's roof of the mouth, and they're just going the whole time. But then I think, even as a kid, I'm going, well, I wouldn't want to do that. Somebody did that to me. It feels like you're choking. It's stuck. They can't get it off. You can't take your finger, a dog can't,
Yeah, 'cause,
and
like,
get it off
if I
there. You know what I mean?
if I want to go down to the shops, right, because it's lockdown, right, and if our whole if I just leave, the dog won't bark. But if our whole family leaves, the dog is going to be like crying and wheezing and fucking really barking. So what I do is I leave him with a bowl of peanut butter. When I come back, he's still licking his lips. Even 2 hours later, he's still licking his lips, man. It's the best remedy. You can escape the house and go shopping, and he'll just be happy
That's so
as.
funny.
Yeah, peanut butter saves the fucking world, saves your life, man.
Mr. Ed the horse. That's what they use, peanut butter, to get him to move his lips and shit around. Hmm.
Yeah, they took about 1,000 tries with that lion. With that what was that? There was a company that made movies, and it's what do you call it? Mascot was a lion.
Oh yeah, the raw thing. Raw.
Yeah. They took about 1 million tries to get it to actually get that raw.
Yeah, it's a fucking powerful sound when you hear it. Jesus Christ.
I know. I used to live right next to a zoo. Like my house was about 150 meters away from the lion's cage.
Yeah, okay. Then you'd know the sound.
Jesus, yeah. I mean, fucking hell, like a yeti.
You don't want to fucking be out in the jungle with one, would you? Hear that and you just be like, oh fuck. Fuck.
Yeah, because we had at that time we had a 2-year-old daughter, and she would just freak out. Like every day, she'd be like, "What is that? What the fuck is that?"
Yeah, see? Again, you don't need to have, discernment. She already knows that that sound is fucking ominous.
Exactly. What the fuck is discernment, man? Your ears tell you that's dangerous.
Intuition. Yeah, I'm getting a dodgy vibe from that sound.
Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna
don't
go this
have to
way.
know it before you're born. You just have to fucking know it.
It's pretty funny.
Intuition. Like, what the bullshit was he talking about?
Oh, he was just doing circle work, I think.
I
He
think
come in for a bit of a circle jerk.
it was giving us a mind fuck, that Gregory. Remember Gregory?
Yeah, I do. He went and found some curtains and sorted himself out. He's alright.
That's why I kept on asking him. So what is your point, man? And like he didn't want to say that it was all about God.
His view about God.
他过不过的日子啊？
Here he is. Here he comes. Gregory, is that you? It's about that time. Yeah, the Flat Earth Cookbook's not a bad idea, Stacey. I don't know why Rumpus doesn't bloody get the whole... Well, I know why he doesn't get it, because he's a dogmatic fool. But what goes up must come down, and that's not because of gravity. It's because of the energy you impart into it, which converts to a force, which brings it back down, because it's not in equilibrium anymore. It goes for everything. The same energy it takes to put it out of equilibrium is the same energy that it has to bring it back down, and that is the force. EK divided by D is a force. I keep saying, well, what's the force that brings it back down? What is it? That's fucking it. And he said it. I asked for the units, and he said, yep, it'd be a force. Beautiful. There we go. There's the force that brings it down, and it's not gravity. The pitch of his voice just got higher and higher as he kept on talking around it.
Yeah, I think he just literally goes on and hopes that we've fallen asleep by the time he stopped talking.
Yeah, well, it is one tactic that they use. The waffle on tactic.
Yeah.
Another tactic is acting like they don't understand anything.
What do you mean by straight line?
They can imagine anything about a globe.
Mm.
Yeah, you tell them globe mathematics, universes, galaxies, light years. They understand all that. But you say the word flat plane, they're like, what? What? Huh?
From one extreme to the other.
Just breaks them. Well, a lot of them anyway. They just kind of get their head around it, especially the ones that must insist that the flat plate that they think about has to be thrusting up through space with all the water falling off the edge and shit. Like, you know.
Oh, man. And the sun, yeah,
Those
and all
ones
kinds of
that,
ways. Well, you know
yeah.
why they think the weird shit they do from the Flat Earth Society, and then you got the goofy people like Vsauce or wherever, right? Who act like they're looking up facts and actually trying to help normal people. Hey, we're gonna look into this together, and they tell you the stupidest shit. It's like, what did you just do, really? Like you
Oh,
made everybody
yeah.
dumber.
Yeah.
They make everybody dumber. Vsauce and the other
Oh,
people.
yeah. It's controlled opposition, mate. Definitely.
Mythbusters too. They're there.
Yep.
They're presented like they're trying to show you something to make you like smarter every day, but it's not. It makes you stupid.
It's the half-truth tactic, mate. Half-truth.
Yeah. Today we're gonna show you how to do this in cold fusion with electrolytes. We're gonna electrify the water. We're gonna put some water in here out of your tap. What the fuck? They just
That one. That episode where they had the aeroplane on the fucking treadmill thing, the conveyor belt. That fucking. I just wanted to throw something at the television.
Oh my god! I'm
Because
lucky.
it's like, you know, like, and then they had to do it again because they had so many people writing in saying, oh, it's because you didn't do it right that it didn't take off or something. And I just thought, man, like, that just shouldn't even be being entertained.
Not
You
at
know what I
all.
mean? Like,
Right.
it's just,
That and
yeah.
the idea of a vacuum. Why didn't they have it in a vacuum too? There's supposed to be that in a vacuum.
Classic. Yeah, they're just, yeah. So many half-truths with these people.
So not only
I mean,
couldn't
some
they
of
get
the,
off the rotating thing, they couldn't even get off the rotating thing in the atmosphere with resistance to push off of. So they need, and they think they can do it in a vacuum with no. Come on. They're just showing how ridiculous the fucking model is. Every time they try to present their model, they're just showing how ridiculous it is because it's impossible to produce something that doesn't exist anywhere. It doesn't exist big. It doesn't exist small. It just doesn't exist.
There's always a good story, mate. Always a good story.
Yeah, and I don't know what the reference for evidence is with this fact bullshit. Like, we're like this is our problem. Like, what facts of what? Like, how it hasn't been presented. So why do you guys keep? How could you ever That's the false information. Stating a lot of things you can't present. That's the false, what the hell? It's our schools.
Yes, and detention awaits if you have questions.
Well, detention, ridicule, just, be quiet and stop asking questions. I'll fill you in later. I'll tell you everything you need to know. We have step 1, step 2, step 3 of science. Step 1, open your book. Step 2, listen to me. Step 3, I'll tell you the rest.
Step 4, I don't know.
Just be quiet and listen to me. Step 4. Refer back to rule 1. Open your book.
Copy and regurgitate.
Right. Where was the discussion about, depth and S&P weight? Like, how come the discussions we're having during a fucking flat earth debate didn't happen in school? You would think that the center of learning or education or the process where, they're supposed to like promote thought, that would be like the number one place to like have debates on thought, right? But no, wait till the kids in college and say something about some type of debate or higher educate after they've already been brainwashed with the stupid shit they've already been brainwashed with. Now they're only debating ignorance. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, look, I think there's that certain schools, not even certain schools, but certain curriculums will allow for good debate of certain topics. You know what I mean? Certainly not fucking flat Earth, but just certain topics. They'll get into it, and people can get very good at it. But then it still doesn't lead to them to taking that to questioning reality, because you're not allowed to.
Think about it. I mean, literally, like really, like a lot of TV shows, a lot of famous people, a lot of famous actors, people in the military, like really, like people with like, I mean, it can reach enough people, not somebody who just has 100,000 followers or 10,000 or maybe 500 people know about him. I'm talking somebody who can actually step out on the podium and say something. And a lot of people tomorrow, you might hear about it, at your work, right? These people have influences, and I think a lot of these people know a lot of shit, and every once in a while they'll say certain things. Not too much, but they'll say enough. Especially musicians, because it stays there. It's in the song. You know what I mean?
I think when we hear things like that, I think that's like how they sort of bargain with their contracts, because they know they've signed themselves over. But at the end of the day, if they want to renegotiate, they can just drop a little thing online or make some social statement, just enough for the people that they're negotiating with to go, fucking yeah, right, fucking we'll come to the party. That's all that is. Because you couldn't just stop at dropping one hint and then keep going on with your life. You'd have to keep doing it. You'd have to keep dropping it. And there's some people out there that do that. But not many. Nowhere near enough.
Well, what's the 33rd degree longitude and 33rd degree latitude?
Oh,
I
fucking
wonder.
66-degree tilt. 66.6, isn't it?
Well, I'm just saying, like 33 degrees this, 33 degrees this. Like, where does that like X marks the spot at? Like longitude and latitude, not just like one way. You know what I mean? Yeah, and I know the number equals 66, but I'm just saying, like on the map,
You looking for like an actual location? Hello?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, let me punch it in real fast, then I guess.
I didn't realise you were looking for coordinates. Yeah, all right.
Yeah. I mean,
on a plane or on a globe. Hang on, shit.
Look, I don't know, wherever it ends up, we'll see.
Let me see. Latitude 33.
So the ball model puts you, or sorry, the ball narrative puts you.
No, I mean it doesn't matter what map. It could be the flat. Well, I mean, I guess you could always assume every map is, like a distortion of the globe. But I'm just whatever. Point is, I'm just gonna do any old map. Okay, so on the site, let's see. I put 3333. The fuck? Where is it? Oh, okay. It's giving me somewhere in the ocean. It's like next to Africa. But it's wait, hold on. Did I do that right? Let me check it again. Maybe I
Bet you that's a secret spot, boy.
hold on. Okay, let me try another site. This one's not really doing a good job. Hold on. Maybe I just clicked there. Maybe that was an accident. Stupid site.
Not so secret anymore. Fuck, live on YouTube. Shit.
Let's ignore the background. All right, let me see.
People will be rushing to this location. I hope it's in South Australia somewhere. I'll go look.
Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay. Let's see. Let me zoom out. How do I zoom out?
Pinch, mate, pinch.
Let's see. Okay. Oh, here we go. Okay, so actually, so I lied, but it's still kind of close. It's somewhere somewhere like above like Africa. It's below Turkey. It's like a weird spot.
In the Mediterranean.
I guess that's where that would be. Maybe. Yeah,
Oh,
Mediterranean. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, yeah.
Indy.
So there you go. I don't know why that was.
In the Mediterranean.
Yeah. So yeah, below Turkey, above Africa, to the left of like.
Screenshot it. Put it in the chat.
Okay.
Well, I was just wondering, 33, 33rd degree, 33rd, I was wondering, where it would end up. Just thought about it.
Just over there, mate.
Just saying if it would have ended up in like Antarctica or like, I don't know, just some crazy part off the South or North Pole in the center or some crazy shit. I don't know.
Easter Island.
Yeah, I mean, something.
Yeah, above like Egypt. There we go.
My house.
Ooh, that would be freaky, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it?
If you're like, hold on, holy shit, man, that's my vehicle out front.
Yeah, start digging.
Start digging. You know what? I bet money that no matter where you're at on this planet, if you dig, you're gonna find something. Archaeological fucking gold, whatever. I don't know. You're gonna find bone, gold, a new race, a language, a tunnel, something. You'll find something. A certain mineral or material they don't want you to know about. A certain type of salt, a certain type of uranium, a certain type of platinum. You've told anything. I'm telling you, man. The thing that makes everything is compression under the dirt, depending on what material gets compressed and leaked under, and what fine quality and what amount. Just like baking a cake with the ingredients. So yeah.
So that's just below Cyprus.
Just below Cyprus Hill. Cypress Hill. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So
Insane in the
Mediterranean.
memory.
Crazy insane.
Insane in the brain.
Because I'm loco. Happy face ninja never seen me smile.
Tangent time.
We should have a song called Round Round.
Take it away.
We got to make it.
Yeah. You started off. Mel, quick, lay down a beat. Come on, Mel. Jeremy.
Rolling around on around with the round of rounds and around, rolling around through the town. Around and
There's a
around and
beatboxer
around.
when you need one. Eggshells. Come on, mate.
Hello.
What if eggshells beatboxed and it sounded like breaking eggshells?
Nice.
Who's
Oh,
ready
he's not even in here.
5D? Anyone?
Go on.
Are you ready to ascend to the 5D reality, the new Earth?
Aren't we in 5D?
Oh, we're in 3D.
Really?
We're going to ascend to 5D. So we're going to have open our third eye and have huge consciousness based in love.
I'm already at 5D, mate, then. If that's what that means.
You want to?
Love is one.
You're ready for it.
I think our taste buds, like what we can taste, is technically 5-dimensional if you think about it.
It's electrical. It's electrical.
Well, yeah, but
Don't you want to ascend yet?
Let me see. Hold on. Because we have like 5, I think, like base tastes in our, that we could taste, and all.
Don't believe that shit.
This is an offer you can't refuse, guys. A better life for everyone. Heaven on earth.
Wait, hold on. Wait, D-Mock, you don't believe in that?
I don't believe anything they put in the textbook, man. Pretty much about 80-90% of it I don't believe.
So I mean, this is kind of like, okay. So what about like primary colors?
Well,
I mean, this is essentially the same thing for your tongue. I mean, it's just the
well,
primary taste.
hold on. You say colors, and I say colorblind people. What type of primary colors are they working with?
Oh, that's true. Fair. I mean, they're only working with 2.
Listen, hold on. My main thing is, how percentages got the percentages all the way down the line. My thing is, I would say 100%, but I'm not going to do that because I have common sense. So I'll say 99% of the time, there's an exception to every rule.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's
So yeah.
Whatever.
So I mean,
Fun fact.
no. My point is the way that you think about the thought that you're trying to like perceive, like what the fuck the information is, it's all derived from who gave you the first source information most of the time. And if you stop and think like, hey, just forget all that garbage they taught me. Can I think about it from a different format? Would it make sense from this? Like if it can make sense 20 different other ways, why does it actually have to be that way just because somebody supposedly figured out supposedly that's the way it is? And if you said, can you present this and this and this to prove your fact or your idea, to like, further, tell us about it, they wouldn't be able to. And if they can't, then that's why I'm not going with it. Now, if they're like, okay, come here, Democ, I can do this, this, and this, and you'll know too, when I do this and you'll do this, and I'll be like, okay, I'm on board.
Okay. Well, it was just supposed to be a fun fact. I was gonna make like a funny thing because the guy came in saying 5D, like 5-dimensional.
Yeah.
So I was gonna say that tastes has
L5D.
has 5 like primary tastes, whatever. And so if you were to map out taste, you would need 5 dimensions to map it out. Which was what I was gonna say, but
Don't be ridiculous. It's just
what
a
about
range
sound?
of tastes. Everyone knows we've got a range of tastes. That's not what I'm talking about.
yeah, I was just never mind. I was making it.
Well, there's sound, there's thought, there's thought,
Like,
I'm talking about seeing out of your third eye. No eyes needed.
All right.
Well, that would be thought concepts. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
3D conceptualization of thoughts. Like, can you play chess in your head with a chessboard and remember the pieces and where they're at and like, visually play?
But hold on. Why would you need 5 dimensions for? I mean, you could have 4 dimensions with the third eye. You don't need 5 dimensions. Where's this 5th dimension coming from?
You need 5.
Why 5?
Pineal
concept, so you get 2 dimensions higher, which means
material
is less important.
Why do you need 2 dimensions more?
Inside you would be the
inside
you would be the fourth, right?
To account for all the energy nuances moving around.
You don't.
With different
I
realms.
think you can pull it off with 4 dimensions. I don't think you need 5. I think you're just throwing out a random number.
No, it means you can feel the extra planes of existence. Come on.
On there.
On
On there
board.
now.
I don't know.
You should feel it, guys.
Well,
It's
no, I
pretty
think
fucking
it's
Neil.
prediction.
Because
I
4
think
dimensions.
prediction
Why
would
are you
be.
such a 5D hater, Anna?
Seed
Hold
of the
on a
soul.
second.
Because 5D is
Come
OD.
on.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No,
I
it's
just
not. You
realized what I
got
said
thought.
there.
Hold on. You got thought, right? Which is like the concept of things that could happen, like in direct evidence with real stuff. And then you have prediction of things that haven't happened. That would be it.
You don't need hate in 5D.
No, you don't.
I
No,
can just
I mean,
feel you.
I don't
By
think you
looking
need
through my
5.
third eye, I can just feel what's going on.
I think 4D is more than enough, though. I mean, because you could have because
No,
4D.
no. Prediction. Being able to try to think about something that hasn't been in this D thing yet. That would be the one. That would be the next one. Thought
The
would
big
be
D.
thought would be
Big
4.
D, man.
The big D would be number 5. Yeah. Prediction.
Hammock's on board.
Yes, sir.
He gets it. How
That's
could he
right, baby.
not? Love it.
See, they've been trying to calcify our third eye for thousands of years. We need to fight back and decalcify it. Right.
They've been trying to do stuff with our brown eye too. They've been trying to probe us. Now they're trying to do stuff to our third eye. Those little eye,
Funny. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway.
little eye messers.
We need to
So you've
project.
got to decalcify.
Yeah, we need to project into 5D.
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
Be
What
in the
do you-
heart. We need to live in the heart.
Yeah, but if you decalcify too much, wouldn't you be breaking your own bones down to a certain extent?
I just mean decalcify the third eye, the bit that's in the middle of the brain.
Right, right. How would you do that without hurting yourself?
Well, lots of different exercises, brain exercises and physical exercises.
Yeah. Sudoku.
Ooh, Sudoku.
A bit like breaking out of the matrix, so you can use different techniques.
Oh, think outside the globe. I like it.
Yeah, that's one way to ascend to 5D. Thinking outside of the mainstream.
I mean, how dare they try to put calcium around our pineal glands?
Yeah, how dare they? It's a very good plan they came up with. But
What
how
is
dare
the
they?
pineal gland though? Like, what is really on the inside of that design of that thing that they show you that just looks like a little circle C?
We don't know, but that's what we have to find out. It's called
Is
the
that the
seat of the
first?
soul, the seat of the soul.
Is that the first little piece from the sperm, like with the tail? That, like, I mean, what is it?
It's an eye right in the middle of your head.
Right, right. But a tumor can grow an eye too, and teeth.
I mean, eye as in it takes in information.
This is fucking stupid. This convo. What is going
Not
on?
a tumor. No, it's
Takes in
not
information.
stupid. It's the next logical step for humanity, Anna.
So it's a transmitter or trans.
Based off of why you got it spouting.
So it's got to be a
Well,
transmitter or
nonsense.
transceiver.
Listen, Anna, when you've sat on a fancy $1 million couch and then you've had a poo on a gold toilet, then you're going to go, now what? And that's where 5D kicks in.
Oh, well, I mean, I guess when you put it that way, that's kind of, I don't know. I feel like there's other places you can kind of shit, Like, what if I was to, what if every time I took a shit, like, I was flown to, like, a mountain or something, and I was shitting on top of the world? I feel like that's the next step, then maybe 5D. I feel like there's a few more steps,
That is 5D. Shitting wherever you want. But no, you don't offend anybody. You just have the astral shit on a mountain. That is 5D.
Astral shit. Taking a shit in another dimension, so you don't gotta bother anyone with it.
Yeah. That's part of 5D ascension.
I feel like it's a misuse of the dimensions.
Yeah, but where did the idea of the pineal gland come from? Did it come from our grandma saying, "Hey, baby, this is a secret, honey. Let me tell you something. Come here. Don't tell nobody about this." Or did we get it from the mains? I mean, I don't trust it.
It's part of our body. Egyptians and people before them cut it open, cut our brains open, and found this shape inside us, and it
Yeah.
looked like an eye. And before they did that, we
Oh,
already felt like we existed in that spot behind the eyes, in the middle of our brain. That's where
How
we
many
feel.
Egyptians did
That's
they
where our
open?
consciousness is.
I wonder how many
They really
Egyptians were open before, like, all of them agreed that, like that's weird to me. Like, way back in the day, before they had the ability to send out flyers and pictures and everything, they were like, I don't get it.
Yeah.
Jesus knew about this.
Well, I mean, if me and you're sitting there and it's the 00s and we don't have any pictures or anything, and we're the first ones, we cut this guy open, and we're
Yeah.
sitting here like mass murderers because we're cutting people open to look inside their head, and then, like, what do we do? Like,
No, it's not that. Think 2,000 years after that point, and there's high priests. Me and you are high priests, and we think we know about Earth and heaven and humans.
well, I don't think we know anything more. I don't think we know anything.
Yeah,
Whatever
let's
we
just
make up.
imagine that me and you have had successful families and farms, and we've learnt, and we've then had time to sit by the fire and think. And we've both gone, oop, boop, 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 boop. We understand each other.
Right, we'd have our
We've
visual
explained to each
concept.
other. I feel
Right.
like I exist behind my eyes inside this body.
Well, that would just be a visual concept of the thought of that person for whatever he
Yeah,
thinks,
but
for whatever
can you
reason.
agree with me now that you exist just behind your eyes as a consciousness inside your head?
I don't know.
So I'm just reading. It looks like
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Who
from-
got him to believe this shit?
Well, think about it now for me.
I
there's a
am.
narrative here I'm reading where it
Where do you
picks
exist?
up ultraviolet light.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
You're not thinking from your toe, are you? You're not in
Well,
your
I'm my
foot.
whole
thinking.
body. Well, no, hold on. I'm my whole body. I mean,
Are you?
you can have
I am
half
all
your
of me.
brain.
I could cut both your legs off, and you'd still be thinking like them.
Well, maybe somebody could cut their pineal gland out and keep still thinking.
Well, that's what's up for debate.
So where are you when
Controls
you're
our circadian rhythm a bit.
well, where are you when you're astral shitting?
Wherever you want, that's the point.
5D.
Just saying, has anyone? No, listen, seriously. Has anyone ever had a brain accident to where that portion has been taken and they still function?
Yes, Emma, there's
Yes.
science behind this. Over time, it's given us stuff, and it's made our pineal gland slowly more and more solid. And things like DMT push through that solidity and make us have weird experiences.
Yeah, but who's deciphering that information from whose idea of did that come? Like, somebody sat down and said, "Okay, I'm looking at this piece of flesh, and I think it does this or this." Like, where, like when you're looking at a right side of meat and a left side of meat or a fat cell. But listen,
Imagine ancient crazy scientists. That's who did it.
But here's a good thing though, like with the modern
oh my
technology,
God, they went crazy. They believed in dragons and shit. So I mean, come on.
Yeah,
like with an MRI.
And you agree the brain is where consciousness exists, and maybe there's a special part inside the middle of the brain. Something like, come on, it's simple.
It regulates the
No,
circadian rhythm, which they definitely want to fuck with. So there you
Say
go.
like when people do scans of your brain, can't they test to see when it's active and what makes it active? Because normally, apparently, when you're asleep.
God, can you hear me or not? It's ultraviolet light that activates it.
I thought it was darkness.
Well, it's probably the liquid or the chloroform or the plasma in your blood too. Your ball sack activates like that too. What does that mean?
So ultraviolet light activates your ball sack. Crazy.
No, what I'm saying
Does
is
it glow
you're
white?
going to get a blood reading. You're still going to get a pump. You're still going to get that same kind of idea of the image of what you think you're getting from the brain. A flow.
Wow, I didn't know about that. Crazy.
Yeah, you're going to get a flow from your heart, from your toe, from your hand, from your foot, from your butt, from your chest, from your lungs. So, like, what are we looking at? Like, what really, I mean, in the brain, what did they look at and say?
Demo, I'm not trying to reduce us as people down to this one tiny little blob inside the brain. I'm just saying it's important. We need to open it and look into it.
I know. I'm just trying to discuss with you, like, what the fuck? Where did who first came up with the idea that like this portion of the brain is the right portion, this is the left portion, it's not the whole thing as a whole. This is this. Okay, I mean, like, how do they know? Like, really, did they
Yeah,
cut that?
Well,
chopping
say
people up.
say
No,
yeah, say if
Yeah,
it
and
wasn't morbid,
scares and
Cam, like
images and all sorts.
I'm
like
wondering if
you
they
know,
didn't take the gland out and use it for something and hook it up to a machine or a computer itself and do something
yeah.
They
with it.
hooked up to a cockroach and they steered a cockroach around the office with it, and they all fucking laughed.
Well,
That's
that's
what they did.
electrical continuity. Couldn't they do that with us?
Definitely.
Exactly. So how are we different from a cockroach? I mean, where's our complicated? I mean,
Well, we've got bones for a start.
we've got what?
Bones.
Bones?
Bones?
Bones.
Oh, does that have any? What can you do with the bone if somebody puts an electrical strap on your head and tells you what to do with them?
Make a xylophone.
I'm just saying though, how complex are we?
I mean,
If it's all just a little bit of electrical continuity can take us over just like a computer.
to get people on board on this, flat earthers need to get woke on the third eye.
Is there really a third eye? I mean,
Yes.
We are
We
woke.
need solipsist monkey demo, but we need some people would need to look into this so they can develop a
well, I know
consciousness.
that's what I'm saying. Like, what
You
is
definitely
it? Is it
develop,
like?
your brain in general.
So, do you think it's the main control center, like a little spaceship, and like you're the little guy in there, like you
Like them up.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, I think the whole brain's involved, and the stomach, and everything else, the heart, the blood, like you just said. But this part of the brain may be linked to spiritual information or being awareness, certain type of awareness.
What if it's for
Circadian
confusion?
rhythm.
What if it's meant for confusion? What if it takes information and then strobes it to you just in the format of deciphering, so you as a human can like, keep on going with like more information and like learn new shit, but it's just like chaotic and it doesn't really have. It's just the format of reality of nature. You're
Damn.
getting like the fucking a chaos pattern.
It's calcified. You don't sleep properly. Your sleep patterns are all fucked because your circadian rhythm's all fucked because you're not seeing the ultraviolet light properly. That's what it does.
Well, have you guys ever just like focused on your brain, like say the front lobes or like the back of it?
I tried to. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Or
Focus in the center of your brain. Like you can
No, I
actually
haven't.
focus your attention into your brain. It's interesting. You feel different parts of it, and maybe if you knew where the pineal gland was, you could sort of go, "Oi."
Is
and
our
get it
brain
strong.
really divided? Do we really have a divided brain? Is it really not the whole thing is itself, or is it really two pieces? Is it three pieces now? I mean, I'm saying like, do we really only
Different
use
compartments.
90%? Do we use only 10%? Like, do you believe that?
Not really.
No.
No, I don't either.
I
So
feel
I'm
like
saying when they tell you third eye, I understand what you guys are saying, and you're probably on more of a better point from my standpoint, the way I think, than the scientists or the doctors who told you about the idea of the third eye.
yeah, you
You
guys
see
are
what I'm saying?
really.
You're thinking about it in a more spiritual way. The scientists and the doctors who cut you open are thinking about it a different way.
Yeah, but originally the scientists and the doctors were spiritualists, the same people.
Yeah,
Same
yeah, I
people.
know that.
They're our friends.
But like in the book today, if you look up pineal gland or something, it'll have like a certain format or a set information on it. And back in the day, it would have been a little different from the high priest or the high form of your information and knowledge where it came from. So I'm just saying, like, who's right at the end of the day?
Would you
The
do
guys
some?
who don't believe in religion or
I bet
spirituality,
they did the opposite
robot?
back in the day. Rather than calcify it, they probably would have helped us open it.
Yeah. Would you
It
take
was just
DMT
already
demo?
open. It's
Open it
naturally
more.
open.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying, though, like,
Mind
to
you, it's
me,
probably closed from birth now.
what
But,
if,
you know,
Some people put holes in their heads. Sorry.
I mean, the inversion. I just always think about the inversion of information. Like, what, you know,
Of course, demo. Yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
this
It's
is
just not
the
everything.
inversion. The normal information demo is you can only use your eyes, and then your brain is just a mush that acts from its environment. But we're telling you there's a deeper, secret thing inside that you can grow to work and become a superhero.
Well, that secret thing might be the thing that links you to electrical continuity for the transmission. Like maybe the right side and left side are magnetic and they're pulling reception, and it's supposed to be focusing it to the center point, like a transmitter or a receiver, right? Or a decipher of the information, like a hard drive or a RAM. And like maybe they're doing like weird shit with the frequencies around us, and now we can't communicate through thought and pick up on thought frequency or frequency of animals or trees or just nature like we used to be able to.
Yeah,
Or the
I think that's
sun.
where we have to bring it back to life.
And grounding has something to do with that because it's the actual flow of the electricity. The electrical continuity has to have a flow.
Do you think the sun's important?
Definitely.
Right, so if we can't perceive ultraviolet light through the pineal gland,
Oh,
The sun and the moon are in 4D, and the stars are in 5D.
If we can live underground
Sorry.
without seeing the sun or moon, then you know what I mean, that's a whole new. I
We're
don't
in
know.
3D. Sun and the moon are in
It
4D.
fucks you up.
We're in
If you live
stars
under
are
the
in
ground
5D.
without the sun, it fucks you
What
up.
about crystals? What type of light can they emit? You know, underground, crystals light
Different
up.
layers.
So, like, can we get the same type of effect underground with a crystal? Like, does it put off a gamma ray, an X-ray,
You need a
An
crystal
onion's
detector.
got layers.
the purple rays you're talking about, the light rays, the fucking ultraviolets?
I'm not
Like,
sure
what
if
would
a
you hook
crystal can put out ultraviolet. Not sure, mate.
What if you hook it
I'm
up to an
wondering.
electric circuit? Electric things. The crystal.
So, what's going on
Would
with
it
a
light
leaf?
up?
A leaf, a human, a tree, a crystal. So you have a growing rock, a growing human, a growing, like, you've got frogs, tree, like all this. It's pretty cool, man. It's crazy.
You're off
It's just
tap.
crazy.
You're off your head.
Genuine.
There's lots of ways
These-
to open your
it's
third
always
eye.
like that.
I could look some up. I've seen one already, sun gazing.
I'll do that. I have done that.
And I've just seen a
Well,
meme.
it's
So
fucking-
if anyone's not seen the meme, it says 3,500 years ago, Egyptians already knew about this.
Mm-hmm. This sounds funny, but I've asked the sun questions and then just sun gazed into it for a couple of minutes sometimes, like in the afternoon. And then you'll go away, and when you look away, you see like auras of and sometimes you get information. Talk to the sun. I can see why people worshipped it.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Well, I can see why they worship it, because at night it's cold and chilly, and they're like, "Oh man, this sucks. I can't really do nothing. It's sucky." And
You
then
can't
in the
look at it
morning,
in the full light, like it'll burn your eyes. But if you look in when
right?
it's
That's
sort
why
of
they told you couldn't look
sunrise,
directly.
yeah, and sunset, it's just sort
Yeah,
of
they were
that.
talking about the sun. They were like, you can't
Mhm.
look God directly in the sun. It'll fuck up your eyes bad. It'll burn. It'll like mess. Like you can't just stare into whatever God
Yeah,
sun.
yeah.
Demo, stop clipping, bro. Stop clipping, Demo.
2 more ways.
Stop what?
You just cut Merle off twice for no reason. It's not even a heated discussion. Calm down, bro.
Meditation, chanting. This is 2
Holy
more
shit!
ways.
I didn't know.
Use
Merle, sorry about
crystals.
that.
You're all right. No worries.
I figured
Yes,
Merle
sir.
was
Hang on. Let me clarify that. It's not about Merle. It's about the audience, man. And as you were trying to address Merle, and as you're clipping me, as you were trying to address Merle, Don was talking and you were clipping him.
Also, you
Like
mean
a
if I was
bad
addressing
habit.
somebody and somebody else talked over me and then they talked over them too? And
Dude,
then
we're just giving a suggestion. Don't take it to heart. It's not life or death.
no, I'm
It's
trying to
just
figure
that
out what you were saying.
it's just that every time someone talks, including me, you clip them for whatever reason. I don't know if you're lagging or if it's just a bad habit. Just pay attention.
I don't know when you guys are done talking because all you stop and stutter step. Fucking figure
Yeah,
out how to talk in a
yeah,
direct.
you're blaming it on me. See how I knew you wasn't done? How I clipped you?
I don't know
So
what you know.
I'm obviously
Predictor of
smart enough to
sentences.
figure it out.
I don't
You
know.
figure it out.
Predictor.
You're obviously
Great
smarter
predictor.
than me, so you can
Obviously,
figure it out, right? When
pretty
someone's
sure you
done
got lotto
talking,
numbers
you're
for us.
so smart. You know everything, but you
So
don't know
much
when
of a
someone's done
predictor.
talking. I'll tell
You
you when I'm
predict
done
when
talking.
someone
They
talks
usually go
over
on
you.
mute. Can you figure that out?
Figure out when you're done talking yourself.
Yes, I know when I'm done talking, I go on mute. Are you smart enough to figure out when Merlin, Dawn, me, and Jeremy are done talking?
Not at all. When you guys
I
stutter
didn't
step
think you
like,
were.
"Hey, all right," and then you keep going after you pause. That's kind of fucking retarded.
Are you sure that's what Merlin was doing? Are you sure you're calling Merlin and Dawn retarded?
There's no stars, Buggy. They're all gone. You
No,
could have circles
talking
with
and
You
then
one.
got to be
Okay, you
so
could have hot dog
confrontational
and
because that's
circle.
who you are. That's fine.
you're
I'm
talking
fine with
all
you being who you
you're
are, but
talking
just
Okay,
stop.
bullshit
but not
right
now.
now.
We got to vacuum
You're
and clean
stepping on
up
Jerry
and brush
right now.
teeth and get changed.
So what was it?
Okay,
What was it we were talking about again? Sun gazing. There we
what do
are.
you think about
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
We so rudely
It's
got talked over and interrupted by some people. Damn, sun gazing.
But what were you about to say anyway, Dawn?
I just said some more ways so you can do chanting or meditation. This helps open your third eye. Or crystals. I
Or
think that's
raising the chrism?
crystals might be a bit of a new age pseudoscience way.
Yeah, like raising the chrism.
Some people believe in crystals, frequencies. You hold the amethyst, sapphire, tourmaline, rhodonite, or sodalite on your third eye for 15 to 30 minutes. And it'll take away bad energies. It will balance what it's touching, the area around what it's
You hold it on your third eye.
Yeah.
You got peanut butter later, okay? Not now. You already ate, remember? And you said you didn't want any more bagel. Remember that? You got to eat when you're given food, okay?
You're hot micing, brother. The food giver.
Food giver.
Oh, I'm
Bagel
sorry,
boy.
guys. I didn't even realize.
No problem.
it's
We just
good.
don't want it to
Good.
get you in trouble.
Well, I don't know if you've read this website, but two of them you got bang on. Looking towards the sun, like a sunrise or sunset, looking towards the sun, and gazing up towards your third eye. So you look upwards inside your own head. You sort of said
Yeah,
something similar.
it's like this tunnel. You see this tunnel, and then you get the warmth of the light, and you just bask in it. Like you just let it just radiate through your head.
Are you done, Merle?
Feels really good. Feels really good.
God damn, Mark. Fucking hell.
I want to know, man. Is that all right? Are you done?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm fine with them. I
Clear.
just get
You're
used to
done?
it.
10-4.
10-4 over. Good buddy. All right. So you think you're projecting the sun from your eyeballs outward? I'm done. Go
No.
ahead. Over. Over.
No.
Are you
But
finished?
that'd be cool. I'm finished.
Thank you. Yeah, that would be cool. So, I mean, how can you project like looking out to something and say that's inside or outside or together or equivalent them together? Over. I'm done.
Mark, let me explain it once again. You look at the sun, and because it's hot and it's bright, that goes through your eyes, and then you feel that in your brain.
And it feels good, no doubt.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Don, wouldn't we try and figure out what it would be like without the sun to tell us what it's given us? Like take away the sun to figure out what it's actually doing.
Well, yeah, it doesn't. We know
Circadian
some
rhythm.
around melanin, don't we? Decreases and stuff if you don't get enough sun.
I suggested that over.
Fun.
I was. Oh, sorry. Somebody else talking.
it's unbelievable.
Was that you don't know what you got till it's gone?
Yeah, exactly. You might not know exactly what you have until you're having to do without it.
Yeah, right. So stay underground for a week. That's a test, and you can measure your own
Or
health.
or you can go to the North Pole. You could do that. 6 months of darkness.
Yeah.
That'd be
Get
awesome.
used to it. You can live. You can get the moon. You can get some sunlight from the moonlight, can't you?
I'd like to go to the North Pole. I'd like to go to the North Pole a lot.
But
So
maybe you're
hard.
still getting some of the effects of the sun, even though you don't see it, right? So I'm talking about, think about taking it away altogether to figure out what it's doing.
How would you get? What makes you say that though?
No, just thought process.
That's what I'm saying, Ricky. Imagine staying underground where there's no sun, and you turn
Yeah.
into like a rat man.
Yeah,
like in the
there
movies.
you go. Now
Done
you're
it.
now
They've
you're
done stuff
now
like
you're
that for
talking.
30 days, and the people come out all fucked up.
Check.
Those vampires.
China. Working in the cities in China, the buildings over.
Yeah, would our eyesight adjust? Would our skin and temperature control adjust if we did without the sun for years and years and years?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think we'd be as healthy and as vibrant, but I think we'd survive.
Most people know living and being healthy. I'm taking it a bit further and saying it can awaken you and spiritually make you more aware if you know how to take it in the right sort of ritual way.
Well, what kind of attributes could you open up? If, like what we're saying, if you went underground and didn't have, and you had to not use the sun, could you what would you look like? Or would you, you know what I mean? Like for like a long time, like if
I
you
believe you'd turn into some type of rat vampire.
Bowl people. You be the bowl people, mate. That's it.
Wouldn't your skin go really white? Your
Pink
eyes would
eyes.
shut off and you'd stop being able to see.
But you'd have lights and stuff.
Privilege.
Like there's underground bunkers like that are quite nice.
Yeah, of course you've got artificial light. Even White's word when he said that ultra V is the important bit. That's a good point.
Glowing mushrooms.
But you can fake that now. Humans have got fake ultra V as well.
Yeah. Just simulate this
All the
somehow.
good growers know that.
Just got to keep them glowing mushrooms around.
Yeah. You want those juicy buds, not those pathetic buds.
The glowing worms?
Mushrooms.
No, there's worms that glow too underground.
Mushrooms.
Yeah, man.
Crystals. Sorry, I don't want to talk over you.
Yeah, mushrooms like the dark, right?
Yeah, but then you pump them with UV and that gets the vitamin D level right up in them. And then they're really good for you.
Mushies.
What do we have? Lightning bugs in nature, mushrooms, crystals, worms, fish. What else glows in the dark? Like some plants might. I don't know.
Squid, electric eels.
Yeah, I said
all
fish.
types of deep
Algae.
water fish that use electricity to seem to produce light or
No one said
bioluminosity.
Yeah,
We
that
have a
shit's awesome.
we have a saying when we deep drop, which is like dropping down like 800 feet where it's really dark to catch fish. No light, no bite, because everything they eat they see as a light, and they
A
feel the
reflecting,
pulse.
the electrical continuity and the reflectant. Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, my bad. It's so boring here in England because we don't have any of those. No glowing nothing. It's just not fair.
Are you sure?
Well, I don't know. I've never seen any in my lifetime, but yeah.
No lightning bug. No. I mean, nothing.
Not that I know of.
Yes, you have. You've got
Right.
like, I think it's in, where is it? Might be in Wales. No, it's in
Get out
Cornwall.
of there! Get out of there quick!
I'd like to say these
No,
methods
it's a
I've
glowing
said so
tree.
far are not the
It's a
best
tree.
methods. They're the new age weak methods that the Google lets you find. So there is more secret occult methods for opening a third eye.
Can you lick it
But
with your
Google won't
tongue?
let you find that easily.
Can you get your tongue up there and give it a lick?
What?
Haven't you guys heard of that? No, there's a gland, and I reckon it's your pineal gland, that you can massage with your tongue.
Yeah, the roof of your mouth.
No. You go further back and you slip it up, and there's a gland you can massage back there, and you fucking trip out hardcore. You don't know about that?
No.
You mean when you die?
Okay. No. No. Get the Google fingers out, boys and girls. Gland that you massage with your tongue, and it's
You
your
can
own
Google it,
gland,
you
people.
know
It's
that.
your own gland.
It reminds me.
not someone else's gland.
It reminds me of somebody choking on food or something, like, or they swallow their tongue. You know what I mean? Like that's what
Yeah.
it reminds
Yep.
me of when you say it.
You do. You sort of got to swallow it, but then go up with it, not down, and you poke it up, and
That's how
it
you get
goes back
glandular
up there.
fever.
Doesn't
And you
sound
fucking
good.
you give it a good licking and massage, and after about 15 minutes, you're just off tap.
15 minutes, you're probably gonna be dead.
Oh, you're not
How to
joking.
deep throat
Did
your
you
own third eye.
give it a rub? That's true, isn't it, Dawn? You know about it.
No, I don't know about it. It sounds half legit and half perverted.
I've seen people swallow their tongue when they've had epileptic seizures, and it doesn't seem like they're having any fun at all.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know.
That's
they could
not
be having a
voluntary,
whale
though.
Well, I know you got to put something in there to keep them from, doing it, from swallowing it. You got to put a spoon or something in there, not your fingers, because they'll bite the hell out of you.
Guys, why don't you Google it, because it's something that you can do. The Indians are onto it.
Well, it just sounds like some
they do
goofy
know
thing
about
that
shit
happened.
like that. It does sound like one of those weird Indian moves.
Yeah, they fucking sit there and they lick their gland and they fucking trip out.
That's
How
weird.
did like that mum lady get her powers?
What?
Who?
You know, mum.
Oh. I don't know how she woke up, honestly.
Mom, what kind of powers does she have?
I don't know. She said she was God.
She took a lot
Not
of
my mum.
supplements, didn't she?
Whoa.
Supplements, alcohol, and basically she was just thinking a lot.
Oh, hey, Mum.
Yeah, because she was the one who was talking about it, like 5D, and that we need to ascend. And
Oh, that lady wants to be in virtual reality. That's what she's talking about.
yeah,
Sounds like she wants an orgy.
Well, virtual reality would be a 5D to a scientist, too. So think about that, too. Don't forget about that shit.
To be uploaded with something.
Well, yeah, while your body...
It's a bit like that. Imagine like VR heaven. That's what they want to like invoke onto Earth.
Right, exactly. Why do some of these yogis or these gurus like need 2 watches that are Rolexes? Why do you wear 2 of them?
Hey, when you're licking your gland every night, you probably need fucking 2 to keep you on track of shit.
So this is another way. I'm sure you've heard of it. You hum for 30 minutes. You experiment with your own voice, and let it vibrate through you as a circuit.
What if they? Sorry, what if they vibrate with their tongue through their pineal gland, like hung?
Yeah, but you got to
No,
do it for
apparently you
half
just
an
got to lick
hour.
it. You just got to treat it like a little clit, you know? Just give it the little gentle little flicks.
Holy
And
shit!
fucking off you go. Flick that little bean.
I can tell you flat earthers are not ready to ascend.
I'm ascended, mate.
You're just trying to joke it off.
No, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Google it. You can lick your little bean and get off.
Google is 5D.
How are we supposed to ascend when adults talk like children?
I don't know what
Jeez,
he's
Dawn.
talking about, but I'm just saying to a scientist, being, here in reality and being able to put a headset on and being in a different reality from reality, a virtual reality is 5D, 6D. I mean, that's it.
No, see, now you're just jumping dimensions. You don't even know what you're talking about.
No, I do know what I'm talking about. To science,
Where the fuck are you getting
another
6D from?
Hold on a second, man. To science, it wouldn't necessarily be time in reality like that. It'd be you putting on something and living in a whole different reality while you're sitting here with me. Your brain and your eyeballs and your mind would be in virtual world. Flying a jet or having fun or taking a crap on the virtual toilet. So that would be another dimension, not in real reality, but in scientific reality. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Would you really waste your virtual time on a virtual toilet, having a virtual dump? Or would you get on with other shit?
Well, if they paid you credits, you never know.
I suppose, yeah.
Oh my god.
I got a trophy.
Golden toilet too, probably. Pay more for the golden virtual toilet.
It was just an example.
I like the NFT fucking craze, mate. Like the whole virtual art shit, Check out my virtual fucking gallery with all my fucking art.
Well, that's going to be the next discovery: how to virtually shit while you're online in virtual world. How you're going to be able to poop in the real world? You're just going to be
Yeah,
in
but you
virtual
need to be
world.
You need to be able to turn around and smell it and have a look at it and make sure it's a healthy shit, though. How do you do that virtually?
A 3D outhouse. They're gonna give you an outhouse that you're gonna get in, put the goggles on, and the outhouse is gonna move and have a floor that your legs are gonna have a little rotate.
Oh, hang on. Maybe that's the fifth dimension. It's the virtual smell. Interesting.
Yeah,
Virtual
sound.
suction, virtual smell.
No, it's like this, but better. It's still physical. It's just a higher plane.
Yeah.
Well,
Two levels up.
Think about virtual sound. That's just what we do anyway with speakers. So virtual smell
How
would be.
would you know?
They don't even get it, do they?
No.
Okay, but Dawn and Mel, how would you know that, for just an example, that I'm not already there? If you guys personally haven't ascended, how would you know that I'm not already there?
Well, what's it like?
You're not running
No, but
a free. You're not doing the actions.
okay, Dawn. There's obviously a book about something where it says, here's what someone does when they're on the fucking fifth
when they're in
dimension,
5D.
when they've ascended. Yeah.
If
sorry.
you
I
were
I'm
there,
already
yeah, you'd be the one who would have brought it up. But it's us bringing it up.
Really? Well,
See?
no, because once you're there, you're there. I don't think you know you're there when you're there, but you could be there and no one else could tell you that
If
you're
you
not.
were there, you'd know that we're on the precipice of getting everyone there, and you need to speak up.
How do you know?
What happened? Well, did you start
How
to?
do you know
What
you're
happened
not
when you
there?
started to? Well, I'm ascending I haven't ascended.
How do you know?
Yeah.
Mel.
You could have a feeding tube and a butt tube in you right now, Merle, giving you your air and taking your poop, and you be thinking you're walking around and this thing's in liquid, free liquid, and you're moving around in this little liquid capsule, and you think you're doing everything in reality, and you feel pressures around you, temperatures, and it's just all electrical. That'd be crazy, right?
Right.
So true, though. So true. How could you tell?
You wouldn't be able to at all.
The island. Welcome to the island. Just waiting for that lottery. Just want to win the lottery. I'm going to the island.
How can you tell everything that you experience isn't just internally experienced through your own reality and not? I mean, how could you figure that out?
It's not that I'm dissatisfied with Earth 3D. I just have this sense, like, I won't say I know, but I almost feel like I do, that there's this better place. That it's not like this in any way. This is like a level in a game to me at the moment.
Might be situationally like that. But like, I mean, like for all of us together right now in this thing, how do we know? Like, how could we tell? Like, if we had all the things appropriate mechanisms at our disposal to try to figure, what would we do to try to figure out?
We have to agree, Damok, that we share certain parts of reality, and it exists for both of us. Although otherwise, you can't tell at all.
Well, that's true, because if you patent something or make a helicopter, I can ride in it if I reproduce it, or you come over with it. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, we all live in the same type of reality that's separated individually, but at the same time, it's a joint reality. So yeah. But like, how would you be able to tell, like, whether you're not in like a construct? Like, how would we know we're not in some type of eggshell connected? How would we know?
No. I want to.
There's a few
One
ideas.
of my ideas was to open the third eye. That's how we would tell.
There's a few ideas I had about contacting a creator or whoever's running the show here. I feel like there's certain things humanity can do as a whole. We'd all have to be in it on the same page, though. Like we
go
could,
for it. Tell me.
we could threaten them with mass suicide, and then your whole simulation's over. We could also.
They'd call our bluff.
We could. They could call our bluff. It'd probably be nothing to them too to call our bluff, but we could build. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if we don't die, that's no big deal, right?
Yeah, we could still do it.
I don't want us to die though. Like, I'm glad we're all here together.
Like,
let's do our best while we're here.
That almost comes up with, the cults, Heaven's Gate and Jonestown, and religious suicide.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Hunger Games.
That'd be like the last one you'd want to do, obviously. Another one you could do is you could build a giant structure with like a message in it or something, and just nobody do anything. Once we build the structure, build it. Have it say,
strike.
Have it like say something. Yeah, I don't know. There's not many ways though where you could get the create. I don't know.
I think this is a good point where maybe we could try, but I don't think all humans would do it. But yeah, we have to reach out.
What else could you do though?
We all be able to pray.
We individually wake
Shouldn't
up,
that work?
get on the same page, and that's how the universe notices that we're ready to change.
Here's a good question. If you gave a robot a brain and didn't, like, from like a new brain, a baby brain, right? Not being goofy, and on a game, basically. You're on a virtual reality game. You give this little robot a baby brain. Everything on this game simulates reality. And how would this brain know it's a new robot or not? Like, how would it know that its reality has been fed to it, to the robot body through electrical continuity, or would it be able to tell? Like, how would it do that?
Well, if the robot had ascended to the fifth dimension, it would probably just know, wouldn't it? Well, hang on. The robots ascend.
Well, no, it's a baby. It starts out as a baby, like it has to be learned how to walk, talk, all this stuff, and it just knows everything it knows from what it is. Would you be able to tell it, it's not in reality, it's a robot, and it's only run through electrical continuity, and it's been sitting in a chair its
Yeah,
whole
there's
life?
a test for that, the Turing test. We interview it, and if it doesn't respond like a human, we can tell it's a robot. I like to think I do that with some of the chat trolls, and they fail, and that's why I call them bots.
Well, if it had a human brain, it might interact with you like a human.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have to do a big, long interview for ages. There's obviously films about it where even when you interview them, they can get past it and trick you if it's a good robot.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. But I'm saying, like, how, what could we do as a humanity to, like, actually figure out whether we're all not stuck in a fucking egg gel, just receiving electrical
The
continuity?
big team needs to go to the edge or the south. It needs to happen.
It's interesting though, because before I met all you guys in 2009, I went to the Amazon and I had a vision there of that exact thing, that the whole Earth comes together.
That's generally what happens in those visions in the Amazon, mate.
Technically, it can happen. It's a hard thing to make happen.
It's like an inevitability almost.
The elites are trying, but they're using force to try.
Yeah,
Seems
I think that's what CERN and all these
different
big
methods.
machines are about. Sorry.
That's all right.
I think they're just big actual brain machines, and they call them different stuff, and they tell you they're doing different weird stuff. That's not what they're doing. They're trying to recreate the right side, the left side, the pineal gland on like a big scale. You know how they got in the desert? I'll be done real quick. In the desert, they have like supposedly they set up the universe or whatever, like all the planets and stuff, the solar system, like to a certain scale or extent. I think that's what they're doing underground with the brain. They're trying to mimic what the brain is. Fat side, right lobe, left lobe, everything, but a big scale underground.
I mean, not just AI, but bio machines, robots that mimic the brain. Yeah, they're trying to copy humans. That's a mystic thing, what they're trying to do for thousands of years. They used to just dream about doing it out of clay.
Right, a golem, right. But I'm saying they're doing it with buildings too. Like when we go to a county, but like all this structure of like a grid of a computer pattern, I think what they're doing underground is trying to make a big brain like function. Like so, the little people like us, we go inside. It's
Big brain.
Like a huge brain. Yes.
An AI server.
Yes, sir.
Internet server. It's similar to that.
Yep, with the little pineal gland, you can go walk inside everything. Like you can go.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man.
I don't think that's that far out.
I do.
They're
I
weird
know.
people, and they've got lots of money.
I think they.
Well, that's the way. Yeah. Here you go,
Go ahead,
Jazz.
Merle. I was going to
No,
say,
I wanna hear what you-
I personally think that Google has invented artificial general intelligence already, like the real kind of AI, because they're just doing what AI would do. They're gathering information, all the information, and AI would know that and want all the information, not just a little bit of it.
I think there's a few types already, but Google and Facebook and they're all using similar types so far.
Isn't that what started all the spy networks of ever be like just wanting the information and wanting to know like certain like? Isn't that weird though?
Well, I mean, that's how you could do it in a way, because it's all compartmentalized. But if everyone's TV and internet switched off, and then when it came back on, there was just one channel, and it was like the Illuminati, and the pyramid, and the eye comes on, and like static, and then boom, like it would all be revealed. That would be so intense.
What if all TVs,
Scary,
all
bro.
the
My bad, Denmark. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, what if all TVs, radios, and things that are electrical have the double duty of receiving and transmitting, and they've always been recording ever since day one?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
They've
well,
been
of course.
recording everything.
What you just predicted, Mel, is pretty much happening now. When you think about it, the world's media was pretty much all taken over as soon as the thing was declared a pandemic. So
I've always felt like even when you're alone in a room with no electronics or nothing, I've always felt like somebody could see me. I don't know if it's the creator or what, but I don't know. I've always had feelings about like being watched when I'm like totally alone in a room.
That's your grandma, mate. Be careful what you're doing.
It could be dead people. Yeah, you know what I mean? It could be dead people, the creator, aliens. I don't know. Whatever.
Just pretend it's your grandma. And then you'll be really careful what you do. Your grandma can fucking see you, so, you know, shit. Racking up lines of coke. Oh, fuck, grandma's watching. Alright, fucking alright, grandma. I'll put it away.
I reckon they'd like us. Or if any of the people in charge checked out us and listened to our conversations, like, I reckon they would have been like good on them. You know, look at them go. They're trying to figure it out.
They're probably listening to us right now. Like, wow, these guys are way off.
Yeah.
But at least we're free thinkers. Fuck
Send
it.
2 globe nerds in to slow them down.
Or we're on track. Send the Glovers in to slow them down. Yeah.
So what's pushing the idea of like the idea of somebody saying, man, I want to talk to Bill across the world. I want to be able to know where this car is, that car is, this thing is. I want to be able to like communicate with you via Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. I want to be in your head. I want the ultimate lie detector test for every human. Like, where does this stuff like? What's pushing this shit? Like in the beginning, like what? It can't just be a dream of a little kid. You know what I mean?
Pharaonic ideology. People that want to stay king.
Right. Yeah.
But
How'd they get in charge?
I'm telling you right now, it's a guy called Ray Kurzweil. I have a specific name for who's doing this. He's been leading the forefront of technology for the past decades, as far as like computer shit, AI shit like that. His next idea is to have a chip installed in your brain so that you have instant access to the internet 24/7, and they can also shut you down with an electrical shock if you're fucking bugging out, like killing people and shit.
Imagine getting that and then getting the Tor browser that they can't shut you down, like your own version of that.
That's when my game's gonna be implemented, like hardcore.
Yeah, man, do the game. Sick.
And you're gonna be people are gonna be living in a game. Think about when the internet first came out, and you could stay on the internet and play games and stuff, and people were dying, you know, playing for 24 hours.
Now, Second Life, you heard of that shit?
Right now, think how bad it's gonna be with virtual reality.
Yeah. Already people in VR for a few hours each night.
Sorry, you're literally going to be able to make money off selling the gamer's outhouse. It's just a chair that's a shitter. You can flush it, sit on it, portable.
Dude, people make millions of gaming chairs now. They're just not as tech as what we want yet.
Right. It's going to be able to, you know, wipe your butt for you. It's going to be a duvet of gamer chairs, and you sit in it, and you can poop and pee, and you don't have to get up. You can even have a little ice box on the side for some food.
The chair has a water line running to it. So
Yes, sir.
So you just like hit a button and it shoots a little water in your mouth. You don't even have to like pick a cup up or anything. It's like a little tube that goes right to your mouth. Do you know what they used to do a long time ago? I don't know how long ago, maybe 1800s or something. The rich people would just have catheters installed. So that they didn't have to like poop or pee, or a colostomy bag, so they never had to poop or pee, because it was like just out of laziness. They weren't sick or anything; it was just out of laziness.
Well, racing drivers basically have to deal with that, don't they?
Well, how can you stay protected and hid too, Jeremy? You got to think, if you're the ruler of of this area, of all these, somebody gonna want to hurt you or take your spot. So maybe they might have did it for, you know, those type of like, so, oh my God, I can get up and poop in front of everybody or whatever, you know, I'm
poop and pee. You just have your gaming chair there and a toilet in the next room. So you just log out for 2 minutes.
You're
You go
think-
poop and you come back and plug straight in back in.
Oh no.
You're thinking small time. The chair opens,
Yeah,
slides open, and you just poop right there, bro. We can't be getting up. We need to be
Yeah.
like the people on Wally.
No getting up at all, buddy.
That's
We're
for
gonna sit in
weird
our
people.
chair,
That's
eat in
for
our
dirty
chair.
people. But we can do it both ways.
No, in Wally, the chair moves. The chair takes you where you need to go.
Right, but it's gonna be a toilet chair that takes you where you need to go. Don't forget.
Yeah, it just opens up over a hole in the toilet room, and then
The
it takes you
outhouse
straight back
gamer.
out.
The gamer's outhouse. The dream. It vibrates. You hear sound. Everything. You can call your neighbors, pay your bills, eat a snack, take a poop. The gamer's outhouse.
The virtual shitter.
Yeah, it's gonna be a thing.
That's the Aussie version,
I've already
anyway.
been a trillionaire 100 times over.
Oh, you and your ideas. You're an ideas man.
Yeah, it reminds me of a certain movie. I don't know if you guys remember the movie Surrogate with Bruce Willis.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a good movie. That was a good movie. They never left their house. They were all like just controlling robots out in the real world. That was a good one.
Well, what about the 1%ers and the elite? Like, if you're 70 or 90 years old and you're running the city or town and you're the king, I mean, I'm seriously, you're really vulnerable. Think about it, guys.
I just saw a movie last night where it was with Keanu Reeves, and he was fucking like downloading people's brains into computer into robots, which isn't that far fetched. IBM has been trying to do that for decades now.
Did you see the movie? You
Is
guys
it
see
the
the
one from the
movie?
90s?
He was asking you something, Jeremy.
I didn't hear what's up.
That Keanu Reeves film, was it from the 90s?
No, that shit looked like it was from like this year or something.
All right, cool.
That shit was the graphics looked great on that.
Well, remember the one dude, the comedian, Steve Martin, with the brains in a jar, and he talked to that one.
What
Yeah.
movie was that?
The man with two brains.
Yeah, it was a lady in a jar. It was Steve Martin. It was like a comedy. It's an older one, Jeremy, and it was like brains in a jar. And he walked in this lab, and the lady could like psychically talk to him, like telepathically or whatever. Like he could
I
communicate.
mean, I used to love Steve Martin. I never saw that one. No, that one got by me.
Huh? You should look at that one.
It's a little tough to watch those movies from the '80s now, though.
Oh, but there was another one that was better than that I was trying to tell you about. It's where these guys were using stuff as a drug, where they actually were taking like the dead people's like whatever, they could use it as a drug, and they could also like in the back of your head you got this little thing like implanted, and it's like a disc player. And once you got it implanted, you could go around and buy these little discs. And what the disc would have on it was like your or my last 15 minutes of life or 20 minutes. Like if we had a really like we were in war, we're in a gang, we just robbed a bank, we're running, we die in that last 20 minutes, like everything that happened, our adrenaline and our experience, they plug that in and they get the experience. Like that's the high, that's the new drug, you know.
That's crazy.
Look into the show Altered Carbon. Something like that. That they store your soul in like a chip and they put it in the back of your neck.
Yeah, but this one was just like a little. It was like kind of like the disc we have, the little disc that spins in a plastic thing. It's got like a plastic protective cover, and it's got a little disc that spins in it, and that's kind of what it was, like little cartridges, and it had everything loaded like from that person, and you'd buy them. You know what I mean? They were worth money.
Well,
Like a drug, like a hit.
Altered Carbon, and also the show The 100. I think season 4 or 5, they have a season that there's some people that are so advanced that they manage to be able to put like your soul in a chip and they put it in the back of your head, just like you're describing.
Right. It had to be something to do with electrical continuity.
And helium.
Well, that has to do with the adrenaline and shit like that.
This is nice. I wake up. I start off with a little light talk. Before when I was just going in the gyms, I would wake up and just get right fucking into it. I'd be screaming within like 5 minutes of waking up sometimes.
Crazy. What did you work out today, Jeremy? Was it a leg day?
What's up? No, I don't work out. I used to.
Oh.
So, what part would you record if you were going to record human consciousness right now? If I was going to plug into you, would I plug
All
into you?
different parts.
Huh?
All different times. You know, you'd record parents when their babies are being born. Like you said, the robbing the bank, the adrenaline things.
Oh no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, no, Jeremy. I'm sorry. I might have asked it wrong. I'm saying which, like, okay, when you jumpstart a car, you don't have to use the key. You bypass the key. You go directly to the main wire or source. So, which source would we record for our information? I'm not saying which things. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying which things are. I'm saying like which part of the brain could we hook? Like, is there like a little certain spot we hook this wire to, or this thing, and it's going to give us our information? You see what I'm saying?
It'd have to be at least. Go ahead.
Listen, I'm a motorcycle mechanic, and I constantly deal with wiring and stuff. They have to be a whole bunch of little small wiry kind of fiber things that connect everything from everything in our body. So they have to already know which one of those cords is that connects every part of our body. They already have to know it.
I'm guessing it's somewhere in the brain because you'd have to have like all of the sense of touch, right? It has to go somewhere to the brain at one point. So there's got to be like a main hub or a main wire or something, if you want to say that.
A main
Same
sensor
thing,
wire, yeah.
like
You know what it is?
hearing.
I don't even think it's the brain anymore. I really think our gut is what
Excuse me.
is what gives us
No,
our
listen.
instinct.
Hold on now. You hold on. Jeremy's onto it. Our body, we feel temperature, we feel pressure, we can feel vibration, we can hear vibration, we can sometimes see vibration. Do you get what I mean? Our skin, our eyeballs, our mouth, everything is a source of our brain. It's all just the end of the wire. You get it?
Mm-hmm.
You can definitely see vibration. You ever been in somebody's car who had like two big speakers and you know, an amp or something? Like you can just see that shit in the air.
Wavy windows like water. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I've seen it. But I'm saying our skin really is smart. Like they say the octopus can think when it's soaking weak, because if something gets hot by us, we move it. It's not our brain feeling that. It's our fucking fingertips.
Yeah, but it's all your brain's got to tell you, all right.
Right, but it's both. I'm saying, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. It's our brain, but it's also our fingertip, having to get the pain from it. And that's the portion that's actually getting the, feeling the thing happening to send the message to the brain, the main brain box or whatever.
The brain has a nervous system.
So how many wires?
The brain is the thing that controls everything else.
How many wires do we have? Do we have a thought wire? Like, I'm sorry. Do we have a transmissional, like perception wire, like of sending or receiving signals? Like, do we have one of those as well as touch, sound, taste, smell? I mean, you hear what I'm saying?
Yes, it's our heart.
Your heart, like an intuition wire. Yeah, that's okay. I got you. I'm saying when we talk about 5D, 6D, and other, we have thought. We have thought that can go, beyond the realm of reality. And that's how we manifest and build and create, like, for the aspect of whatever that is. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying we're God. I'm just saying, like, if we take some dirt and make a mud pie with it, the dirt was already there, of course, but we made something with it. It is cool to think about, like, how many little wires would we need to connect? Would it be the same amount in the umbilical cord by any chance?
Yeah, that's a good point, Demont. I think you touched on another thing. Make and create are two different things, right?
Yes, sir. Yep, to perform from substances already that already exist is not creating. You're just you're putting them together in a different pattern to get something else out of them. Yeah.
So what about that umbilical cord? We know you get nourishment through it, but are you getting the electrical current in it? Like the cord is connected? Yeah, makes sense, right? Everything's electrical.
100%. That's why I pointed out when I first cut it, it freaked me out. I sat there and looked at it for like 3 minutes. I swear. The doctor's like, "Are you gonna?" And I'm like, "Yeah, hold on a minute, man." You know what I mean? I was looking. I was like, well, "This is freaking me out." It looked like a phone cord. I mean, literally, I've cut. Not to keep going on, but I've cut a cord to hotwire a vehicle before, and this matched. It matched it. It just freaked me out.
It was thick, eh? Like there's resistance, isn't there? It's full on.
You think there's like a cheat code in the electrical electricity somehow? Maybe electric field or something, like there's a cheat code?
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to talk over you. I was trying to answer you. Yeah, I think it has to do when I told you guys like if I was trying to decipher some kind of code from nature, I would also try to decipher like what electricity or thunder or lightning, like the pattern, for some reason, and the circadian rhythm of the body, of course.
I agree with that totally. I think it's all in rhythm. It's all current. It's all electricity connected somehow.
That's why they call it Egypt. It's electrical gypped. I've been saying this ever since I've been on the internet. It's electrical continuity, the electrical way they had it and ran it, the energy. It's the way they ran it.
And beef. Electricity and beef.
Definitely think
Without beef, you're fucked.
Yeah, Egypt had something going on. Something weird big time, because the Great Pyramid is just spectacular. And I don't think they were using it what modern people claim that they were using it for. It was built when it was built, but yeah, they could have had a ton of electricity in Egypt. Maybe sending out like good electrical vibes or something to the Great Pyramid. Who knows what they were doing? They could have been making gold. If you have enough electricity, you can make gold.
Of course, they were electroplating. Sometimes I get stuck to so many damn words and so many things we talk about. Man, our brains are just goddamn. But yeah, they electroplate stuff with it. I was just thinking, we have 3 parts to the brain that everybody is like concerned about. We were just talking about. We have the right side, the left side, and we have the pineal gland. Didn't they make the pyramids in like a set of 3s?
Yeah,
I think there's more
just
parts of the brain than that. Sorry.
I think the pyramids are just mimicking that whole the whole Giza plateau is mimicking the sky. Like you got the 3 pyramids that are match Orion's belt, right? Then you got the Sphinx, and it's an equinoctial marker. Then you got the Nile, was supposed to be like the Milky Way. They say it like that whole plateau mimics the sky. That's the claim. I don't even know if that's the mainstream claim, but that's a claim.
I think it's mimicking the heart, the lungs, and something else. And the circulatory system of the body. And you have your whole power source that does all of it. Then you can take in information. You have a transmitter, you have a receiver, you have electrical flow, you have everything getting fed. There's the whole, just everything works.
I feel like history is not what they told us, and they're currently hiding something from us. Like, I have a very strong feeling that that's what's happening.
Well, like CERN, maybe it's just a better mousetrap. So maybe the idea of the pyramid, the other pyramid, maybe CERN and the Hadron and the Collider and HARP, maybe these are just better pyramids or better mousetraps of the same thing, just another version of the same thing done different. You get what I'm saying? Instead of the pyramid being the source, the power structure, they switched it to like a flat circle, and now they're using different things to try to get a better spiral pattern outcome for their energy and shit. They're outsourced. I mean, I think that's what they're doing, building a better mousetrap. They take that same thing and mimic it, and they put it in a form to where now you can't say, okay, well they're just redoing another pyramid now. These liars.
Yeah, they're hiding something from us, bro. Like even just, I mean, it's not even a guessing game. They're suppressing technology. You're not gonna come. A company's not gonna put something out there that's gonna ruin their current business. Like if I sell $10 million worth of something and then invent something else, but that shit's laying around on the ground for free and everyone could just walk around and pick it up, then I'm not gonna put that out there. I'm gonna fucking. I'm not telling no one about this shit.
Exactly. Egypt. We've been gypped for the fucking regular, just everyday things. Now, when you have a magnet, you have positive, negative, and you have ground. You have the brain. It has the right side, supposedly the left side, so that's positive, negative, and then you have the ground, pineal gland, whatever. So I'm just saying it's the source of like magnetism, it seems, for electrical continuity. And if you have a big pyramid, another pyramid, a pyramid in the middle, it's like they could have been like going positive, negative, ground, and like alternating with those three. And then from that, you literally could have 0 point energy or UFO technology flying around, literally for thousands of years, and nobody would be able to, until it like broke down.
Well, they got some really good invisibility cloaks right now.
Oh yeah, with that metal.
No, it's like plexiglass or something. And you bend it. It's some kind of
The way
material. Like you.
it's a really thin aluminum, and they have it designed to where a like a pyramidal pattern, and it shows the front to the back to the front.
No, so I don't think it's made out of metal. It's made out of like some kind of see-through stuff.
Oh, you're right. They might have changed the material when they first started. They had some aluminum, Jeremy. That's all.
It creates like a half circle around you, or like a third of a circle in our around you of this plastic or glass or whatever it is, and whatever's inside the thing, whatever's like real up close to the glass tucked in, you can't see it, but you can see everything behind it. Pretty nice. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it reflects the back to the front. It's just designed like one of those things when one of those things as a kid, a periscope, and you look in it, and you look into one part, you see the angled mirror, and it shows you the other part from the angled mirror above, looking the other way.
Look at them, invisible shields or something on YouTube. They're fucking awesome.
Yeah,
you can see right through shit, bro. Like if you put a hat up against the shield, and you could see what's behind the hat.
They've been doing this for years. It's the same idea as the periscope. It's the same thing magicians have been doing with the pyramid design for fucking thousands of years, man. It's how you create a hologram when you use the mirrors. You show the mirrors one way, so the guy's standing over here, and he's got mirrors, and the mirrors are reflected over here to the pyramid that's just a pyramid of glass or crystal, and there's really nothing in the pyramid but the reflection of what's going on over here to the right. Pretty neat.
They would have never built a pyramid like that. I mean, I can't say never, but for somebody's tomb, and they never found no dead people. The Great Pyramid, in my opinion, it definitely was something else.
It's not it wasn't a tomb.
Like, there's no way. I could see building some giant, extravagant thing, but I don't know.
Capacitors, inductors, and all this other shit, and then you have like the battery, and think about that.
Oh, what's the one? Did you guys see the layout of the one pyramid? I don't know if it was pyramids or an ancient site, but there's one site that looks just like a motherboard or some shit. Like it looks like it's got all these chips and transistors and shit on it. You ever see that site? I don't even know what it is.
Yeah, but I mean, every city is like that too today. But yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's exactly like a computer motherboard. Exactly.
Which site is it?
I don't know.
Then you got the one, and you got the pyramid site in Mexico. That's supposed to be like the sun and all the planets and shit. Tiwanaku, something.
Yeah, and then you got the Cahokia Mounds and stuff too. You know what I thought was weird? I'm like, why are they all going for the pyramidal structure? Like, does that have something to do with growth and plant and direction of energy? Of course. So
what if like the mud things weren't good enough, and then they evolved to the sand ones or the stone ones? Or what if the same builders of the stone ones were trying to build the mud ones when they, you know, moved to that area, and the mud material is just not good enough, right? I mean, you got Native Americans making big ass mounds that are gonna form. I mean, who's to say it wasn't a pyramid, you know, until we saw it wore down a little bit? And why would Native Americans over here in America be making mounds like they represent a dirt pyramid, like an anthill? And then you got these dudes over in this part making pyramids, and there's like some in China, some in Russia, some in like all these places. It's just weird, right?
I'm honestly surprised that pyramid doesn't come up more. The pyramids don't come up more in this whole arena, especially the one I said earlier with the one that was supposed to mimic the planets and shit in Mexico.
Yeah. Yeah, why wouldn't it?
I would use that shit if I was a Glober. I'd be like, look, we got this fucking pyramid. It's all the 9 planets and shit. These guys suck, man. These Globers, like, they're not even good. I listen to them argue sometimes. I'm like, damn, these, you know, I don't know. Their points are terrible. Like, it's not good. There's a couple good ones, but most of them just suck. These are supposed to be the genius PhD motherfuckers. Like, how do you suck so bad? I don't want to like be calling people out, but
They almost had me at hello a lot of times, you know, certain genres of things or certain like certain areas, certain stuff. Like at first, like I don't know, man, the way some of those slick talkers, man, they almost get you in there, man. They almost rope you in. You got to stop and be like, hold on a minute. You got to go back to the main source or the main point.
I just think we need to come up with one way to definitively prove this shit and end this fucking. This is never gonna end unless we get some definitive proof out here.
If it's 1.22 miles times the height of the observer that this planet tilts away from you and things disappear, it has to be visually with the tilt. There, I mean, I don't know. I'm
No.
gonna keep on saying.
All right, here we go. We're starting this right now. This is what I've been waiting for.
Oh yeah.
All right, what the fuck you talking about? Talking about this tilt shit, right?
Yeah. If a boat is this, listen, if I take any object, right, and I
Yeah.
take any object and I take it straight out from me and I'm looking at the front base of this object,
Mhm.
it clearly isn't tilting. It's going straight on a flat plane away from me, out of my vision. Now, if I see this 1.22 miles, right, times the height of the observer, so clearly we don't have that much distance. We don't have that. We don't have 1,000 miles. We don't have 100 miles. All this crazy shit about 69 miles for 1 degree, that doesn't exist. That doesn't even exist in reality, because you can't go 69 miles and see 1 degree of something when it's disappeared after 5. You understand the idiocracy? No, hold on. We're going to stop right here. Hold on. Listen, 5 miles. We'll just say, for example, my boat goes away 4.5 miles. I can still see it a little bit. As soon as it hits around that 5 mile mark, for example, my boat disappears. My boat would have to tilt. It would have to tilt exponentially. It's disappeared and it's away from me. It has to tilt. Like there's no physical way to explain, unless you have some other way to explain this.
I do.
We gotta let him respond.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right, so I don't know if you were there for my remember that one example. Well, you might not have been there, but there was I gave an example where you have a really long plank of wood, right? If you have a plank of wood, right, and let's say normal length for now, right, and you tilt it, let's say 0.1 degree, right? You don't tilt it a full degree. Maybe you do. Maybe 1 degree, maybe 0.1 degree, right? But you tilt it nonetheless, but it's really slight, right? One end is going to be slightly higher than the other, right? Slightly, though. But if you were to extend this, say, like a mile, right, then we would start to see that rising up quite a bit, all right? We're talking about, I don't know the math, offhand, but you probably expect like a foot or two, So you extend this maybe 3 miles or so, and it starts to rise up a whole lot, right? So with the Earth, right, with like let's say 5 miles, 5 to 6 miles is where the boat disappears, right? 5 to 6 miles is roughly what roughly 1/11, 1/10 of a degree on a ball Earth. So we would expect, like 0.1 degree tilt from that boat. But we could also kind of, say the same thing with the plank of wood. If we had a, 5 to 6 mile long plank of wood and we tilted that 0.1 degree, how much would that lift up towards the end? Quite a lot. And that's enough to hide a boat, I would say,
So head on, we should be able to measure the tilt because the thing would get shorter, right? Like say you're not going to be able to measure the tilt when you're looking at it. You'd have to measure the tilt from an orthographic view.
Yeah, but I mean,
we can't get that though. But so when we're looking head on it, items like buildings, anything that has like length to it, height, lighthouses, they should get shorter as you get away from them because
yeah,
they're tilting.
Yeah, but I mean, how much tilt
Does that happen?
is in question though? Like for the boat, it'd be 0.1 degree of a tilt. So we're talking about like a really small amount of like like squishing. You know what I'm saying? Because like it would appear to squish because of how perspective works and because it's tilting away, and so it would look like So like if
So
it
it's not
was
measurable.
I mean that kind of small amount. I mean, I don't think so. You really couldn't visually.
Can't we measure that? Can't we
0.1
measure the
degree?
angular?
No.
Can't we measure the angular size of things very precisely?
I mean, I think we could probably do a decent job if it was like, like if it was tilting, let's say like 2 or 3 degrees, maybe we can take the side by side, of what it normally looks like, and then the other one and say, hey, this one's a little bit, like squished, because it's tilting, it'll look a bit squished, but you need like a side by side kind of thing, you know what I'm saying? And
Side by side of what? You'd never be able to.
Like I guess you would just need to take a picture of the object, where it's not tilting so much, and then one where it is. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, I mean, we have very specific perspective math that dictates how much the angular size would shrink. So if it's tilting away from us, it would throw the perspective math off, right? Both of them can't be correct. Like the thing can't be tilting and the perspective math hold true. So which one is it?
I mean, okay, so I get what you're saying. Like, yeah, because with perspective, the farther away you are from something, the more like flatter it kind of appears. Like it'll sort of like it just kind of looks.
The more the angular size is gonna decrease.
Well, that too, yeah. But I'm saying it also appears flatter too, because like if you get really close to an object, it gets really warped. But the opposite is true too, where if the farther away you get, the more flatter it kind of appears.
Smaller. I would just use the word smaller there.
No, smaller and flatter. Visually, it appears flatter. You remember that picture of that bridge where those humps are like really like steep? I'd say those are kind of flat in the sense that they're like the back and front are squishing together.
But in that case, you're getting farther away and they're getting less flatter.
Right. Your globe doesn't have
No.
Hold on. Your globe only has 1.22 miles times the height of the observer. It doesn't have 60 miles to go straight forward out of our view. That doesn't exist, right?
Hold on. Wait. Let me answer Jeremy first. Right? That was Jeremy I was talking, right? Okay, so Jeremy, when I say flat, I mean front to back. I don't mean top down. I mean front to back. So the front and back of that bridge became closer, and so that the actual steepness became, it visually looks, it looks steeper, but it's the front to back. What?
No, go ahead. I didn't know. I thought you were going to.
But yeah, the front to back of an object appears to get closer to each other, and so it appears flatter in that sense, right? And that's how perspective works, because relatively speaking, the front and back of that object are more or less the same distance away from you, and so visually it appears to be almost the same distance. So front to back, it almost appears flat,
I just want to know how good we can measure the angular sizes of things, because, like I said, and I'll hand this back over to Demok after because he started this.
But, yeah. I mean,
if the perspective math holds true. This perspective math can't hold true when you're backing away from things on a globe, because if they're tilting, they would, a building would appear to shrink. You're not backing straight away from it. You're going at a curve, so it's going to appear to tilt. And the perspective math would be off on buildings, lighthouses, shit like that, depending on how accurate we can measure the angular size of objects. That's all.
Yeah. But yeah, it would appear to like tilt whatever. But the thing is though, you wouldn't really notice the tilt. What you would probably notice is that instead of it looking like it's tilting, it would look more like it's squishing down. Because all right, and the only reason why this is the case is because of how far away you are. That you wouldn't notice like for example, let's say you have like a, I don't know, like a pole or something, or like I don't know, maybe like a pole, and you lean it away from you, right? The far end looks tinier, right? And the one that and the end that's closer to you is obviously it gets thicker and thicker because of how perspective works, right? But with objects in the distance, though, let's say miles and miles away, we wouldn't notice the top being slightly smaller because it wouldn't work that way. In fact, it would all appear to be the exact same size because of how perspective works. And so the only way for us to actually measure this tilting would just have to be how like squished it is, all right? Because of how perspective would work. So I mean, we could measure that, right? But it would need to be a considerable amount of tilting and for it to be, really measurable. All right. So we're talking maybe like maybe like a few degrees, but I don't think a tenth of a degree is going to cut it. Maybe like 2 or 3 we can side by side once again show if it's not as if it's I don't know how to explain it, but that's we need a side by side. Otherwise, we're not gonna have any reference. We're just gonna be like, okay, that looks right,
So if it's immeasurable, how do you know it exists?
Well, I didn't say it was immeasurable. I'm saying the smaller stuff is like if it's like 0.1 degree, that's probably not like. It's gonna be kind of hard to really measure, but it's a little bit more obvious with like a few degrees,
So who's measured the few degrees, and how many how far of a distance do you need to get that 3 degrees that you say is measurable?
3 degrees would be 6, 7. Would be like at least over 200 miles. I mean, that's kind of a lot. I mean, it's not impossible though, because we do have images where we have like 200 miles of whatever. So, I mean, I guess if we can get a mountain, in its entirety, like visually, right, and get how it looks like normally, compared to let's say 200 miles away, and if we were to put them side by side, and one mountain was squished, like slightly squished compared to the other, that could be the
Yo, I'll tell you how you do it.
No, I don't know. Hang on, Jeremy. What could that be?
That could be that could destroy flat Earth right there if the mountain's squished, or you can say, well, some kind of atmosphere thing. So maybe we can't argue that. But with that being said, there you go. Then that's why this is also a stupid argument, because we're saying well, we should see tilt, but if we can't even
slow
say
down.
Tilt, okay, if we can't say it's tilt, all right, if we can't say it's tilt because it could be refraction, then I mean I don't get the point of this argument. Then what I'm saying we're
I'll go back to my question. Where have you measured this 2 or 3% tilt again?
I never said I never said I did.
Okay, then I'll go back one question further. Has this tilt ever been measured?
I don't know.
Then how do you know it exists?
I'm just saying what the model says. I'm not saying it does. I'm just saying that's what the model says.
That's why I asked the question. So it's just theoretical model nonsense, right?
Well, because they ask, well, would there be a tilt on a ball Earth? And I'm saying, yeah, there would be. Well, they didn't say it like that, but they were pretty much saying, there would be like a tilt or something. I'm saying, yeah, over this much distance, And I'm saying, I guess I was assuming, on a planet without atmosphere, then yeah, it would be pretty obvious. It would appear to squish, but because we have atmosphere and there's refraction and whatnot,
Dude, you talk really fast. No one.
I'm sorry. I know I do.
I can't understand you.
I'll slow down. I'll try to slow down.
I'll ask my question again. Has this tilt that you say we live on this model, right? You agree with the model. So has this tilt of your theoretical model ever been measured?
Probably not, because you can always have refraction, or not refraction, but the atmosphere. Maybe mess up, the scale of something. So
we don't know it exists then. We know the refractive effects exist, but we don't know that the tilt exists because you can't measure it because of what we know it exists in refraction.
Yeah.
Right? So we don't know it exists. I got
it. What about the hump? Would that be getting in the way?
Well, here's something funny. No, hold on. I'll give you refraction. So things are over the edge, tilted. But when we see them refracted back to us, we don't see them refracted with that tilt. There's a problem.
Well, no, I already explained to you. If we had a really long plank of wood, right? Let's say it was 5 to 6 miles long, right? And we tilted that like 0.1 degree. That end of that plank of wood is going to be raising up off the ground quite a lot. That would be the drop. That would be how much drop we would
No,
see
no,
for the boat.
no. The question would be, as soon as you get to the very, very edge of that tilt, and I'm within like 5 miles to 6 miles of you, away from the very edge of that board, and you drop off the edge of that board and you're disappeared, how's refraction going to treat you? That's the question.
It would just bring it back up. But I mean, but on that board, I would be tilting
So what's it? Hold
0.1
on.
degrees, so you
What's
wouldn't really
it going to
notice
show
that.
me? Is it going to
That's
show me
not
you
drop.
sideways? You know what I mean? Coming up, so it's going to show me the bottom of the boat and the boat tilted away from me because you're on the other side of the board now. You went to where the board, I can't see you because you're off the edge of the board now, off the edge of the board.
Yes, but people on the board though would be tilted 0.1 degree, which is not noticeable. It's going to look basically as if you're not tilted at all. That was the whole point.
No. A board's not a sphere. Listen to what I said. You got a board. The board has a flat edge at the end. So when you go over it like a waterfall and your boat hits that edge and I can't see your boat's tilted directly sideways from me. Like the bottom of your boat is towards me and your sail is facing away from me, right? So when the refraction hits your boat and brings that image to me, why isn't the refracted image showing me the bottom of the boat and then the sail going that way and just the underneath of the boat?
Wait, okay, hold on. Say that again. Why would I see the bottom of the boat?
Because if something is mirrored back to me and it has a tilt and it's around an edge and a curve, right? Right? It's got 20 degrees tilt. It's around the curve. It's a little bit away from me.
That's
The
20
sun
degrees, though.
refracts, brings
20
it back.
degrees. You would see
Why
it, though.
doesn't the refraction image match that 20 degree tilt? You understand what I'm saying?
If it was 20 degree tilt, yeah, but I mean, we're claiming that it's on a ball Earth. You know, not, by we I mean like the the globies, whatever. And not that there's any here saying that, but I'm just saying in general. Anyway, I'm saying that on a ball Earth, right? If you're only 5-6 miles away, I mean that's only 0.1 degree tilt, so you wouldn't expect to see the bottom of the boat, or you wouldn't expect it to be tilting anything, noticeable.
Well, if you're only 5 or 6 miles away, how can you shrink that much? Buildings and 1,000-mile mountains and stuff, how are they shrinking 5 miles away and 6 miles away? That seems idiotic. That's just crazy.
You don't mean shrinking, you mean it's disappearing behind the curves. What you meant is what
No.
you meant to be saying.
The curve's not there. The curve's only 6 miles. It's 100 miles away from me. How did it do that?
Wait, where are you getting 100 miles now?
If something is 100 miles away from me on this planet, but the planet curves 6 miles, and everything beyond 6 miles I can't see, right? How can the 100-mile thing shrink to my vision that way if it's already disappeared at 6 miles? How does it have enough room to go out straight and disappear, or to do like on a flat plane? How could it ever be possible that a plane could fly out, straight 70 miles that I can see it fly? It didn't go 5 miles and turn down anywhere. It went and it like got smaller and smaller. Like, how does it do that? That only works on a flat plane that goes past 5-6 miles. Do you understand what I'm saying now?
Not exactly. I mean,
you don't got the math.
So you're saying, okay, so a plane is okay. We got the plane, and let's say it travels
it's past 6 miles. To
Okay,
put it
past 6
simple.
miles. Okay.
Right. How did it do that? How to do that and still keep going straight and still keep getting smaller and still keep going up to 70 miles when it's supposed to go down and disappear within 6? What's going on here?
Okay, because so past 6 miles is only going to tilt roughly around 0.1 degree. 0.1 degree. I mean, I'm bringing up the plank argument because
hold on, the boat. Hold on a second. Slow down. God damn, you stutter. So the boat is underneath the plane. The plane is up in the air. The boat disappeared from me, and I can see the plane going for 70 miles still. What's going on here, man?
That's fine.
How does
that's
that
fine.
make sense to you?
Yeah, no, and that's fine because so with the boat, it's on the water, right? And let's say 6 miles, there's like a certain amount of drop. I'm not sure what it is. I'm pretty sure it's roughly around, let's see, 8 inches per mile square is the rough estimate. So what is that again? It's 3 times 3 is 9 times
What if we
8
put our
is 70,
plane just slightly above the boat?
like 6 feet, I believe, drop. What?
What if we put our plane not too far above the boat? Not that
Oh,
much
then yeah,
higher than the boat. Just a little bit.
Then it'll pretty much drop, you know, like the same, like relative to the boat, whatever. Yeah.
How come that doesn't happen?
Wait, you mean while it's in the air?
Right. You've never seen anything.
Well, yeah, it does
within
drop,
6
but
miles.
because it's so high up, I mean, it's dropping how many feet compared to how many feet it's up in the air already. Like
Listen, why do
airplanes
you
fly.
keep asking how many to how many and how? We've already got the numbers. We've already got the
There's a
calculation. Hold
ratio
on a
going on
second.
there. The airplane, how high do
It's
airplanes
6
fly?
miles. We've already agreed on 6 miles, but you
Okay, but
keep saying
how
on
high do
6.
airplanes fly feet wise? Like in feet.
You can fly them whatever you want to about
30,000 feet.
12,000.
Yeah. So if
Uh,
if the
Oh, I
airplane's
was thinking a
30,000.
helicopter. 12,000. Go ahead though.
Okay, well let's go with 12,000 then. If a helicopter's flying 12,000 feet in the air, right? And the drop is, let's say, 6 feet. After 6 miles. Let's say at the 6 mile mark. Let's say
24 feet.
That's 24 feet. My bad. Okay. Well, no, that's 24 feet. I think is that relative. Is that?
Oh my goodness, man.
No, is that assuming what? Assuming what observer height though?
That's just drop. It's not hidden height. You don't even know your own model or how to calculate.
No, okay, no, but
it's kind of
visual.
aggravating that you're trying to tell us something when you don't know.
No, okay. The point is though, okay, if you're 6 feet observer height, after 3 miles, things start to drop. The 8 inches per mile square.
Because it's so minimum, right? Or it doesn't exist. That's why we don't adjust for it or feel it.
Whatever. Let's go with 24 feet. All right, just to please you, right? So let's say it's 24 feet, right? Then still though, the helicopter is 12,000 feet in the air, and it's dropping now 24 feet. All right, that's not going to appear to be dropping much at all when it's that high in the air. I mean, it's already 12,000 feet up in the air.
So you're saying you wouldn't see it?
You wouldn't really see a noticeable drop.
I got you. I understand.
Yeah.
Would you see it if it's not dropping an inch? If it's maintaining a horizontal flight, would you see any drop then?
If it's just an inch?
If it's no drop whatsoever, if they're not following the curvature of Earth, if they're just flying horizontally, would you see any drop then?
Depends on how far it travels. If it travels far enough, that's not quite conforming to the surface.
So why would you see it appear to drop?
I don't get your argument.
Would you see an object flying away from you in a horizontal fashion appear to drop as it goes away from you?
Oh, okay. You mean like perspective wise?
Oh.
I mean,
yes.
Depends. Like, if you have any reference.
No, it doesn't depend. It happens every time.
Well, I'm saying it depends on if there's a reference point. Like if you have something like.
You have the reference, the object that you're looking at going away from you.
Well, I'm saying if you have, for example, 12,000 foot tall towers next to the helicopter as it's flying, it's going to be like, well, it's visually, it's all dropping. But
no. If you see an object above you going away from you, it will appear to get lower.
I get that. Yeah, I know. Because I get that. I know.
So it doesn't depend on what's around it or whatever. It's just perspective, right?
Yeah, but I mean.
Okay,
whatever.
Thanks for agreeing.
But do you agree? Do you agree that it wouldn't touch the horizon at any point, right? It doesn't matter how far it goes.
It would merge into the horizon. Yeah, it goes into the horizon and never goes under it. Yeah.
Well,
unless something is obstructing your line of sight before you get to
but that thing should be above the horizon to do that.
Yeah, it's always above the horizon.
It's always above the horizon. It only appears to go into the horizon, and you lose sight of it because of the way the vision and merging happens. Nothing ever goes below your feet, man, unless you're up on a tall mountain.
All right. Well, anyway, I wanted to come on. Can I answer D-Mock's thing? Because I feel like he's still not satisfied with my answer.
You can try.
All right. D-Mock? Still there, dude? Hello? Okay.
D-Mock, you there? What was your question? I mean, I don't think D-Mock believes we live on a spinning ball. So all your stuff that you're trying to tell us what would happen if this and if that is just theoretical nonsense, man.
So then why ask the question in the first place? I'm answering his question because he asked me one.
To make you sound silly and trying to answer it, maybe? I don't know why.
I can't. Good job because he's the one making making.
Dude, you sound really silly. I'm gonna be honest. You're talking so fast. It's like you're so excited to.
Well, No, that's just how. Okay, well, I'll talk slower. I just always had an issue with talking fast. I mean, you know, I guess I'll.
I'm trying to help you. You know, so you know when someone talks real slow, you know, you don't think they're intelligent. When someone talks really fast, it's kind of the same thing. Find you a happy medium because you have good
Okay,
points.
so you're judging me because I talk really fast. That's whatever.
Well, you have good points. It's just people, you know what I'm saying? I'm just giving you, like, from my point, I can't even understand you half the time.
Yeah, you're
Okay, well,
spinning
I'll
too
try.
fast is the problem.
I'll try to
Matt.
talk slower in the future. All right. I mean, it's something I have to work on.
Yeah,
Talk like you're from Louisiana. Y'all talk slow.
It doesn't help that this is the this arena. We know that it's only a matter of time. Well, I mean, you know, we used to know it's only a matter of time before you get cut off. That's why Witsit used to spit it crazy like that. A lot of people do that.
That's true. Talk
You know
real
what I'm
fast to
saying?
get it in. Yeah,
Yeah, like, yo,
I
if I
find
hurry, if
myself
I,
doing it. Yeah.
yeah.
Sorry about cutting you off like 3 times in a row, Jeremy.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
You were talking fast.
But anyway, though, I mean, I don't see any points that I made, you know, wrong or bad. I mean, I made some good points. I mean, if you want to say, oh, I made some silly points, and you know, so be it. But I think I did a good job.
I think your one of your points was if a helicopter flying at so many feet was going away from you, you wouldn't see that over 6 miles, 24-foot drop. Yet you would see it appear in the drop because of perspective. So
Yeah,
I don't think your point
that's
is very
fine.
valid.
No, that's fine. That's fine. You would see it, you know, prospectively, you know, it would appear to drop. But I'm saying, you know, compare that to, okay, so you have a flat plane version of the helicopter flying, and then you have a baller version of the plane or helicopter flying, right? They're both
No,
gonna
not
pretty much
right.
drop at the
Let's
same.
just take reality.
Okay, never mind then.
See a helicopter or a plane or any other drone or anything flying directly away from you, it's going to appear to drop. That's reality.
Yes, that's fine. Yeah, all I'm saying is that on both a flat Earth and on a ball Earth, the helicopter will more or less appear to be the same in the sky. One's gonna be dropping so small though that it's like, you know, one's gonna be dropping slightly more than the other, obviously, but it's so minute though that, you know,
That you could never tell or measure or see, correct?
well,
Actually, you can.
no,
You can.
over a greater distance, you know, it would be a little more noticeable. But I'm just saying, like, on a smaller, you know, scale, you know, a smaller distance, you're not really gonna notice that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
You can compare them because.
I mean, you can, but I mean,
yeah, that's the point. If both drop, doesn't mean they drop the same way. So if they don't drop the same way, you can distinguish between them.
yeah, but at the first, what I was saying is the first few miles are going to look relatively the same. It's over a few miles is where the drop becomes more, you know, exponential, at least on a ball Earth, you know.
And you, my question basically, I mean, to make it simple, like a third grade simple, can you draw, right, a sphere or a circle, right? And then can you put like an object, any object you want that just represents like an object, right? And can you show that object go away from whatever you point as you being the observer on that object? So you pick a little dot, color it, like that's you, boom. You color the object, boom. You have the ball, the circle, whatever, right? These two objects are on that. The one.
Hello? Did he cut out?
Yeah, he's cut out. I think the easiest thing here is the perspective changes the size
Can
of an
you show-
object, and
I was
the
gonna-
height of the object is changed by curves.
Hold on. Okay, that's a
So
cool
you'll have a
story.
specific size object.
Yeah, we like your story.
Yeah, that's cute.
That's a cool story. So in your perspective drawing that you give us, you can back that up, okay? So when you draw yourself, you put a red dot for you, right? You put a green thing, object on there. It doesn't matter. You pick it. It can be a little boat, little helicopter, anything. And you move it. Your idea of the 6 miles away. Now it's out of your vision, right? Can you show us like visually on that representation, like how something can be going away from you on a sphere, disappeared, but
You keep cutting out, man.
Yeah, yes, okay. It's his Wi-Fi problem. No problem. Just calm down.
Why are you guys okay?
can just simply have the observer, right? The 6 miles between you. As soon as that 6 mile, you can mark the area between you with 2 other little colors if you want, right? You can do it all out. And then you have the object that's going away from you. Can you show us like in a visual representation how this thing isn't leaning or doesn't have a tilt?
I did a 3D model for this.
You did?
I did, yeah, with boats on like on a flat and versus originally it was for the crow's nest on top of the boat, you know, to see the difference, whatever. But
Okay, yeah.
but in that example though, the boat doesn't really tilt anything at all, and it still disappears behind the curve. I mean, this is not
Yeah,
hard.
you say behind the curve.
Hold on a second. So you say on a circle, right? I draw a circle on a piece of paper. I put a blue dot for me. I put a green object on there that has like a straight stick on it. It's like a pyramid or a T, right? A T boat. This T is going away from me. It's 6 miles away. On the other, you're saying this T isn't tilted compared to like you being the little stick, the little blue dot stick.
It's not going to tilt anything noticeably.
How many miles you said? How many miles you said?
6. 6.
6 miles. Right. So one mile. Right. So you need 60 miles to get 1 degree of the 360 degree of rotation of the Earth.
That's my problem. Hold on.
Which means.
Hold on a second.
Let me finish.
That's where we started. That's my problem, because you keep saying 69 miles, but the Earth, right, 1.22 times the height of the observer is not 69 miles. That things are disappearing away from you. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you here?
That's not my point. What I'm saying is
I'm saying you don't have 69 miles.
That's only are you talking about a radius? I'm not talking about a radius.
Listen to me. For an object, I'm on a sphere. I'm on the top of the sphere. I'm the only thing that's straight up. I'm holding a stick next to me, with me. That's straight. Every other object anywhere away from me on the sphere has to have a tilt by physical law of nature of reality.
It's
Has
not noticeable.
Has to.
It's going to be noticeable.
Sure.
Believe you me. It's going to
not.
be noticeable. It is.
Right.
It is because, hang on, let me just lay this out. Because when architects design and when builders build, surveyors survey, everything has to be level or your building is going to be tilted. The fact that there are no tilting buildings anywhere proves to you that you're not on a ball. And that's been proven.
I've never been to Italy, right?
I'm saying you don't.
I like it.
They don't even have 69 miles to go. They've only got 10. They've only got 6. You understand what I'm saying? After 6, your building is gone.
No, you don't need 60 miles.
No, the building is not going at 6 miles. Only a fraction of it is going at 6 miles. A tiny little fraction. You're saying it disappears at 6 miles? No.
Yeah, not at 6 miles, no.
So much you can't tell or measure.
In our example, 6 miles was the point where it disappeared. So quit getting pedantic.
It doesn't. That's not what we say.
Listen, it was our example. Are you slow?
We should probably change the example then. I mean, it is
Okay,
kinda,
we can
I
change
know,
it.
and my bad. I kind of, allowed that.
But now,
He probably wasn't here, Demon.
Right.
Demo,
So let's use the 1.22 miles times the height of the observer. Now, how far away is the boat from you before it disappears that you standing on the beach?
Oh, let me pull up my thing. My Earth curve calculator. Hold on.
I'll answer why he's trying to figure. It differs on the day because of the atmospheric conditions.
Do you have like an average by any chance? Like just a certain amount, like off top of your
usually those calculators don't
probably
take a fraction into account.
3 miles. At least 3 miles it's going to be, at least.
So can we agree on 6?
Well, hold on. Well, how tall is the boat that we're looking at? Because I mean,
Rakia, what do you say? 10, 20-foot boat?
Yeah, I've had a 20-foot boat disappear within 3 miles. It just faded out. That was because of the atmosphere. But I would say without atmosphere, I think it takes a lot longer than that for the top of the boat to disappear, according to the model. But I don't really believe in the model, so I don't really use it that much.
Right.
Because I know it's atmosphere. I mean, it's
definitely
provably atmosphere.
Right. How our site works in the medium that we're seeing through, of course.
Exactly.
But my point is they don't have 69. These things aren't getting 60. You don't get 69 miles on a sphere when the only straight point you can have is the observer. Everything else isn't the straight point. It's a tilted point. Every foot beyond the observer is a tilt. And they're telling you that,
ball, that would be.
right, on a ball. But they want to have you believe that you have to go 69 miles for a piece of a tilt.
No, for 1 degree.
For 1 degree of tilt, yeah. You can have less than a 1 degree before
Absolute
that.
rubbish,
So
sir. Absolute rubbish.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's not
it
rubbish.
it
That's how
actually
a
is.
ball works.
No,
8
no,
inches per
it
mile
actually
square,
is
mate.
absolute rubbish. It gets worse for you guys because with 1 mile you should see a 90-degree tilt.
What?
Yeah, that's the globe model. That's how it
No, it's
works.
not. Where are you getting that number from? What the hell is that?
From my ass. That's where flat earthers get
Yes,
their
exactly
shit
from your
from.
ass. What the fuck? Are you
A 24-foot drop
Come on.
doesn't sound like not noticeable tilt to me. 24 feet of movement down or away from me would be so substantial, you could bet your life on it, it would seem like to me.
Wait, what?
Absolutely.
Why what?
Drop and tilt are two different things, though. Like you can't say drop. The drop hat you could drop something and it would have nothing. Not
If
tilted
I'm
at
the
all.
only... Oh, sorry.
I can see inches. I can see just inches of slope or drop. I'm not sure
Remember,
why we can't see feet.
exactly. I can see it in my backyard. I don't know where the fuck these... I don't know. This is insane.
You can
Listen,
see
if
inches
I'm
of
the
drop
only
over 100
thing... Hold on
miles or over
1 second,
60
I'll be done.
miles.
Did
1
I
second,
say
I'll be
over
done.
60 miles or 100 miles? Are you thick?
I'm the one.
Hey.
I'm the one thing that's straight. I have a pole with me. I am the observer. I am the only thing on this sphere that has a straight thing sticking straight up. Everything else that ever moves away from me, I don't care if it's a milli-inch. It has to tilt. Do you understand physics, Globers?
Yeah.
That's not. Is that really
That's
physics though?
physical reality. What are you stuttering
It's
for,
not
man? Come on.
physics though. I mean, it's not.
Show me
Like,
other than that.
I don't know
Show
if
me on a sphere you put one stick and that's the straight thing, and show me every other stick be straight as that stick and lined up with it perfectly then. While it's disappearing away from you at the same time. It's not possible. You can't have your cake and eat it too. It can't happen.
And then I'm going to ask him a question. I just
So
like
what's
to
your
ask him
point
one
with that?
question.
I want to see where your magic globe keeps everything level and straight while disappearing and tilting at the same time, but not tilting and not disappearing, but only going
It's
1
not.
degree. And
It's not.
yeah,
Fabulous question.
It's not everything. They're not all parallel. We say that all the time that the verticals aren't parallel.
Yeah, you say it, you just never prove it.
Well, you want to see in front of you. Of course, you're not going to see in front of you because the
well,
tilting.
if they're not,
I want
the
physical
the
proof
predicted
over.
the predicted tilted.
hold on a second, real quick. This is simple. If they're not parallel, what does that mean? Doesn't that mean tilt?
Yes.
Yes. Now show us. Show us your representation of no tilt. These guys are saying that doesn't exist.
Well, how are you expecting us to show you?
How
Well,
do
you got.
Let me ask you a question.
You get 24 inches of a circle on a piece of paper, and you put some little
All
sticks
types of
on there.
tilt.
Let me
Each
give him
inch
another
represents.
perspective.
Each inch
me
can
ask him-
represent
let me
1,000
ask him a
miles.
question.
I can't understand anyone.
Just do a
Can I ask you a
20.
question here? Let me
1
ask him a
second, Jim.
question here. I'm asking
Yeah,
5 times
Jim.
now.
1 second. 1 second. You can ask him. Just draw a circle on a piece of paper.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the Earth.
Yeah, we are. Let me ask you a question. You're on the road, a hill, and a car. You're standing there watching this car disappear from you. It goes over the hill. Okay, it's gone now. Over the hill. It's gone over the hill. Can I ever see that car again from my position? If I don't move from my position, will I ever be able to see the car?
Will refraction bring it
Yes.
closer to him?
No. I'm asking this guy here. The car's gone over the hill. I'm going to pick up my binoculars. It's gone over a hill, yeah? It's gone over a hill, a road, tarmac, asphalt. Will I ever be able to see that car again if I don't
Yes.
move my position?
Show us that.
If you have enough refraction.
Show us that in real life.
It's never going to happen, my friend.
Oh, if he had enough refraction, then
I'll
he
drive
wouldn't.
the car.
It's never going to happen. That's never going to
No,
happen.
I'd say
It's gone over
no.
the
No,
hill.
that's been
If there are
demonstrated.
no other hills, then no. I know.
It's gone over the hill, yeah? It's
Wait,
gone
real
over
That's
fast.
the
been
hill.
demonstrated on a propane.
Wait, real fast.
Remember?
Demonstrated on the hill in real life, propane.
Wait, guys, real fast. Do you guys know the name of that bridge, the one that we use to show Earth curve?
Culture train. Yeah, like culture train, that bridge you're talking about?
Is that it? The one with the really steep roads, whatever.
Yeah, I'll get the name.
A waterfall should show the arc of the curve of the earth, but never has and never will, since the atmosphere is supposed to be fluid, like fluidity, and in lockstep and follows the arc of the earth.
For
supposedly.
train.
Listen,
And the water of a waterfall should show you the arc of the planet of the Earth, but it doesn't. Why is that? It's all the same shit. But go ahead with Poncho.
Right.
Does
So
anyone
how
know?
do they explain when the ship's gone over the supposed curve of the horizon now, and then we pick up a pair of binoculars and we can still see this thing? How do you explain that? How do you
Basically,
explain that? And it's quite, yeah, that's not refraction, is it? I can no longer see it, so it's gone. I cannot see it with my own eyesight, right?
Oh, but that's a
said,
different.
hang on,
No, no, no.
hang
One
on,
thing.
hang on.
I'm
Let
answering.
me
You asked it
finish. I'm
how,
only going
and
to be 30. I am only going to be 30 seconds, and you get what I'm talking about. You say the ship's gone over the horizon. I pick up a pair of binoculars. I look, and there it is in its entirety, the whole thing. How do you explain that?
Sure, that's not analogous, because when you said the car
Of
had
course
went
it's
over.
analogous.
No, let me answer now. When you said the car went over the hill, if we see it crossing the edge of the hill, now it's being blocked by the hill, right? When you say
Correct.
that,
It's
when you
gone.
say, what I'm saying is, if you said that the boat had disappeared, you can see with your
This is
eyes. But
what
when you
people
use,
say.
wait,
It's
wait,
gone. You say, look, listen to the language I'm saying. Your language is this:
I
the ship.
that,
Hang on,
I
has gone
get it. I
over.
got
Hang
your
on,
point.
has
Hold
gone
on, Jen.
over
He
the
was right in the middle.
horizon.
Jen,
That
Jen.
means
He
it's
was
gone
right in the
over the
middle of his
horizon. It's
response,
gone
though,
down
Jen.
the hill.
Were you
One
done?
thing is that you
Hold on.
can
Were you
see.
done? Were you done with your response from before or no, Bacon?
No,
All
no,
right,
I
go ahead.
haven't.
I got him muted. Go ahead.
Right. Okay. Let me. I lost the.
I'm gonna unmute him then if you're not.
Okay, so one thing is to see the boat disappearing because it got too small to see, and if you bring a binoculars, of course you're going to see it again. The other thing would be you see it crossing the horizon, and then you pick up binoculars. Now I would say you can't see it again.
Hang on a second. At this point, every heliocentrist, that's the first thing they say is it's gone over the curvature of the Earth. That's what they say. It's gone
Yeah,
over
when it
the
crosses the
curvature of
horizon.
the Earth. That is what they say. Isn't that not right, guys? Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, when it crosses the horizon, not when it
They
gets
say.
just.
So my question, hang on. My question, hang on, you're interrupting me here. My question is this: if the ship has indeed gone over the curve like a car would go over a curve, and there is no way we can see that car, even if I pick up a pair of binoculars, because the hill is physically in my way. I will never see that car ever again. Okay, unless I fly upwards. That means I have to change my position. But with the ship now, that's gone over the curve, which is what is always said by the heliocentrist. It's gone over the curve. I pick up my binoculars, and there it is in its
No.
entirety.
No, it's
Okay,
not.
Yes.
No, let me answer
Yes.
it.
That
Let
is
me
the
answer it.
reality we live in.
Let me answer it. When we say it went over the curve, is when it crossed the horizon. That's when we say it. We're not gonna say it just because it's too small you can't see. Those are two different reasons why you
I'm
won't see
talking
something.
about that very fact. I am talking about that very fact. That very fact, that point where you say it's crossed over the horizon, that point there, I pick up my binoculars and I can see it in its entirety.
Right? Can you show me
The
that?
whole thing. Sorry?
Can you show me that? Something crossing the
Never seen
horizon
that in
and
your
you'll be
life?
able to. No, I've seen people. I've seen people
Can someone load that
zooming.
image up for him to see it? Yeah,
I've seen people zooming in on things and being able to see things that were too small to be seen. I never seen something crossing the horizon and then you zooming in and with your zoom it appears again. I never saw that.
Yeah, you see,
Let me
now
give an
your
example.
language, crossing the horizon, is wrong in itself, right? Because nothing crosses the horizon from my position. How can you cross the horizon? That itself doesn't make sense. Okay?
The apparent horizon, of course.
Right. Yeah. But it doesn't cross it, does it? It doesn't cross it, does it?
Oh, it gets blocked by it, like the hill.
Crossing means
That's
from one side to the. Hang on. Crossing means you're crossing from point A to point B. This
No.
situation you're talking about. Hang on. This situation you're talking about is the ship a curve. It's going over a curve. That's what's
Let me give an example. So the only video I've ever seen.
for God's sake.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, the only video I ever seen for looming, okay? This good one anyway. I ain't talking about the butane, the liquid nitrogen tank or whatever. I'm talking about actual looming that I thought they showed. Okay, it was a driveway until I recreated this. I realized that okay, so they claimed it was looming, and they had an object like a car on the driveway. Okay, and they had the camera down at the driveway, and then they sprayed it with a water hose, and it rose up. Right, you couldn't see it. So then I realized what happened is all they did, it wasn't looming, it was sinking before they cooled it. So I went to recreate it, and I had to do it on a hot day. It was like 140 150 degree driveway, hot as shit. And then when they sprayed the water on it, it rose the stuff up. It basically was sinking and refracting like crazy due to the mad hot driveway. See, they tried to call it looming, but it wasn't.
Yeah, but how do you know it
Yeah,
wasn't?
well,
How do you
for
know it?
that.
How do
Thank
you
you for
know?
that, because that is
Hold on a
a
second.
natural phenomenon. Thank you for that. Thank you. Yes.
Brian, how do you know that it wasn't the other way around?
Because it didn't work the other way around.
No, I'm saying if it was high once and then low before, how do you know when it was hot?
Because I didn't actually use a car. I think they used a car. I forgot. I used like a little ball, but I put it on there when the driveway wasn't hot, and it wasn't hidden. It only worked when the driveway was hot as shit. I mean, think about it. You're only talking about 80 feet.
Do you have
anyway.
a video of this? Do you have a video of this?
I could probably find the.
It's not that I don't believe you. I just want to.
It's pretty obvious when you see it.
Thank you very much for that. But I just want to hammer. I want to hammer out this point because this person has to concede or go away because I'm fed up with this double talk. Hang on, please. Full standard here. Look, the ship has gone over your curve. You call it the point. You're calling it crossing. It's not crossing. It's disappearing over the horizon. That's the terminology that the heliocentrists use. And yet I pick up my binoculars and I look and I see the whole ship in its entirety. Now I keep looking at this ship with my binoculars, and now it disappears again because the focal power of my binoculars has now been exceeded. So I pick up a telescope, and there it is again, the ship. Okay, right? And obviously, the ship is moving away from me. Thank you.
Yeah, that doesn't happen, Jim.
Sorry?
Yep.
Once the boat's gone over the curve, there's not a telescope built that'll bring it back.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed.
I love that you said that. So basically, we are seeing this ship. So it's not going over any curve, is it? That's the point I am making.
Yeah, but time will bring it back because Travis has a great example, man. He's got it where it's hidden, and the band actually the actual obstruction actually starts dissipating. So you see the obstruction where it was, and then you see it get clear. The bottom legs to the oil rig get clearer and clearer and clearer. You see that it's not curvature. It is actual. He's right about the ether band. It's an actual band because he shows it dissipate, man.
Yeah, unfortunately for you, you're ignoring another point of the black swan. The main thing is this: the geometric horizon for your Earth ball is only from an observer height of just 1 foot, 12 inches, can be no more than 1.22.5 miles. 1.225 miles. Okay, can be no more than. But we're seeing objects.
It's a double.
Hey, what did I say? What did I say to make you think I was arguing a ball, bro? Just out of curiosity.
No. I'm not. It's not you. This is just for those who are listening. I know you're not a boy.
Okay, my bad.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, my bad.
Thank you very much. Just saying that 1.22 miles. You shouldn't be seeing anything beyond that, and we're seeing well beyond that. Well beyond that, we're seeing. So you have a problem. 1 mile is not enough to bring any kind of refraction of 6 miles, and then you've got there's an island in the Black Swan. If you look close, you can even see an island 29 miles away from the observer. So it's just, you have a problem, but carry on.
May I address the point that was being made? Jin has been repeatedly saying that when the boat is going over the curve, so to say, that Globers claim it's going over the curve, you can use binoculars and you will see the boat in its entirety. Well, no, Jin, you cannot. And I will
He
post
just
a
made
video
that point,
showing
bro.
that you cannot.
We agree with
Exactly.
you.
So yes,
We
yes,
agree with
we
you, but
agree.
listen.
So I'm showing a video. I just posted a video where the boat does go over the curvature. Now the video shows a person zooming on the boat, and the boat is not coming back. So Jin's claim that it will come back every single time is false.
No, sometimes it will, man, unless it's actually obstructed. But listen, okay, so this goes out to you in left lane. Okay, so Travis showed the oil rig, okay, and half of the legs were blocked by obstruction. Okay, we're not going to call it curvature or refraction. We're just going to call it obstruction. Okay, now that obstruction started dissipating like in patches until you could see the entire legs of oil. Now, if it was Earth curve and refraction, okay, wouldn't you have expected the dissipation just to like start working its way down or up? You know, you would expect the obstruction to start dissipating from the top down. Okay, it wasn't doing this. It was doing it in patches vertically, like it was like semi-transparent. Okay, that right there. How could you look at that and not know that at least that picture, that video, or them legs that you're seeing, are it's optical. I mean, it's so obvious that you almost have to be willfully ignorant, in my opinion, to not see it. You know.
Well, I would have to look at the video personally to even comment on it.
Or an what is it called? Agotonalist.
That was the plain truth.
Agnologist, which is somebody who perpetuates ignorance.
Agnostic.
Yeah, agnostic.
You know, somebody perpetuates ignorance as a flat earther.
Tell me how that can work on a globe, though. How can the obstruction start getting semi-transparent and getting patchy? How could that even possibly work on a globe, right?
Hold on, you get two guys talking at once. One at a time, man.
Let me ask one more question. I got to go, guys. I got to go. One more question. I'll be listening. But how could you demonstrate that on a globe? How could you demonstrate the obstruction being semi-transparent and then disappearing in patches? How could you explain that with a globe
mist,
model?
fog, and refraction? Right there.
No, don't just say a word, okay? You have the refraction. You have the refraction, and you can't see the legs. Here's the situation: you can't see the legs, and then the obstruction starts getting patchy, like let's say we're seeing a half a mile left to right. You start to see about 50 foot of it clear to the right of the legs, and then a little spot in front of the legs, and a little patch to the left of the legs, and then the whole obstruction starts getting semi-transparent, so you can see the refraction and the legs. So how could you call that earth curve? Because you could see the obstruction and the legs through the semi-transparent band.
Great point.
I would repeat again. I would actually love to see a video instead. I'm not going to comment on a video that I've.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to carry on with where I left off, and that's just to reaffirm that when the supposed ship has supposedly gone over the curve, right, and yet I pick up my binoculars and I bring that ship back to my eyesight. It meant that it never went over any curve. It proves that the Earth is flat indeed, and my position of my eyeballs were not powerful. Let me finish when I'm talking here. Are not powerful enough to focus all the way.
How many times
to keep my eyeball on that ship? It's disappearing to my eyes' power of vocal and vision. Okay, so I picked up my binoculars to aid my eyes, and there it is. Indeed, I can see the ship, and I can see the guys windsurfing and jet skiing and everything else. that I couldn't see when I put my binoculars down, but they're there. Now, as you well know, people, you never see over a curve. You never see round corners. It's impossible. It's about you can never do that unless you have mirrors. Or in some cases, if there's a little bit of refraction, you might bring some. It might bring something to your visibility. Okay, might. But in the case of 6 miles, 10 miles, and then beyond that, we're talking refraction is minuscule. Okay, and the fact is, the Earth's geometric horizon, according to the numbers we're given from the astrophysicists, astronomers, NASA, and the like, the Earth is supposed to be 24,901 miles with a radius of 3,959 miles. Now, an observer height of 12 inches, it means that your geometric horizon from that observation height can only be and will never be any more than 1.225 miles. That's it. So just over a mile. That's it. And if you're seeing beyond that, Earth is not a ball. It's as simple as that. Simple as that.
Thank you. So again, I will post a video. So it's again your point that a zoom on a boat gone over curvature will bring it back, therefore curvature doesn't exist. Well, again, here's the video showing that the boat is over the curvature, zoom doesn't bring it back, therefore your point is invalid. As for the black swan...
It's not invalid.
Hold on, I'm still talking. The black swan is a strawman argument. You should never ever use it because it doesn't take into account refraction. It is a cowardly argument. I rest my case.
I will always use the black swan because the numbers are there. We have 2 oil rigs that are geometrically mapped. It's there in the Google. The distances are known. They are immovable. They are fixed. They don't move. They don't change their position. And then the Earth's numbers are fixed. These are the numbers we're given. 24,901 miles. Okay, that's the numbers we're given with a radius of 3,959 miles in radius. Okay, when you do the
we don't use the black swan.
Yes, hang on a second, please. It states that if you're at 1 feet, your distance to the geometric horizon can be no more than 1.225. If you're at 8 feet, it's 3.46 miles. But that's at 8 feet, and we're still seeing beyond that. So as far as I'm concerned, there is no curvature there. We're seeing well beyond the limits of this Earth as a ball that would allow. Okay, so
hey, did you see the 31 mile? Did you see the 31 mile horizon at the LSB got? Look, so I want to tell him real quick. We're not using the black swan to prove a flat Earth. We're using it to debunk the geometric horizon because your horizon is not geometric. It's not Earth curve. It's not a curve for boats to go over. Okay, that's what the black swan proves. So no, we're not using it to prove flat Earth. I'll give you that. We're using it to debunk the geometry. So quit claiming false claims, please.
What about refraction, Brian?
Yeah,
exactly.
what about it?
It's refraction. That's what we give you. It is refraction. That is
not
absolutely correct. Thank you. Sorry,
not
Rocky.
Earth curve, refraction. Very good, Left Wing. Anything else to add? As you interrupted like 3 times, like you had something important to say. Was that it?
No, just listening to Jen go on and fucking on and on and on about this thing.
So you interrupting him is what makes it better?
Yeah, I must have not been muted. I must have been mumbling.
Right. Okay, so refraction. Yeah, everybody agrees there's refraction, so not Earth curve then. I think that's what everybody's point is. The Earth curve should be able to be measured. I mean, you're telling us we're being told we can measure refraction, but we can't measure Earth curve. It's strange.
No, we can't measure Earth curve. And do you agree with Jen?
No, don't agree. You can't whistle past that. You said you can measure Earth curve. That would be dropped from horizontal. Can you show that?
Yeah, George Natchez.
No, you can't.
But do you agree with Jen?
What'd you mumble? I didn't hear.
I said George Natchez. But you don't agree with that.
They didn't measure drop from horizontal.
Yeah, they did. They did exactly what he did.
No, he didn't. He doesn't have a straight line. He has a line that's 2 or 3 or 6 miles away. That's you in your own agreement would be refracted, not a straight line.
No, not on repeated observations with a stable image. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
What are you
say that.
talking
There is
about?
something.
So then no.
Then no straight line, no drop from
Straight line.
horizontal is a straight line.
Yeah,
Did
that's every
George
straight line.
create a
Yeah.
straight line over 6 miles?
But we're getting away from the point. Do you agree that once a vessel disappears over the horizon, that you can zoom back in and see it
That's
again?
a false statement. It doesn't disappear over a horizon. It disappears into the horizon, and there is a certain point called the vanishing point. It's called the vanishing point because you can't magnify it back. But at certain stages of an object going away from you, it will appear to be obstructed, and you can zoom in and it's not obstructed anymore. But then there's going to be a point, because every optical, including your eyes or a camera or a telescope, has a limit. Don't you agree?
Well, what about that video that Lori?
Wait a minute. Why are you asking me another question? Don't you agree that every
because it's associated with what you're saying. It's exactly
Well, you're
what
not
you're saying.
answering my question, though. You're just moving on to another question. Don't you agree that every optic has a limit?
Called the Rayleigh criteria? Is that what you're talking about?
You can a limit to how far it can see.
Yeah, it's, there's a limit to how far you can see. Like two objects would merge to one. It's called the Rayleigh criteria. But 1,000-foot long vessel, 100 feet above the water at the bridge, how far away does it have to go before you can't see it anymore?
Why are you asking me? It depends on the atmospheric conditions of the day, Howard.
Exactly. You either have days.
Man.
You either have days where it sails off and shrinks and disappears, or you have days where you see obstruction. It depends on the
And other days where that vessel is magnified and it looks huge on the horizon.
And it's called, and it disappears. Yep.
And then it just disappears, Howard. You know this, Howard.
Magic. It's magic, isn't it?
No, it's not magic. It's called the atmosphere. It's called refraction. It's called everything that you believe in that you just deny when it comes to why things are obstructed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pot kettle.
Yeah, it's weird how you deny it. In a conversation about refraction, you want to talk about Earth curve. In a conversation about Earth curve, you want to talk about refraction and perspective. And then separate refraction and perspective in the same conversation. It's totally strange, man.
Yeah, we
and
both
then
talk
mumble
about
through everybody's conversation.
We both talk about refraction, but there's a very blurred line in what our understandings of it are.
Blurred line. I see what you did there. So distorted line. So you can't measure long distance with a horizontal line because it would be distorted. We both agree on that. But then you say,
No,
George, you don't agree that looking long distance, especially in the marine layer, would distort the straight line? But you agree with refraction?
You're saying it's impossible. Yeah, you're saying it's impossible to get an accurate reading over distance. But George Natchik did that.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
They're saying we can prove refraction.
Oh, my goodness.
We can't
I'll
prove
show
Earth
you,
curve.
George.
Sorry.
Yeah, surveyors disagree.
That's horseshit.
Who'd you hear that from? What surveyor did you talk to that disagrees with that, except for Jesse and whoever else you claim is a surveyor on this Discord? Because all the surveyors I talked to would never, ever take a long distance measurement over the marine layer. Ever.
Yeah, did they see George's observation?
Let me show you George's observation.
They were all over the place, Howard. They were all over the place. How are you claiming them as measurements? They were measurements of refraction. Yeah. We can prove, Howard. We can prove refraction, bro. Listen, we can, yes, we can prove refraction, Howard. We can't prove Earth curve.
And that's all George was doing, studying refraction. He admitted to that. He got forced into the saying it was Earth curve, but in his mind, it was a refraction test. That's why he started the test. That's why he completed the test. That's why he took such accurate readings, was to study refraction. Now, I just posted one of George Natchik, however you say his name, at 2 different times of the day, taking the same 2.7 miles. That's only less than 3 miles.
So what he was doing here, he explains when he's doing it, that here is an example of what you can get. You do observations late in
refraction.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
with refraction.
that's why you want to do your observations midday and take several measurements and see what you get.
So
You got it right that time. He got it right
yeah.
that time. He called it an observation. It's not a measurement. When you're looking over a mile through these tools, it's not a measurement no more. It's nothing more than an observation. Their tools are not designed to be seen over long
Let
distances
me
like that.
clarify one time. When you take 10 measurements and get the same reading, all it's doing is showing you that under the refractive effects at that time period, you're getting the same measurements. It doesn't mean the measurement is accurate, Howard.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. And Jesse Kozlowski, when I talked to him personally about Soundly's auto level shot over 24 miles of Lake Pontchartrain, apparently showing that 80 or 100 feet of the building of the Marriott was missing. Even Jesse himself said you can get plus or minus 40 feet of difference depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day. Now, that's as far as he went, but I think it can be more over that distance.
Well, see, I seemed like I was in on that conversation, and I thought he said 20 feet.
No, he said 40 plus or minus. Now, 20 feet was discussed. 6 feet was a lot of different variances were discussed, and over a lot of different conversations. But the max that he went up to, because I called him out on it, was 40 feet.
Oh, okay.
You know why? You know why I did 40 feet?
Why?
Because I personally have that. I know it doesn't. I don't need Jesse to tell me what obstruction can go plus or minus over 24 miles over Lake Pontchartrain.
So why is it when it actually disappears, what we call over the horizon, why is it that you cannot zoom it back in with any power of magnification?
Because it's distorted so much that no lens is getting that information back to it. It's being refracted, reflected, mirrored, angled down, angled up, distorted. It's in the marine layer. I don't know what else to tell you, man, because sometimes it can be a lot closer.
Well, I could give you that if you could see some sort of distorted, wonky looking, funky
Yeah, we
looking
can.
ship.
That's what I brought up earlier.
It's not
hold
that.
on. Howard, that's what I brought up earlier about the plain truth, the semi-transparent obstruction. That's freaking proof, dude. When you can see the obstruction and what it's blocking, semi-transparent, that is the proof, bro.
How much more wonky do you need than the picture that I just posted of a parallel bridge that's not underwater appearing to curve drastically and appear to be underwater from less than 6 miles away, left lane, from an observer height of like 12 feet, 14 feet.
That's not what I'm talking about.
You're not talking about things being distorted so much that you can't even see the bottom of them and they appear to be curved when they're actually straight, like what I'm showing here. You're talking about something different.
Yeah, I'm talking about a 1,000-foot vessel disappearing from sight.
Yeah, from 60 miles, 30 miles. This is 6 miles left lane.
I understand. That's not what I'm talking about.
So you increase your distance, you don't think these effects are going to drastically change?
I'm talking about a 1,000-foot vessel disappearing over the horizon and you not ever being able to see it again, regardless of the magnification.
Because that's what you're thinking is disappearing over horizon. It's not. It's going into the atmospheric conditions of the day.
And disappears.
Yeah, that's why that same vessel on one day will disappear at, let's say, 15 miles, and some days you can see it 30 miles. Left lane, come on. Yeah, come on. You come on. You're not listening. That's why it changes due to the days, because it's the atmosphere. It's not something that's physical doing it.
Yeah.
In the aspect that you think of it as curved water.
Well, when does your
what are you
globe?
talking about? Do you see the water in front of that bridge? You know that bridge isn't underwater, right? It just appears to be within 6 miles, left lane.
Well, you're saying that the 1,000-foot vessel disappears into the atmosphere. I'm saying it disappears due to obstruction. That's the point of our contention.
Yeah, it does disappear due to obstruction of the conditions of the atmosphere. When it's thicker, less visibility, more dust particles, more humidity, more heat exchange, turbulence, marine layer. What don't you hear?
does the sun qualify as an object that disappears?
Absolutely. Yep.
So,
Absolutely.
so okay, it disappears, and then they talk about where you could go up at this building in Dubai or somewhere that the elevator's fast enough. You can go to the top and you see the sun again.
Yeah,
No.
you're changing your angle. I know
Yeah.
you're not thick, brother. Yeah, you're changing your angle.
I'm not
So
thick. I just understand the geometry of the situation.
Yeah, your angle then. Geometry. Jesus,
curve.
man. I can't believe you're bringing up that argument, really. It really
neither
scary.
can I.
I cannot believe it. So
it's
let
simple.
me tell you what you've done. You didn't address my bridge picture, which was from 6 miles. You went immediately to a 1,000-foot vessel that's 100 foot tall. Then you went to a sun viewing it from a building. Are you going to ever address my bridge?
Yeah, stop gish
Your
galloping.
bridge was a straw man for my argument.
No, it's not. It's talking about refraction, how things can appear to be bent and underwater in short distances, which was exactly the topic until you change it to a distant sun and a distant boat. We were talking about short distances being refracted.
No,
That's why I brought up this picture.
We started out with Jen's arguments where we started.
Yeah, that was a long
disappear.
time ago. Yeah, and we kept on with refraction, and we went to how things can be refracted over a short distance. That's why I posted this bridge, and I don't know why you haven't addressed it yet. Do you want to do it now?
Well, these arguments, they just go circular. I mean, it's
So you don't want to do it?
I'm going to say rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day, sir. Next.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. My argument, it's not an argument. It's a fact. It's reality. It's what we experience, and will stand long after you've gone, mate. Okay.
So, Jen,
also, Howard, with that, let me address your Dubai.
No, I was asking Jen a question if he had watched that video that Lori posted.
Which
video? So you're resting on this. You want to move on to another video.
On a globe Earth, the sunlight coming through to that building has to go up 1,360 miles to even be 1 degree of upward light. So
It's
if you don't have a
building
build,
because of different reasons, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a lousy proof.
I usually ask you guys how would it look like if an object were to go over a curve?
It would be obstructed.
Okay.
What's your point? What's your point?
I don't know exactly what example you guys are talking about now, but I'm in the wrong chat. By the way. Fuck.
Yeah, if something went over something physical, like a hill of dirt or a hill of water, if that was ever possible, which is not, then it would be obstructed. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you look at the left lane's GIF watching like a ferry driving away, I would guess.
That's not proving the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah,
it doesn't have to. But what's that? You explained it would be obstructed by the water. So wouldn't it look like that?
Yes, it would probably look like that. Yeah, when a car over a hill, it gets distorted, and you'd lose the information bottom up. But it can also drive down a flat horizontal road and disappear in the same way because of the atmospheric conditions and the way we see things at distance.
Exactly. That's why we say.
Does it do that?
Yeah. The only difference is,
but what does it do that?
The only difference is you can easily measure that hump of land or hump of water easily. Especially when it's at a short distance where it's obstructing a car or a person walking down the road or a sidewalk. You could easily measure that slope of that piece of land or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Easily.
How would you measure that?
Hang on.
But is that slope from in reference to the elevation or in reference to Earth curvature?
Why are you stuck in your model? It's just a hill of whatever. Dirt.
But that's because that's what we are talking about. It's in the context of the subject. It's really important
and
to
it's easily
distinguish
measured. So if the Earth curve, if you're saying it's a level surface that's following the curvature of the Earth, is obstructing a similar object like a car as it goes away from you. You're saying it's obstructed because of the Earth curve. It would still be the same amount. You could easily measure it.
Are you saying if a car drives over a flat lane or driving
Jeez.
over a curve, it would look exactly the same?
It can.
Probably. Can let me answer this, please?
It can, but
saying,
it wouldn't, right? In the same conditions, right?
You're
Oh
asking the
my
question.
God.
Let me answer it for you because you're not listening. We're saying
I am listening. Stop
probably.
patronizing me.
We're saying you're not. You see, you're not listening because I'm.
I
Trying
am
to talk.
listening. Stop patronizing
I'm
me.
trying to talk, but you're not listening because I'm trying to talk. It's this. We're saying probably because we've never seen the curvature of the Earth, but we know the Earth is flat. We can measure that. We can measure the surface. That's measurable. We are unable to measure curve. That's why we say it would probably look the same. We don't know. Never measured
So
curvature.
it could be a spherical shape. You don't know.
The word,
It could
what
be
does
that
the
we
word
are on a
probably
sphere,
mean?
not flat.
What does the
It
word
means it
probably
could be
mean?
either we live on a globe
Probably.
or on a flat Earth.
No, not at all. We said probably, not could be. Probably is the word I use because we've never measured curvature, but we've measured flat surfaces all over the place. But we've never
Yeah,
measured
but this measurements you're talking about could be also spherical shape,
It's
which we are
no,
seeing.
not at all. A curve is a curve is a curve is a curve, and we would know what a curve is. We can measure that, and we don't live on a
No,
globe.
but it
There's
looks
no
the
curvature
same. You
anywhere.
said. So how do you distinguish?
No.
How do you distinguish
We
that
said
a
we
video
said
from left
probably.
plane, video from a flat plane? How do you distinguish that?
We said probably. So we're not saying that the Earth is a curve at all. We're not saying that. We're saying it probably. We don't know because we've never seen the curvature.
So you don't know
of
if
the
it's
Earth.
flat or not.
We know it's flat. That's the point.
Then it's not. Then that's not probable.
You can measure the slope.
Then you know it's
measure the
certain.
slope.
Then you
The
know it's
slope
certain.
is physical. You're not
He's
listening.
telling you we've never seen a globe anywhere to compare it to. All we see is reality, which appears to be flat and measure flat.
So
We
you're
don't
saying
have
it's
no,
probable.
hold on, stop. You're asking him, does it look the same as a globe? You have to go get a globe and show us what that looks like. We've never seen it. Now do you comprehend? We haven't. You have to go get the globe model with all this shit happening that you claim and show us what that would look like because we've never seen that.
You said how it would look like.
You have to
Jin
get.
just said it
we
would
see-
look like that. It would
He
look
said we
like
see
in Left Lane's video.
Probably.
We see what
Okay,
happens.
so there it is.
Probably.
Then there it is. That's how it would
No
look like.
measured curve. What does that mean to
see
you?
that.
There's no
Forget
measured
about how
curve
it
anywhere.
looks.
There's no measured curve anywhere.
important.
Repeat
It's
that
evident.
sentence to yourself real
Enoch,
quick.
you low, brother.
Yeah. Do understand the English language, won't you? Okay, probably.
I have
We've never
4
seen-
people talking
We
to me.
have
I
never
can't.
ever seen the Earth as a curvature anywhere.
No curve has
answer
been
to your question
measured.
is
But this is how it would look like. You said so. Left lane's GIF. That's how it would look
Because
like.
you keep inferring the word curve and you want us to see what a curve looks like. We're telling you we don't
I'm
know.
asking you what's the
Only
difference,
you know.
and I'm
Only
saying
you.
it.
We
You're
don't
saying
have
it
a
looks the
difference.
same.
We've only got
don't know what the
reality.
difference is. We can't
We don't
compare
have
it because we've
another
never seen
version.
curvature anywhere.
But you
never
just
seen
said
curvature
you know how it would look like.
You're not making any
never
sense.
seen
Clearly, we
curvature
only have.
anywhere.
Oh my
Stop,
God.
Jen, hold on. We only have one version of reality, bro. You keep wanting us to pop up a new version next to reality. You have to do that. That's your model. We don't do that. We're telling you what's going on in reality. So if you have another Dr. Seuss version you want us to take a look at, present it.
If it's the first time you open your eyes in your whole life and you don't know what's the default shape of the Earth,
We measured it. There is no ifs and buts.
I'm asking you.
Clearly
If you
measured.
open your eyes, your brain
What
is
does
blank.
no measurable
You see the Earth.
Why do you keep talking past no curve measured, man? Why do you keep saying
Okay,
stuff
so you're
about
not
stuff that's
gonna
not measured?
obfuscate and
So you're
You
just
heard
gonna.
what I said.
That's what you're doing.
Level.
That's clearly what you're doing. You keep imagining a curve that exists that hasn't been measured anywhere. Can you show us?
He's asking a simple question,
has been
Dima.
measured many times. But I asked you guys a specific question, and you're not
I
gonna answer
answered
that.
it.
So
I answered it. I said it's
no, you
level by
didn't.
default. I said level by default.
It's not.
I said
So
that.
why is level default?
Because we
there's no
don't
curve.
experience curvature anywhere. So from the moment you come out of your mother's womb, you're on a.
You didn't hear the question then.
Can I finish?
You didn't hear the question then.
When you come out your mother's womb, yeah, you're on your all your hands and knees When you start to crawl around, it's a leveled floor, yeah? You go to the park, it's level. You go to the ocean, it's all level. Everything you see in your life and you experience is just level. You never experience any curvature unless you go over a hill in a car or you take a roller coaster ride. That's it. So it's level by default.
I walked over the highest mountain in Denmark once, and I didn't know I was on a mountain.
So what? Good for you.
That
That was
doesn't
a
prove
good.
anything, does it? Doesn't prove
That
It
was a
does.
good
It
flat
does. You know
mountain.
why I didn't notice? Because it's
doesn't
also
prove
it's not actually a mount. It's just like a gradual slope. It's
doesn't
like
prove
100
anything, sir.
meters above the surface of
So you
from
didn't walk
water
the
level.
mountain, then,
Anything,
did
it
you?
doesn't bring your curvature earth
Well,
to life.
it tells
It
me
doesn't.
that
It
my
does not.
senses is not able to sense that I was on a mountain.
Yeah, that means
Well, then
you're an
get your
unfit
senses
individual.
checked.
The fitter you are, the more you are in tune with your senses.
I am
So
very fit. I'm more fit.
Sorry?
I'm more than enough fit to
I
measure.
guarantee you're not more fitter than me, and I'm going to be 60 this
So
month.
that's
I guarantee
that's
you.
your
What the fuck,
argument.
Jin?
I guarantee you.
I'm fitter than
Okay,
you.
you don't have to make everything into a competition, Jin. That's fine.
No, you're the one that's making it a
Well, did you
competition.
take an
You're the one.
altimeter up that
Come on.
mountain
You're
with
the
you?
one that's making it a
That's
competition.
great.
You're trying to
great.
say that our senses are not reliable, and I say to you, you are wrong.
Yeah.
Because even if I close my eyes and I'm going to fall down, my senses are going to kick in to try and break that fall. That's how.
Can you
quick they are.
measure
If you're
something
a
to
fat,
be
hang
2
on, let me
nanometers
finish.
long?
Do let me finish when I'm talking. When you're
Okay.
a fat donut and you're going to fall down, your
I'm
senses
not
are going to be
fat donut.
slow to react. So you're going to have injuries. So please do not tell me.
You assume that I'm a
senses are
fat
of no use.
donut?
We use our senses 24. Every second we live, we are using our senses. Every second. So let's get reality here.
Sure.
So
But
can
we
you?
don't
So
rely
can
on
you?
them all the time.
Yeah, yeah. Can you? Who can
So I
measure
have tools.
speed the most reliable? Your speedometer in your car or yourself?
If I need to have an accurate measurement of speed, I'm going to use an instrument, of course. Of course.
So then your perceptions are worse than the instrument in the car.
No,
Why would I compare myself?
no.
You're being stupid.
You did.
Your
You said
eyeballs are what you use to read
nothing
you.
else is more precise than your own
stupid
senses.
now.
Nothing is
Stop
more
being
precise than your
logical.
But
senses.
Be
I will
logical.
notice 1,000 miles an hour.
Now you're going back
I'm
on
going to
your
notice
plane.
that. Look,
Hold on
I'm
a second.
going to notice with my senses 1,000 miles an hour. I will
Nothing.
notice that.
How exactly?
Thank you very much.
How
Nothing is more
exactly? Would you
precise
know
than
that
your
when you're
senses
driving
because
exactly?
I will
hold on.
notice that speed. Believe you me, I will notice that speed.
But you just said you would notice that. You would use your instrument. Why are you changing your story?
No, that's two different
Nothing's
situations
more
you brought up
precise.
there. You brought up two different situations.
In the
Nothing's
car,
more.
yeah.
If I want to know a speed of something to put it exact, then I'm going to
car.
use an instrument. That's what you
Nothing
said,
can be.
and I answered that question.
Nothing
honestly.
can be more
Then, hang
precise
on
than your
a second,
senses.
please.
Nothing
Then,
can be more
hang on,
precise. That's
hang
why
on, hang
you
on,
use
Denmark.
instruments.
Then what's going on
Instruments
then?
are
He
less
said-
precise than your senses. That's why you use instruments, because they are less precise, and you need the things that are less precise.
No, you use your sight to see the instrument. You use your ears to hear, and you use your brain to think about the stuff. So you are the best instrument.
But
Sorry.
you're taking a reading of the instrument. You're not making the measure
with
yourself.
what? With what? With the instrument? Are you
With your eyes. But your eyes are just
using
making
your
a
eyeballs?
reading, not
That's
measuring it.
right. So without your eyeballs, what's the instrument doing for you?
It's giving an
You're
instrument.
being
Doesn't
silly.
have
You're
to go to the
arguing.
eye. You can also
You
You're
can't
the
be
best
serious, man.
instrument.
It's obvious that
You can
it's
log it
obviously
in
flawed that you're arguing.
database, for example.
Excuse me.
You
Yeah, look,
can log it
listen,
in the
listen, your
database. You don't
argument
have
is
to read
hopeless
it.
at
It's
the
still
moment.
there.
Your argument is hopeless at the moment. Yeah, you're acting like children here. Okay, your argument is just wishy-washy. Okay,
What?
right? You're trying
You
to say
changed your
that
story
it's not
4
gonna work.
times in like
Okay.
2 minutes, Jen. If anybody's
Why?
wishy-washy,
Because
it's
you
you.
people just keep on going on. You're going on this road of being stupidity and ridiculous. Okay.
No, I'm
Now,
not.
yes,
I'm
you
just
are,
holding
because
your
at the end of the
your
day,
claim to the fire. You said you were more precise. Your best instrument is your own body.
Right?
You said
At
that.
the end of the day, we will always use our senses. We use them, using them right now. We're using our senses, so we would notice 1,036 miles an hour spin of this Earth at the equator. We're going to notice that because it's too.
No.
Why would
If
we
it's
go
very,
to
if
school?
it's
1,036 miles per hour.
very little, you would
1,036 miles
notice,
per
and then
hour
an
is not slow. Faster than the speed of sound is
Yo,
not
eventually you
slow.
got to stop talking at some point.
Yeah.
to let other
Yeah.
people respond.
You're like scattergunning like 15 different points.
I'm not scattergunning at all. I've
Yes,
got
you
a
are.
point. I'm not. Faster than the speed of sound is not slow. Okay? And I'm going to notice that very much so.
Yeah,
with
but
my
you would
senses.
know if you're driving, if you're going at 2,000 miles per hour or 1,500. That's the point.
I would know that because I'd use my instruments to know that. Because I'm in a vehicle.
That's not you, Jen. That's the instrument,
I'm
Jen.
in a vehicle.
Oh my God, you're being so dishonest now.
God damn it.
I'm not being dishonest at all.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
not being dishonest.
Because now suddenly you are the best instrument because you can read an instrument. The fuck?
Have you finished? Because you're being silly. You're going to let's try and get this
Am
more
I being
coherent.
silly?
I haven't deviated
I have an
obfuscated
inbuilt.
or-
I am
or
the best
dishonest
compass
at all.
because I can read the compass.
Well, that's fine if that's good for you.
It's stupid to say that.
If that's good for you, it's not stupid to say that at all because we were given 5 senses, okay, and we use them all every day of the week, all the time, continuously, non-stop. Our senses that are working.
It's sort of similar.
Okay? So basically, the answer to your question earlier on is the Earth is flat by default. There is no experience of curvature because our senses would notice this. Okay. And
I
we
gave
don't
you
notice
many
it.
claims now where your senses would trick you, and you sort of agreed to it, I guess, because you said you would need. You are actually very precise, but you need instruments to be precise.
Well, it depends. It depends. If I want to know exactly how fast I'm traveling, so I don't lose my driving license, let's say, I'm going to use the instrument that is designed to tell me that you're doing 60 miles an hour. Okay, that's nice. I've still got 10 miles an hour. I'm within 10 miles an hour of the speed limit. Good. That's fact. Okay. I can judge it. I can judge it myself up to, let's say, 50 miles an hour. I can judge it like that myself. Yes. Why? Because I know how fast the scenery moves on a motorbike. So I can gauge it roughly. I can't gauge it precisely, but I can still live with it. If I didn't have a speedometer, I'd be able to gauge my speed and be within the speed limit of England. I can do that.
Hey, Jim, what I say is crazy is... Go ahead.
That's possible to do. I've done it.
I was going to say, we can measure a half-inch rise over a mile. We can measure a half-inch deviation, and but we can't measure the 8-inch curvature. Okay, speed, we can measure moving 2 miles an hour, but we can't measure 1,040 mile speed at the equator. It's like all these things we can easily measure. What your model dictates is
but you have to
mysterious.
think about how you measure speed, because you measure speed in relation to something. You need a reference point. Otherwise, you can't measure speed. So that's if you measure speed in air or to the ground, you have the air. You have the if your car was flying, it couldn't measure the speed it was driving because it needs tire to be attached to the ground.
Flying cars. Unfortunately, we don't have flying cars at the moment. Well, they're there, they're coming. But the Earth's speed was given to us by you lot. Your gang gave us the numbers.
It's measured.
How they measured it, we don't know because it's never been able to be measured. Earth's rotation has never been measured, yet they give us this speed. Okay, Albert Einstein.
Yeah, I know the angular velocity and the radius, and you know the tangential
said it
speed.
himself. All right, you're talking about
Just
Albert
lying
Einstein
there.
said it himself that he's unable. No optical experiment can be conducted to detect Earth's rotation. So, okay, then you've got Sagnac, Michelson, and Morley. Okay, and 5 other scientists who tried to prove detect Earth's rotation. They were unable to, right up until today. So if you're talking about the speed, you need to tell us how they got that speed, because we can't find it and we don't experience it at all.
How did Michelson Morley try to measure
If it were to be moving at that speed, we
rotation?
would notice it. We would notice it with our senses.
Hold on, Jim. They spend so much time trying to detail why we don't feel it. I mean, can't they just for 1 second consider that maybe it's not moving?
You guys
if
said
you just walk
if
outside,
you need to measure something precise.
Go ahead.
If you're to measure, as you guys said earlier, if you're going to measure something precisely, you cannot rely on your body. If it's
but your only argument is that the atmosphere is spinning with the Earth. I'm outside right now. The wind's blowing in like 2 different directions right now, and also the atmosphere is going with the Earth. It's crazy. If you know, if it was a straight path.
You notice the
Why
way
is
this
it
bloke
crazy?
says. You notice how he noticed that. He noticed it's playing from two directions. He noticed that with his senses, yeah, and it's nowhere near 1,036 miles per hour. Nowhere
No, but
near
it's
that
not.
speed.
It's not blowing in relation to him because he is also moving with the wind.
Again, you have to prove
Why
this.
would he? Yeah, but
He's not
that's
moving.
just that's logic.
He's telling
Ken,
you.
that has
He's
nothing to
telling
do
you
with
with his.
measurement.
He
That's
is
logic.
telling you with his senses he is not moving. Just like
Yeah, but
I'm not moving.
that's logic, Jin. If you're
No,
moving with the
that's
air, you would
reality.
notice the
That's
wind blow.
reality. That's reality. What you have to do
If you
is
get a
You,
prove
5
that.
foot
you agree
You
with
pendulum,
me
need to
now?
prove
What the
we're
fuck?
moving. You need to
if
prove
you
we're
take a
moving.
I
5
don't
foot
understand what
pendulum,
the fuck you're talking about, Jin.
I meant to say 5 meters. Listen, Jim, give us a minute, man. Hey, if I take a 5 meter pendulum and I move it any at all, even the speed of an hour hand of a clock, if you take a 5 or more meters, and this is the Level Earth Observers Challenge, and nobody's took him up on it over the last couple of years because they know that pendulum is going to move. If it's at least 5 meters in length and you move it at all, that pendulum is going to move.
Yeah, but that's only due to the initial acceleration. If you have it at a constant speed, it won't react at all.
You have no ball. You have no ball. We don't notice that.
Can you please
speed at
respond
all.
to the point? Don't just say
Yeah,
random
I will.
shit.
I will respond to that point.
Completely
It'll
irrelevant.
never stop as long as that surface is moving. It will never stop. That pendulum, especially if you because if you're going to compare it to Earth, you'd need a 60-mile pendulum. So any movement at all would stay moving. Okay, but we're just saying 5. Give us 5 meters, but we'll say 10 meters is until that surface stops moving. That pendulum will never come to a rest, bro. I want you to address that.
What the pendulum? What did you do? You have a pendulum
As long as that surface is moving
on your table, and then you move it. And if you move the pendulum, it will
No,
start
I
to.
got it in the backyard. Listen, I got it in the backyard. I got a 10-meter
Yeah?
pendulum. As long as
Okay.
that surface is moving, that pendulum will never come to rest. It'll never stop.
Yeah.
As long as no matter
You
how,
don't think
as long as
even
that
if you
surface
have
is
it on
moving,
a train,
the pendulum will never
and then
stop. So that's what I wanted you to address.
If the train is driving at a constant speed, do you think that pendulum will just? I don't know what do you think will happen?
If it was the train driving in a circle, like the rotation,
Exactly.
yeah, if you drive that train in a circle, the pendulum will move. If you drive that train in a circle, then your sprite will pour a little bit to the right. Maybe not much, but a measurable amount.
Yeah, but they are talking about. Yeah, but now we are talking about. You're talking about
centrifugal force.
Rotation of
centrifugal
the
force,
Earth.
right?
Rotation of the Earth.
Well, I'm trying
If
to
hold on a
show you
second.
how.
Yeah, hold on a second, Leaky. If the train's going in the circle, are we going to get the Coriolis effect on the pendulum?
A tiny bit.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it depends on which way it swings. If it swings like in and out, it would be tiny bit.
This is the Coriolis effect, where a U.S. Marine has laid down a $20,000 challenge back in 2016 that still hasn't been picked up yet for the Coriolis effect to be proven. You know, they speak it so easily. There's a $20,000 challenge for any Marine or any human being who can prove the Coriolis effect exists to get the money. It's easy money, but they don't pick up the challenge.
Well,
let me make my
hold on a
final
second.
point.
That's a good point Brian
point.
made. That's a great point Brian made about the pendulum. If you have it on the rotating surface and you rotate it, the pendulum's going to swing. It's not going to. It's not going to just be still, right?
Yeah, it's not going to come. Let me make my final point on that, Jeremy. Is this okay? That pendulum, okay? That they say that they say that the Earth's angular momentum, or whatever you want to call it, is just out of the reach of humans being able to feel. In other words, we can almost feel it, but it's just out of reach of our perception. But let me say this: the pendulum, which I disagree with that in the first place, but I'll even give you that to say this: the pendulum with 5 meters or more length in plumb bob, the string, is way sensitive enough. So if that pendulum ever comes to a stop, then your surface is not moving. It's demonstrable. You can't argue that. You can try and show me. Only way I'll accept it is if you show me.
So
does any Glober dispute? Hold on. Does any Glober dispute that if we had a rotating platform like a merry-go-round or a roundabout or something, and we have a pendulum on it, that the pendulum would never sit still?
I would say it's you have several forces. You have one thing pulling you down, and then you have the centripetal force, which will be 0 at the equator. And if you go
hold on, guy, you're spiraling. We're on a merry-go-round. We're spinning. We got a pendulum on it. Is the pendulum going to always be moving, or is it going to always be at rest?
The pendulum will
if we don't start
stay
it
at
swinging.
an angle. I don't think it would swing. It would eventually it will stabilize around at an angle because of the centripetal force. It's no reason for it to swing.
So it would be angled.
Yeah,
you're wrong. Yeah. Please demonstrate that, but mainly demonstrate it for yourself, because that's.
I mean,
that's not
just hold a string, and then have a tie to rock, and then swing around, and the rock will just stay at an angle out from you. It won't swing up and down.
I'm talking about speed.
It's what's known as oscillate. It will oscillate. Okay.
Yeah,
what I'm talking about is speeds. I'm talking about hooking the platform up to the hour hand of a clock. Okay, so you're not going to get no steady centrifugal force. I'm talking about the hour hand of a clock, and with a platform with a real long plumb bob. Okay, and as long as that platform's moving, the plumb bob will not come to rest.
Yeah, but you at the middle of the merry-go-round, or are you at the side?
We're
at the edge of the merry-go-round.
The outer edge of the merry-go-round.
Okay, so if you're spinning, but if you're spinning, why would the plumb bob swing up and down?
Dude, you should see how long it takes for the plumb to come to come to rest when it's not moving, like on the Earth right now. Just to get the plumb to come to a rest with a string that long takes forever, dude. And
Bacon has a point. Hold on a second, Brian. Bacon has a point. You were wrong about the magnet that one night. Remember, it did come to a rest. I think that, he could. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that it might just come to a rest. It would be at an angle depending on which way the force was on it, but it might stop swinging.
And now, Jeremy, let me just say. Hang on, can I explain this? If you've got the merry-go-round,
and also it comes to when it comes to rest. Hold on, Jim.
Jen, hold on. I just addressed Brian saying he's wrong.
Yeah, I'm trying to address Brian's thing as well.
I was wrong that night. It was just a little test, though. I wasn't trying to be right or wrong.
No, I know, but I think this is.
You're right. But listen, let me tell you the two discrepancies. A, it didn't stop plumb. It stopped at a magnetic lock. It did find a balance off to the side. And but B, the string was only 5 foot long. To get, if you're going to spin the platform the speed of an hour hand of a clock, you need at least 5 meters of string. Okay. But if you wanted to show it just with a slam dunk, just get you 30 meters of string. That plumb will never stop, dude. It eventually, right? But it'll seem like forever. But at any movement at all, the plumb will pick it up, man. It's demonstrable.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
if I may
do an experiment and show it.
Yeah, if I may carry on with Brian's excellent point, because it is an excellent point he raises there, is that he's saying that where he's fixed his plumb bob on the platform in his backyard, if the earth is moving, that plumb bob will never come to rest, and that is 100% correct. And I agree with that.
I don't think so.
If we put it on a merry-go-round now, and it's spinning, let's say at 1,000 miles an hour, it will register that because it will move away from horizontal to at where the force is going to move it to the right. Yeah, to our right. It's going to move outwards, but it will bob back and forth. It will oscillate slightly back and forth. That's what will happen as it's on that spin.
Do you have any video of this or anything? Because I think eventually it'll come to rest.
Yeah, it will come to rest eventually.
All right.
If the spin is continuous, yeah.
Yeah, like the Earth, and analogous to the Earth. If you do something analogous to the Earth, eventually, just like on Earth, like on the merry-go-round, the plumb bob will come to rest.
It will. If the Earth is spinning at 1,000.
Yeah, if you want to see videos, go to level. Hey, Jen, for examples, go to Level Earth Observer, and he shows examples.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I will go there.
Examples of what? This is what I've been asking for. Examples of what? The plumb bob never coming to rest.
Of his crane,
the pendulum,
and how long it takes to stop and all that, and then the math behind the angular momentum. It would doesn't line up.
But eventually, it does come to rest, though, just like we see resting plumb bob.
Yeah, on the ground. Yeah. That's why I need to do a demonstration. I got to figure out how to hook this piece of plywood up to the hour hand of a clock, man.
Yeah, but Brian, if the Earth was indeed spinning, it would never come to rest, would it? Because there is a wobble in this spin, but it could never come to rest.
That's what the math says.
Yeah. What?
No, the math does not say that. The math does not say it would oscillate, or it would oscillate if there was no friction. But if you have any friction,
what if your acceleration? What if your acceleration picked up?
If the acceleration changed, then it would move. But if the acceleration, like a merry-go-round, would spin at a constant speed.
The Earth has a wobble, doesn't it?
But our acceleration
in a circle. It's rotating.
No.
I hope to never hear this argument again, guys.
Guys, whoa! You guys are spiraling one at a time.
Let me finish with this. Sorry, Jeremy. I hope to never hear this argument again. Rotation is an acceleration. I hope to never hear an ignorant glober again. I don't mean that bad. I mean like misinformed. I hope to never hear that again. Rotation is an acceleration.
It is applying a fictitious force, which would be seen as an acceleration.
Hey, so let me just have 2 seconds with this guy, please, guys. Calm down.
Yeah.
So you say if the Earth's acceleration changed, then the pendulum would move, right?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
If you mean if the rotation speed changes, then yeah, it would move.
All right, go ahead, Jen. Go ahead.
Yeah. You know, at the amusement parks, okay. The swing where you all sit in the swing, and then the swing spins round, and then suddenly it starts to angle out. We've seen it. We've all been there, haven't we? Have you not done that as a child?
Yeah.
Right. So there's your example. It stays out there, and as soon as you change the speed, it starts to come back down and vertical. Yeah, back to rest, doesn't it? Right. So, but in the case of the Earth, there's a wobble. So you're going to notice that pendulum is going to you're going to notice it. It's not going to be fixed continuously. There's a wobble.
How does it wobble?
So that's why I said it's going to oscillate. It's going to.
But how does it wobble?
Well, that's your model.
No, the rotational axis, the north pole, which is the rotational zenith, is pointing at the same point. It's pointing at approximately at the Polaris. It doesn't change.
It's on a tilt.
It's on a tilt in relation to the sun, yeah, but it does not.
They say that the Earth has a wobble. Look it up. The Earth
has
a wobble.
It wobbles. It processes over 25,000 years. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
But that's not noticeable by any equipment.
I mean, it's
that's
ridiculous,
not a wobble.
isn't it? I mean, look, 25,000 years for a wobble to come along.
Yeah.
Yep.
So therefore, you don't measure that or notice that.
That's why
notice it in 25,000 years.
Yeah, that's why the moves.
They actually measure this precession, by the way.
I don't even know how they did it. How did they do that, and when did they do that? When?
They measure. They measure the stars every year if they have the same
did they do
position.
this? When?
They do it every year, all the time.
Yeah, they might be doing it right now.
Yeah, they track the stars all the time, so they do it all the time.
So they measured the Earth spin, and then they measured the wobble.
Yeah.
To get this every 25,000 years. Is that right?
They don't have to measure it in 20,000 years to verify it. They can measure it.
They can
like
extrapolate.
Next year. Yeah.
When did they do this? That's the question.
They do it all the time.
Especially when Einstein could never prove the Earth was moving anyway, and no one has ever been
Einstein
able to do
didn't.
this.
Einstein didn't
So
do this.
we'd love to know how they
The
actually.
astronomers do this.
How did they detect Earth's rotation? How did they detect it? That's
Stars.
what we'd like to know. Yeah.
Look at stars.
On the ground here. Can't prove it on the ground. Again, we're looking to the
stars.
stars. Yeah, crap. Absolute
Also,
BS.
use a gyro.
Absolute BS. Absolute
Gyro.
BS.
Focal pendulum will also prove it.
But
Here we go.
pendulum
So
doesn't prove the Earth is spinning, because if that was the case, like we've all said, the Coriolis, and I posted it already, the challenge is there.
I figured it out, Jen. Hold on a second. I figured it out. So you said if Earth's rotation changed, the pendulum would start swinging. The rotational acceleration. If that changed, the Earth would start. The pendulum would start swinging, right? So when you already agreed to this, so you're locked in. So whatever. So when you're on a train or a plane, right, and you're moving along Earth's surface, pretty much anywhere, the acceleration rate is changing, but the pendulum doesn't move, right? In fact, the train was the example you tried to give earlier of why the pendulum doesn't move.
Who are you asking?
Me? No, I'm not asking nothing. I'm telling you that the shit's not matching up, because you said that if the rotation, the acceleration of the Earth changed, the pendulum would start moving.
Yeah, at
when you
certain
travel
places,
along Earth's surface. Yeah,
At
when you
certain
travel along
places,
Earth's surface
but-
on a train, let's say, not certain
Yeah.
places, anywhere north south.
Yeah, but not at the equator, because then your force will be, it will just pull the ball either more or less straight down, so it
All right.
won't move.
Okay, so but if you're going anywhere north south, your acceleration is changing, and the pendulum should move.
Like you're saying, it should move, but when I say that, it's so little.
You said
to be
it
honest.
should move.
Yeah, I know,
Now
but saying it move doesn't mean it's gonna sway up and down like and take a fucking somersault. I'm saying,
But it should be.
saying-
But it should move.
like
you're saying it moves.
theoretically,
Are you saying
the force will change a tiny bit. Yeah.
So you're saying it moves such a little bit we can't. So you're saying it moves such a little bit that we can't measure it. Is
I
this
need to
another one of those things?
calculate it. I need to calculate it if you want numbers. Then it needs to be calculated, and then we need to see if there are any instruments who can measure this.
Yeah, it's not something you'll see.
It's one
Yeah,
of these little
definitely,
teeny
yeah.
tiny things you can't see again. I know,
Yeah.
guys. You can never see none of this shit that you guys claim.
But
I know.
that's true based on like as you said, like there are other guys appealing to math. If you do the math on this, you can see what forces are in play.
We should be able to experience these forces, though. That's the other thing. With our
Can you?
senses, we don't. And we
You
don't
claim
we don't.
that.
No, we don't.
But
we
you
don't
claim
experience-
that, but you need to
We
quantify
don't
it first.
experience any of those things. We don't, and we can
You have-
replicate it. We can actually replicate it in a lab, at the amusement park, merry-go-rounds. We can prove this point. We can prove it. We can prove it.
But then you need to
We can
quantify it and see if what your expectations are. Because you are limited by your own perceptions, Jin, and you agreed on that. Like earlier, if your most precise measurement would be holding a tool or instrument in your hand, not using your body. And if the forces are small enough, it would be so at a certain point you're not going to notice. That's a fact.
Yeah, but 1,000, you see, what you seem to be forgetting, yes, sir, is that 1,038 miles per hour, which is almost double the speed of sound, is not slow. Any human being is going to notice that. That would be impossible not to notice. Okay? Any human being. You ask a child of 5, 6, 7, they're going to tell you, yes, I'm going to notice that speed because it's very fast, they're going to say. They're not going to say it's slow. They're never going to, the word slow can never be associated with 1,038 miles per hour. And
I sleep like a baby in my bed, but I also sleep like a baby on an airplane flying at 500 miles per hour.
Inside the aeroplane, you're inside the vessel. If you're on the vehicle on
Yeah.
the outside, you wouldn't be sleeping, you'd be dead.
No, that's because then you have wind blowing. But if you have the wind, unless you can, I can be standing, completely
The
still.
Earth is a naked ball.
But Jen, if I were to stand completely still, 0 miles per hour, and the wind is blowing, it doesn't mean that I'm moving. So you're not measuring speed, you're just measuring wind blowing in your face.
Is a naked ball in space without a barrier, said to be spinning at 1,008 miles per hour at the equator. That is not slow by anyone's standard. You're going to notice it. If you analogize it to a plane, then it's the same thing. When you're on that plane, traveling only at 500 miles an hour, a domestic jet airliner, you're going to notice that you're going to be dead. You'll be dead.
But you notice the wind. You, as you said earlier, you don't notice the speed. You notice the wind. You could very well be at 0 miles per hour.
Due to the speed of the aircraft. Due to the speed of the aircraft traveling, that's why I'm dying. The speed of the aircraft and the environment is killing me. That's what would kill me. The speed.
I don't know.
Speed of the aircraft moving and the environment. That is the wind. The
Will you die from
everything, the
flying fast?
That's what would kill me if I was on the outside of that plane.
Yeah,
okay?
but I'm not. But that's nothing to do with the speed. You can die, but you can die in the North Pole. You just stand completely still. It's cold. It's cold and it's cold and it's wind.
You are obfuscating. You're deliberately
No,
not.
I'm not.
The facts.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to find out what you're actually measuring.
Is not slow. 1,038 miles per hour at the equator is not slow, and there's no way we're not going to notice that. Okay?
There are ways, because you can sit in an airplane and you wouldn't notice.
Let me finish. Wait, what a moderator? Come on, you always shut me up. Do some moderating, will you?
Yeah, bro, make your point and then stop talking, Jen. Because that way he'll have a chance to respond.
Okay, Jeremy, let me have this out with you. Hang on, let me just have this out with you, Jeremy. When you fucking talk, I shut my mouth and let you fucking talk. So when I'm talking, let me fucking talk, or I'll fuck off from this server.
You addressed me.
Do you understand me? Do I make myself clear?
But you repeat your point 10 times.
I'm not.
You're not letting me respond, Jen.
Do I make myself clear?
You're not letting me respond. I'm trying to answer you.
Jeremy, do I make myself clear? At the age of 60 coming up, I'm not prepared to take any shit from any cunt. Now, when you talk, I let you talk and I shut my mouth. If I interrupt, I'm told to stop.
Hey, Jen,
shut the fuck, Jen, shut the fuck up. Don't address me. I was silent listening to you, letting you monologue on like you always fucking do. Okay? And I didn't say anything. You addressed me. I went to answer you. You're fucking funny muting me. Go fuck off then, Jen. Or learn how to have a conversation.
Yeah. I think like the problem I have, it's like he's repeating his point 10 times.
You go on like a fucking trooper yourself. I don't say anything. So when I'm talking, allow me to talk, do the fucking moderation. Now, I'm going to carry on where I left off. And that is this.
How mute is that?
The speeds that you are talking about are very, it's impossible not to notice. That's the point I am making here. It is, and you said we're on a train, you're going to notice it on the train, not in it. You're going to notice it on the plane, not in it. Okay? So as we're on this earth, supposedly spinning at the equator, we're going to notice it. Thank you.
The difference in the different variable there in that kind of difference is not the speed, it's the wind blowing. So it's not the wind, it's not the speed you're measuring. You're measuring you're just feeling the wind. So if you don't have any wind, you would never been able you've never been able to measure speed. So you don't measure speed. When you say you feel speed, you just feel wind.
Right, have you finished? Okay, now I'm going to respond to what you said. First of all, no one's measuring. I never used the word measure at all. No one's measuring here. Secondly, that you have to consider both. You have to consider the speed, because if the Earth wasn't moving, which it isn't, you don't notice anything. Okay? You won't notice anything. But if the Earth is indeed spinning, then you're going to notice that spin. The centrifugal force would throw you off. Never mind the wind. Okay, you wouldn't be able to stay on an Earth, on a ball, at that speed. What do you say next?
You need to quantify the forces for me to respond to your claim, because in reality, react to forces, not to. It's not binary. It's not if merry-go-round, then you will fly off. You can also have a merry-go-round spin really slow to the point where you actually don't notice it, or you can also have a merry-go-round spin super fast and you will actually fly off. So you need to quantify this, else there is like nothing to dispute.
There is something to dispute, and it has been quantified. And basically, 1,036 miles per hour, okay, is not, that's nearly double the speed of sound. That is not slow. And the centrifugal forces related to that, if it's 0.3, whatever it is, degrees, it's enough to throw you off because it's happening at 1,038 miles per hour. That's the thing. The speed is what is counting here. It would throw you off the ball. You wouldn't be able to stay on it. Okay? No matter the size. You just wouldn't be able to stay on it. Even if it's rotating 24 hours a day, one rotation, 1,036 miles per hour is fast. It's not slow. You will be thrown off. Okay? No one would be on this Earth. You'd be thrown off.
The function of knowing what the centripetal force is not related only to tangential speed. It's also related to the radius which you're moving, which your circle is, circumference is. So I would agree if the circle was really tiny and you were flying at 1,000 miles per hour, then you would fly off. It would be crazy high force. But if that circle would be really large, if that radius would be really big, the force is actually very tiny. And I actually calculated this one time. And off the top of my head, I could remember I got like 0.03 meters per second square in acceleration. Then if you take that into force, if you weigh like 80 kilogram, you would have Okay, you would have like less than a gram of force, I think. Maybe I have to calculate it. It will not be a lot.
So a plumb bob would show that for how tiny of something do you need to show that for?
They have actually. The thing is, to measure this, you would. You also have like two forces acting. You have something pulling you down on Earth, and you have the centrifugal force, which is due to the Earth spin.
Yeah, but the pendulum should start on its own.
Yeah.
Why? I never agreed to that.
You're implying a force.
Yeah, but
That's
the
there
force
at rest.
it's constant. It's not changing.
It's freaking angular.
It's on a curve, man. It's on a curve which is accelerating, isn't it not?
Yeah, you have like you're talking about like.
It's gonna move.
Sorry.
It's gonna move. It's gonna move. We can prove
vector,
experiments.
bro.
We can prove this.
Guys, you need a change in acceleration. For just it accelerating isn't good enough. You need a change in acceleration.
It does, Jeremy. The rotation is that's a change in vector, bro. That's acceleration. Change in direction.
It doesn't matter.
Change in direction is acceleration.
Don, listen.
And he's implying that it's there always.
All right, Don, listen. Hold on, because you're not doing such a hot job of explaining this to these guys. If you have the same acceleration, like say you're going around on a merry-go-round, and you have a pendulum just hanging there, if you keep the acceleration the same, the pendulum is going to it's not going to be swinging in perpetual swing unless you change the acceleration. Then it'll move.
Well, you're just wrong, Jeremy.
I mean, do you have evidence otherwise of a...
They'll admit to it. If you have a light enough thing, they will admit to it, bro.
No, they're not going to admit to this because that's not how it works.
Jeremy.
What did you say, Don? Listen, you need a change of acceleration. You can't have the same acceleration. The pendulum's not going to swing. forever. Just having acceleration isn't good enough for this.
Look, you know what? When you set up a pendulum, right? Let's say we if the Earth is indeed moving, wherever we are on Earth, it should begin to move to a certain degree and then stay at the fixed point. It should happen, yes or no? By itself, we shouldn't have to move it. Do you agree with that?
Hold on a second. Bleaky, your camera's on, bro. I don't know if you know or not.
Yeah, that's what's fucking me up, bro. It's trying to load this camera.
All right, he killed it. Good shit, Leaky. Go ahead, Jen.
Right, did you get that, Jeremy? Did you get that, Jeremy? Did you get that? I'll say it again. That if we're on the Earth as we are now, and then you set up a pendulum, the Earth is supposed to be spinning. When we finish setting it up, we all stand back. We should watch this thing move to a certain degree and then stop and stay fixed in its position. Should that not happen?
Yes, once we set up a pendulum and we walk away and there's no air current or anything, it'll just come to rest because the acceleration in that one spot is the same. Now, if you move it north or south, that's when it should change. They're going to say it's by a tiny amount, you won't even see it, but because the acceleration changes if you go north-south.
Exactly, right? Exactly. So it should move. I'm saying it should move from the moment we've set it up. From the moment we set it up, and it's vertical where we are, where we can see it. If we move away, it should move because the Earth is indeed spinning. It should move to a certain degree and stay fixed at that angle, at that degree, stay there, unless we move it and then it will change somewhere else. Yes, that's what I think should happen, but that doesn't happen, does it?
What do you mean the pendulum comes to rest? Yeah, I got the pendulum, we set it up, we move away, it comes to rest.
Yeah, it doesn't.
That's what happens.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't move, does it?
No, it shouldn't.
No, I think it should. I think it should move due to the rotation of the Earth. It should move to a certain degree. The centrifugal force move it. It should register if we're moving. It should.
You need a change.
And then it should register the Earth's rotation. It should, wherever you are on this spherical ball, which is ridiculous, especially in Australia. But there you go.
It shouldn't, because you need a change. You need a change in one of these things: centrifugal force, acceleration, whatever it is. You need a change in it. If you're just leaving the pendulum at one spot, there's no change in anything.
Yes, there is. For example, when the pendulum is going east.
No, we're talking about. Hold on, we're talking about. See, this is why you guys suck. You're not even following the conversation me and Jen are having.
All right. Maybe I didn't get the concept of what you're saying. So can you clarify that, please?
We're talking about just having a pendulum, just sitting there, still.
Okay.
Jen's saying it should never come to rest. Now you're talking about swinging it north, south, east, west, or whatever. That's not even in the ballpark of what we're talking about.
Okay.
Well, I heard him mentioning the spin of the Earth, but never mind.
Yeah, that's right. Jeremy, I didn't say it should never come to rest. Jeremy, what I'm saying is this. When I set up my pendulum, that pendulum should register the Earth's spin, by that I mean if I'm on the equator and it's moving at 1036, this pendulum, the centrifugal force will force that pendulum away from my vertical, okay, to my right, because we're spinning, okay? So it should register.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right, and at that position.
So plumb lines would never be plumb, though, if this was the case.
That's correct. Yeah, that's why we know the Earth is not moving. Thank you.
Yeah, but this is this is what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, I agree with you. But you have to remember, like, we're talking about numbers. Unless somebody tells me at this angle it should stay out, not just say it will move, because that for me that means nothing. I need to know how much, and then I can measure. Then I need to know if it's like 45 fucking degrees. Of course, I don't need an instrument for that. But it's like if it's like a 10,000th of a degree, then I wouldn't notice it without using a tool.
Yeah, at 1,006 like I said. Yeah, go on. Go ahead.
You're talking about 1 gram of force and all this shit. We're not talking about that, bro.
Yeah.
What?
1 gram of force.
Sorry, that's the that's the math which you are just like expecting us to feel, which I don't think.
Right. So now, how light of a fucking of a fucking thing do we need to fucking make it fucking register that port?
It wouldn't matter how light or heavy it was, but it would make the force vector not be directly down. It would make it move a little bit
away
to the
from
side.
horizontal.
You know what matters? You know what I'm asking you, man?
Not in the equator, right?
Not in the equator, no. Just
Because it
out from
tilts.
the equator.
Yeah, it would tilt towards the equator because that's the direction of
Yes.
the centrifugal force. Because that's
Yes.
the direction of the rotation.
Correct. And that's why also Earth is a little bit oblated.
Oh yeah. I've never seen it in my life. This oblate sphere, I've never experienced it in my life. So
Yeah.
it's just an assumption. Never been measured, never been seen. We have no videos, no photographs, no films, nothing.
They
So,
actually have been filmed and they have
no
been taken
human being,
photographs, but you deny it.
I'm making this bold
That's on you.
statement. As I'm talking,
Sorry.
you're talking over me, moderator. Basically, no human being can claim to have seen curvature of this Earth. Not even you.
Jim, let me tag in here if I could.
That seems like a tangent.
No, my man who's talking about it would change the force vector to down because you wanna display characteristics of things like the Epos effect and whatnot. Look, we get it. The point is, dude, in 3D space, in actual 3D space, bro, these little things hanging down to the center of the Earth are going all the way around, man. Different vectors. There is an acceleration. It's not going to only just change the amount of down. There should be Jeremy's example of going around the fucking merry-go-round. If you have Jeremy's wrong there, and we all know it. If you have something light enough, it's gonna move, right? It's gonna point out, right?
Yeah, but it would point out and it would stay out.
Exactly.
It wouldn't oscillate. Yeah, I agree to that. But people said here it would oscillate earlier. That's
But
what
here's the
you
point.
guys were saying.
You can make it move. If you start it perpendicular and let it go, it'll go out. If you pull it back perpendicular and let it go, it will go out. If you pull it back perpendicular and let it go, it will go out. Right?
Yeah.
Right.
You can say that again.
Right.
That's I don't disagree with that, but I think it's a very tiny amount. I haven't calculated it, and I would guess you guys haven't either.
Point. Why is my dumb ass the one bringing this to everybody's fucking attention? And
You're not the first to have thought about this, Crux. Somebody
you're not
has
that dumb.
calculated
You're not
this.
really that dumb either. So there's that.
No, but if you could calculate this yourself. But I would intuitively know it's a very tiny number, but I don't know it precisely. So I would
Okay,
have to
show it to me in real life.
You want me to show you something which I don't have the instrument to show you?
I'm saying, why do you not fear that this is missing?
But I can't measure that. I don't have the tool and with the precision to measure that.
Okay, then your confidence is weirdly overplaced to me.
So apparently, if you haven't measured every single implication of the globe, then your confidence is outplaced.
Bro, it's not like that. It's like...
Well, it seems to be.
You have this, you're like, I calculated it this much, that much, but then you hand wave the fact that it should or shouldn't exist without even trying to apply it to practical application.
Well, somebody has, first of all, but I haven't personally, no.
Well, you letting me and Jen sit here rumpus all over this shit like this shit is a fucking ghost.
Well, I don't know actually what you're asking for and what's the problem is.
Right, that's what the problem is.
You have an expectation of what you're supposed to measure, but if the measurement is so tiny that you wouldn't that I couldn't measure it, then what you want me to do, I can't do anything with that.
That's the point. Your confidence is overplaced. You're in an area where you're not going to be able to satisfy the the requirements.
Well, I'm not basing the shape of the Earth only on that. So, but you can't debunk full globe based on me not having the correct instrument, not enough precision on my instruments.
Bro, you have zero fear that you've ever been lied to, dude. Zero.
It's not about lies.
Yes,
it's
it
another
is.
Mexican standoff is where we're at with this one.
Yeah, I know.
What?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to mute, but
Well-
like, I love you guys.
Well, I can
Back to you.
I can infer the shape of the Earth without knowing, without a lot of instruments.
Cool. Thanks for admitting you're guessing with your inference. That's cool.
No, it's not guessing.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
faith. It's just faith, right?
No, it's not faith.
It's not.
No.
Are you sure?
What do I have faith in?
Well,
My
you have
own
faith
eyes?
that- you have faith that you're right, even though you can't really make the measurement.
What?
If you can't take the measurement and you have faith that you're correct.
What measurement?
Oh, pardon me. I jumped in the middle of this conversation. I thought that there was.
Yeah, I know.
I thought that there was a problem with the your ability to take a measurement with such an error bar that's so small that you wouldn't really be able to measure it with the equipment that you have or something.
Yeah,
that
was something else. They were talking about like what based on what we know how centrifugal forces work. We know based on based on any shape what the centrifugal force would be. Then based on that, I cannot measure it.
Yeah. So from rest, you should be able to pull it to the middle, let it go. This should happen on all the fucking plumb bobs everywhere.
But
Wait,
you're not
hold on.
listening
Wait
to
a
me. Are
minute.
you just
Why
ignoring
doesn't-
everything I said?
When I'm in an airplane, how come can I hang a plumb bob and it just works in an aeroplane without moving back and forth? That's moving a fast moving airplane. Or if my glass of champagne is sitting there, could it be sitting there level and undisturbed, seemingly, with my eye measuring it? So it's kind of like the same thing, right? We have this movement going on, but since the other thing is moving with the body of movement, you can't detect movement, right?
Actually, not.
No, I gotta clarify. I have to clarify this. It's about from rest. When you take off from the plane, you get the initial little jerk when you accelerate.
Yes.
Right. So that's all we're talking.
Right. So that would be a change in like an acceleration. We could tell a change in acceleration, but not the actual movement itself. Once we're going with the movement, right? So if
couldn't you reset it though?
No, I mean I don't unless you just throw it backwards.
Well, to me, it's always been the Foucault pendulums. That's always been to me this basically. Although I know it's like angle, right? They try to combine Foucault and Etvos and give you this. And they can never give you, that's what they're trying to say, like from the quantum eraser or dickhead ass logic arguing about scientific experiment. They can never show you the variable of off.
Exactly. Well, that's the conundrum in physics, isn't it? What is resting? Why is it all relative? Why is everything moving? Or is everything moving? Or what is rest? You know what I mean? Like,
because that's what happens when you, when in quantum mechanics, if you change your frame of reference, things still work the same way. So that's why it doesn't matter if there is a universal frame of reference. Whatever linear one will work the same. I mean, linear if they're inertial.
Stark other. I don't know. I can't verify his calculation, but he said it would deflect approximately 7 arc seconds. But that's on not taking into account oblateness. But if the Earth was not oblated, it would deflect 7 arc seconds,
right?
Which is 0.0019 degree.
Yeah, this is so slow, dude. Like the stuff they're building now on nanoscale, like these fucking nano lattices and all this fucking little bullshit. Like, dude, they're gonna be able to measure shit like this. Like I'm telling you, they're gonna be like, look, the fucking light bouncing through the pieces differently because of the fucking curve of the earth or some crazy shit, bro. I'm telling you, man, the earth is moving slow, but not for long. Y'all better be ready, man.
So you think you could, that's why I'm telling you, if it's like 0.0019 degrees of plumb or directly down due to centrifugal force, then you're not going to notice that.
I'm saying, see, that's where it's like, bro, you got the capability to do all the numbers, but then at the end, you say you're not going to be able to notice that. It seems like.
Can you?
That's what the numbers show.
Can you notice that? Can you visually spot 0.0019 degrees?
What I think we should do is we should talk about, and I'm surprised you don't do it on yourself, is like, yo, we should be like, you would have to have XYZ to be able to feel it. Like, not just point blank, you ain't never gonna feel it type of shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's where I'm worried about why your confidence is so high when you show me such limitations in thinking.
Let me ask him a question.
That's not where the confidence comes from.
Check out this question real quick. Okay, so if we take a globe, we say it's spinning 1,040 miles an hour. Let's just call it 24,000 mile circumference. Okay, it with a radius of 3959. Okay, so 24,000 circumference. So if we take a 24 meter circumference, would we have to spin it faster or slower to equal the centrifugal force, the angular momentum?
Are you asking
angular velocity?
Crux Aider, I guess.
Or you?
I know the answer. I want to check Crux Aider. What do you think?
What was the question?
Why don't anybody just answer the question that knows the answer instead of asking other people to answer it? Just answer it.
So 24,000. So a 24,000 mile circumference. Okay. I want to say circumference moving at 1,040 miles an hour with a radius 3959. So 24,000 instead of, we're going to narrow it down to 24 meters. So 24 meters would how fast would the rotation have to be to equal the centrifugal force?
Wow.
Well, anyway, the general point I was trying to make is that the smaller.
Is he cutting up for anybody else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is anyone else still trying to convert the 24,000 miles into meters? Give me a second.
Yeah, I am.
I mean, if you made the question in meters, it'll be faster.
Thanks a lot, dude.
What's the sensitivity of detection? Is it like 0.30 or something like that? Does anybody know that one?
7 microns. You want to convert that for me? Thanks. I mean, 7 microns is the right answer, though. The human eye.
In the meters, I'll guess 7,800
billion.
Don't matter because we ain't moving or spinning. It's all right, guys.
It turns out that if you turn it 1 revolution per day, it's the same. It's weird.
Oh, mass can give you anything. That's the magic of it.
Yeah, so all you do is take the meters per second and divide it by the radius for the angular velocity or the centrifugal.
Well, are we still spinning? Is it still? Did we add to the calculation 1 revolution per 24 hours?
So, well, you said microns, 7 microns. What's that a magnitude of?
Well, no,
What are
you said be able to see a difference. That would be like 1 human hair.
I mean, no, a micron. No, I'm asking what's the minimum that we could feel.
Well, you asked what?
Like, is it like 0.3 meters per second or some shit like that? What is it?
Yeah, micron would be the wrong measurement or unit.
Yeah.
Feeling something. We talked about joules in that case. Energy.
I'm talking about meters per second.
Leftover energy.
I think it's like 0.28 or 0.30. I mean, nobody's done this math.
Are we breaking it down into joules? You don't just do math without knowing your units.
Well, I'm trying to figure out so I could figure out how long to make the pendulum, because I mean, I'm pretty sure that at about 5 meters that any movement at all is the pendulum is not going to be able to come to rest. But I want to slam dunk it. So if that's what the math says, which I'm pretty sure it's about 4.5 meters is how the math calculates.
No,
but I want to go double that. I want to go 10 meters just so I could easily show it, because I'm gonna hook the platform up to the hour hand of a clock. So they're gonna say that's only half as fast as the Earth rotation. Well, I guess that works out in their favor. So if I hook the hour hand.
Going to help you with this. Sorry, I'm just trying to help you too. If anyone's going to speak about it, I'm surprised Kosher, maybe he's busy, isn't, because he spoke about this stuff and he'd give you the exact answer you're asking for. I've heard it when he spoke about in gems over and over. I'm surprised somebody has the answer right now, but it's because I don't have it right now. I can't give it to you. That's the honest truth for me. But I know Kosher and other people have spoken about it.
Listen, what George, thank you, but what George and Kosher is going to try and do is they're going to try and give me the math for the oscillation, which is horse shit.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's not what they got their little tricks, and that, they'll try and give you the math for the oscillation, like in Cavendish and shit. And I would argue, dude, the Cavendish is so. I'm right in the middle of making my my second one. I did one, a shitty one anyway, a long time ago, but I got a lot of lead now, and I'm just kind of lollygagging, but I'm in the middle of doing a second Cavendish, and that thing is so sensitive. If you have the arms like 2 feet on each side with lead balls hanging down off each side, if you got it balanced, it is so sensitive. They say, well, you're measuring a certain vector or direction. But no, it doesn't matter. That thing is sensitive to any damn direction. And if the Earth's motion, without even having to do the math, I can tell you that if the Earth was moving, that thing would never come to a stop. There's no way, because even just sitting here still, it takes forever. Like even Blue Marble Science, when he did his experiments, he would just wait until it was almost stopped, because I mean he'd sit there for 12 hours to get it to stop sometimes, and sometimes it would still even be moving a tiny bit, but it would eventually stop. But it's so freaking sensitive, it would never stop if the Earth was in motion. And they'll start talking about the oscillation.
How are you making that claim that it would never stop if the Earth was in motion?
Well,
because wouldn't it keep it in motion because it is in motion?
Why would it? If I'm in an airplane, right? If
I can read it,
or I can airplane. Am I sitting down in a moving airplane?
No, I could read this. What I just read.
It depends on my relationship.
You're not stopped.
Neither is he.
It says here that a car.
That's my point. Like even though he doesn't detect any movement, he's still spinning.
Right.
Just like I don't detect any movement in an airplane, but I'm still moving forward in the airplane. I don't detect it.
But you can sometimes feel the movement of a plane. You know what I mean? I mean, I can just get up and go to the bathroom. You can definitely tell that you're in a plane and there's movement, and it depends on what they're moving and how they're moving around. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. But when we say in a plane, we mean when we say in a plane for all intensive purposes, we actually do mean, since we've all said this together, in a plane, not changing acceleration or vector.
Okay.
Going
but you still
let me read
that
this
you're
real
in
quick.
there?
Just so y'all know,
Wow.
let me read this. Real
You got to
quick,
go
let
on
me
more
read
plane
this.
flights. It's really cool. It's like you're just on the ground until you change altitude or something starts happening to where you're changing your acceleration. Then that's
For me,
when
I
you
don't
do
feel
feel
that
it.
way, but
That's what
I
you're
did like an
remembering.
8-hour trip, so maybe it's a little different. But God, I couldn't wait to get off because I felt the plane the whole way.
Oh, you
But that's just
probably were in a
me.
smaller plane with lots of
Why are
Oh,
you
dude, it
turbulence
talking
was in a
stuff.
about planes,
massive one, dude. It's a huge one for flying to internationally to England.
A
I'll have
lot
to
of
get you
times
this flight. It was huge.
737s will have more turbulence than 747s, right?
Grim, why did you
Because they
change our
fly at
rotation
lower
into plane
altitudes.
ride? If we're talking
Well,
about
because
rotation,
we're talking about
why did you change it into
acceleration,
plane ride?
change in movement, because it's an example of acceleration without you
No, it's a
feeling
It's a
not
deception, buddy.
accelerate.
We're not talking
It's not
about a linear
deceptive.
acceleration.
Yeah, but
Listen, it
So
says right
that's
here.
not even accelerating, though. That's
Yeah,
not
but you
accelerating.
can treat this as a linear acceleration though, because there isn't enough curve in a small amount of space for you to detect a change in direction.
Okay.
So it feels like you're going
What are you
straight,
talking
but
about,
you're
dude?
going.
Calm
What
down,
small
Brian.
space, bro?
Y'all get on
What,
the
what,
same
Listen,
page. It ain't that serious. Calm down.
like yeah,
what small speed? What small size is he talking about?
The curve of the Earth, the distance you're traveling over the small portion of 360.
Dude,
yeah,
you
it's
got
not
enough
like you're turning
velocity
on a
to
merry-go-round and
catapult.
you're making a
You got
left
enough
every
velocity to
foot.
catapult you 1,000 miles an hour if it stops.
Only if you
got
just
a
hang a quick
shitload.
left.
You got a shitload of fucking angular velocity on the globe
If
if
you
it was
turn
spinning.
directions.
Yeah, which
but
is
you
that. Let
don't.
me read this real quick. So it says, we call the acceleration of an object moving in uniform circular motion, resulting from a net external force. The centripetal acceleration means toward the center. Okay. It says though, acceleration is in the direction of the change of. No, it says it says Figure 1 shows an object moving in a circular path at a constant speed. Okay, so circular path, constant speed. The direction of the instantaneous velocity is shown at 2 points along a path. Acceleration is in the direction of the change in velocity, which points directly toward the center of rotation. So, and then it says basically that if you change direction or you change speeds, it's considered an acceleration. So it says a car driving at a uniform speed in a circle is accelerating.
Right. It's like
same thing with
you're
an
gonna
airplane.
feel. It's like, can you feel it when you have? Do you feel heavier when you're carrying like 5 pennies in your pocket? Do you noticeably feel heavier? Because this is
No,
what
but
you're
I
talking
know
about, the weight.
no 5 pennies
Well,
wouldn't make
I'm
me
sorry,
fly off
man.
at a thousand. Let me
No,
answer.
well, you're talking
5
about
pennies.
centripetal force and centrifugal force, right?
Allow me to
And
answer.
you also have a gravity that's a net pulling through that. So between those two forces, you're literally taking 5 pennies of weight out of your pocket. You want to feel that? You think you're going to feel that?
Okay, so 5
I
pennies of
don't.
weight, if at the equator, if I'm will fly off at 1,040 miles an hour if the
If
rotation
you
were to
stop,
stop, or
it's
if
like,
gravity were to
right.
turn
If
off.
the plane were
So
to
which
crash
direction?
into a
My question
mountain,
to
you would
you.
fly
Let me ask you a
through
question,
the
bud.
back of from the back of the plane to the front.
Guys, hold on. Slow it down a little bit.
You're just missing the
One
point
person
because
at a time.
I'm not trying
Dude,
to
you
prove
cut me
anything
off
with
every time I
this.
go to
I'm just
speak, but I
trying to.
just wanted to ask you a question, Grim. You keep cutting me off. Okay.
I almost
What
get my sentence is out right before you do that every time.
what
So
direction
it seems
would
like a battle because I'll start talking back again because I feel
yeah,
like
that's
I've
cool,
been
man.
unjustly
Guys,
I
interrupted.
ain't crying.
Then
I
you'll
ain't crying.
do
But
it.
listen, what direction would I go? What direction would I go flying if I were at the equator and the Earth were to slam on brakes? What direction? What angle would I go flying? See if you know.
Away across the horizon and then out off into space.
Okay, so there would be no weight lost in. If I'm gonna continue on in the linear velocity, then there'd be no weight loss at the equator. So you're wrong. You haven't looked into this,
No,
obviously.
you would be weight loss,
Not
but
trying to be a smart
it
ass,
wouldn't
but
mean you wouldn't.
look.
Just
The
because
answer
there
is
would be
straight.
just
Listen,
because
the
there would be
answer is
weight loss
straight up,
doesn't mean
dude.
you wouldn't still be flown off to the horizon
The
if it were
answer is
to stop.
it's damn near straight up.
It's not. It's a straight down.
It's straight up from somebody's perspective. It's off the surface.
Yeah, it wouldn't go flying linear like
No,
you keep
you would
saying
just keep
straight
going
path.
in the direction that the Earth was spinning. while the Earth didn't. That's what would happen. It wouldn't be straight top off of the planet. You wouldn't just go
Yeah, if it was
perpendicular.
if it were going
No, you
slow,
wouldn't.
yeah.
No, you would
If
leave
it were
off of
going
it at
slow,
an
that's
angle.
exactly what would happen, dude.
No, if you were going at 1,000 miles an hour, like you say, and we stop, we keep going across the horizon in the direction that the Earth was spinning.
Okay, then we wouldn't lose weight at the equator. In your model,
what is
we would
lose
not
weight?
lose that quarter pound at the equator.
Hold on,
if we go,
what does weight have to do with it?
Hold on, I mean, he's kind of have
It's an inertia that
I
has.
can't stop thinking
Gravity
about
is-
these plumb lines and how they shouldn't be 90 degrees on each side, because if you're on a spinning Earth, the plumb lines would be. Wouldn't the centrifugal force or whatever one of those forces make them have a little a little give to it, so it was pointing in the direction of the force?
No, it wouldn't.
Why?
Because it's already moving with it. We're already moving with it, man.
accelerating, bro. Rotating,
We're already going
accelerating.
along with the planet.
I know, but Grim, if you have a merry-go-round, right, and you had a pendulum or plumb line hanging from it, and you were spinning it, depending on how fast you were spinning it, the plumb line would no longer be vertical. Plumb. Yeah, plumb. It'd no longer be plumb, right?
Correct.
Well, that's a flat.
Why is the Earth
flat
not
surface.
doing?
Due to the centrifugal
Because
force
it's not a flat surface.
induced by the spin.
Because it's not a flat surface.
Yeah, there's two things you're missing off of a merry-go-round: the vector of the gravity and the shape of the situation that you're on.
Established. So you're talking no, you can't bring gravity into it because it hasn't been established as a force.
All I gotta do is drop a rock
please
to
don't
bring
bring
gravity into it. All I gotta do is drop a rock to bring the force of acceleration.
Grim, let him finish, man. I mean, he's
All I
not
have
going
to
on
do
and
is
on. Let
drop
him
a rock.
finish, Grim.
Wait, didn't he? Then I repeated myself, then he repeated himself, then I repeated myself, then he repeated himself, and you're gonna say
Bro,
let him
go
finish?
back and listen. Just
Shut the
so
fuck
you
up.
know. Go. That's what
quit
somebody had to do
talking
to
it for
me.
a minute.
Go back and listen, and you'll see that every person that has went to talk,
We got this.
not just
We got
him,
that you're
every
biased, right? We
single
got your
time,
bias.
even now, but every single time, every person has went to speak, you've interrupted, not without exception.
Grim's very passionate. Let's all calm
Coming
down.
from Brian Leakey. That's just hilarious.
So,
Do you think it's a conspiracy against you, Graham, or you might be clipping? I mean, I don't think Jeremy
It would be a conspiracy if it was illegal, but right now it's just teaming
Mary
up.
cuts off David.
It's all right. I mean,
See
he
what
is
I mean?
passionate. Let's just move forward.
I just wanted to point it out in case he gave us shit.
Jen ain't shy. Jen's gonna get through. We all know Jen's getting through. What's up, Jen?
Exactly.
But anyway, the point I was trying to make is if it was a linear velocity, which it ain't mathematically, and I mean it ain't even what I just read and what I've heard a million times. But if it were just fly off linear, it wouldn't lose no weight. If the vector wasn't against the vector of gravity, then at the equator thing, and this is in the globe model. I don't believe this horse shit in real life, but according to their model, at the equator, the vector for anything to lose weight would have to be against the vector of gravity.
hold on a second. So, if Earth was spinning a little bit slower or a little bit faster, plumb lines wouldn't be parallel because these forces would be out of sync. Is that what the claim would
just
be?
for the moment that you were changing acceleration until they equalized yet again and it caught back up.
You're constantly accelerating on a rotating body.
Right, but your acceleration on this rotating body, the arc is so huge that you can treat it as if it is not, because it's not. It would be like your revolutions on a merry-go-round going around. Let's say once every 1
So
minute.
you're saying we could treat Earth as if it's flat? You're saying?
Yes, in a sense.
And motionless.
There's still you can still measure it with equipment, but you can't feel it. Since this is what we're talking about, is feelers. You can't feel it with your body. That's the whole point.
Almost.
Yeah, we don't know that equipment is measuring Earth turning or something else. You know, it
Well,
could
they
be
claim to be. They claim to be
Right.
measuring what we're calling the Earth turning, and there is an observational measurement there that does explain in that theory that explanation. But we
Brian, your
could look
camera.
for different reasons, right? Oh, sorry, hey guys.
Brian, your
we
camera,
could-
Brian. Sorry.
Oh,
Go
I
ahead,
thought
Brian.
you said my camera was on. I was waving at my.
No.
So,
I said Brian.
Is it off now?
Can we measure
Yeah.
the stars
Check.
moving? Can we measure the distance a star or the sun moves across the sky?
Well, see, here's where you're talking to a plasma cosmologist who disagrees with the standard narrative of stars' distances and redshifts and the axioms behind what redshifting actually
No, that's
means.
not what I'm talking about, though. I'm not talking
Well,
about.
no, you're
what
asking the wrong guy because I'm not the guy you're going to be able to make that argument against since I'm on
I
your
don't
side
think I
about it.
asked you in particular. I'm asking. I see
Oh,
the stars, sun, and moon going across my sky. Can we measure that?
that's different. You can
I would say we can.
measure. Yeah, you can measure. What you see moving across the sky, but you
Right.
asked a different question than that. You
No,
asked,
I asked,
measure?
can we measure the objects in the sky, like sun, moon, and stars? Can we measure that movement? Can we measure that?
That's the different. See, now you've changed the relationship between the observer. Now we're talking about, is the star actually moving, or is the Earth moving?
Well, if I can measure the
we're
star,
gonna claim.
No, you're
Never
switching
mind.
it. If I can measure that sun or moon or star moving across my sky, that's what I see. I can't feel myself moving. I can't see myself moving. I see the sun, moon, and stars moving. Can we measure
Right.
that? I say we can.
Right, we can measure the observation, right? But the inference, what we infer, or what we want to, how we interpret that is going to be between two different ideas differently, right? Because
Not me.
Right, that's because you're one idea. You're not two different ideas. Get that? You
Yeah, because
probably
the
get
other
that.
idea doesn't. I don't see that other idea. I don't feel it. I don't measure that.
Right, but the question you ask, because can we measure the movements of the stars? And now that's, if you just stop there, then you don't know that answer. But if you say across the sky, then now you have given us a parameter that now we can measure from. You
Make it
understand?
clear then. I see the sun, moon, and stars moving across my sky daily and nightly, every day, without fail. I was asking if we can measure that. I think we can. So
Well, it's interesting that you think you can when you are also the same person who argues, because you're going to use the horizon, right? You're the same person who argues where the horizon isn't there. So I don't know how you can think you can.
I don't have to use the horizon. I can take any point of that sun in the sky and watch it move across the sky and measure that apparent change.
Right, but you're lacking parameters since you don't know where your horizons are. Does anybody else get this, or am I just stepping around in here by myself?
I think you're trying to imply a different model. I'm just talking about the sun in the sky as I see it. I see it moving.
Right, and you see it moving what? 3 fingers to what?
Whatever.
You don't
You can
know
use a
where your
fist per
baseline.
hour. You can
Yeah,
use.
but if you don't know what 0 is, then how do you start counting?
You talking about the baseline?
Yeah,
I
where
would
are you gonna
use
start
water as
measuring
my
from?
baseline. I would use
Okay,
water as
so
my baseline.
perfect. And water out on the what? Horizon, which you don't know where it is. So therefore, you're not using a real baseline. With your own logic, you don't have a baseline to measure the stars. I'm sorry, Rocky.
Dude, you could use a
I
bubble
use a
level.
horizontal line as my baseline.
Yeah, exactly.
You'd
Or
be
a
better
zenith.
off using 2 different trees.
Why would I? A horizontal line at any point is horizontal. Perpendicular to that is not. I can measure off of that. That's what I'm doing. It's what I do every day.
But you don't. But remember, you don't know how high or low it really is. See, that's the point. What do you mean so?
Yeah,
If
whatever
I don't
distance
know,
it is, I'm measuring that.
Okay, look, I start counting in the middle of a bundle of money. Right, it's the same thing. You didn't start at the beginning, so you don't know how much money you actually have, do you?
I'm
You
not sure
start
why you're
counting in the middle
changing
of
the
the
money.
bundle.
I'm talking about
because I'm
creating a
giving you another
horizontal and
example of what you're doing.
measuring an
Maybe somebody
angle.
else can understand. Never mind. I don't want to argue with you too much because I think somehow we're blowing right past each other on this point.
Rakia, what do you, if you look out with a theodolite out to a star, I don't care wherever you fucking set the baseline.
I
You
never
can
said
mark a
I'm
point.
looking out. I never said that. I said I can use water as my base, horizontal, or I can use a theodolite to create a horizontal. That's my base.
I'm
And when
looking
No, the
up at the
something
horizon.
moves,
stars.
The
Are you
horizon would
looking
be
at the
your base.
stars?
y'all go ahead.
I want to know what you're talking about, brother, but I got to ask you questions, man, because you're
I
just
know,
talking
but
about looking at what are you talking about measuring, man? Why would Grim be missing helping you with the thing you're trying to measure?
well, couldn't I
Right?
measure those degrees that it moves off of that?
Why not?
Yeah,
Don't
that's what I'm saying.
astronomers do it? Don't astronomers do it all the time?
Well, that's what
Degrees
I'm
to
saying.
what?
I don't get what he's not getting. I
Maybe
can
he's
measure
trying to
degrees
say,
off my horizontal.
I don't know, maybe he's trying to give you a point of applying it practically, how there's going to be an issue. I don't know, but I
Yeah,
don't even
that's
know what
kind
you're
of what I'm
talking about
doing.
measuring, Rocky.
What I'm
Just
doing is
degrees.
I'm saying that if you don't really agree with the astronomers, so we know that that's not something you're actually relying on as because we're talking about your axiom. How are you, Rakia, going to be able to do it with your beliefs, right? Not how they're going to do it. So we can't use their toolbox so much. Right? Well, so what I'm talking about is you guys
Okay.
like to make a claim that you can't get a perpendicular line off of a curve. So we can't get 90 degrees off of a curve. So you can't get angles off of a curve. And so
Who
we
mentioned
also,
curves?
well, we don't have to. That's one thing. But
Why
then you got
did
to
you?
realize, because you're talking about a horizon, right? And from
No,
your axiom,
you brought
the
up
horizon
horizon.
is flat.
You brought up curve. You brought up all that. I brought
Listen.
up.
Stop
No,
interrupting.
no,
I'm
you
almost
listen.
there.
You're putting words in
Rakia,
my mouth. I brought up
please,
horizontal.
Rakia, these
I
aren't from
brought
your
up
mouth.
baseline of horizontal. You brought
This
in
isn't.
curved and horizon, not me.
I'm talking about axioms, not what you said right now. Okay, I'll talk about what you said in just a second. All right. So now we're to what you said. Now that you are on a flat horizon, right? And you've said in the past that the horizon is closer and further, and at all time you don't really know where that is because
He
it's
asked if
always
we
an
could
apparent horizon.
measure the movement
Because the
of
horizon is
the
not
sun
because of the
star.
curvature of the Earth. The horizon is because of refraction in the atmosphere, and that's why we think we see horizon. So with that axiom and your logic, you can't use that moving, fluctuating horizon that doesn't really exist as a measurement to anything. It's a rubbery ruler. You get that? That's what I want to say.
Damn, he's slow. Dude, he asked if you could measure the degrees, okay, of the motions of the stars and the sun. You start talking about horizons and all this impossible shit and putting words in his mouth, interrupting. Just back off, man, for a minute.
Okay, we can tell you
Oh
you
yeah.
don't like what's
Okay.
been said, but if the
Yeah.
horizon is fluctuating and rubbery, how is Rakia and his axiom or anyone? If I'm a flat earther, I can't say I'm going to use the Glober's horizon to do my measurements because that horizon I've already proved isn't really there, right?
You
Dude,
said how.
I don't get why you want to bring
now.
up the globe Earth every time I talk about something. What's your infatuation with their model? I brought up nothing having to do with that. Not one thing.
To understand the model that I'm trying to debunk is important.
You're trying to do that. I was bringing up another thing.
Rocky, he said how though. He said how, and you give him two examples where you wouldn't even need horizon, even if you were to entertain his bullshit.
He hadn't mentioned one of
and he's
those
asking
yet.
the same question again.
Okay, Rocky. Do you have a point to make or like a thought experiment we could go down with this issue about the star degrees? Let's
It was
get
just a
back on.
question. I wasn't trying to ruffle any feathers.
Right,
right.
Okay, can I
didn't
jump
think
in real
so
quick?
either. This other
Hey,
guy
Grim.
treated it like a fight or something.
Grim. Look, just take what Rocky is saying, right? Go out on Monday. You go out on Monday, you use the reference of the horizon, and then you go out on Tuesday and you use the reference of to the horizon. That's all it is.
You're
you're
good. I'm a
not
Glober,
worried
right?
about,
So that works for me. I don't mind. I'm saying I'm trying to see from his worldview.
Listen. Okay, hold on.
Listen, he's adopting the globe worldview.
Oh my God.
He won't let you finish, Travis. So get used to it.
Talking about my worldview, man. Quit implying. You talk about yourself. I don't think you know what my worldview is.
Right, Grim. So the fact that you just gave me an okay when I kind of spelled out for you the dynamic, that's what Rakia was doing. You came in and brought in a concept in your mind that's not a problem for Rakia.
Oh, no, it is. It's a problem he doesn't see because he's using the Glober's horizon. The idea he said just for weeks and months now he's been saying that there isn't a horizon, right? Maybe even years. It's not because of Earth curvature, it's because of optical effects.
It doesn't mean that there's no horizon. Listen, it doesn't mean that there's
my argument. I can't believe you're
It's
winning
about
my
a
argument.
baseline, Travis. It's about a. He's trying to just make a point about a shifted baseline. I'd like to put it back on Rakia and see if we could get back to the little. He was wanting to think about something. I'd like to think about it with him. Help him think about the thing he wanted to think about, rather than.
That's
politics.
all I was trying to do.
See, I agree
wasn't trying to fight Rakia, right? I was trying to show Rakia what I saw wrong with that idea.
You
we
created
can fix it together, and it turned into this Glober against flat earther mentality.
Stop talking,
dude, oh my
You're
God,
monologuing, dude. Okay, listen.
Well, because I'm trying
you brought in a straw man. Okay, all Rakia said was, I would like to know if we could measure the movement of the celestial bodies. I would think if you wanted to flesh out what Rakia wanted to do, I would say to Rakia, hey, Dave, how would you do that? What would you do, man? And then let him...
in Travis's perfect world. All right, let's get to it, man. Stop this. Like,
why are you cutting me
ain't
off?
Nobody perfect. Because you're just politicking the dude. Like, come on.
Yeah, really. And the point was behind the whole thing was I already understood all of that very completely, right? My point was, does he understand that when he's talking to a room full of people, that he has to be more clear about which exact movements he's talking about?
He gave you
Movements
two
across the
examples,
sky
Dodo,
or movements
and you're
of the
still
stars
asking the same
themselves?
question. He gave
You're
you two
interrupting me
examples
again, dude.
of how to
this
do
is
it.
why this happens. Do we need to politic you to death too?
Quit straw manning him, bro. You asked him a question.
It's not
he
a
gave
straw
you two
man, you
examples.
goddamn assholes. Listen, cut this shit out with this interrupting me while I'm talking nonsense, man, and acting like I'm the one doing it. That's enough of that.
You're sitting there saying he can't tell you how. You're asking him how after he just gave you two examples of how. He said you could use a horizontal line, like with a theodolite or a bubble level, or you could use a zenith angle. And then you asked him how 2 minutes later. Like he didn't just answer you.
Because neither one of those examples delineate the difference between movement of the stars themselves or the movement of the Earth. That's the point I was trying to make. And that's why, to be more clear, when you ask of an arbitrary question like, can we measure the movement of the stars, when you actually mean across the sky on Earth.
Every time you come in here, you kill the conversation with your bullshit, dude.
Wow, and you just need to add that in there too, right? That's more politics, dude.
Grim.
And all I'm doing, right when you can tell that the whole reason I'm in this is because I'm actually trying to help out. You start turning it into Grim's being an asshole.
Dude, he's trying to get to a point, Grim.
Hold on,
we're
Brian.
trying to get to a point, and you won't let us get there.
You can't realize that you're talking to somebody who clearly understands his point and is trying to strengthen his point by correcting the avenue, because he's using only one avenue when there's two references to speak of.
Grim.
I want to know which reference he was speaking from.
Grim,
and that's why I said what I said. Stop saying my name to interrupt me. All right, that's
Grim,
enough
you
of
are
that shit.
long-winded, buddy. You are a little long-winded right now. We cool. Everyone's cool, man.
Okay, listen again. He already gave you his parameters. He's looking up into the sky and asking about measuring those movements. You just introduced another variable that Rakia didn't. You said the movement of the Earth.
Yeah, he didn't say the sky.
Where did you get
made
that?
him say the sky later. That was the issue.
Okay, but see, look.
That was when it was cleared up. The rest of it was me explaining why I did it.
Okay, you already listen. I wasn't confused. When Rakia asked his first question, I had no confusion. You came in, I think now, to subterfuge. This is completely derailed into something that cannot actually be, brought back into a narrow focus of discussion because of what you've done.
That's bullshit.
Four times I said give Rakia the stage back. So come on, if he wanted it back, he could have had it. Come on, man. Like, come on. We just fighting right now. That's all.
Yeah,
this is about politics right now. This is
Yeah, it's about twisting words. I mean, I I don't want
Yeah,
to
it
talk
sure
about
is.
the
I'll
globe.
agree with that.
Could care less about all that. I just asked a simple question. I think things above us
And
are
it's
moving, and I was asking, can we measure that, or how would we? So, yeah, that's it. Simple. Has nothing to do with the globe. Has nothing to do with the shape. Nothing. Can
So
we
they do
measure
two
what's
ways.
above
They
us?
do.
fucking
So
so
what they do
innocent.
is they do like consistent time lapse, and then they do the pattern time lapse, like that shows the processions and all that. You know, so you know they do it, man. You know they got a lot of that.
And
I
that's
would say
definitely, and I'm not arguing with him about that at all. I totally agree that they can do that from that perspective. But are we measuring the movement of the stars themselves, or are we measuring two things: the movement of the stars and the movement of the planet?
Right.
Or
You
are
didn't
we
want to be
right?
bought into or straw manned into saying, "Oh, look, he said it was the stars moving," or whatever. You're just trying to
Thank you. And
keep
and
the
and
door.
that's why he's mad. That's why the other dude's mad, because he saw that I was blocking the straw man. That's it, man. And I wasn't even trying
are
to
you
say all that.
kidding me?
All right, it ain't
Well,
that
he's the
deep.
one
It ain't
talking
that
about
deep.
straw mans.
Strawberry, you were bringing up other stuff that wasn't said. All right, cool. So we can measure it. Awesome. How do we measure it?
I mean, time patterns. I don't know. We do what's it philosophically measured? Is that what?
Yeah.
Pseudoscientifically measured. Okay, that's what we measure. If we get the
Bro, you
time
don't.
pattern.
These guys got it twisted. You don't do a scientific measurement. Like that's not a thing. If I have a Bunsen burner and a lab coat on, doesn't make it a scientific measurement. You know what I mean?
Hey, Jeremy.
Yeah.
If you saw an object such as an airplane or something in the sky going across your sky, could you measure it?
Oh, absolutely. I would measure the distance. I would get underneath it, time it, get underneath it another spot, time it. For, how long it take to get from those two spots. If I knew the distance between those two spots, I'd say, oh, it was going at this fast, X amount of miles per hour or whatever.
And you could do that with an airplane, right?
Oh, you could do that. Yeah, absolutely. Airplanes, hot air balloons, whatever, little
Whatever's
drones,
moving in the sky, right?
paper airplanes. Yeah,
Anything moving in the sky.
baseballs, soccer balls, footballs, everything. Think of something in the sky. Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing, ain't it?
Crazy.
How easy that was.
Crazy, bro. Crazy shit.
No one mentioned globe
That's
or
scientific.
astronomers or anything. We just
That's
measured things in the sky.
That'd be a scientific measurement right there.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that part.
Pretty
You didn't
much
say
asked
stars
Jeremy the
to
same
him.
question. He just
No, you
didn't answer.
didn't. You asked me the stars. Do we detect movement of the
Sun.
stars?
I asked Jeremy if it was an airplane.
You
Sun.
didn't say sun
Anything moving in
to
the sky.
me.
Now you want
You
to turn
said the
around on me and
stars
well,
because
you're
they're so far away.
exposing
And
yourself, bruh.
brah,
Did I mention to Jeremy about the sun? Jeremy, did I ask you if it was an airplane or a sun? You can measure it. I didn't mention stars. I will say that.
It's going to kill the conversation
Anything in the
any
sky.
way you ask him, sir. There's no point. He's going to
It's
kill it regardless.
amazing, bro. This is
anything in the sky. That's how we can measure how far.
strange. Yeah, I agree with you, Jeremy. See how easy that was again?
you realize
Now
you'd be
tell me
assuming
what I
something at
didn't
that
do.
point.
I
Yeah,
might
you
have
asked me.
misworded
You
it.
asked me a question that wasn't about the sky at first. You said, "Can we measure the movement of the stars?" Right? And from my axiom, obviously, it's different than yours. And I'm thinking, well, how would I start to measure the movement of the actual stars? I'm not thinking measure the rotation of the Earth by measuring the stars moving across the sky. Am I?
You're saying
No,
I
I'm
didn't
not. I'm obviously not thinking that. But you don't know that, right? About me, do you? Because
I don't know that the
you're
stars
coming
are
from that
small.
place.
I'm saying my exact question was, could we measure things in the sky moving across my
No, it
sky.
was not. You said, can you measure the movement
I
of the
see
stars?
things.
You never
Let me
said
tell
the
you
word
what
the sky.
I said. So let
Come
me.
on,
Maybe
Rocky,
I
quit
didn't say it
lying.
right. Oh my God! I will mute you for that.
Well, I mean, don't lie.
What I meant was, no matter what I said from this point forward, and I think I've restated it 3 or 4 times. Could I measure? I see things moving across my sky.
I said yes
And
to
what I'm
that one.
telling you, yeah. So you did
Instantly.
hear me say that.
And I said yes to it instantly. As soon as you
And you heard
rephrase
me
your
say it.
question,
I'm not lying.
as soon as you rephrase your, no, you're correct. As soon as you rephrased your question, I said yes to that. And then I went on to explain why I initiated my other argument in the first place. And it was because you didn't say in the sky. And,
Bro,
then the
I'm
other guy jumped
disengaging
in.
from you.
We started fucking
Don't
talking
call
about
me a
how
liar again.
politics is nonsense. Well, then don't say you said initially a
Grim,
different
you're
thing than you
lying. You
did say.
said that you need a horizon, bro. Quit lying. You said he
It's
needs
just,
a
it's just
horizon.
recorded.
You didn't say
You can
yeah.
come back. You can come back with it. This has been recorded. We don't
Exactly.
get to
You
play
said
that
he needs
bullshit.
a horizon. You said he ain't got a horizon to measure the stars or the sun. That was your answer, man. Keep it real, man.
Right. From his worldview, he doesn't have an actual horizon. So where's he starting from? Everything is apparent, and it's only an optical illusion that there's a horizon in the first place. So what is he really
Disengaging
measuring?
from you, but don't call me a liar again. All right, deal?
Deal.
Thank you.
I mean, the horizon is an optical. No matter which side you're on, it's all optical for anyone.
Right.
Not
That's
an
why I'm
there's not
asking him.
actual position. They are actual objects. No one's. I don't think anyone's denying that guy
Right.
exists
So what
in land or
I'm
water.
doing is I'm trying to actually, show him that from his own worldview, he doesn't believe that there's a horizon. So why use a global horizon to take a measurement? That's all I'm trying to say.
I never said horizon, Jeremy. I said horizontal and water as my baseline. He
But
mentioned horizon, not me. He's
but you're
still straw man in
horizontal.
my argument.
Where are you getting your horizontal from?
My horizontal is based on plumb and perpendicular to plumb, not a horizon.
I think Rocky knows about the
Which
horizon.
part of that didn't you get?
Yeah.
Well, that's all Rocky would have to say after that. I wouldn't use the horizon. I would use plumb and perpendicular to the horizon.
You mean when I said use an auto level and you mentioned horizon?
And not be like,
I never once mentioned horizon, not once. I never mentioned Earth curve. I never mentioned globe model. You did. It's weird, man.
I don't know what you would even do with. Oh, go ahead, Graham.
Yeah. What's weird is you're assuming that the measurement of the movement of the stars across the sky without first saying the sky. You asked me about movement of the stars, and then you completely attack me when I try to get the confirmation of, are you talking about across the sky, or what are you talking about? Movement of the stars
Let me repeat it
themselves?
one more time. Sun, moon, and
Right, but I'm
stars is
saying
what I said.
we don't
Across
need
my
that.
sky.
You
Across
didn't say that.
my sky. That's
This
what
is
I
why I
was
called
talking
you a
about.
liar, though, because you didn't say
That
this.
was my
My
whole
sky.
point. My whole
Well,
question was,
now you know why I called you a liar, because now
I
you're
don't care
doing it
why
again.
you call me a liar because you're a jerk. I said the whole
because you
point of my.
lied.
Can you shut up? The whole point of my question is because I think we're stationary and the things above us are moving. That was my whole point. If you don't get that,
Yeah, but you didn't bring
then
that up.
I can't help you, sir.
You held that point back. You didn't
That
bring
was
it
my
up.
first question.
You didn't preface it.
Bro, you
No,
are
you didn't.
just,
No, it wasn't.
you're doing this on purpose, I guess.
Grim,
What
you
in the
talked
world?
over him.
This is recorded.
Grim,
You guys
you
are just
talked
so
over him
used
so you didn't hear it.
You're so used to
You've been
talking to each
told
other without
more
any
than
argument.
5
You don't
times
even
what I
remember
meant,
when you're
and
telling the
you're
truth or
still
not.
dwelling on this? You've
Despite
been
what got
told
said,
5 times what I actually meant, whether you heard it or not, as you talked over me every time. And you're still dwelling on what I said?
Despite what got said, do you agree, Grim, that we can measure objects that are moving through the sky if we know get underneath them?
I instantly did that. I just wanted to be able to delineate between are we actually measuring
said the
movement?
sky.
That's a
Obviously,
lie.
Are we
sky. Clearly
right? But
obvious. He meant his sky.
why is he
Clearly.
interrupting?
He didn't say
Why is
your
he
Like
interrupting?
Grim, you said you would need a horizon.
Why is he doing that?
Yeah, I'll
gonna
tell
put
you
a
why
drip
he's
on
doing it, because he's right. I never
He
said
didn't,
your sky, someone else's sky, the world sky, the globe sky.
or
I
my
said
sky.
my
No,
sky.
you didn't even say my sky
Yes,
until way
I'll bet
later.
you $1,000 I did.
Until way later, Rakia, after I already asked you to
Don't
fucking
I'll bet you.
clarify.
Bet me right now.
Not the first thing you said,
Bet
Rakia.
me then.
How
Or
could you
shut
think?
up.
Yeah,
Bet
let's
me.
just let's just move
No, go
forward.
back
Hold on, guys.
further. Rocky
We're not
has
going
gone
back
back
further. We're going forward.
Looking.
We're going
I'm
forward.
No,
trying to
because
end
I've
it
got
with
the
betting.
recording. I've got the recording right
Stop.
here of Rocky saying my sky way after he already said.
Yeah, I
Okay.
said my sky
can we
way after
detect
like several times.
All right, we're moving on, guys.
way
Yeah,
Guys,
several
we're moving
times I
on.
did.
only
We're
way
moving
after?
on.
You didn't say it in the beginning. That was my point. So
All right,
you want to take that bet? You want to take that
Grim, we're
$1,000
moving
bet,
on.
Rocky?
I'll
No,
take
no
any
betting.
bet you want, sir.
Are you
No
sure you want
betting.
to do that, Rocky?
Yep.
Hold on.
God.
If you are going to bet, get clear on what the terms are. But just don't bet. Let's just move forward and get past this. All right, you guys are both balling. You don't need a G or $100 or whatever it was. Grim, you agree that we can measure how fast objects are moving by the method I detailed in the airplane,
Absolutely.
right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But you think something different? We would do it differently for the stars.
Well, we would be claiming that we're measuring the movement of the stars, right? But we wouldn't know with that method.
How do you know you're measuring? Well, how do you know you're measuring the
We were
movement of the
only-
airplane?
Well, we can fly the airplane, so we know the airplane's actually moving across the ground, right? That's
How do you know
like
the grounds
logical.
are just speeding underneath it?
Well, because I'm gonna rely on a couple of things of assumptions that's not happening,
doubt.
right?
No doubt, yeah.
Right.
Check it out with this experiment.
Like I
that
won't
I'm,
even need a lot of explanation for that. I'll just go, I'm pretty sure that's not what's happening.
with this
And
little
go on
test
faith.
I'm looking at is I think the highest I can get is about 20 foot, man, to make a pendulum on plywood. And then I'm just gonna have to take the clock motor and mount the plywood to the hour hand, basically. So I might have
Don't
to
count if it's leaky. It don't count unless it's at least 33 feet high, bro. Come on.
Yeah, well, I don't think I'll need that. I mean, that just helps their argument. I mean, that leans
What are you
in
gonna
their
do?
favor.
What are you gonna do? You get the 20-foot pendulum. Now what? What's the goal?
I'm gonna hook a sheet of plywood. I might have to hook two of them together, maybe. But if I can do it with one piece of plywood, because I got a big ass ladder, I could put on there and hang a plumb bob. I can go about 20 feet high, and I'm gonna have the plywood rotating around. I'm gonna use the motor to a clock, and I might have to beef up the torque a little bit, but I'm gonna get it going the speed. It's barely moving, but moving. I want to see if the plumb bob will come to rest. He's a professional crane operator, and he was doing the math and all that shit, and he says that at 5 meters, which is about 15 feet, then it won't come to a rest. So I want to kind of put that to the test. I believe him.
All right. What was the goal of this? I zoned out for a second. I'm not feeling well.
Sorry.
I just took some Alka-Seltzer. What do you think's gonna happen? And
he said that you want to ask him.
Yeah, I think that I don't think the
there he is.
pendulum will come to a rest. Sorry about that. I don't think the pendulum
Ryan.
will come to a rest. Right?
Right. You already lost this once with the magnet. Remember that night?
No. No, that was just doing that just to see, because it was an interesting thought, and what Jeremy's referring to anybody who doesn't know is we were talking about perpetual motion. So the hypothesis was, or whatever, to put a magnet of opposing force, hang one from a plumb bob, and then directly underneath it put a opposing force. So every time the plumb bob with the magnet hanging from it went to settle, it would get pushed off center with the opposing magnet. Hot glued it to the floor. We did it in the after show at Brandon's, but it
Brian,
did come to a rest.
That was fun. If you ever want to get serious with some perpetual motion shit, though, you got to get into V8 or SMOT. It's a magnet track lined up in the shape of V's. Like the V's will be in magnets underneath a track, and you have something moving over it, and you can move something up at an incline. Doing this, they do it multiple videos. They'll have things going up at an incline, You know as well as I do. Once you move something up an incline, I mean,
That's still not
indefinitely.
motion. That's still not perpetual motion, though, for the record, because
Yeah,
the
maybe.
magnets lose after 400 years. They'll lose their,
Yeah, that's fine. That's
magnetism.
That's fine. We're
But
willing
technically, it's not really overage. But
If
it
you want to say
is an
that, if
awesome
you want to say
thing.
it like that, technically nothing's perpetual motion because everything will decay eventually.
That's
but look,
right.
But no, I know what Jeremy's saying. But Jeremy, have you ever looked into like David Lapointe and his?
Yeah, love to Lapointe.
He's got some new ideas, man. His latest video. I don't know if he's made one since then. It's been a while, but he made one where he makes them bowls and he locks in the ball bearings in between, and he shows.
Yeah.
He compares it to how atoms are made, and he compares it to like he briefly touches on like a model of everything with his contraptions, man. Anybody who hadn't looked into David Lapointe, definitely go look into that. He shows like it kind of man, it's so hard to describe, but it's awesome, good information, new information that we don't get from
But you want to
mainstream,
make
new
some shit
ideas.
listen, Brian, you want to make some shit that'll never stop moving, bro. You need to get into these V gates. You can make something go uphill and downhill on a track indefinitely, bro.
Yeah, but no, this here is different. We were just around perpetual motion, I didn't make no bets. It was an interesting idea, but this here, and it was only like a 5-foot string, and the plumb bob, it didn't ever settle at plumb. It's settled in a magnetic lock next to plumb. So don't you think it'd be worth doing this experiment? Because if let's just say if I have a 20-foot pendulum spinning on clock, if it won't come to rest, that kills any motion. Would everybody at least agree with that?
The pendulum or plumb line or whatever you hang is eventually going to come to rest. We're wasting money on all these rinky-dink things, sending a hot air balloon up, laser beams, fucking 20-foot pendulums, all this shit. We need to pool our resources and get something good, something that's going to actually prove something. I mean, I go ahead and do your thing. I don't want to stop you from doing your thing, but I think it'll come to. I mean, do you?
You think it'll come to rest? It probably will, Jeremy, at that height.
Yeah, bro.
But if it doesn't, would everybody agree that that would at least disprove motion of Earth? The fact we got cranes coming to a complete rest.
I don't understand how this helps. I think this would help their case. Look, the pendulum never stops moving. We're moving. They'd say some weird shit about gravity.
It will stop moving.
Bro. I'm going to have the pendulum sitting on a piece of plywood. It's not going to help there. Jeremy, it can't help there. Listen, it's going to be sitting on a piece of plywood that is rotating, okay? So, in other words, if that rotation is enough to keep it moving, then the spin of the Earth is done.
No, I just went over this with Grim earlier. You weren't paying attention. Grim said we're missing two things. One of them was vector. What'd you say, Grim?
Yeah, the vector of which way the gravity is going, and then the direction. I mean, not just the direction, but the because we're on what latitude are you on right now? Like, we need to know your longitude and latitude to be able to compare it to a different longitude and latitude as well on the Earth. Your effects, like, where would you see the most effects in your, you know what I mean? Like you're on the equator, right?
I say the equator. Before I proceed, let me clarify something. Would you agree that if I get a plumb bob 20 foot tall, rotating the speed of the hour hand of a clock on a piece of plywood, okay, rotating super slow, if it won't come to rest, it's safe to say the Earth is not moving?
Why?
You have to do that at the North or South Pole.
I was gonna say, if you're on the equator, it would still stop moving.
All right, let's reverse it. That was a double negative, Brian. You said if it won't come to rest, the Earth is not moving. So that means if it does come to rest, the Earth is moving.
If you're on the
No, what I
north
meant,
or south
what I
pole,
meant to say.
That's why I was like, yes. Sorry, go ahead, Coach.
What I meant to say is that I see what Coach is saying about the North Pole, but it should still work at the mid latitudes somewhat. But my point being is that plumb bob continues motion as long as it's rotating, then it's safe to say the globe or the flat Earth is stationary.
I don't get it.
In other words, if I'm spinning the plywood about the same speed as there's rotation, but yet the plumb bob won't come to rest. In other words, the plumb bob comes to rest. If I hang a plumb bob right now,
see what he's saying?
It'll come to rest, no matter how high it is. It might take a while.
If you find perpetual motion, then that equals what?
No,
It's not perpetual motion, bro. The plywood, it's not perpetual motion because the plywood's spinning, that the pendulum's sitting.
Brian, listen. Yeah. The pendulum, unless if this thing doesn't come to rest, I'm just going to say you're not putting a constant acceleration on it. That's what I would say. Like, how are you going to accelerate this thing nonstop?
Do you mean back to the clock? When you say
the
rest,
base is mounted to a piece of plywood that is on a clock motor that on the hour hand that goes around once per hour, right?
Yeah, it goes around once per 12 hours.
Okay, once per 12 hours.
I mean once per 12 hours. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah. So the only movement he's going to see is that thing going around and around, and that ball is going to stay perpendicular the whole time.
Well, I've had a few people say, even one guy here today earlier, is when it first starts, it'll move and it'll settle. But I think it's worth doing. But anybody who's thinking about this, just always keep in mind that the plywood that the pendulum's sitting on is rotating, and it's rotating very slow. I'm trying to simulate the Earth. So,
and you're gonna have the string tied to the end, the tip of an hour hand, and then
I'm gonna have the hour hand underneath
noose.
the plywood.
It's gonna have a hangman's noose and stage connected to the plywood,
so
that spins around, that holds the ball and the string.
Basically, the hour hand, the plywood is now basically the hour hand of a clock.
I was missing.
And I have a ladder.
Yeah, I was just when you were talking about moving it, I didn't realize you meant constantly.
Yeah, around.
Yeah. If you accelerate this at the same exact speed, the thing is going to come to rest. It may not be perfect. It's not going to be plumb, depending on where you have it.
It'll stay plumb too.
It won't be plumb unless it's in the center. It won't be plumb.
One revolution for 24 hours on a 4-foot board. Yeah, it'll be plumb.
I don't care how slow it is. Unless that thing's not in the center, it's not going to be perfectly plumb.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I thought it was in the center. I just assumed.
Oh, yeah. If you have it in the center, then yeah.
Well, depending on the weight and whatnot.
Yeah, well, so let's remember the higher the plumb bob, the longer it is, the longer the string, the more sensitive it'll be, the more it'll detect motion. So 20 feet, believe it or not, it doesn't sound high, but you stand outside and look at the wire in your neighborhood, or look at 20 feet.
Think two basketball hoops. Yeah, twice a basketball hoop, 20 feet.
So I got a big ass A-frame ladder, and I can.
And you're gonna have this outside on a day. And you're gonna have this outside on a day with no wind, or is this gonna be inside?
You need to do it in a gymnasium or something with the.
Well,
AC.
I mean, I'm gonna start outside of it. If it comes stationary outside, then we know there's no point in moving it into a gym. If it stays in motion, then that would be fuel to motivation to then move it indoors. And
you could use my silo if you were closer. Yeah.
What do you got? A silo full of weed, bro? Let me find out. What's your address?
Shut up. It's not weed. Come on.
No, I don't got
seeds.
I feel like it's
kidding.
weed. I feel like you have a
what if it was a silo
of weed?
Seeds, bro? Like,
but you think it's worth doing though? Y'all think this little thing's worth doing at least?
No, because I think if you have it at a constant acceleration, it's going to stop moving.
But still, for his own sake, let him do it though. Get something done for the week.
I'm not telling you not to. Yeah, I'm not telling you not to do it, but I don't.
Let me ask you this then, Jeremy.
I'm to a standstill.
this is just an
I
opinion
agree with
question.
Jeremy.
Since we're going
I
off
was right on the
opinion.
magnet, so.
Yeah, you were. No, you weren't. You were curious to see it
I
just as
told
much
you,
as I was.
but I told you it was going to come to a standstill.
Yeah, you might have. Okay.
No, I definitely
Anyway,
did.
yeah. Okay, you definitely did. Okay, check this out. Okay, so we're going off. So you say that you're pretty certain that it'll come to a stop, even though it's in motion. Okay, at what speed would I have to spin that plywood for it not to come to a stop? Just in your opinion. I'm not holding you to it. Just a guess, a rough estimate.
You could have it spinning at any speed you want. It's going to come to a standstill at some point. The thing you need to do is change the acceleration. If you change the acceleration or the speed, then it'll move. Otherwise, it's just going to come to a standstill.
Can we clarify, Brian? You don't mean standstill, right? You mean pointing, not perpendicular.
Net force. Yeah, it's net force.
Is that what you mean?
Movement other than its centripetal direction.
No, this isn't about vertical or not. This is about the thing coming to rest or not.
So he's going to swing it like a regular
That's a good point.
pendulum.
Good point, man.
Right?
So if it comes to
rotate the base. Am I correct? You're going to swing it like a regular pendulum and rotate the base, right?
Yeah. I was just going to swing it just in a little wild fashion.
It's always moving then.
Cool. And then it should mimic over a shorter amount of time, right? Like you'd be able to shorten that time up and see if you can mimic what's happening on certain latitudes with the full Colt pendulum. You might accidentally verify some shit, bro.
That's how you make discoveries. Is just fucking half of them on accident, probably. But
yeah.
I see what you're saying about the angle. Like if it's going at a constant acceleration, that it's constant vector changes, and that's why they call it acceleration. But yeah, it could still come to rest at an angle. But that's just as good. If I can get it to come to rest at an angle at the speed of an hour hand of a clock, I think that would be worth digging in a little bit more.
All right, so we changed it.
Well, you can get some data points. Well, we clarified it because he's right. That's what he meant, I think, too.
So now you're saying that you're going to get it to come to not rest at not plumb and not vertical.
Oh, I'm saying who, me or him?
I don't, Brian.
I say plumb.
I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure he has some kind of coherent thing before he just starts. I can just picture Brian like just throwing wood and nails and screws and shit all over the place, like not knowing what he's going to build or what he's going to do with it after he builds it.
No, he's got to see his idea. It's pretty cool. But I think it still will come to plumb and not rest because it'll be going around the circle. I'm always in a different resting train, but it'll still be plumb.
I was just doing the numbers to see like if you were using like a 6 meter plywood, like a radius of 3 meters. Yeah, hold on, Jeremy. Yeah, you're so at that 3 meters, 3 meter radius plywood spinning around the speed of an hour hand on a clock, you're only going to get 9 10,000s. 9 10,000s of acting on that fucking plumb bob. It's not going to move at all. For you to get enough force for 1 Newton, you have to spin that same 3 meter radius piece of plywood around once every 35 seconds. So it has to be spinning once every 35 seconds for you to get 1 Newton outward.
1 joule.
Jeremy got a hot mic. I thought you were being a fucking huge dick, Jeremy.
Hey, do 20 meters real quick. For God's sake, Grim. Listen, do 20 meters real quick, and just so I get an idea. Change. Sorry, I thought it was you.
A 20 meter radius of the plywood. You have a plywood 20 meters.
Yeah, it's 8. The plywood is 8 foot, and I mean just for starters, but the string of the plumb bob. Listen, so I can tell you the plywood's 8 foot. The string to the plumb bob, do it at 20 meters.
It doesn't matter.
The longer it is, the more sensitive.
No. So maybe sensitivity, but I'm telling you the actual forces acting on that plumb bob, regardless of how long it is going to be the same. So you're still gonna, no matter if you make it 1,000 feet long plumb bob, it's only gonna be 0.0009 newtons acting outward on that plumb bob, which is, imperceivable by most. I would assume.
So how much
But
would it move
the
then? How much would it move if that imperceivable amount?
none of,
It should
probably,
be
probably not at all.
So
Oh yeah,
here's
I
like
mean, also
micron.
the plumb bob was plumb bob. I made 10 kilograms, I think.
And I'm going to make a prediction.
10 kilograms.
I'm going to make a prediction pertaining the hardware involved, the mechanism, right? Because you'll need a smooth torque motor to run that operation. You can't have a clicking. It can't be gears or clicking torque, or alternating torque or anything like that, because it'll click, and then that clicking and jolting of movement to non-movement will cause like you're swinging your feet on a swing set, or the opposite.
That's why I said,
course,
I could argue the
That's
globe's
why-
got bodies of water and shit like that. I'm not looking for perfection here, and also I'm not looking for the force. I'm just looking for the motion itself. But I just wanted to get an idea, because Kosho, in my mind, the longer the string, the more sensitive the plumb bob will be to motion.
That's fine.
And I'm just
telling
saying,
you
I
the
think
force. So
I'm not talking about counteracting gravity, bro. Just so you know.
Dude, listen
I'm
to me,
just
listen
thinking.
to me.
I think
Just
the mechanism, the motor is more important in this case than the actual string. Making sure you have a smooth torque. I'm done. Sorry, Kosho. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, Brian. Yeah, I'm not talking about gravity at all, man. So you just gotta listen. I'm telling you the force, because you can use. It doesn't matter the length of string that you use. You can just you now know the sensitivity that you're looking for. You're looking for something that's gonna be able to pick up a force that's that sensitive. That's why I gave you the force, because depending on the length of the string, you're right. It'll be able to feel different shit, and what that Grim said about not fucking it up by using something that'll jolt. You need something smooth. Yeah, because that will create errors in your thing. But if you're looking for a force that small, yeah, those jolts are going to be way bigger than 0.0009 newtons. So
Okay, but I'm looking
whatever you're gonna.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Ryan, whatever you were planning on doing with this, I just don't see, unless you can think of something that you're going to show or is going to be visible. Like, what? I still don't get what we're supposed to see or not see.
Well, there's a challenge.
He said
by
Nazi.
Gerber. He's a crane operator, and he said that if you have at least a 5 foot, a short one will come to rest no matter what, dude. I don't see how he that account, but he's just going by math. Look, so his challenge is this. So if you have at least 5 meter long string attached to a plumb bob, then any motion at all, it will stay moving. And he he's been a crane operator for freaking 20 plus, I think like 20, 30 years or so.
And all crane operators are not created equal. I just want to say that.
Well, yeah,
I
of course,
understand.
if you're swinging the top of a crane around and you got a little ball on the bottom of it, a wrecking ball or something, yeah, if you keep moving the crane, the ball's never going to stop moving, of course.
Anyway, so if I'm going to prove anything, I got to have that bitch moving slow. But Kosho, what? I don't understand how you can't follow me on. I'm not talking about the force again. You say it's not a force with gravity involved, but it is the way you're doing the math in newtons. Okay,
No, it's not.
what I'm talking how you don't think that a longer string will equate to being more sensitive to motion?
You said it would be.
But it would be more sensitive. That's why I'm telling you the force. The force is going to be what the sensitivity that you're looking for. So I'm not talking about
If there's
gravity.
not enough force to, sorry.
You're using a pendulum. You're using the math from the pendulum or the oscillation, right?
Using the centrifugal force, which is going to be the only force that pendulum picks up.
Why are you telling me in newtons?
The only reason that it's not going to be plumb is because there's going to be a centrifugal force from the spinning.
If you're measuring it in centrifugal force, why are you giving it to me in newtons, bro?
Because that's how you measure forces.
No, I'm not trying to measure the force. I'm trying to measure the velocity or the motion, just motion, period.
There's gonna be no motion.
What was the significance about asking about why is he giving it to you in newtons?
Because it'd be like what I'm looking for is like like just for hypothetically,
Well, newtons
like
is a unit of measurement of force.
Like meters per second or microns per second.
That's speed.
You said micron.
Never mind.
It's insane, dude. Because that's all of my is a millionth of Y'all hear me?
No, your mic fucking sucks.
I thought you were still talking, so I was just remain quiet to allow you to finish. Like,
All right, so you're clear, Brian. It takes 1 Newton to move 1 kilogram 1 meter per second squared. Okay, so that's what 1 Newton force would be acting. So if you're trying to move, if you're only have 0.00009 newtons, right? You do the math. You can only move. It would take, if you're trying to find out the speed or the acceleration acting on a 10 kilogram object, it's going to be extremely small acceleration. You can do that math too if you want.
Well,
I'm
not denying the math, figuring it out that way, but there's different. I'm trying to figure it out as far as motion goes instead of force. I know they tie together, but would you say that heavier?
That's why I told you.
Yeah, let me ask you: would heavier or lighter be more sensitive?
Was heavier or lighter? I think it would be heavier. Would be I think it would be the same. Hold on, because centrifugal force, you take the mass.
If it'd be the same, why were you just? Why did you tell me 10 kilograms?
A heavier one, there'd be more centrifugal force. Yeah.
Right, obviously. I just wanted to see where your fucking head was. But as far as sensitivity to motion, lighter. It'd be more sensitive if it was lighter. Right? Or heavier.
You said it correctly before. The sensitivity depends on the length of the pendulum. You know what I mean? Like it's going to be more. You're gonna be able to witness more of that motion if you have a longer pendulum. That's that's true. It'll be
it
more
takes a stronger force.
Now that I got you here,
it takes a stronger force to move a larger object too. So
exactly. So the inertia
more newtons
will match this.
Hey, now that I got you here,
that's what gets confusing because once the inertia is matched up, there's a net again. Now you're dealing with the inertia of the object itself and the rotation that it's taking in its movement.
So the acceleration should be the same for both. Yeah.
Try to pick Coach's brain real quick, Grim, because I think you've told me. Okay, as far as meters per second, what's the lowest that the human body can detect? It I think it's like 0.27 or 0.28 meters per second.
I tagged you earlier. It's 0.02.
0.02. So a human can detect 0.02 meters per second.
It's really 1.9. 2 is being
so.
gracious.
I lost you.
0.19 and 2 is, I think, being gracious, right?
No, he said 0.02, but then I lost him.
I'm still here. Yeah, you might be right, Brian, if you said 0.2. It might be 0.2.
Yeah, like 0.26.
I might have messed up.
That's what my math come up with, man. So the Earth is rotate, but the Earth is like as far as the centrifugal, whatever you want to call it, it's like just barely out of reach of us being able to feel. It's like 0.27 or something. It's it's barely out of our grasp to supposedly. Some people would argue that. Maybe I might even argue that.
I thought it was like 0.006 or something. 0.04. Hold on 1 second. I'll
Yeah,
drive.
it could be. It could be, man. I'm just
So I
telling
could
you what
spin
I
you.
came
I
up
could
with.
hold on. I could spin you in a 1,000. 1,000 different vectors, and as long as I kept all of them under this 0.02 or whatever, you wouldn't feel it.
Sure.
Like
As long as
literally
they add together.
1,000 different vectors I could have you going in, and as long as I keep it, you wouldn't even know.
As in, when you add them together, it doesn't equal up to a number greater than the minimum, or the maximum. Yeah, the minimum that you can feel. Yeah.
You're not
Wouldn't
going
it be
to find that
crazy
either. You're going to
for
have to
a
do the math.
bubble?
Dude. They don't just
Just
give you
like
the easy answer on Google.
Imagine being a bubble going one direction inside of a much larger bubble that's moving in the other direction, inside of a much larger bubble moving in a different direction. And so, aren't you still just moving in the one direction?
No, you got a whole bunch
And
of different vectors.
from your reference, I'm just saying, like, but these bubbles are all but you're moving within the space of the other bubble anyway. So you're not really moving with that bubble.
Yeah, you'd have to measure it
Right?
in reference to one of the bubbles. So that's what they would ask you. In reference to what?
Right.
They don't
So
do
eventually,
absolute motion. And that's what Michelson-Morley was set out to measure, was the absolute motion of the Earth through space, and they got a null result.
Are you mad I cleaned the window?
so don't you just treat yourself as if you are
Wherever you got a hot
still,
mic,
right?
All right.
Wouldn't you logically just at first treat yourself as if you're still until you know otherwise? Right? So therefore, geocentric Earth, bitches. I'm just kidding.
Well, the way they did the math and these numbers ain't always right on, especially with scaling. That's where different variables come in. Different variables. When the scale don't work,
So
then they need to add a variable. Okay, that's how they do shit.
just real quick, because Grim created these 3 or 4 different bubbles. If the largest bubble stopped moving,
I'm just inside of it. It's just it stops moving, but it's so big, right?
Yeah,
That
but
I'm
see,
still
look, that's the
traveling
great
through it.
look, dude. Look, that's the great scale negator, right? It's so big, and we already pointed this out, and we pointed it out all the time. So everything that we experience presents the Earth as if it is stationary and not curved.
Well, that's the point I just made. Not the not curved part,
No,
but
you didn't.
stationary.
No, you didn't make that point. You created a thought. What if we're a bubble inside of a bubble inside of a bubble inside of a bubble, and it's just
Well,
so
it's not the first time
big.
it's not that I just thought of it just now. It was me trying to make a point.
I know you let Coach off the hook, though, man. I'm trying to figure out these calculations, but go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm saying I'm not convinced that you made your point. Right? You didn't convince me.
Well,
with
I'm not trying
the,
to really. I did it as a joke.
I don't
You
think
did
so.
it to derail me and Coach's conversation.
I don't think you did it as a joke.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
well, I don't
okay.
know whatever
I think
intent
you
I may
did
have had
it just
behind
in me
that.
and Coach Joe's conversation, man. To be honest, I don't know if you realize that or not.
Yeah, he realizes it, Brian. He's an agent.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, you got me.
You're Asian. You're Asian, Grim?
I'm sitting here picking my teeth. I'm Caucasian.
Yeah, Brian, I just checked it out.
Hold on.
Yeah, it was
Emergency statement, Kojo. He's Caucasian because he loves the cock.
Asian.
Emergency statement. It's great, man.
Yeah.
My bad. It wasn't even that good. You're right. It wasn't even worth it. Go ahead, Kojo.
I'm disappointed it took you that long, Coach, by the way. But if you get the answer right, I'll let it slide. No,
Where are the guys complaining about the derailment now?
What, man?
I'm just messing with you, bro. Go ahead.
Right?
What'd you get?
He sent
I was just
Kocho off
curious
to
what
do
you're talking
math.
about, Brian. Yeah, I forgot about the. Well, no, I mean, you talk about the acceleration from rotation of the Earth.
Who, me?
Yeah, the angular velocity.
Yeah, I did that 2 hours ago, man. I posted that for you, with the little kid, stick man drawing. Yeah, it's 2.7 newtons upward for an 80-kilogram dude.
I'm talking about the motion, the limit of human sense ability to sense.
Oh yeah, the limits.
Goes,
I don't know. I found that a long time ago. I can't remember if it was 0.2 or 0.02. I think it was
I think it's 0.26, man. 0.2 or 0.25 or something.
Let me see.
I mean, can't you just divide the 1,040 miles per second by the radius?
Do what? To give you the newtons, yeah. Multiply that by your mass, and yeah, you'll get the force acting on the person. So I decided to show you. But hold on, I'm trying to find the paper I saw before with the minimum newtons. Yeah, I found it.
Yeah, I got these coins. I don't know where the fuck I got them at. I know I personally got them and they weren't just airdropped to me or something because I added it to my MetaMask, but I can't figure out where I got them from.
Almost ready to invest, Jeremy. I'm almost ready, man.
Let me know, bro. I got good shit now. I'm so bad. I'm so good at it. I'm getting about $1,600 a month, bro. Passive. No trading, none. You could just sit back, relax, catch a contact, sip your cognac, and let's all wash this money through the laundromat.
Yeah, right. I'm just doing a little side job today. I just sent my guys to do a little 5x10, 50 square foot for $650 cash. I already had the bags of concrete sitting around here, so that's going to take them about 3 hours. Maybe I'll give them $100 each. I already had the concrete. That's $450 fucking while talking to y'all on a little fucking crap. Go ahead, buddy.
Brian Leakey, yeah, our minimum that we can feel is 0.02.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Yeah.
So to me, it'd be worth doing. Jeremy brought up a good point to get my head kind of zeroed in on what's actually going to happen as far as like if it's a constant angular.
It's not worth doing. What are you hoping to see out of this or not see?
Brian, I made the picture.
He said Nazi again.
I made this picture.
Go ahead, Coach.
These forces are going in two opposite directions. So it's not an acceleration that you would perceive at all, because it's going in the opposite direction of a force that you're already perceiving as your weight. So all it's going to do is to decrease your weight.
Well, let me make 2 points. Okay, the plywood. Okay, it was a challenge. Okay, so I'm just taking it as a challenge. It's not going to cost me nothing. It's just a little time. But here's the thing. So even until I do it, I can still hang on to the fact that if the pendulum stays in motion, and that, the unlikeliness of it, however great it may be, if it does, then it will disprove the motion of Earth. Or at least give a good argument. At least give a good argument against.
Hold on, what was this guy's challenge?
His challenge is
how much money is it paying?
I gotta see how much money it is.
It's just a gentleman's bet or whatever. It doesn't matter. Go ahead. It doesn't matter. Forget the money. It's not about the money. What is he's saying? If you keep it in motion, it'll never come to rest, right?
Yeah, as long as that thing is moving, any at all, it'll never come to rest.
And you're gonna have this on the South Pole or on the edge. But not South Pole. You're gonna have it at the center or on the edge of the axis, on the edge of the rotational point center. I don't know the word. I forgot the word for it.
To be honest, man, it's going to have to be at least kind of toward the center because of the legs of the ladder. So what I'm going to do is put it.
Well, he could say it's not moving.
Toward the edge as I can.
Bro, if you're going to do all that, you could just spin the thing. Just spin the thing on top. Like, why even go through this whole thing of the pendulum and shit? Just spin the thing. That's all you're going to be doing if you have it at the center of rotation.
The different size, the different size radius of the spin is one of the key factors.
If it's at the center, it doesn't matter, bro. If it's at the center, it doesn't matter if you have the plywood go out at 1,000,000 miles or 2 inches.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
If as long as the ladder's sitting on the plywood, I could spin it from the top or the bottom. I see what you're saying. That's a good point, man.
Which you got to do, and I think the gill would be in contention if you did that in the center, because then the guy would say, "Well, you're really not moving it anywhere. You're just spinning." What you need to do is put it on the border.
I'm hoping it does. I mean, I'm hoping the guy's right. You know,
you need to put it on
the guy's right. That'd be hellified evidence that we're not. You know, and all their focus when they put us in a car and a train and say that the motion, you know, it's just it's kind of a defying
think this
idea.
through. Listen, think this through. We got a pendulum that never stops moving. How does that? But they do in reality, though.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying, and the likelihood seems small, but just a tiny bit of a chance that if that plywood's moving, if I keep that pendulum moving. Like, you know, they say that you can't feel it, you know, because the earth is spinning slow. But if I show them that even if I have a pendulum spinning as slow as the clock, it won't come to rest. Because on Earth, pendulums do come to rest. Right?
Listen, make a hypothesis up for this, and let's see it.
I'm scared.
Don't be scared, bro. It's an if-then statement. That's pretty much all a hypothesis is.
But I see what Kosher is saying about the mass and the newtons of vectors. Like it's great. I'm trying to leave out the mass. Period. I'm trying to leave out the newtons.
It's not only that though. It's not only that either though. It's the fact that I didn't know you were talking about it swinging. It's going to be acting outward, so it'll be tilted ever so slightly. You know, at the forces I gave you before, but it's not going to be swinging at all. It's just going to be going around in that circle, tilted outward slightly. And if you spin it once every 12 hours, it's not going to be tilted outward at all.
Oh, can you make water go higher than another body of water if they're connected bodies? If you have the two real thin, isn't there like some weird thing that happens? This has nothing to do with what you guys are talking about. Did you want to continue on with this, or I feel like we talked?
Yeah, let me say one more thing, man. That
final thoughts on this. You're roboting.
Let me try this one more time. This will be my last comment on this. The angle of the plumb bob, for it to stop at an angle, it's still fully dependent on it stopping. Point is I'm trying to that angle out of plumb. It's going to have to. That's fully dependent on it stopping moving. So I'll do it. You know, this week. Hopefully, show you the results, even though we know what they'll probably be.
All right, listen. Good point, Brian. Now listen, Coach Show. Have you ever seen a thing where they'll have a body of water and they'll have a big pool of it on one side or a bucket or something, and then they'll have a bigger tube, a thin tube, and then a medium-sized tube, and then a big tube, and they'll all be at different levels. Have you seen that? Has anyone seen that? This isn't just for Coach Show. Yeah. It's the really thin tube, they can get it to go really high, right? Like higher than can they get the thin tube to go higher than the like giant pool on the left or whatever on the side? I envision this.
You broke up for a second. Say it again. I'm in a bad area.
The thin tube. They have this one body of water connected. They have tubes coming up. They have a pool of water on the side, and then they have a little tube, skinny tube, then a wider tube, and then a bigger tube coming up, and they'll all have different levels. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've seen this. Yeah. No, I've seen this. Yeah.
Okay,
I thought
can
we
you get
talked
the
about this
skin,
before in chats.
can you get the skinny one to go higher than the body of water, the giant pool?
I don't think so.
Well, why does it go higher than the other one? It goes higher than the other one. Brian, your mic's on. Jesus. What do you got, the chickens?
Yeah, sorry about that. I see. Yeah, I was fucking with my chickens.
Kosho, why does the skinny one go higher than the other one? It must be going higher than the giant pool of water.
Hold on. I gotta get out of here. Hold on.
Just focus on driving, bro. This isn't really that serious.
I'm just trying to get out of this bad area because I don't have.
Give me those
service.
boogies. Give me those boogies. You got all kinds of boogies. You're a boogie face. You're a boogie face. I gotcha. I'm gonna get you. You think you're slick? Give me those boogies. Give me those boogies. Give me the boogies.
Jeremy, I wish you were my dad.
I will get those boogies, Travis. We got a big boogie nose kid over here. Come on. Let me get those little boogies out of your nose. Come on. We're all sick over here. We're all some sickos. Nobody's in school. Nobody went to work. I work from home. I don't even really work. Definitely not doing shit today, though. Anyways, Travis, do you know what I'm talking about? The thing with the tubes. The thin one goes higher than other ones. Remember?
Yeah, you're talking about a water level, right?
Yeah, no. Yes and no. Both.
So yeah, but if they're all connected by the tube, you can elevate one from the other. But what are you trying to demonstrate?
No, this is a thing that happens where it has something to do with like the thinness or thickness of the tube. Like the water will go higher in the if you have a really thin one or something to do with pressure. Or,
Sure. Yeah.
Something I forget.
Okay.
Bev's always talking about it. I think.
Yeah. Okay. But again, what
I
are you trying to like unpack or get us to understand?
Hydrostatic equilibrium or some shit. I don't know, but
Right.
I'm just wondering if you can get the thin tube. The thin tube must go higher than the other tubes. All right. I don't know. I'll have to just look at this in a video or something. I don't even know what it's called.
I don't think that I've ever seen what you're talking about, so I'm trying to picture, what you're talking about. So
Picture from left to right. You have on the left side you have a bucket of water.
Yeah.
Then you have a tube connecting them other tubes that are going up. One of the tubes is big, another one's thin, another one's even thinner, super thin, and they'll all be at different levels.
Yeah.
The Globers use this sometimes when we say water's level. They'll show this.
Huh.
You've never seen this before?
No.
Oh. They post that in text chat at least once a month everywhere. They used to. I don't know if they still do anymore, but
Yeah, but I've always seen it as just demonstrating that water equalizes at the same elevation. I've never seen it where you're trying to push water.
It's not at the same elevation in this instance, is what I'm saying.
Right. So what I'm trying to tell you is I've only ever seen the memes that show all of the water at the same elevation over, distance. So I don't think I've ever seen what you're talking about. So if you find it, send it to me in DM or something like that so I don't miss it.
Yeah, I mean, somebody's got to have that shit in here. Post that shit in a live stream text, will you? Left lane, did you have something you wanted to say? Sounded itchy in chat like we've been talking and we ain't saying nothing. What do you got? Amuse this left lane.
Yeah, I've been unloading.
Oh, here we go. He did it. He posted it. Travis, it's in the thing, the USGS site. Capillary action. All right.
Which live stream? I don't see it. Unless I got
Two,
the
we're in two.
Who
He
did it?
tagged you. He tagged me and you in it. Stark Otter.
No, that's because I blocked him.
Here, I'll repost it. Hold on. Who is it that you blocked him? Is it one of Gambino's million sock accounts? Come on, kitty. Fucking cats in and out all day. Come on. Come on, Mocus.
Oh no, there it is. I was in the wrong.
Yeah.
I was in the wrong one. Okay.
Oh.
I see it. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of like the way trees work, right?
Yeah. What?
That's kind of like the way trees. That was the way the trees push up the water up through. Because you can't. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know how trees work. That's interesting. I might have to look into that someday, but I don't know. I'm not sure how trees work.
You've heard of how you can't pump water higher than a certain, like
30 feet or something?
Yeah, 30 feet, right? And yet trees do it.
All day, yeah.
So.
Well, siphons are still perplexing to scientists to this day. Listen, the point of this all is, we're getting it higher than level right there. We should be able to just turn that around on itself. Like, what happens if we had that one all the way on the right, falling out into something else that made it go higher? Like, you could raise water indefinitely like this. I don't know.
Okay, so what this, since I've never seen this, I'm just gonna like, if this contraption were empty, and then you put the liquid in, each of those.
That's how it settles.
Right, that's right. So the first one only goes that high, the second one only goes that high, but they all go as high as they go because of the narrowness of the space that they're filling.
Yeah.
So
capillary action. I thought it was called something else, but it's clearly this capillary thing.
Yeah.
My question would be like, okay, let's say you cut the one all the way to the right? Let's say you cut that one off just a little bit under where the liquid is. Like just cut it off. Would it still would it be just continuously flowing out, or?
Yeah, I would think it would, right? Because you're giving it the opportunity to continue to flow. Yeah, I would think that it would flow out. Or if you even cut the first one beneath the fluid level, and I think it would just continue to push out until the whole thing emptied.
Like have a ramp just leading back.
That's like that's like slitting your wrist, right?
Yeah. Forget all the ones. So get rid of all the rest of the ones. Just have the one that's going up dumb high. Say you cut it off and just have a ramp, so that it catches all the liquid when it falls out and falls back into the giant one on the left.
Oh, you got a perpetual motion?
Yeah, bro. That's it right there, no? Or does something must not work? I'm sure somebody must have thought of this.
Right.
But that's the first thing I thought of the first time I saw this thing. I was like, oh shit. I thought water would always, no matter what, have it the same elevation. But I mean, clearly you can do goofy shit with it to make it that not the case. I mean, that's true for an open body of water. So.
You'd have to be able to get it back into the same source, and I think that you wouldn't be. I don't think for some reason you'd be able to do that.
Well, just imagine you had a little like gutter system around it, and then the gutter from the one all the way to the right just led down to the left. Or does this all rely on the tube being
okay.
thin
The one
and
on
high
the
in the open?
I see. The one on the right is higher, so it would be able to flow down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Even the first one.
Even the first one's a little bit higher. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
But, you make a gutter system around this so that it
Right.
drains out into the first one. It might have something to do with the empty space on the top of the tube, though, and the thickness. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Right. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
My bad, dude. What were you talking about? Pool and the pipes, whatever. Pool and tubes. Service was better.
Coach, are you driving right now?
Yeah, I was driving, but I was in a bad area. I was like,
Well, let's wait till you're not
but,
driving, because you're a menace to society when you're on the road.
I'm at the gas station now. I'm good.
All right, so look at the chat, live stream text too. We've got a thing. It's from the USGS. I posted it. So did some otter guy.
What about it?
Okay, you see how the one on the right, all the way on the right, goes dumb far up. Than the level of the giant pool on the left. The giant pool. It's like a beaker or test tube or some shit. But you get the point.
Yeah. This is capillary action. Yeah, like what plants do and shit.
So can't we have what would happen if we cut the whole tube right underneath where the water was on the one all the way to the right? It would be flowing out until enough water was lost out of the system to where it would just be only that high.
You're saying if you put the water up until, hold on, you put enough water in there so it was as high as the tallest one currently is?
Okay, let's say I filled.
Wouldn't they just raise? Wouldn't they just raise up as well?
Listen, here's what I want to do. I want to make a gutter system around the one on the right. Cut it off lower. Cut it off low enough so that water is going to flow out of it. But high enough so that it's above the height on of the body of water on the left. Then I want to build a gutter system around it and have the water flowing back from the one on the right to the one on the left.
Are you gonna get to flow back into that?
What do you mean it's higher? It's higher than it. We're going to build a gutter system. You know the gutter on a house?
Yeah.
We're just going to build that around the tube and have it flow back in.
I don't get it, man. First of all, you know that those tubes don't have tops on them. They don't have openings to the air.
Oh, they don't?
Because I thought they don't. Maybe they do, actually. But maybe they do. I thought they don't. Hold on. These ones, they look like they do have openings.
Opening or no opening? Can we get it to flow back in on itself?
Have you ever heard of those things? What's it called? We were looking at them the other day. The Roman. Somebody thought it was like perpetual motion, but it's those Roman pumps. I forget what they're called. The build pump or something. Let me see if
Oh, I didn't catch that one.
Oh yeah, it is open at the top. I'll post the pump I was talking about.
Saying what would happen to the one on the right? Let's say you cut it up. Let's say you cut the one on the right. You just cut it off halfway in between.
Okay.
The one all on the right. The one all the way on the right.
Yeah.
Let's say you cut it off. Let's say you cut it off halfway in between its height and the height of the pool of water all the way on the left. You just cut that tube off. Water would start.
Water would come out.
Yes, and now what happens if you build a gutter system around that tube to catch all the water that comes out and bring it back to the pool on the left?
It'll just keep doing that. It'll keep falling out at exactly that height.
So the water's going to just keep continuously moving, you're saying?
Well, you have to get the water to go from down there to up there, but yeah. I mean, so you're going to need a pump to do that. That pump's going to take energy, but yeah.
What pump? Why do you need a pump?
If you cut the one on the right in half, and the water's already lower than the pump on the left.
Stop. You cut the one on the right. You cut it halfway in between its height and the height of the pool of water on the left. So there's a middle point there.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Oh, I see what you're saying. So you cut the additional part in half. I think that part of what's pulling it up though is isn't it the vacuum that's in the rest of the tube? Like, isn't it the air? Isn't the capillary action coming from part of like the top part of that tube?
I don't know. I don't even know what capillary means, bro. We're like a fucking one of these nerds are running around. What's capillary mean? You don't even know, do you?
It's in the image.
I know it's what the plant. Yeah, it's what the plants do. I think it has to do with the surface area of the tube versus the.
So nothing to do with the air on top, just the surface area of the tube.
No, it does have to do because of the pressure on the top. Hold on. Yeah, because the pressure on the top is going to technically be more pressure than the pressure of the water. Give me a second.
Listen, I want you to focus on driving because you're dangerous. Right? You're like Ricky Bobby. You pull over to gas stations, you're like Ricky Bobby thinking you're on fire, but you're not. Shake and bake. Can't even find this token on PooCoin, on CoinGecko, nothing. I know it ain't the one that's 2 cents a piece because I got like fucking 10 million of these bitches. Bro, $10 was 5% of $10.
Wait, 5% of $10. 5% of $1 would be 5 cents. So 10 would be 50 cents, right?
Yeah, I'll get you every $10 you put in. I'll get you 50 cents a day. Super risky investment. I don't even know where the money comes from. This actually could be a straight pyramid scheme. I got other safer shit though.
Yeah, dude. I think in this this capillary action, this version of it, it's basically going to be it's not going to work if there's no tube. If there's no like rest of the tube, basically, because it's actually the tube that's pulling it up.
All right. What if we have the rest of the tube, and then we have another tube coming off that tube that's just angled down a little bit? Does that fuck the whole thing up, or what if that? And
No, I
what
mean,
if that
it's not
tube?
going to
What if
go up.
that tube? Hold on. What if that tube we have falling is always full of liquid? So it's basically like a wall. It's basically just like a wall of water, anyways, because it's going to be higher than the hole coming down even is.
So you should look at the Bilge BILGE pump. So I think that's going to be more what you're trying to do. I don't think that there's anything that you can do with the capillary action thing.
Well, does the bilge pump bring water higher than its source?
Yes.
Does it take energy?
It takes. So like if you so okay, so imagine it like this. If you have let's say you have a pool of water and you have some lower, so you have an angle down to some lower fucking place in that pool, and you want it to go to some higher place than the pool originally was. You know, like it basically people use this to pump water out of like something that was flooded, like a flooded basement or something like that. You would need a hole that was deeper than the basement, and you need this specific sort of valve setup where it basically
Is this the
creates
thing
this.
Vertasium? I think Vertasium or one of these goofballs just did a video on with where the water's spurting out of the bottom of the thing, where they have two different valves or some shit on it.
I don't think I've seen this. They have this is a video that just came out.
I don't know. Listen, does the water go higher than the original source or what?
Yes.
So what's the problem? Why doesn't it work?
It does what works. We talk about it does work.
Well, is it not a perpetual motion machine then?
How is it going to be a perpetual motion machine?
If you can get water to go higher than its source, well, how is that not perpetual? What do you mean?
I guess, and then like you just well, yeah, they make pumps like this. This is like They make water fountains like this.
Bro,
Hold on,
you're not answering my question. Why is this not perpetual motion?
well, because you have to. I mean, if you're going to capture the energy, you're going to be taking energy from the system. So.
Okay, but I can get how much higher than the source can you get the water to go?
I mean, it depends on. I think it depends on the setup. Let me find an example so you can get a better idea of what I'm talking about. Build. I think that's what it's. Yeah, it is called build pump. I'm gonna do
How's this
build
spelled?
pump water fountain.
How's this spelled?
BILGE. Here's a video. It's called Non-Stop Fountain. I'm not sure if this is the same thing though, but let me post it. It looks like the same thing.
I Google search bilge pumps. I'm not seeing anything impressive. It just looks like normal pumps. One of them, I think I had one of these to siphon kerosene out of a container into the kerosene heater.
Yeah.
One of them I was using to drain water out of my pool with.
Okay. Yeah.
Another one has electricity hooked up to it. Like, why is?
Yeah, because usually you do that, but you can do it without electricity. So let me see. I saw one the other day.
So show me a bilge pump that's not using electricity, that's having water go higher than it started, and I'll give you a perpetual motion.
Okay.
As long as it's not that goofy capillary action thing. There must be some like trick or something to it to where I'm not going to be able to. And they have it flowing back in on itself, obviously, if this is the fountains, right? Why can you not capture some of the water falling out of the fountain? As long as it falls back into the fountain, who cares?
This video is 36 minutes, but
You're telling me if that water touches anything, it's all ruined? Because that's all I need is. What's up?
Yeah, this is like a 36-minute video. I'm trying to find a shorter one.
Bro, if the water if I hold my hand out, if I hold my hand out in that fountain that's going, and touch some of the water that's falling, does it break the whole thing and it stops working?
Oh yeah, that's right. A ram pump. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, all the bilge pumps I looked at just looked like regular pumps, or they had electricity, so it didn't really make sense. Listen, do you know what you're talking about now?
Yes.
Okay.
But the ram pump is the same thing, but it's an automatic one. So, but yeah,
Okay.
There's one from Action Lab.
Listen, you're telling me right now they have pumps that they're using in fountains that require no electricity, right?
Yes, I just posted one.
All right, let's see. Is this the one with the goofy things on the bottom, where the water's spurting out? Because you lose water like that.
Say it again.
Never mind. I'm gonna check it. What would you put it in a live stream too?
Yeah. You want to watch it real quick too?
Can hydraulic ram pump? Yeah, this is the one. I meant the Action Lab. I don't know yet. This has 2 valves on the bottom, and you're losing water. So eventually, you have to bring more water up into the system.
It's funny. It's only a week old. When we were talking about this, it was more than a week ago, so that's why I didn't come across this one. But ram pump is a better.
Yeah, look at how much water.
Yeah.
Listen, look at how much. Look at how much water he's losing on the bottom of that. Eventually, you're gonna have to take that water that's coming out of the bottom and bring it back up to the top.
Yeah, people. I'm telling you, people make water fountains with this all the time. I've seen a lot of different
Takes electricity to use
mounts
this.
like this. No,
Okay, listen to
these
me.
things. Yeah.
Listen. If you have something set up like this, eventually you're gonna have no water left going through your fountain because it's all gonna be falling out of the bottom thing that's spurt. You see on the bottom how he has those two valves with the water shooting out?
No, I'm gonna watch his video real quick. That way I'll know what
Okay.
you're talking about.
All right. On the bottom of his shit ain't gonna work for sure. Because he has two valves on the bottom that are working in synchronicity. And no, what's the opposite of that? I don't know. Either way, this valve has water spurting out of the bottom of it. So eventually, he's got to take that water all the way at the bottom and bring it all the way up top. That's gonna take electricity. You could have a ton of these though. You know what you could do is you could have eventually you'd have to bring the water back all the way back up to the tippy top, and it wouldn't. It depends on how far up you could go with it. You might be able to get electricity out of that if you could have it like 1,000 feet high or something crazy, like from the bottom of a skyscraper to the top of the skyscraper. No, because eventually you'd have to carry all the water back up top. No, you wouldn't. You'd only have to carry the water to where the main pool of water was. I don't know. Very funny, Travis. Very funny. I like the one where they got the cat, and then they got a piece of jelly toast stuck to its back. Like they're both always supposed to fall face down, or the cat's gonna land on its feet, and the jelly always lands face down. Or you can do that with the Vans. When you toss a Van sneaker, they always land right side up. I heard. That might be fake. I don't know. I don't have Vans. That's not gangster.
Yo, dude. I just watched his video. Yeah, I saw his setup. He has his ladder and his shit. I saw what's up.
Like that system is not going to keep a water fountain going indefinitely. You might as well just pump the water. I don't know. Like that's just
You
not
said
going.
what?
That system that you showed me is not going to keep a fountain going indefinitely.
Yeah, I know. I said, well, yeah, not indefinitely. You got to capture that water at the bottom, yeah. Because
And then
in
bring it
order
back up.
to work.
Yeah, what's the point?
Well, I've seen other other versions where you don't have an opening in the pump. You just have. Let me see. Let me show you this other version I found.
Well, that's
It's a little bit
perpetual
different.
motion. Like that's what you're describing.
Well,
You're
there's no
saying
such thing as a perpetual motion.
You're saying a perpetual motion machine.
Well, those fountains, I think it's possible that those fountains they do have to keep filling up. They do got to put water in it periodically, probably.
Yeah.
Let me see though. Let me see if I can find the one I was looking at the other day.
The MICKEYMOUSD. What's up? telling you, perspective test in a vacuum. That'll clear up if it's magnification or not. If you go long, you gotta go long distance in a vacuum. I don't know how long. At least meters. 20 meter. You know, you just like, it's like having a tube just on its side. And then you look down at an object. You see if the perspective math holds true. Because if the atmosphere is magnifying things, then the perspective math would be different inside a vacuum. There's no atmosphere. Or enough, it's so little that it would throw it off a little bit, maybe. Like I said, depending on how far you go. This could be one of those things where it's too little to measure.
Wouldn't that be the next question to ask, though? How much? And I'm just coming in here, so I'm just starting up this conversation. To find out how much magnification there is. Like, there's a guy who says that one of your favorite sources, who says that it magnifies. Find out how much.
Yeah, no, well, the first step would be to find out if it's even happening or not, right? So we do that test. We say, okay, it's not matching the perspective math. Now let's figure out how much. Yeah.
Well, there's something called photogrammetry, and it works. And I mean, it's basically, you can use, what do you call it, the perspective formula to determine how far away something is. They use it for mapping, from aircraft and stuff like that. So I don't know of any place where that breaks down uniformly. If I go mountaintop to mountaintop and I see a 6-foot moon, I can tell you the distance to that other mountain without a problem. Just using perspective.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm not doubting the perspective math holds true. I'm saying, well, we haven't tried it in a vacuum. I'm thinking that's where if the atmosphere is magnifying things, that's where the perspective math would break down at in a vacuum.
Well, yeah, I think that it just comes down to being a free fall. Yes, and like I remember talking to you about this, and I don't remember. I didn't dig into it much, but I suspect that they're talking about, like, when you're looking at stars and stuff, that the convexity of the atmosphere itself is offering a tiny, tiny bit of magnification. Not what you would expect to see when you're looking horizontally through the atmosphere.
Well, I mean, okay, so we look at a star on the horizon, we get this magnification thing, right? You're saying that.
But in that case, you're magnifying a point source, so you're not going to see any difference in it, really.
You're saying it only magnifies when we're looking straight up?
Yeah, you can zoom in. This is like this is off the top of my head, but if you're talking about fractional magnification, like a 0.1% on a point source of light, if you take your P1000 and zoom in on the on Alpha Centauri, you're not going to see much change in its size at all. Alpha Centauri is a bad example. A farther away site, really far away site, and if you magnify that 1,000 times, it's still going to look like a point. So that magnification would be meaningless to you. Like if you took your camera from zoom 1 to zoom 2.
I'm not sure, and see if you agree with me or can see my point. I'm not sure the sun, moon, and stars follow all the, perspective and light laws that we have of things that we can feel, taste, and touch here on Earth.
Well, you have to. I can agree that they might not, but they seem to. Little things like we do bounce radio off the moon. The moon is X distance away, and it matches that in size. Now that's a hell of a coincidence because it works on different principles. Measuring time delay and magnification are not the same thing.
Well, the inverse square law of light doesn't seem to work with the distances and size, especially with the moon being reflected light, as they say it. That's not adding up.
Actually, it adds up perfectly, although I can't do the math on it. They've seen it done, and it seemed to follow a logical progression in the math. I couldn't tell you whether it was right or wrong. But I think the big problem is that when somebody's talking about like how many lumen you're seeing from a square meter of the moon, that light should be completely gone by the time it got to the Earth. But what you have to do is you have to take the entire surface of the moon, and since essentially there's just a shitload more photons coming at you, that makes it work out mathematically. So you just have to take the whole area in when you do your calculation, not just say that what would happen with 1 meter.
Yeah, so at the point where they were getting close to the moon, but still had the whole moon in sight, it should have been bright as fuck.
Yeah, they say that it's similar.
Where's the video from that?
It's similar brightness to asphalt.
No,
You
it would have
wouldn't be able
been
to take
magnitude.
video.
It would have been multiple times brighter.
You wouldn't be
Once
able to
they,
take a video. Like, it would be so bright. You can't get
that's what I mean.
close
There
to a
should be.
light.
They should have filmed this. They should have been like, "Holy shit, guys, let's get this on film. Look how bright this is inside the cockpit, or something. Look how bright this is. This is crazy."
It doesn't work that way. It's like, when you see a big piece of... Okay, here's an example. I have a little piece of asphalt in my backyard. I look at that from maybe, say, an airplane. I'm not going to see any light reflecting from that little piece of asphalt. But then I go to Kennedy Space Center and I fly over that. I can see that asphalt quite nicely, and it's going to reflect light. It doesn't get like super bright standing near the asphalt on the ground, and the moon's brightness is similar to that of asphalt. So I mean, like, it's not going to blind me.
It's
Does
going
your
to be. It's
asphalt
going to
blind you?
get. Listen, if we get half the distance, it's going to get twice as bright. What's the formula for the light law?
Inverse square.
So 4 times is
yes, I think
whatever the formula is. Every time you get half the distance or whatever it is, it's getting twice as bright or something. So by the time they did that so many times to where they still had the whole moon in view. It should have been bright as fuck because it would have been getting double brightness every time.
never much brighter than asphalt. So, like, if you put your eye right down on asphalt, that's as bright as the moon's going to be. You're also comparing it to a field of black when you're looking at it from your house.
Yeah, that would have made it stand out really good. If you have a black background, yes. The brightness would have stood out very well.
The other thing about the inverse square law, I don't know if most people understand, is that light, a single photon, unless it hits something, can go forever. I mean, the brightness is a function of how many photons are hitting you, not the amount of power of the photon. So what will happen when you get close to the moon, your iris will close, and you will let in less light into your eye. And it'll never be as bright as the sun.
I know, but it still should have been twice as bright when you have distance or whatever.
Twice as bright as a very dimly lit thing to begin with. The moon is
okay,
not
and when
extremely bright.
And by the time you double the brightness, by the time you double the brightness of it, would they do that 4 or 5 times to where they could still have the whole moon in view? Is that how many times they have it? Either way, it should have been bright as fuck because it's pretty bright right now. It's bright enough to light up the whole sky outside at night.
Yep.
So when you have that, it gets double as bright. Have it again, gets double as bright. By the time you do that 4 or 5 times, it should be bright as fuck. I don't care how dim it is to start. This is the law, right?
Weird thing with that formula, twice as bright for half the distance. I don't know how to use it properly, but we know that you can never get as bright as the source because it's only reflected. But the twice halving the distance, like, okay, if I'm on the surface of Earth and I'm looking at 238,000 miles, when I get to half the distance, or when I get twice as close to the moon, it's going to go twice as bright. And then I half that distance again, twice as bright. Half that distance twice again, gets really bright. Now, when I'm going between 10 feet and 5 feet, and then 5 to 2, and going down to 1, I'm not sure if the formula carries through. I don't know if there's a logarithmic progression somewhere that has to be adjusted for. Because at some point you're having the distance every millimeter you go.
Well, you can only do that so far before you have the whole thing in. Before you have the whole thing in view, doesn't matter what it is. Like the
Yeah,
moon
then
and the
you're only
sun,
looking
or
at
you and
then you're only looking at a fraction of the surface as you get closer and closer.
yeah, you have to keep the whole thing in sight is one of the rules for this. And the other thing is you can only have it like 4 or 5, 6 times maybe before you can't see the whole thing anymore. Like even if you're talking about a brick,
Yeah,
you and a brick
that
that's
makes
10
sense.
miles away.
That makes sense because now you're starting to only take in the photons from a select section of it.
Yeah, you have to have the whole thing in sight. That's why when they were standing on the moon, it should have been brighter, in my opinion.
Well,
But
again,
when
brighter.
you're
It probably wouldn't be any brighter than daylight.
yeah, that's
So,
fine. But yeah, well,
and
because
it was quite bright.
I agree with the thing where you said where you're not going to get it brighter than the source. Yes, I would agree with that. The source of the light, which is, I mean, I don't know.
And you go from inside your house where you can see clearly with the lights on, and then you can step into the sun. Your iris closes down, and you adjust for the light conditions, and then it practically just as bright because you've restricted your eye to keep too much light from coming in. And cameras, they do the same thing. They adjust the shutter speed.
Like, yo, look at a black thing. I just did it with a cell phone case. A black thing, right? This cell phone case is black. I look at it up close, like really close. I can see the whole thing. It looks pretty bright. And as I get farther away, the blacker it gets. Like it's getting darker even though it's black, it's still getting darker when I step away from it. Go do it with something black, something bright. It'll get darker when you. It becomes hard to tell at a certain point, but it definitely like appears to me to be getting darker the farther away I get from it. As to where when I have my eyeball right up against it, I'm like, yo, it's pretty bright right now, even though it's black. I don't know. Maybe I'm bugging. I am pretty high right now, so.
And have you ever entertained the fact that it's just a light in the sky, and due to the energy that's being fed to whatever energizes that light, that's how bright it looks? That, and I mean, I don't know how to get away from that. Every light that I see, whether it be artificial or like a lightning bug or something in nature, it's just a light, and it has to do with energy. I don't know why we come up with all these fantasy ideas when what we see our whole lives are certain things, and then we have to go totally against that, almost 180 degrees away to even imagine that these things can be happening. It doesn't add up to me.
Oh, all you gotta do is imagine. I see. Without imagination, it's gonna be hard for you to understand the model.
I'm just saying. I think. What's up, Silent? I think one of the things we should do is a perspective test in the vacuum. That would lock it up for if there's a lot of us that think the atmosphere is magnifying, which is causing the apparent setting and hiding of objects. If we could prove that, that would go a long fucking way for us. That the atmosphere is actually doing that.
Who is denying magnification?
I mean, they do. Okay, Moyak, does the atmosphere magnify things? He just did. He said it does, but in the celestial objects, but not for stuff on Earth. They deny it.
What?
Yeah, man. You know? Come on, Ryan. You know they deny this shit.
No, that's going against mainstream science, though. There's definitely magnification. I mean, they even go as far to call the atmosphere as a lens. They call it mirror lens. They call it all kind of stuff.
I'm just saying, if we could prove that it is doing it, if we got like perspective tests in a vacuum or something, like that doesn't even sound hard to do. I don't know how far you'd have to go, but that'd be some easy shit where we can end this and be like, look, here's why shit's getting hidden. We got magnification going on. The magnification makes things drop. Fuck your refraction. We got the magnification. Magnification trumps refraction.
Yeah. Have you ever?
I don't know. I just made that up, but maybe.
Have you
What's
ever
up?
done distance observations, Jeremy, with like a high zoom camera?
With what observations?
Have you used a high zoom camera, like a zoom camera? It doesn't have to be high, but like
No, I
30
never used.
binoculars?
Yeah, I've used binoculars.
Yeah, so you're just changing the focal length. You're just magnifying that object. Well, just the way I think about it is that the atmosphere can do that also without you using binoculars. I mean,
Yeah, that's
sometimes,
what I think.
yeah, we can
That's what
see
I think's happening at the Black Swan. At the Black Swan, I think that's what's happening. On one day there's more magnification, on another day there's less, and it's changing the amount that.
yeah. I mean, it stands to reason, right? If the atmosphere conditions are it's what cause and effect, then it's definitely going to change. I mean, if not day by day, I mean even more, hour by hour, minute by minute. I mean,
And I think some places has a steady amount of the atmosphere really doesn't change sometimes in certain, like where B-ball is. It's pretty steady, so he gets a steady amount of magnification. So every day you go out, in normal days in normal places, it is a steady amount of this magnification. That's why it always appears to be a certain amount. Maybe it might vary a little bit, but it's always about this certain amount of magnification making the things drop.
See, people think that the temperature at ground level is all there is. You can be 110 degrees and can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
You can be 110 degrees on the ground at Las Vegas and go up 5,000 feet and be freezing cold, basically. I mean, so I've been on the open ocean and it's just dead summer. It's balls ass hot. But you get this cloud front coming in and you get a downdraft and it's freezing cold. I mean, you don't think that is creating some type of turbulence? And we know that just temperature alone would cause some funky things while looking through that, disturbed air over short distances, much less drastic, it's just become easy. I mean, I don't understand. I'm new to this, right? I haven't, I'm not an expert in optics and atmospherics and all this. I've just been doing it. And it becomes just second
Ponle
nature.
direccional para que el güey se meta o se arrebase o no sé, güey. Bueno, no te creas.
Yeah, hot micing, brother.
I'm sorry. Hot micing, yeah.
Mexico, verga, sí.
I guess my point, Jeremy, to wrap it up, when you change the focal length, when you zoom in on something, it magnifies the crap out of it. That's all it's doing. I mean, it looks huge, right? You take something, a pinprick, a boat that you can barely see, or a water tower, or something that you can barely see in the lens of your camera, and zoom into it, it becomes your whole lens.
So all we gotta do is show these guys that we got magnification happening, and I feel like we'll make progress made. That'll be a huge thing for new people finding out about this, because that's tough. Like, I don't know. If anyone can think of anything that we should do that's going to actually move us forward in this, let me know.
Well, what you guys are saying is when it goes out of your way of perspective, that's the opposite of magnification. And when you bring it back with magnification, you bring it back. So on a flat plane, a horizontal, plane, something does the opposite when it goes away. And then just to bring it back, you do the opposite, which is magnify it. So it demagnifies itself when the distance, and then it gets magnified, you bring it back.
Yeah, I think I know what you're saying, and I agree with you if we're on the same page. But whatever the atmosphere is doing to that object on that day, you see it, and then when it goes away prospectively, you can bring it back with a lens that will magnify it. But then there becomes a point where that lens, it will go out of sight of that lens, even fully magnified. Every optical lens has a vanishing point, like a point that it can't make out what it's trying to see or what it's trying to magnify.
Right.
I see the light as information of the object. And if you can't get that information to your eye for your brain to process it, invert it, tell you what it is, then you don't see it. You see a haze or a blur. Or it just kind of a merging effect, and that's what we see. I mean,
Right.
you
You
can
have
see
no
a
information.
physical, huh?
Yeah, you have no information to put the image together in your head.
Right. Your brain can't compute it because it doesn't have the information it needs. So it just blurs it out. So that's why you can look at the moon upside down and it looks one size, and when you're looking at it normally, when at the way your brain normally views it, it looks a different size. Also, when you look through certain mediums, your brain will interpret things differently. I mean, that's not even in contention.
No, that's true. Another thing is the size of the lens. Like it's to me, I feel like it has something to do with it a little bit because that's the reason you have the ability. Like your eyeball's a certain diameter, circumference, whatever, right? And then the lens is like slightly bigger, and then you get a bigger lens. But it's still, no matter what, like you said, at certain points, no matter what lens you use, it's going to get blocked off.
Absolutely. The bigger the lens, the bigger that you're letting in more information. They say light, right? But it's basically just more information that you're letting in. So that whatever it may be, that film or your brain or whatever can interpret all that information. So you do a blink test, it kind of resets your brain on what you're looking at. If you open your eyes wide, you see things differently. If you squint, it magnifies things. You see a little bit further if your vision is good. There's things that your brain automatically does along with your lens, your eyes, that, it's pretty easy to check out. I mean,
You ever played that trick, even as an adult or a kid, where you have one eye open, the other eye open, the other eye open, the other eye? You just close one and open, keep, switching back and forth, and you get like a little bit different shift in vision left to right.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. You
Yeah, so
definitely peripheral, whatever it's called, peripheral vision or whatever changes. But the middle part is where you're getting most information because both eyes are taking in that information. So you
right,
the focal point,
yeah,
clear. Yeah. I don't know what's so hard. I mean, this and what gets me is this doesn't take away their ball, right? To be, funny about it. This is just
if they had, yeah, this is just optics the way they work. If they had measurements of a ball, there'd be measurements of a ball regardless on how the optics are working.
Yeah, you could use these optics to measure the ball if there was such a thing, but that's why I go to measurements because you could make a hill a mile long, right, with a center point 4 inches taller than each end, and I could easily measure that. You don't have to tell me what it is. You just tell me the arc of this hill that I built. That's a mile long, and I'll tell you it's this dimension. It's 8 inches lower on that end, right, or whatever. I can measure that. It's so easy, man. So if that water would be curving at that rate, you could easily measure it. This is not. It's beyond me. I mean, I think that's why it's mental, right? That's why it's indoctrination or whatever you want to call it. It's we've been tricked. No one goes out and does these things, right? Think about if you knew this as a kid, how many times you and your friends would go out and try and find curved water. You're not taught all that. People fight me today. The normie, my people I hang around with or whatever, I'll tell them you don't live on a sphere, or I'll ask them if water is horizontal, and they'll say, yeah. I said, well, no, if you live on a sphere, it has to curve. No, it's not curvy. Yeah, that lake that you fished on this weekend that's 20 miles long, it's got this much curvature in it. And they'll go, no, you're lying. That's not true. That water doesn't curve, but they think they live on a sphere. It's because they have never even thought about it or been taught or tested it or whatever. That's how people think. They think they live on a sphere that must have curved water, but water doesn't curve. Strange.
Rocky, what do we do? What can we pull some resources towards to get done, to get something figured out and solved and proved like definitively? Anything that'll prove anything in this whole arena that we talk about.
Rakia said it. You need a map. You need distances. You need to stop looking over things where all of these optical phenomenon that you guys are talking about can come into place and do an accurate map. Maybe not of the whole world. Maybe not of the whole world because you say we can't do that, and that's fine. Just the parts we can go to.
Don't we pretty much have an accurate map? I mean, pretty much.
Oh, yeah, we do. We have extremely accurate maps.
Call Google Earth.
Well, the part that's not accurate would be the outside portion of whatever you call the South Pole, and the center portion, which you'd call the North Pole, and then certain little islands and portions around the equator too. So you're missing a good amount.
That's just a bunch of word salad. The accuracy continues through both the North and South Pole. Our maps are completely accurate at every location in any latitude and longitude.
A round map can't be accurate 100% if it's portraying a flat map. It wouldn't work out right. But the center, for the most part, the area we inhabit can be right. Yeah. So the orientation of the area we're in for like America, the little portions we get for China, Russia, for all the little seven whatever. So yeah, we get those for like our little playground area that we get. You know, that's your designated gridded area. So that's pretty much right.
All the distances of the oceans between, because those are known, measured, and for most of them, for fuck's sake, we have underwater cables that are laid where we know the exact length of those cables because we made them.
So hold on,
Democ, hold on a second. Let me ask you, how close do you think we are to knowing the distance between New York and, say, Seattle? Would you think we're within a mile, within 10 meters, 50 miles? How far?
I would say definitely within 50 miles.
Well, how about 10?
I mean, for the most part, it could be, yeah. I mean, I don't see nothing wrong with the pig pen they give us. Like, say if they said, okay, the whole of your existence, Jeremy, Democ, Jeremy, like all the countries, right? All the countries. So like, so America, you know, all the main ones. So we got this little gridded area in a square. Anything beyond that square, we don't know. And certain little portions of that square that they don't want to tell us about, which would be like military strongholds. So for the most part, like I'd say 90%, the little area they give us known as America, you know, Mexico, all this shit that we can go to, that's correct for about 90%. Now the outside edge.
How correct? So you're saying there's no question about the distance they give us from New York to Seattle?
I'd say there doesn't have to be. It can be correct. What they don't want us to know is the distance, like around the military bases they have set up that they don't have marked, and the direct North Pole and South. After a certain point in the South, we don't know.
So you realize if you have 5 points mapped out on. If you have 5 points mapped out, you can't have it. It won't work on a flat and a curved surface, right? Like they claim to have this.
If what they claim is true, and we got North Pole on the top, South Pole on the bottom.
No, stop. We have distances in America. They claim that they can't work on a flat surface because they can only work on one or the other.
Oh, no, that doesn't make no sense. No.
So you think we could have known distances between 5 points, and they could work on both those distances could work on both a flat and a curved surface. That's what you think?
Definitely. Yep, within a certain amount of little gridded area, definitely.
That don't make sense, Democ.
No, it does. We have topography. So what they're going to do is they're going to tell you they have up and down and this and that, which is just forward on their globe. So it's going to work for them. But it's going to work for them. The distance. Listen, if I mark
All the points are touching the coast.
Yeah, I don't care about all that. Listen, if I got my
that
house,
ruins everything you said about topography.
Right. Now, listen, I got my house and your house, right? Because this makes it simple for you. It doesn't matter the shit you're saying. I got my house and your house, and I draw a circle around it. Now, did that matter?
Hold on, bro. You got to turn the kids things. You either got to leave the room or I can't. It's mad loud. You got to blare and the kids.
Yeah, there's some background noise. That's all. Yeah, that's Denmark anyway. But there you go.
Okay, I got a trailer court. All the trailers are in the court. Whether you say that trailer is sitting on a fucking sphere or sitting on a flat thing, the trailer court's so small and insignificant, it doesn't matter in the bigger scheme of things. It doesn't matter. That distance doesn't even matter. So it's going to be accurate.
Okay, over a certain the distance between a chord and an arc length doesn't matter for a very short distance, but when you start talking about distances across America, it matters.
Not when not really. Not if America's a small spot compared to what you think it is.
We have the math for it. We did it on Brandon's show. It matters once you start getting thousands of miles. The chord distance and the arc distance.
Yeah, the more. Yeah, of course. The more and more and more and more you go, the ball has to present itself. But on a little spot of dirt like a sandbox, it's not going to matter.
On a giant spot of dirt like America, it matters, and they can't work if it's flat and curved.
But what I'm saying to you is we've been given dots. Here's your location. Here's your dot. Whether we know it's a ball or flat, we've been given dot destinations. Okay, you go 100 miles to this, you come 100 miles back. Those are what they are. They're not going to change. So my point is, whether you guys say, okay, on this being round or this being flat, we don't have the comparison. All we have is what we have in reality is the destinations that we have. You get what I'm saying?
What we have is distances between points. So we can put these points on a flat plane or a curved surface. All the points are touching the water on the ocean. So there's not.
You're going to notice it, aren't you?
You're going to notice it. It's not going to work on both of them. Yeah, it's not going to work on both of them. Correct. That's what I was trying to get Democ to acknowledge. He said it would work on both, but
yeah, but I don't think you guys get what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying, and you were wrong. It's okay, bro. We're wrong. So we're all wrong sometimes.
Yeah, but I don't think you comprehend.
Anyway, can anybody tell me? Can anyone say how many people are watching on the live stream? Are listening on the live stream? How many today? Point of interest. Seems we're live for them. How many?
You had to interrupt for that?
Yeah, how many?
Go find out.
That's why I'm asking. I haven't got a link to it, so I'm asking.
Sometimes it'll say
how many people listening on this live stream.
Sometimes it'll say how many's watching or listening over to the side. Sometimes it'll say 53 listening, 23 on the Discord. Sometimes it'll say.
Yeah. How many today? How many we got today? And why don't we try engaging them? They may have a question. They might want to ask us. Wow.
I'm just saying, if you got in my backyard and I'm the only one that ever get, like, that's all you have for your reality, I don't know where you're comparing anything else to it. Sorry about that.
No, you only know your backyard, don't you? You know your backyard very well, and that's it. You'll know what your backyard is.
Right, but everything's going to stay. Right, everything's going to stay exactly what it is. So if we're little ants in that backyard, no matter what we do with the dirt and where we're at, it's not going to change. So where do we have a big enough area to make a globe or flat to compare different to what we know is just exactly what we know is reality is all I'm saying. Like, where do we have this? Like, all we have is reality. All we're going to do in reality is go the distance we can go, New York, whatever, go forth, go back. You're going to have those distances. How are you going to tell whether it's on a globe compared to a flat and tell the person, hey, I just did this on a flat, not a globe, or a globe and not a flat, when you don't know?
Well, I'm going to answer that. For you, Denmark. If we're on a globe, we're going to feel the curvature of the Earth. And the attitude of the plane is going to be all skew with. That's the first thing. Okay. And if we're flying on a flat plane, the distances should be quicker. If it's flat, direct. If you're going on a curved path, it's going to be more fuel being used to get to that destination than if you're on a flat plane. Same points, that straight beeline. There's no curve to, you're going to cut that. You understand what I'm saying, yeah?
No, because if I go in the air, all I'm going to do is make a beeline. I don't have to follow topography in the air of dirt. I'm going to go up in the air and go straight to my destination and straight back. Yeah. Just like
on a curve, you've got to follow the curvature of the Earth.
Hold on a minute. You got my backyard. My backyard is what you know. You're an ant.
Okay, it's flat.
Okay, so I mean, how do you have anything other to compare it to?
Nothing. I have nothing to
That's
compare it to. It's
all.
by
That's what I'm
default. It's
saying.
flat by
So in
default.
our,
That's what we
but
said
in our
earlier.
mind,
That's what we said earlier. It was flat by default. Do you remember? Was it paper? As I
right?
was asking. Do you remember?
Right. So I'm saying, so if we try to say, okay, in our mind, let's compare the idea of a globe distance. Well, of course, a globe and a flat aren't going to match 100% in the way they are. Of course, they don't match. But the only reality we have to work with, other than our mind, is what we see in reality, the distance that we do have. I mean,
Right. Okay. Does anybody know how many people watching today or listening? Any chance of that? Anyone? Can anyone get that up? Any moderators in the house? No?
does the YouTube channel have a certain name?
What happened, Jen? Jen, what's up?
I was asking,
Be a
do you
moderator.
know how many people watching this live
Just
stream
for us?
right now? Sorry?
Bro, I don't even know the YouTube channel to go look at to see if what's going on there.
Right. Does anybody know that? Here
No, I
today?
was wondering it. I was wondering that myself. It's Earth Awakenings is the Discord. Might be
Yeah, we
called.
need to get that going. We need to have that link, because I'd like to. The reason I'm saying that is that sometimes we do need to engage those who are listening. It will make for a richer kind of server, and the people who are there can put in their, dollars worth or $10 worth or whatever, opinions and facts, which is nice, isn't it? I think.
Well,
Seems
and
that
one
they
of
come along and listen to us.
Oh, definitely, definitely. And one of my main points with that was not even really in contention with the flatness. It was about the globers who always give you their destinations and shit, really. I mean,
Yeah.
because they don't,
Basically, what I was.
they don't have a globe to contend with the reality we have, which is a pretty much flat plain minus the topography of the flat plane, which is hills and mountains and shit. And you go horizontally, you go flat across that plane that still has ups and downs, but horizontal ups and downs. On a globe, you're going forward and up and down. There's no difference from forward, up, down, north, south, east, west, from any point, any location. It's all downward from here. So that's the point I was making. That was it. I mean, we know a flat and a round aren't the same. It's just when the globe
No,
is
it's flat. It's flat. It's flat by default. It's flat by default. There's no getting away from that.
exactly,
No
and that's
getting
all
away
we
from that
have.
at all. You know what I mean?
And that's
there's
the
no
only
way.
distance we have to work with. We don't have a round distance
There's no
to
way.
compare.
Yeah, there is no way that you're born. You come from your mother's womb and you're experiencing your life. Yeah, and you're left to your own devices. You're not going to come up with your spinning on a ball. You're just not going to come up with that.
Yeah, I
Everything
wasn't.
that you will experience is just leveled motion.
Yeah, I wasn't arguing against the flat plane. I was just arguing there doesn't exist this ball to compare to the flat plane. Does that not make sense? I mean,
Absolutely.
we don't. Yeah, we
Because we've
don't
never
have.
experienced it. We've never seen it. We've never measured it.
Right. So we don't have anything but what we have in reality for our measurements. We don't have something else to compare it to. That's all I'm saying. We don't have the globe to say, okay, this globe does measure this and our flat does measure this, because all we have is the flat.
That's right. We don't have that. So for those of you who are listening in the live stream, sorry, I'm trying to see if I can find you, but we apologize for that. But yeah, what we're saying is that, if you were born, come out your mother's womb, so from your birth to, let's say you go to secondary education, so that would be what? Let's say you're 12 years old. What would before you're told this, would you think you were living on a spinning ball, and how would you know that? No one's told you anything. This is just you and your experiences. Would that lead you to believe or to come to an understanding that you are spinning on a ball through the vastness of space? Would you come up with that by the age of 12?
From what you see in reality on the ground.
Yeah, from
Here's
your
another
experience
interesting
on Earth.
question.
Simple as that.
Here's another interesting question. If you're not told by anyone, society, teachers, or anything like that, the nature of sperm, would you by yourself come to the conclusion that, oh, there are these small sperm creatures that then fly, swim into an egg? No, of course not.
You might.
So the default is sperm is a fake thing.
How do you know? How do you know
Well,
that?
No,
because I know
that's not
you wouldn't
analogous to
come to
what
the
we're saying.
conclusion by
Absolutely
yourself.
not.
So
Absolutely
sperm
not.
is fake is the
Because
default. Yes, it's
no,
absolutely
it's
the
not
default.
default because you can see
Yes,
the
it's the
sperm
default.
coming out of your penis. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Hold on
you
a second.
wouldn't conclude that there are small creatures
Hold on
there.
a second.
So that's the default.
So you're saying unless a teacher,
Obviously, there's something there.
so you're saying unless a teacher
small
tells you you can't,
That's the default.
Lori. So are you or papers, please, or papers not paid, whatever your name. Are you telling us that unless a teacher tells you how to wipe your or breathe or drink water or like you're not going to know how to do that?
Did I say that?
I mean, I'm wondering.
Come from my mouth.
So
If
what
not,
would
then
you be able to?
You would be able
What
to
would?
know that I didn't say that. Therefore, I
Okay,
didn't.
I wasn't done. So what would you be able to do to know? What could you figure out yourself as a kid without a teacher teaching you? Let us know.
Well, how about you let us know? It was the point that you guys were
Well,
making.
okay. Well, here's another point. A teacher tells you.
If we are not told about the Earth, we would think that it's flat.
Well, a teacher tells you about protons and electrons and magnetism, which they don't know anything about and can't produce. So now you as a human, would you, I wasn't done. I wasn't done. I wasn't done. So you as a human, how about you not talk over me? Because that makes a bad show. So we got electrons and protons and neutrons and particles that don't exist, right? And you can't show them to anybody. So a little kid in the jungle, would he come up to that conclusion on his own? He might come up with a better one.
Sure. A little kid on the jungle wouldn't come to the conclusion that China exists either, not by himself. He's in the jungle, remember? He doesn't have a plane.
No, he's got a brain. And the same thing. Stop talking over me, man.
He doesn't have a television.
Got it.
And he has a brain, so when he looks at things,
that China exists. So
can you help? Can you control your mouth?
Let him just finish, and then you can go, Denmark.
Yeah,
I thought you were trying to interrupt him the whole time.
Yeah, hang on, Denmark.
Denmark was talking first, by the way.
Hang on, everybody. Jeremy tried to step in too. I muted him just to make a point, but not really to mute him because he was the one in the wrong.
Well, mute Denmark then by accident.
I like it. Mute Denmark by accident.
I was just saying that we can come to a conclusion on our own. We don't need teachers for everything. We can look at stuff and be the scientific people of our own endeavor of reality for ourselves. We can come to a conclusion on our own. We have a thought process. It's not to say that every little teacher that Lori listened to is the smartest person and human in the world that you would want to pay attention to. What if they go home and drink paint? So no, I got my own brain. And I can look at stuff and say, I don't believe in particles. I don't believe in semen the way you think it or explain that it exists because I haven't seen that with my eyeballs either. So you can say little swimmers are in there or come up with your own conclusion or whatever teacher made you believe or told you to believe because you can't figure it out for yourself.
So you don't believe in semen?
Listen, why do I have to believe in anything?
Well, I'm just asking if you don't believe in it because, I mean, I've seen them.
Okay, and I'm asking why do I have to? Because it's not a religion, is it?
You don't have to. You can be ignorant.
So I have to believe everything that a teacher tells me without trying to figure it out on my own?
No, I said I've seen them. Now you could see them also.
So your point would be that you looked at it yourself and figured it out and you would have came to the same conclusion, right?
Sure. And there's a good chance that people would come up with protons, neutrons, and electrons, but it took thousands of years to do that. And lots of experimentation, testing, hypotheses, and so forth and so on to come up with that.
Well, I'm sure there's about 80 million different things they've came up with that are different ways to explain reality than that too, like string and all the other things. But yeah, so I mean, yeah.
Yep. I don't think string theory actually denies the existence of protons, neutrons, and electrons. It just gives reasons for them and how they function.
String
So
theory
now
is
we have
absolute nonsense. They have one-dimensional items, objects, one-dimensional objects in string theory.
Yeah,
That's
we got
fucking.
JJ. We got JJ.
That's silly.
Why is paper? He was muted for a point, and he's left muted.
Well, you agree with me,
I don't
Moyak.
know. Where is his? I don't see his name. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, JJ's listening on the live stream. There's only 3 listening. 4 now.
Well, thanks. Yeah, no, you can learn things on your own. Usually it's a little quicker to go and learn from other people, but if you want to start over inventing the wheel, that's cool. But why don't you start actually getting to work on it instead of just saying, I could do this? And denying the reality or denying the common understanding right now. Start your hypothesis and start working through and find out what atoms are made of. That's to
shout out to.
I've got my own interpretation of what I think atoms are made of, and it probably doesn't relate or correlate with what you or mainstream science believes.
That's cool. Then start proving it.
I don't need to.
You don't need to, but then that's just a personal opinion.
Well, I know, but I like people to have their personal opinions. That's what makes them great. That's what makes your brain and my brain and Jeremy's brain and everybody. Like you can have 10 different ways to explain reality, and it can all work. I mean, when you're only dealing with an explanation and not presentation, I mean, you get what I'm saying?
Oh, I hit the wrong button. No.
No, anybody can present any fake, false equivalent to reality or any made up story or equivocation or idea of what string, particles, waves, jello pudding, whatever they want to come up with.
They can. But then there's going to be the reason string theory is because it doesn't necessarily conflict with anything. Whatever you're proposing, as long as it doesn't conflict with anything, might hold water.
Demox, stop fucking around in flat Earth discords and watch your grandkids or your great grandkids or whatever you got going on there.
He's sitting right on top of me. What are you talking about?
Are they your great grandkids?
No, it's my grandson. I'm wrestling with him.
You old fart.
He's only one. He's smart as shit, too. Yeah, he counts to 10 and repeats everything.
He's a flat earther.
Yeah, he screams like a firecracker. That's what I call him.
Yeah, it's like when Jeremy comes in and says, we got atmospheric magnification. It's like, well, it doesn't have any of the properties of magnification that I can see at any reasonable distance that we're dealing with. So, as such, it can't be magnification.
Hold on, did you say the atmosphere doesn't have magnification qualities?
Yes.
The atmosphere.
Reasonable distance.
At a certain distance.
Okay. At a reasonable distance, like 200 miles.
Well, I don't know about that, but I know maybe closer it might not, like across the street and shit like that. Okay, I can agree with you there. But once you get so much of a medium built up, the medium spreads and widens from your point of view from all points of source outward. And so your image is going to do the same coming back to you and going out that way. Like you're going to get a magnification. You're going to get a magnification.
And that's where I say that there's no correlation with that, because when we look at the perspective formula and we go and we say double the distance, half the size, double the distance, half the size, we keep on going doing that, and we can find out that that man at the on a mountain 100 miles away will be 10 pixels high in this picture. And lo and behold, he's 10 pixels high in that picture. Now we know that how far away he is. We can tell all sorts of things. It doesn't break down at any reasonable distance. It's always correct.
No. When I look up in the sky and I see the circle thing that I see the size of whatever it is, and it gets down closer and closer to the horizon, it grows in size. And it looks wider and bigger and wider and bigger.
Have you ever taken that and actually counted pixels on a camera? It doesn't. It doesn't change size. And I've seen what you've seen. I mean, it looks bigger to me as well. But when you
What is
take
that?
it and you compare it to a standard, it's still the same size as it was when it was in the middle of the sky.
Moyak, what is that called when something looks bigger?
It's it's sort of like a forced perspective or something like that. It's because you have things in your view that give you the ability to reference. It looks bigger. However, when you measure it, when you actually go through the process of saying how many pixels wide, how many degrees wide is this, it is still a half a degree when it's down near the horizon and it looks gigantic.
Your sun isn't a pixel. And can you simply say the word magnification? That's all we got to say.
Magnification. Magnification would make it appear angular size bigger.
Did you just say it was bigger?
Like if I took my camera and I zoom in on the moon, it's going to fill up my whole field of view when I zoom in all the way and be like, oh shit, look how big that thing is. That's changing angular size. In actuality, if I look at it with a camera or a telescope and I put a reference in front of my eye, like let's say a degree reticle on it, I'll find out that it's still half a degree, even when it's down by the horizon. So it's an optical illusion, not reality.
There's a way you can test it. You can get a drinking straw and hold it out and see how far you have to hold it in order to look through it and see the sun or the moon at whatever size. Let's use the moon. Use the moon at whatever size it appears, to fill up the straw, and then do the exact same thing at the horizon. So do it at the horizon and do it when it's at the highest point, and you see it's the same size.
No, it's not. Because some nights I can see it and it looks like it touches the street and it looks like it's so big. I've never seen it that big before. Like on Harvest Moon when it turns red as hell and it's like super huge. Why would it be super huge if it doesn't magnify? Why wouldn't it always be little?
Why don't you take the next step and measure it? Maybe it's an optical illusion like we propose.
What do you think atmospheric magnification is?
Well, optical magnification would change its angular size.
It's an optical thing. It's an optical thing. It's an optical illusion because it's an apparent thing. It might not be actually changing size, but through the medium, it appears to.
It's not changing. Like I think that if you did that same observation over water, it won't get bigger when it gets to the horizon.
It certainly will. That's why I explained to you the sun. Because when I look at the sun right over here by my house, and then like if you look at it off the beach and it's going down and it gets closer, it like covers like half this. It's big. It's hell. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just telling you, go and measure it.
How can I measure the sun?
You take well, there's lots of ways. You can like hold your arm out to such a distance that you thought your thumbnail occludes the whole sun, and then do that same thing when it's down the horizon and it still occludes the whole sun. Then obviously the sun is not changing size, not angular size. It's still the same angular size because my thumb hasn't changed angular size.
How do we have a moon that's bigger if it's not? I don't get what you're saying. You described magnification through the atmosphere that we're looking through. You described that to me. Then you didn't say the word, right? You said everything but.
Well, it changes. Magnification will change its amount of space in your field of view. It will make it take up more of your field of view because you're zooming in. So when I zoom all the way in and it goes from one side of my sensor to the other side of my sensor, or from one side of my screen to the other side of the screen, that's magnification. If I look at it when it's up at the top and it takes up 10 pixels, and when I look at it when it's down at the bottom and it takes up 10 pixels, it hasn't been zoomed. And it hasn't gotten closer or further.
You say the word pixel's funny.
Pixels.
I don't even know why a pixel would matter to something.
We're saying it really funny,
man.
To something that's apparent. Why would a pixel matter?
It doesn't have to be a pixel. You could do it with two pencils on the end of a stick. Set them up to a half a degree apart.
Right, sorry.
And you can set it up, at end of a stick, you can set up two strings, two things that are a half a degree apart at arm's length, and you will see that the moon still fits between them. There's ways of measuring.
He's saying pixels because he's saying if you point the camera at the sun or moon when it's straight up, and you point the camera at the sun or moon when it's on the horizon, you know, the number of pixels it's taking up in the picture is the same thing as the angular size, right? Like you can determine the angular size by the number of pixels.
Correct.
Yep, yeah. Like I said, I mean, honestly, it's as easy as just testing it out. You know, with a straw or with your thumb or something like that, right? So just
it should be easy to measure the apparent size of the sun on its apparent location. So
The sun's a little
I don't
harder
know what
because you got to
measurements you're doing.
it's fairly simple, yeah. To measure the angular size of any object from your position. Very easy.
The apparent size, you mean?
No. I
The
did
angular
mince
size.
my words. The angular size.
Which is apparent?
Are you a parent?
If I'm moving, probably. If I'm stationary, not as much. The sun is moving.
Regardless, the angular size is the size of the frame. It's the size in the frame that it's taking up. Or I'm sorry, it's the size that it's taking up in your frame. So yeah,
Just take a picture and then with a measuring tape, you measure the size on the picture. Simple.
You can do that.
Yeah, you could do that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't change the zoom while you're doing it.
It makes perfect sense to me. Take a picture of a building and build it, bottom to up, wide. There you go. We have the measurement of the building. Why not?
Yeah,
You have the angular size of the building. Yeah.
And that's called photogrammetry. I mean, they do it. It works, and it only uses what do you call it? Perspective, and it gives you accurate distances. It's used by the military to look at fortifications and decide how big things are, how big missiles are, and how far where their exact location. It's taken from a photograph. They say, okay, well, we know we're here. We know the size of this object is here, therefore it's this far away. It works.
This is true. This is true.
If that works for you, man, I'm over the moon as well, man.
I mean, it works.
If that is your standard, what can I say?
Well, I mean, do you disagree with it? I mean, can I go and say I know what the 1970 ship looks like, and if I take a picture of it at an unknown distance, I can tell you that distance just by that by checking its angular size against the car's specs. I watched this done real time with something Rakia had done. Rakia had done a joke where he said that he saw a boat that was 7 miles away on radar, and that it was still not beyond the horizon. And so Jake went in, did the calculation on it, and said, no, that boat's only 2,300 feet away. And Ricky then said, yep, it was just a joke. You can tell these things. Take a measurement, even with, without having been there. He was able to prove that Rakia wasn't telling the truth.
I just posted the picture now. So if you use the same technique with the megapixels on this picture, with these mountains on the distance, I wonder what would be the result. I wonder if you can tell me.
I'm looking for your picture.
You
Where'd you post it? Livestream too? Did you post
it on Discord?
Livestream too. Did you post it in Livestream too?
Did I? I think it was live stream 1. No, let me.
We're in 2.
No, we're in 2 now.
Oh, we're in 2. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I've done that many a time.
I do that all the time.
You would need a lot of. That's like an edited picture, so we don't know the original size of the image and stuff like that in sensor. But yes, you could look at that and tell you how far away from Earth it is. But you would dispute some of the things, like the radius.
Radius? What do you mean?
Well, you would dispute that, so it's not really worth arguing over.
Hold
So
on a
yes,
second.
I could tell you how far away that picture was taken if I had the
How can you be
original
looking at
picture and the original information.
my question to you is, how can you be looking at this picture and be thinking about the radius? Where do you see a radius?
The radius would be half the diameter. It's a circle.
I know what a radius is. My question is, how can you look at this picture and think about the radius? Where do you see a radius?
Do you see a circle? I see a circle.
Where do you see a circle?
What shape would you call that object?
What shape? It's just a picture. Look, mountains far away.
Oh, no,
Can
no,
we
Mobius. I'm seeing a picture of a planet. Hang on.
George posted a picture of the mountains in the distance. As long as you could see the entirety of those mountains, and if you were to tell somebody the height of those mountains, and you were also to tell somebody the frame of view of that picture, then yeah, somebody could tell you the distance.
Probably could almost tell you where he took it from. Did you post it in live stream too? Because I'm still not seeing it.
Yeah, have you reposted it into Livestream 2 there, George?
I see it in Livestream 1.
You guys could debunk atmospheric magnification if you did the perspective test in a vacuum. When you guys should do this too, the Globers. This would be something good for you guys to do. That'd make a power move for you if you can be like, listen, there's no magnification. Here it is.
Dude, it would be enough to just do exactly a test like this, where you just
No,
you say how
because
tall something is.
it's
Yeah,
built
if you know
in.
how tall something is, and you know the field of view, and you know the angular size that appears in the frame, and you're able to predict the exact distance, then you've also verified that there's no magnification occurring because you're using simple math to determine the distance.
The magnification math is built into the perspective math.
Well, even if it was, it's still uniform, so it's kind of almost irrelevant. If there was this quote unquote magnification, it doesn't change. So it's still, when I look at something 6 feet away from me, it's still half the distance when it's at 12 feet.
But magnification could cause things to sink.
No, not really.
Yeah, it can.
It's a very specific type of magnification, as far as I'm concerned.
The only refraction that I've seen.
You're saying that it's magnification.
Destruction.
What we see in this picture is magnification.
No, my bad. I derailed it. Go ahead, George.
No, it was just a question because I dropped out by mistake.
Let me look at the picture. I'm going to take one item in.
Looking at this picture, do we see magnification? Is that what you're saying?
No, I was just as devil's advocate. I was saying even if there was magnification, it's still it seems uniform no matter what distance you go at. So the perspective formula is half the size for twice the distance. So that always works. I'm trying to get your picture into the paint so I can zoom in on a piece of it.
Does it always work, Moya? Because you said you got it to not work.
That was there's some camera aberrations like when I exceeded my Samsung's capability with its wide angle lens. It turned to shit when I got really close.
You have to talk about with rectilinear lenses, like using a telescope basically, so that you're not focusing on something.
Bro, rectilinear lens is your favorite kind of camera because it got the word rectal in it.
That's right, man. That's right.
Well, that
The only
picture
reason
is
why you didn't take.
250 miles.
God damn it, George. It's 150 miles. So what?
250 miles away, those mountains.
Well,
And
which mountains?
what's the point?
What's the point? There is no curvature.
Okay. Can you see the bottom of all those mountains?
You can see the whole path leading to those mountains. So yeah, you can see.
You can see the whole path leading to those mountains.
All right, buddy. We're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. Not today.
I think what you would see, though,
today.
is those mountains in the foreground that are much shorter than the mountain in the background will be in the wrong position on those mountains. You'll find that those mountains in the background have gone lower than they're supposed to.
So yeah, as I was saying, how high is the observer? And first of all, how do you know you can see all the water into the mountains? There's no real way to tell that. But what's the height of the observer? And what's the point of having writing on these mountains when you can't read any of it?
Grand Peter de Olivio. It zooms in well.
Well, that's interesting.
Now, I took one portion of this, like, let's just say that there's distinct features on this mountain that I could take, and I could, if I knew the measurement of that object, I could tell you how far away that mountain is based on it. So, like, if you see, there's a distinct feature at the top of the mountain, so I could look at where that cliff face is compared to where it is on the right-hand side, and give you a rough guesstimate of distance. Considering how fuzzy the image is, I
What
might
about
not
the
get it to the
pixels?
foot.
What about the pixels?
You could count the pixels in the original photo, but of course you need to know all about that original photo.
Yeah, you need to know if you can see the entirety of the mountain, because if there's some part of the mountain missing, and you use the pixels to try to determine the distance, you're gonna be missing pixels.
I would use horizontal because that doesn't get fucked up very often. So I would just take like if you look at the top of the mountain that I posted,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I would just take the left side and the right side of that prominence there, and I would say, okay, that's supposed to be a mile. Therefore, if that's a mile wide, then I'm this far away.
Or if you knew that two peaks were equidistant from where you were, you could use the distance from peak to peak or something.
Absolutely. I thought peak to peak originally, but then those two peaks could be at different distances.
Also, if you wanted to be complicated, although not too complicated, and you knew how far those peaks were, like how far you were from one peak. So, okay, if you knew how far one peak was from you compared to the other peak was from you, without knowing the distance of either of them from you. So, like, if you knew that they were 30 miles, one was 30 miles further than the other one is from you, you could also do that because you have to make some. It would just be like a triangle measurement.
But this is, as far as I'm concerned, this is the power of perspective. You can determine this information. If I have little bits of information, like just the size of an object that I'm measuring, and then I count the pixels, I can tell you how far away it is. And that implies that it is that perspective's formula works.
Well, a question for Kosho. How do you do triangulation at this distances on a sphere?
It's a different question, but easily, I guess. I don't know. You mean triangulation or trilateralization? Triangulation.
Either way. The one that you described. The one that you described, yeah, you're doing a triangle to the two mountains.
Yeah, that was neither of those methods. I was just describing making a triangle by using.
How do you achieve this triangle on a sphere?
Well, if you know the distance that they are from, one is from. If you knew how much further one was from the other, from you, so you knew one was 30 miles further than the other from you. Yeah, you would then. You'd have to write an algebraic equation. It would look kind of complicated, but I can write it out for you. Basically, you'd have to write.
You don't need to complicate it more. What I need to know is, do you need to have a straight line between you and the target? Yes or no?
The straighter, the better.
Line of sight. Yeah. If it was line of sight, and one's 30 miles from you, and there's like a, I guess the curvature. If it was Moek's right. If it was bigger, it would definitely create more problems because of the curvature of the Earth. But I think within 30 miles, if one was 30 miles from the other, you using the frame in front of you, you get a correct enough answer. I don't think that it would be wildly off.
The funny thing is that perspective works horizontally, but it doesn't work vertically because things go over the curve. So as things get further and further away, they suddenly start to dip down faster and faster with distance. And yet the horizontal measurements are still accurate using perspective.
Yeah, I guess that's double speak. Because either you have a curvature or you don't have a curvature. You cannot have both. You need to choose one.
Well, I don't think that's double speak. I'm saying, and actually, perspective also works vertically, but you can't do things all the way from the base. You'd have to measure an object like in the image that I posted. You see that that dark patch that's just under the peak. I could measure that vertically, and I could measure it horizontally.
You're ignoring my point.
How far away it is, but I couldn't.
You're ignoring my point.
You ever taken an art class?
It's the horizontal line. Hold on a second.
That's the first thing you do. Well, I just wanted to address this really quick, George. When you're drawing a picture, like if you have ever taken an art class, you draw a border around your paper, right?
Yeah.
That's the first thing you do. Second thing you do is you establish your horizontal vertical line, which is going to determine how your perspective of that is going to be displayed. And depending on whether or not that horizontal line is higher up on the paper or lower down is going to determine how the image is going to be perceived. And from the viewer perspective. So just remember that when you're standing on a surface looking out, that horizontal line is always going to be midway between the top and bottom.
Not necessarily. You can set up perspective as if you're in a higher position, and you can move the horizontal line.
Yeah, if your head's pointed to the sky,
hold on a second.
Up at a 45
You're talking about horizontal
angle,
lines.
That horizontal line, yes, George, is going to be down at the bottom. If you're looking down at the ground at a 45, that horizontal line is going to be higher up on that paper.
What if you put the horizontal line, like you're looking down a row of buildings in an art project, and you're looking down that row of buildings, and all the buildings are at the same level, like telephone poles. You're right at the same height as telephone poles, and you set up your drawing. Will those poles ever dip below that line?
Nope. Everything converges to that horizontal line.
Right, to the horizontal line.
So, can I ask George why we can't use straight lines over a curved object?
Well, you can, but it has to be a perceived one, because in physical reality, straight lines don't adhere to curved surfaces.
Right, but if I'm looking at a mountain, I don't have
I was away from my mic. Can you ask the question again, please?
Yeah, George, why can't we use straight lines over a curved object?
Who said that?
You
I never
did.
said that.
You did.
For
That
you
was
to
exactly
do a
what you
curve,
said.
now, for you to do a curve, yeah, you need to have a straight line, which is a radius. But it's not the case here, because we're talking about horizontal lines from between you and the target, and somewhere in between.
No, we're not.
Yeah, they are trying to insert a radius non-existent.
Hold on, sir. That's not true. We're not doing a horizontal line that maintains an elevation. Especially, I'm going to pick on you, Moyak. When we're looking at that picture, we're actually aiming up towards the top of the mountain. Our line is increasing in altitude.
I agree. But the thing I was saying is you could
You
get
need
the
to have
elevation of those mountains.
You need to have a horizontal line.
Going down or not, based on
You need to have a horizontal line in order to do what you're saying, because you have a line, an angle line to the top of the mountain, but you're forgetting about the horizontal line in the base of
Why do I
that
need that?
triangle. You need to, no? Of course you do.
Why?
That base is below horizontal.
Why? To establish the distance.
No, I don't need that. Not for the photogrammetry.
Right.
Photogrammetry, all I have to have is a piece of
The base of that
information I need to know
triangle,
what
that horizontal line that we were talking before and everyone was agreeing, is a horizontal line. There is no curve.
I'm
no
not
curves
using
on
a
horizontal.
horizontal line anywhere. I'm saying that all I need for photogrammetry is to know the size of the object at the distance and some specs about my camera, and I can tell you how far away it is.
And how are you going to measure the size of the object?
I would measure count pixels.
So why are you not using the same pixels to do this measurement?
That's just one way of doing it. There's dozens of ways, and they all correspond with each other.
And most of them don't require a straight line or a level
they
line
all
or a
require a
horizontal
straight line,
line
a
or
level line.
whatever.
Yeah, that's what required.
No, they don't. This is basic photogrammetry. They don't require that. I'm sorry.
It's just straight up perspective, man.
I'm sorry you don't understand this, but
across, and I know, and I look at it, and it fills up 10 pixels in my frame.
Well, it's just there on the chat. That's how it's done. That's how they establish the height, or in this case, the mountains we're talking about.
That's one way.
That's the way. That's not one way. That's the way. That's how they do it.
No,
from different positions. From different positions, they establish a 90-degree angle to the middle of the mountain. That's that triangle. It's the same. You're gonna do. You're gonna do the same thing in the longer distance. And now that you know the height of the mountain, you're gonna go further away from the mountain. But that horizontal line, it just expands. Nothing else. There is no
I'm not measuring the height of the mountain. I don't feel that mountain. I'm telling you how far away the mountain is based on
Jeremy, hot mic, sir. Sorry, Moyak, go ahead.
Oh, I'm telling you how far away that mountain is. I'm not telling you the height of the mountain. I'm telling you how far away that mountain is, or that object on the mountain is.
I understand that, but you also said in order to know how far away it is, you need to know the height of the object.
No.
That's what I'm
I need
saying.
to know the
How are you
size
going
of
to
an
establish
object.
the height of the object?
I don't need to know the height of the object. I need to know the size of a piece of that object. Like if I know the distance between two cliffs on a mountain, that those two cliffs are a mile apart, now they will be at
It's the
any
same.
given
It's the same method.
distance apart.
Two cliffs, one cliff, 5 cliffs is the same method.
No, not really. I'm not measuring from the ground. I'm not doing a 90 degree. I could do this. Two people could get up on that mountain. One stand at one crack in the mountain, fire a laser off to the other crack on the
You
mountain.
listen. Yeah,
And
listen. The laser you are firing is from a zero line. You need to establish a level
All right,
line,
I'm out.
which is a
I'm not going to
starting
talk to you.
point.
You're being an ass. Now, can I speak, or are you going to just talk over me? Thank you. Okay. I can measure the distance between those using any method. I can use a chain, a rope, a string, a laser. I can pace it off with my feet. Now that I know the distance between those two cracks, at a given distance away, I can measure those distance between those two cracks in angular size and tell you how far away that mountain is. I don't need to know what 90 degrees is. I don't need any of that shit.
That wasn't the argument.
Well, it's the argument
It's
I've
the
been
height
having.
that you're trying to establish. You're trying to establish the height of the mountain.
That's not what I was trying to establish. We were talking about photogrammetry and perspective. That's what we were talking about.
You said you needed to know the size of the object in order to determine how far away.
The size of a portion of the object. I do not need to see the whole object. I just need to, if there's an airplane on top of the part, I can tell you how far away it is. If I know the distance between two cracks on the mountain, I can tell you how far away it is.
How do you establish that? The height of it, not how far apart.
Height.
Not how far apart they are. How the height is what we're talking about.
Oh, the height is best done through surveying.
And it wasn't what we were talking about, George. No one's talking about the height except you. Moyak, please
That's
correct
what
me
we're
if I'm
talking
wrong.
about.
Oh, no.
This is
No, I've been
regarding
talking
a
about
picture that is posted there on the chat about the distance between observer and those mountains. The distance is 250 miles.
Distance.
Yeah, I know, but
not
that's
elevation.
what he's saying. Yeah, he was saying that you
Correct.
given the
And
information of the height
he
or the
said
distance
that
between them.
he said that he can do it the other way around, knowing the height of the object. He can establish with the angles how far away it is. So I asked him how he's going to establish the height of it.
The size of a portion of it. I'm not establishing height. Never once did we go height. When you established this picture, when you brought this picture into question, we were talking about perspective and measuring things through photogrammetry.
But that's true too, though. I mean, if you were looking at a distant object and you knew the distance and you knew the angular size and everything, you could work out the actual size of the portion that you could at least see, even if some of it was hidden. You could work out the portion that you'd be able to see, just because you would know the distance and you would actually know the angular size and everything you got from the picture.
Yeah,
so
like
you could do it in reverse.
If you're in a city and you can't see anything but the tip of a building, and you know how tall the antenna mast is on that building, you can start finding out where that building is in reference to you. You can tell you how far away it is. Just with a piece. I can do it with the light bulb on top of it. To a certain distance. And that light bulb is 13 inches tall. Okay. It's 13 inches tall, and it takes up 1 or 2, 3 pixels. Now I can tell you a rough guesstimate of how far away it is. That picture of the Chicago skyline is a good example, but that one, there's a lot of stretching going on. However, you could do it with the width of those buildings. Now,
you can Google the height of those buildings in order to establish how far away you are, can you? You just said that.
No. What I would do is I'd use the width of it. I would measure how many pixels
so there you go.
that image is.
So how far away would it be?
Well, in this case, it's like 60 miles.
Nah, you know it by heart. Come on.
Yeah, no, I'm saying in this case, I know it's 60 miles. However, what you could do is take that one building in the center there, find out how many pixels wide that one building is, the Sears Tower, and from your angle, it should be that number of pixels represents a distance, and I could now tell you that distance.
But don't you realize that that building shouldn't be visible at all? It should be tilted back.
It should not be tilted back.
Yeah, it shouldn't
should
be
tilted
upright
back
like
at
we
most
see it.
1
It should be
degree.
tilted back.
1 degree, which is not perceivable even
1
at close
degree,
range.
60 miles.
Yes, 1 degree. It's actually less than 1 degree.
Yeah, just under a degree.
Yeah.
So
1
this
degree, even a degree is a lot.
A degree? Okay, I want you to do an experiment with, and please do this. I really like this experiment. Take 2 pencils, have your kid or somebody else go 10 feet away from you, and stick them in the ground, and tilt one of them away from you 10 degrees. And with you at the same eye level as that pencil, I want you to tell me which pencil is tilted.
It's
Even
not
a 10
applicable
degree
here.
won't be able
You
to
are
tell.
begging the question of a sphere.
No,
There is no sphere. We can look, we can see those buildings. Actually, the whole city, all the buildings are upright. They're not bending anywhere. They're not diverging on the top
Well,
of the
you can't
buildings or anything.
tell if they're bending. You're not willing to do
That
the test
picture
with the pencil?
says a lot of things. You just need to look.
You show me with the pencil that you can tell me when there's a 10 degree tilt in those pencils at a distance from you, and they got to be.
I can also assume my outcome, man. I can also assume my outcome. If I'm on a sphere, I'll observe this. I observe this. I'm on a sphere. That's what you're doing. You are
can't
assuming.
see it. Why would if you can't
There
do it?
is. You guys are hard to understand. Yeah, I'm sure you guys understand it by now. You guys are here every day anyway.
Dude,
There is no curvature. We can see that there is no curvature. And the other thing that I wanted to mention is, what is the distance to the horizon?
It varies.
On that picture.
Yes.
So not geometrical then. Welcome to flat Earth.
That's silly.
No one has ever said.
But
no one ever said that the horizon is the edge of a sphere. No one ever says that there's the geometry attached to a sphere.
No one ever said the
No one
Earth doesn't
ever
have
says
an
that.
atmosphere. And no one ever said that the atmosphere doesn't refract
Atmosphere.
light.
What is the sphere? It's the sphere we're talking about. Prove the sphere
Oh.
first, and then we can talk about the atmosphere.
George, you're just crying now. Calm down, buddy. Let's go back to having a reasonable conversation where you're not just over talking
It's
to
a very
cry.
reasonable conversation, because that is what we're talking about, is the lack of curvature on these long distance observations.
George,
It's a silly argument.
George, you said that you. I don't know if you answered my question, if you understood my question. If you stick 2 sticks in the ground, tip one of them 10 degrees away from you, do you think you'd be able to tell that one of them is tilted away from you at 10 feet?
Just say 1 degree, because.
Oh no, I'm going with extreme because maybe that'll help run it home.
Why not?
You can't. That's why I say try it. Take a yardstick.
How do you know that I can't? You're again assuming that I cannot do something.
I will set something up for you. I'll be in 5 minutes.
Or just look at a clock sideways and move the hour hand 1/6 of a second past midnight, and see if you can tell that it's moved 1/6 of a second. And you can't. You can't notice that. It's not perceivable. Even if it was 1 whole second.
It's not perceivable. Is it measurable? Can I do the megapixels as well and detect which one is which?
Yeah.
Maybe after he presents whatever he wants to present, I'm going to ask him to take a picture and measure the megapixel.
Not perceivable.
No, I just said yes. Yes, you can measure it. Yes. You have to, with your naked eye, what you're expecting to see, what you're expecting to see a building tilted a degree away. No, it's not something you'll see with your eye. It's something you could measure. I think it'd be about 12 feet, a little shorter than it should be, or something like that. No, not 12 feet. I gotta remember the exact number, but yeah,
So
it's
the globe
measurable.
is not perceivable, but can we measure the
It's not
globe that you're
perceivable
talking
by your
about?
naked eye. It's measurable. You can measure it with a measuring tool or some other
Oh,
measuring
okay. So
technique. With your naked eye, you're not going to notice a
how would
degree
you
of something
propose
tilts away from you.
us to? How would you propose for us to measure the curvature of the Earth?
We can build a straight line, and you can measure measure the deviation from the straight line. You can make a straight line using precise coordinate positions using GPS.
Or conversely, build a known curved line and measure the deviation from water from that.
Deviation of water from that. Assuming that water deviates. Why would you assume that water deviates from straight?
We can measure it.
Okay, let me ask a
that would be
different
the
thing.
measurement.
What makes water not to be flat?
Oh,
to
here
curve?
we go.
Because you're talking about something that water doesn't do. Water doesn't curve. So you guys tell me, if water curves, what's the cause for water to curve? Because every demonstration that I've seen, water doesn't curve. If you guys tell me otherwise, I want to know, why is it curving?
It curves when you put it in a cup. It curves because of meniscus. It curves for all sorts of reasons, including a force acting on it the same way it acts on everything else. If there's
I
a force
see.
that holds everything to the ground, and the ground happens to be shaped like a sphere, then indeed water would be one of those things that would be curving.
They're all yours, guys.
Would you like to see measurements of it?
Hey, Kool-Aid, what is this known curved line that you're talking about?
Specifically, I was talking about the tow tanks in Bethesda, Maryland. Because you know me, it's got to be about boats.
So the tow tanks are a known curved line.
Yep. The rails that the gantry crane run on are a known curved line. That maintains its separation from the unrestrained surface of the water.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see that. Where is this at Maryland?
David W. Taylor Memorial Model Base in Bethesda, Maryland.
Well, for the sake of everyone, could you post like a link or something?
I'll post one. Give me 10 seconds here.
You guys lost me. He was talking about this force bending water. Is that
There
what
you
you're
go.
talking about?
Thank you.
He's talking about measuring the curve or measuring water with reference to a straight line or a curved line. And his example is using water in reference to a curved line.
I'm hoping this week I should be getting the email back with a midshipman from the Annapolis actually doing sighting down that rail using a sextant.
What I would like to see, well, you guys to present, or anyone, I know this you guys wouldn't be able to present, but it would be nice to see water bending and water not to be contained as well, because not only the water is not flat, it also doesn't require container, and every single example that we know in physics that we can replicate in man-made canals and other things, water needs to be contained and it remains flat. I would like to see a demonstration of otherwise from you.
I just posted one in the chat. I mean, you can ignore it if you like, but please don't say we didn't present you with something.
So
Can you
this is a.
can you do it? Can you be brief explaining what is it that we are looking at?
Sure. These are manufactured steel rails that are manufactured to be the straightest on a left and right arc, but curving on the y-axis. There's a crane that runs across the top of these rails and holds the toy boats either on the surface or just under the surface, depending if they're testing a surface or a subsurface vehicle. This crane is tested every 3 to 6 months and has been since World War II, with increasing levels of accuracy. The current tests are done with a laser measuring device from the gantry crane to the surface of the water at 114 points, I believe. 100 something points along the rails passage. At every single point, it is the exact same distance from the unrestrained surface of water.
What are the tolerance?
Less than a millimeter.
And the curvature of the Earth at half a mile would be what, under 2 inches?
Mm-hmm. Much less than the tolerance given by the measuring devices.
So if you have
much less than the margin of error, sorry, I misstated that.
If you have a pool that's half a mile long, I mean,
the water
I
will
would
be
imagine
level.
It would sink just slightly, just with the weight alone.
The water's going to sink?
No, the structure. I imagine the structure would probably settle just slightly.
Oh, for this one, they've actually dug it down to the bedrock of the Earth in order to prevent sinking from happening. These rails are mounted directly onto the bedrock.
No, I read that, but you're talking about under 2 inches, down to a millimeter of tolerance. I would, it's a little too tight for me to just accept.
Right, because it shows the curvature of the Earth, and then you couldn't LARP anymore. No. I understand.
No, man, you're talking about basically an inch of tolerance over half a mile. I would
no,
just.
I'm actually talking a millimeter of tolerance at any given point along that rail.
At any given point. Okay.
Yep.
So
remember
I'll
I said there's over 100
that I
measurements?
posted of Chicago skyline, 60 miles away. Referring to that picture again, can you see any curvature on that picture from left to right?
Can you see any evidence of refraction in that picture?
Do you see any curvature on the horizon left to right?
Do you see refraction?
I see lack of refraction. I can see.
Well, then you're blind because there's obvious mirrorings. There's obvious mirroring in that photo.
Non-existent. That's why I can see that far.
George,
there's obvious refraction and mirroring in that photograph. So I don't know what the hell you're looking at if you can't see refraction, sir.
On that link, how much curvature should we have?
Refraction.
So no curvature. Welcome to Flat Earth again, man.
There's also hundreds of feet of those buildings that's missing, even with the stretching. There's whole buildings that are missing. But George, quick question for you. I posted an image in chat too, live stream too. Are both of those pens vertical? I'm not left to right. I got a little bit of tilt. Are they both vertical with reference to forward and backward?
The one on the left is lean.
What way?
Slightly to forward to the left.
Forward and to the left. Okay. It's actually back into the left.
And?
Now look at the latest image.
Wow.
Now you see why you can't see 1 degree? And that's only done.
You're saying that this is what we observe on that picture of the Chicago skyline. This is what we observe.
What you would see is less than 1 degree. That's like
so. So the whole Chicago skyline is tilting backwards 1 degree, you say?
At less than 1 degree, yes.
At 30 miles, it would be half, wouldn't it? Less than half a degree?
Yeah, it's like 60 miles to the Chicago.
Okay. So
So it's 69 miles, it would be 1 degree. This is 20 degrees, and looking at that from 3 feet away, you can't tell that it's leaning back from you. And 1 degree, you couldn't tell even if you were looking at it, up close.
That's a nice flat plane.
It's got a lot of back.
You don't expect. The only thing I'm saying with this is that you don't expect to see buildings leaning at any distance. The other thing is if I cut those pens in
Disagree,
half,
man.
if I cut those pens shorter, like buildings in the horizon, those buildings are like teeny tiny. You've got to determine whether it's leaning away from you in like 5 pixels. That may be a long object.
Are you watching something? There's a lot of noise, background noise.
Riggs, hot mic.
As the carriage raced to the opposite end of
Yeah, okay. My bad.
students in the water was caused.
you're watching about the model basin. I approve.
It cannot be, your maths, I don't think they are correct. It should be 8 inches per mile. $60 miles times 8 inches vertical drop, how much it would be?
And versus how much is missing?
How much would it be? Let's put this on your curve calculator and see how does it work.
You don't use the curve calculator for that, man.
Oh, okay. So we ignore the curve calculator today. All right.
No, you don't use the curve calculator to see how much shorter the building would be because of the angle that it's pointed away from you.
No, but you're going to use that for drop.
You use it to see how much the bottom of it has disappeared due to the curvature of the earth obstructing it. You're not going to be able to use it
54 miles, and it's a lot.
Yeah, I know, Stacy. I don't know if you heard the first part of what was talked about, but he's talking about the angle that is tilting away from you. And the building will become shorter because it's tilted away from you at an angle, but it's not going to be shorter by 8 inches per mile square for that reason.
How much drop is there for 54 miles again?
Is going to.
Ask again, Tracy. Stacy, sorry.
Yep, ask. I'm telling you, how much drop will there be? How much drop will there be?
Stacy, I'm going to tell you this again. We weren't talking about
No.
I
understand what you're meaning. Oh, no. I understand that. But it also explained to me how much I will not be seeing of the bottom of those buildings. Can you please show me, or tell me, excuse me, how much is going to be obstructed?
I mean, if you'd like to, we could talk about that instead, but that's just not what we were talking about before. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, because you guys are trying to get it off as tilting of the buildings, but in fact, you guys won't be seeing that at all.
That's what he's talking about. That's why we're on this subject of the tilting of the building.
This was brought up because they don't like my boats.
You wouldn't see it at all. Because you're not even counting for the tilt of the building. When you do your calculations, you're calculating the building to be upright because you need to be upright in order to correspond to your maths. Now, if you tilted the building, whatever angle you want to tilt it, it's going to lower its apparent position because if it's a sphere, it's going to be lower. And in this case, is 8 inches per mile square. So in 60 miles, how much would it be the vertical drop? You wouldn't see that building, the city. Forget about the building. You wouldn't see nothing.
Well, you normally don't see the city. Only during super looming
exactly our point.
Have you ever been out there to try and see it? Have you ever tried?
Yes.
Well, I believe the reason that it's taking photos of is because it's unusual.
Well, actually, it's not that unusual. I've seen it twice in my own life growing up, but come on, guys.
How many times did you not see it?
Because I
So
haven't
the
been out
horizon
there
is not
every day
geometrical
going to
then.
look and see it every damn time. But the thing is I've only been out there a few times. Those few times that we were out there, I saw it twice, out of probably 5. So, but it's 2 out of 5 times. Can you explain that?
Yes, you went out on 2 conditions where it was refracting.
Oh, refracting. You can't explain that with
No,
refraction.
you
Sorry,
can.
honey.
The
It's all just
temperature.
BS.
They can predict the refraction ahead of time. They can tell you
Refraction
what
is on
days
the
it's going to
days.
show up.
Refraction is happening on the days that she passes by and she cannot
Yes.
see it. She cannot see it because it's
Yes.
happening refraction. When there is no refraction, or when the refraction is happening beyond the target, in this case the whole city, she can see it because there is no refraction.
Well, standard
It's
refraction
just
is almost always the case, but except when there's excessive refraction. It's basically you're going to always have refraction.
Right.
1 in a million would be
Yeah,
nothing.
but on that case, the refraction is beyond the city. We can see the city because there is nothing obstructing it.
Then why is the
From your
building?
line of
Why are all the
sight.
buildings stretched all this shit?
Well, hold on, George. Do you think there's a single day on Earth when we can do a 60 plus mile observation and not have refraction?
I'm not saying the refraction doesn't exist. I'm not refuting
Actually,
that.
you just did again.
No,
but
I did not.
keep lying because you got a lot of
Between you
Okay.
and the target, the refraction is happening beyond.
When refraction happens, George, what causes refraction to happen?
That is a different question. Weather condition.
Show me a time you studied 60 miles for refraction to explain this shit. Show me that 60 miles that you're talking about. You've done that in an atmosphere. I'd like to see this testing that you've done for 60 miles.
Go look at Snell's law, and they've done a lot of
No,
US
Snell's law has nothing to
US
do with
military-
working in our
US mil-
atmosphere. Do not
Okay,
play that game
you're
with
just
me.
Why not?
Well, we've
Because
done
you
this
don't need a
conversation
radius
how
for
many
that.
times?
Well, it
I
hasn't
agree.
been settled.
They
You don't
also
need a
have, I've
radius.
seen some tables where they've actually gone through and they've characterized refraction over long periods of time, where they actually took the data and actually recorded it and determined what the temperatures were over the field, over multiple points of measurement. And we kind of know what causes refraction. We know what conditions cause refraction.
Let me guess. This was happening in the atmosphere.
Yes.
And test it
So
outside in atmosphere, right?
they were begging the question of a sphere already.
No.
So what
In
was
the
the rate
atmosphere,
that
it's
the
just a
light was
word. It was
bending
done
on
in
this
the
sphere?
air. How about we
The
make
light
it
was
happy?
bending at
How
what
about we
rate?
make it happy for you? We did it in the air. How's that? Is that good enough for you?
So
Okay,
is
how
the air
far?
bending or not?
What type of
Because
refraction is it?
we all have to agree that it's bending. I mean, there's no question whatsoever. Nobody but a
No, stop
moron
that.
can say there's not bending.
Okay, if you're going to claim refraction, what type of refraction?
Oh,
Well, that's what they determined. They went through and they looked at it and they said, okay, under all these conditions, here's what happens. When the ground's hot, it bends this way. When it's cold, it bends this way.
Okay, say that. Where's the testing of that then?
I got to find that. I didn't pull that up myself. I saw it presented a couple weeks ago.
And when did they found the geometrical horizon?
Why are you jumping to that? We're talking about just whether we know what refraction does.
Yeah, because it's the lack of it that we're talking about. There is no geometrical horizon.
Well, actually,
As we just established, sometimes we can see this city this far away, 60 miles away. Sometimes we cannot.
If we can determine what
So
refraction
no
will
curvature
do,
then.
George,
No
if we can
curvature.
determine what refraction will do, then we can normalize for refraction and eliminate it.
Normalize
What refraction is to
it?
happen
You
in
mean
order to measure the
quantify it,
curvature of
not
Earth?
normalize it.
Normalize it.
Normalizing it, what does that mean? Because you're losing one thing that you do in your laboratories and
breaking
other
up.
things, and you're and then you're quantifying it, not normalizing it.
No, you quantify it, and then you take those quantities and you normalize. You remove them from your image.
Yeah, you need a radius. You don't have no curvature.
Well, radius will fall out of that. Radius falls out of navigation. Radius falls out of what do you call it?
Radius falls out of that?
Yep.
Is this guy
How does
seriously saying?
get radius out of navigation? Please explain
It
that.
doesn't work on flat Earth at all.
Radius of what? Radius of what?
So what Moyak is saying is
Radius of what?
the Earth that we're standing on, the
Hold on
waters
a
that
second.
we're
The question
sailing
wasn't
across.
for you.
You are mentioning
The
radius, George.
I'm
You
fine with him
answered it.
answering.
radius of what?
No one knows. You mentioned it.
No, go ahead, Moyak.
No,
He
he
wants
was
you to answer.
mentioning radius.
The radius falls out of geodetic surveying. Reciprocal
Okay.
geodangles. That was all the
Radius
things
of
I was
what?
saying.
Radius of what?
The radius of the Earth.
No, you're mistaken. It's the radius of a circle.
Oh, okay.
You see, you grab a map, you get your geographical position, yeah, your line of longitude and latitude, yeah, you mark an X, yeah, and then you draw a straight line over radius, and then you draw a circle on the
Okay,
map.
do that with real
I
That's
believe
numbers.
in latitude and longitude.
that's
Do
what
that
you
No
with
longer
do.
a flat earth.
That's what you do. You do that on a map. And
do
guess
that
what?
with the
All the
star
maps are
chart.
flat.
Take the map of your choice. Do that with the star chart, and I want you to let's say what map do you want to use? You want to use the AE map?
Any map, all the maps are flat, man. I'm going to draw a
Okay,
circle.
so we'll use the AE map.
Except they're
I'm
not.
going to draw a circle. I'm not going to draw a sphere. So when you
Yeah,
say
draw the
this
circle and find
is the
yourself. I
radius
want
of
you
a
to take
sphere
the
is
ground
nonsensical.
position.
That's
I
the whole
want you to take
point.
the ground position, which is a known point. That's a point that we can't contest. That star is 90 degrees over one point of land on the Earth at a given moment in time. Now, I want you to use that piece of information and your piece of information, the star's location where you are. And I want you to use that circle to show your location on a flat piece of paper.
Yeah, the circle of equal altitude wouldn't even form a circle on an AE map.
Huh? Just do what you got to do, man. Show me the method by which it works on a flat surface. It does not.
All of them. That's how it
You have
works.
to
It
do a
only works on a
transfer.
flat surface.
Describe it.
Not with
Let's
just
see.
one measurement. You need 3 measurements in order to get to one position on the ground.
Actually,
No,
you can
you
use
need 2.
even 2. But the margin of error is quite large. But 2 are actually enough to get a
Well, to
coordinate.
your standard, if it's quite large, even 1, you would be within
No, 1 doesn't give
that
you a
radius.
point. 1 gives you a circle.
But not the radius of the Earth, though.
No, that circle has nothing to do with
Oh,
the
okay.
radius of the Earth.
So
It has to
when
do
they
with the circle
said
of
this,
equal altitude.
yeah, when they said that we can measure the radius of the Earth with navigation, is nonsensical.
Well, no, it falls out of that. That's the whole point. Is that it
It
must be a
doesn't fall
sphere in order for the
out
numbers
of
to
that.
work. Work it
No,
off on
because
George. Work it out
what
on a piece
happens
of
is
George. Work it out on a piece of paper, a flat piece of paper. I want you to draw circles on it and tell me where you are using real numbers. You choose the map.
Would you like
How
me
do
to
you
provide the numbers?
Earth?
It doesn't fucking work with a flat Earth. It doesn't work with a flat map.
How are you getting it?
that's the only way it works, man. Is with the
Try it. Do it.
it's
Have
the
you
only
tried
way
it?
you work.
Have you tried it?
Listen, yes, of course.
Oh, you have. Let's see it. I'd love to see it. Did you record any of the information?
I don't have the means at the moment, but of course I've used it. I've used it. I cannot even say I've used it myself. We've used it all together as a team.
So,
Right.
George, if I gave you the numbers for the Golden Globe sailboat race that's coming up this summer, would you be able to plot those on a flat map?
Or even better, if I give you the angle for
Putting those
3
on the
stars
flat
in the
map.
sky.
That's
So
what.
hold on a
And
second. Wasn't
That's what the
this
Golden Globe
planned
is.
before? Wasn't this planned before? Do they have goals to do, objectives to go? I mean, isn't this
What?
planned on a flat map?
I don't know what you're. I'm sorry, I don't understand your question, sir.
If you're gonna organize an event like this, yeah, and you're gonna explain to the people, yeah, where is the starting line, where they need to go, the objectives or the goals they need to go through until the ultimate goal, yeah,
Sure.
Isn't this
since we're being
explained?
specific,
Isn't
let's
this
be
explained on the
specific.
flat map? Isn't this explained on the flat map?
The map that is traditionally used for this race falls into one of two categories. Either a Mercator projection where we Pac-Man off one side and back onto the other, or a globe. Those are the two that it is primarily explained on.
Really?
Yes. This
on a globe.
It's
Yes.
never used for navigation. I don't know where you're pulling this out of, but a globe is never used for navigation.
I'm pulling this out of the fact that I used them when I sailed around the Earth. I also am basing this on the fact that I am standing here with the charts pulled up. Anybody who wants them for the actual Golden Globe race, which is a race that is a reproduction of a race that will happen this summer, and they are only using ancient navigation techniques, including the sextant.
When you navigate around the world, like you said, have you ever went all the way south or all the way north?
No.
Around the world?
No, I was because I was on a sailboat, and sailboats and ice don't do well together, or fiberglass sailboats and ice don't do well together.
Oh, I see. In the ice.
Yeah. Plus, it's damn cold, and I don't like being cold.
Sure.
So when you say around the world, it's not quite. You're not being honest.
You're right. I actually left from the East Coast of the United States and arrived at the West Coast of the United States. I did not do the Panama Canal or sail underneath South America. So I drove that place in my car multiple times, but yeah, I call that
went on a
sailing around the
circular
world.
motion, but not around the world.
Well, okay. I went on a circular motion. I more or less traveled east, and I got to the West Coast of America. I would call that going around the world, but if you don't want to, cool.
I think when you say going around the world is deceptive.
George, I have a question for you.
In this context of the flat Earth.
Are you familiar with...
Sorry, go ahead.
Right. I want to know, if I give you the angles of 3 stars to the horizon, George, do you know the math that you would use to get your coordinates out of those data, that data?
The meaning is for you to find out where you are, to find out your coordinates.
Exactly. So if I give you the angle from the horizon to 3 different stars, and I give you a exact time in which those measurements were taken, can you enter me where that spot is on Earth? Do you know how to calculate that?
I'll answer that, but first I need to know how you're going to get these angles that you're talking about, that you're going to give it to me on a globe.
Oh, with a sextant.
If the
On a globe? How?
If the ground's
So
turning, how do you
there
I'm
you
just
go.
telling you
You already answered. You already answered half of your question.
No,
Because
George,
for you
I'm
to
just
give me these angles, you're already admitting that in order to have these angles, it needs to be flat.
No,
to the
I'm telling
GP
the
of those
angles
stars.
to
You
a
already lost your
horizontal line.
argument, man.
No, I'm telling
For
the
you to have
angle,
these angles, the
George.
sextant is the ultimate debunker of a globe. Yeah,
You're
because
right. That's why I'm asking if you know the math used on it. Because I don't think you do.
Math. There is math,
Yeah,
but
that's what they
what we're
use.
gonna. Yeah, you're gonna draw circles. Yeah, from the 3 observations, and where those 3 points you're gonna meet is where you are. Now the distance, you need to calculate the angle minus the 90 degree. So once that you know the position, the 90 degree,
In
where
each
it
degree
is,
6 nautical miles, yeah?
No.
you need to deduct 90 minus the angle that you are getting in order to get the distance to it.
That's exactly true.
No, that is only true at the astronomical horizon, which no human can stand at. The
There's
astronomical
nothing to do with
horizon.
the horizon at all.
The astronomical horizon, dude. I'm sorry you don't understand the
There's nothing
basic
to do
terms
with the
in
horizon
sextants.
at all. Listen,
You don't know what the astronomical horizon is, do you?
You reduce your elevation.
You don't know what the astronomical.
As close as you
You know
can.
what the astronomical.
As close as you can to the to the base of the water. Yeah. Or you need to deduct that
George,
in your
George,
calculation.
stop talking, George.
What do you mean stop talking?
Let's answer my question. Do you know what I mean when I say the term astronomical horizon? Do you know what that is?
What do you mean when you say astronomical horizon?
Okay.
And then it's no. Then the answer is no.
So the astronomical horizon is the point, the theoretical point in the center of the Earth that all of the sextant measurements, all of the sextant measurements are calculated from. When you guys are talking about
No,
the
they're
90
not.
degree, shut up. Let me get a fucking sentence out.
How do you get
when you talk about, oh my God,
you interrupt me to say this. This is nonsense.
Yes, this is literally the definition of the words you're
Listen,
using.
You don't have to appeal.
This is the thing you are trying to prove
You don't
is
have
the
to appeal
sphere.
for that.
So you are begging the question that this angle is measured from a sphere. You are assuming your outcome once again. The sextant only works with a straight line, and the horizontal line between you and the GP of a star. In order to achieve that, that 90-degree angle, it's what is gonna, that 90-degree angle minus the angle of your reading is gonna give you a distance. That distance is what's gonna determine the radius that you're gonna draw on your map, a circle. You do the same in 3 other celestial bodies. Again, you're going to have the distances to the celestial bodies. You can only have that if it's flat, nothing else. No sphere.
Go ahead, Bacon. I know where you're going to go, so go for it.
Okay, so Cooley, do you agree that the astronomical horizon is parallel to any plane that is George, let me speak.
Shut up,
I'm
George.
not even talking to you. Would you agree that that plane is perpendicular to any plane that is perpendicular to the vertical?
Yes.
Right. So we can use that one because the angles are going to be the same, right?
Yep.
Yeah. That's why I think it might be a waste of time going towards that direction.
How did you get the right angle from the surface of the Earth?
It's not.
You need two. You need two straight.
That's it right there, Scrat. It's not from the surface of the Earth. That's where you're messing up.
You are on the surface of the Earth. That's what you're measuring.
You're measuring from the surface. You are measuring from the surface. Yeah, from the surface. Yeah.
Oh, we're just using the observer.
Yeah, the observers are on the surface, and you have a straight
he's
line
above
on
the
the surface between you and the GP, which is, like you were describing, a straight line above your head. Yeah, that straight line above your head is going to meet on a 90-degree angle on the horizontal line that is going to meet you. Yeah, in order to achieve that, you need to have a straight line. Welcome to Flat Earth.
At the
all right. I'll grant you that. So if I give you the angle from the horizontal to 3 different stars and give you what time they were those measurements were took, those readings were took, can you give me the position on the Earth? Can you give me coordinates from the data using
I need more
the 3
details
circles you're referring to?
That's all the info you got, dude.
Sorry, you're saying you're needing more than that?
Yeah,
that's the only information you need.
I said the time. I give you the 3 angles and the time in which they were took.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah.
Right. So, can you describe the math that you use to get a pair of latitude and longitude?
I already told you. You're going to measure your angle to the celestial body. So the angle you're going to give me, let's say,
I already gave you that.
45 degrees. Yeah, you gave me one of the stars.
Again,
it's 45 degrees. Yes. Now, the calculation, like I said, you minus 90 degrees minus the 45 degrees, you're left with 45 degrees, isn't it? So it's 69 miles, nautical miles per degree. 69 times 45, you have your distance.
60 nautical miles.
What's that?
60 nautical miles, not 69.
60 nautical miles. But, and your point?
Oh, I thought you said 69. But
Yeah,
never
I did
mind.
say
Go on.
69. Okay, so it's 60. You agree with 60. So that is what is going to give you the distance.
Sure, to the GPS of the stars, right?
To the GP of the star, yeah.
Great,
To give
we
you your
are
location.
we're in alignment to that. Okay, how to get yours? How to get your position? Your pair of latitude and coordinate, the values of latitude and and longitude. How to get those two values from the GPS of the stars, from the distances to the GPs
Because
of the stars.
those three circles, they're going to meet in one point in the map. On the map, you have the lines of
Which
longitude
map?
and latitude. The map that you're using for your navigation.
No, I want to know
The map that
what map you would use.
It's a nautical map.
one to do
A
this.
navigation map.
Do you have one that has the entire Earth on it?
Not the entire Earth. You get it for the area that you are working on. If you want one for Europe, you will have one for Europe, for the
But
Mediterranean
if
or
you have
whatever you want.
if you have no
North
guess on where
Atlantic.
you are, how do you start? Because I mean, the maps that you would use that are local maps, you have to know more or less where you are for you to use them, right?
Correct.
Because none
That's
of
why
them
I
have the
said to
whole Earth.
you need to know the time as well.
I already gave you. I said you have the time.
Well, how do you get to? Oh my gosh!
So you know pretty much where you are, which time zone you are, pretty much, give or
No,
take. So
no.
you
I'm
have
I'm
pretty much
giving
an idea.
George. I'm giving your time in UTC time. So I'm saying in UTC time, that's when it was took. So you have no clue what your time zone is.
If you
So
knew
you
your time zone, it would screw you up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna screw you up. Yeah. It's
I'm
gonna
giving
take
a
you
global
longer. It's gonna
timestamp.
take you. It's gonna take you longer. But if you know how to navigate, you'll find your way.
Yeah. I was interested on how do you calculate that.
Well, we stick to the problem here. How do you get your right angle?
Oh, that was already given to you.
No, it only works.
They'll have one.
We're not talking about how it works on a globe. I'm trying to understand how it works on a flat Earth.
It doesn't work. It can only work on a flat Earth.
It doesn't work at all on a flat Earth.
Sure, you only work on a flat Earth. Now show me you working on it because I want to see it.
Every time you do it, it's working on a flat Earth.
Sure.
Because the surface.
Show me the math. That's all I'm asking. Show the calculations. They give you a pair of coordinates.
What is that? Begging the question. Is that
I already
right?
told you, man.
Mm-hmm.
No, you mentioned no calculation. I don't see how I get my latitude and coordinates out of what you said.
No, to say that it only works on a flat Earth.
Listen,
As we
you
do.
you already said you're going to give me the angles.
Mm-hmm.
Those angles, yeah. Once that you measure those angles, they need to correspond to a certain map in order for you to be working on the same convention as me. So if we are talking about meters, we need to be speaking the same language. So when you say to me,
it doesn't matter.
When you say to me, I'm giving you these three angles for these three stars, yeah, is from a map.
No, it's not from a map.
Yeah,
it's from
it
the
is
measurement.
from a map.
What do you
Yeah.
mean? No.
And that
I'm
measurement,
somewhere. George.
Okay. Where are you going to write down these measurements?
Wherever. I'm just talking about
Where are you going
angles
to write this measurement? Yeah. Where are you going to measure? Where are you going to write these measurements?
I usually write them on my
Wherever
arm.
you are, man. Oh, it doesn't matter. On a paper.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? It does matter. You write them on the map.
It's just 3 numbers and a timestamp.
You mark them on the map.
No, I'm talking about angles.
You write them on the map. You go to the map of the area.
George,
you have your line of longitude. Listen, you know that the sun or the moon or whatever star. Listen, you know that the sun or the moon or whatever star at a certain time, yeah, is at this precise angle. You go to the almanac.
No, it's the precise location. The angle is
you go to the almanac. Wait,
let's not
you go to
straw man it.
You
This
go
is what
to,
it is.
You go to the almanac, yeah, because the reading of the almanac it was made by sextants, which is a horizontal, a vertical line above your head, a 90-degree angle, yeah.
No.
So you have on the almanac a certain celestial body, the time and day that it will be in a certain position. So you know that at that time, whatever time it is, it will be on a certain position. You can see
Yeah, I
it.
agree with that.
Now, you go to your map, yeah, and you see the position, the line of longitude and latitude of that star according with your almanac. So it will be at this line of longitude and latitude on the map. So now you measure your angle to the star. Your angle, like we said before, 45 degrees. So you are 45 degrees away from the GP of that star. So what you do is you draw a you do your maths. You set 60 miles per degree. Let's go with that.
It's 6 nautical
Once
miles.
you have nautical miles, once that you have that distance, you have a radius for your circle. Yeah. So
Sure. Your
now
circle from what map?
from the position on the map that you put the reading of the line of longitude and latitude of that star, yeah, you're gonna draw a straight line of the length of your measurement. Yeah. Now that line, you're gonna put your compass on the center of it, on the 90 degree, and you're gonna draw a circle. That circle is the circle of equal altitude. Now you have your first reading.
Yeah, I get it, George.
You know how far away you are from the GP of that star. Yeah.
Okay,
So now, just by looking at the map, knowing the position of that star, you know exactly what is close to you because
Sure.
it's on the map. If there's a landmass, it's on the map.
Sure, but you understand that those stars could be over a different continent, right? Depending on where you are, they can be very far. The GP of them,
Correct.
right? Sure. And do you have a map that have all the continents on them? It is a flat map in which you can draw those circles.
It's the almanac.
No, the almanac is giving you where the stars are. I'm talking about where you draw the circles.
I literally posted the almanac, sir. It's not what you say it is.
Where do you draw the circles? Normally we do it on the map.
Navigation
Sure.
maps?
What map?
Yeah, they have navigation maps.
Goodness me, man.
Draw a circle of the ground position on another continent on your map.
Okay, they're asking this to avoid answering the question.
No.
Can I answer the question?
Yeah, correct. You cannot do this measurement unless it's a straight line.
Can I help him out and answer your question?
It doesn't work on a sphere.
I would use the NOAA 2 chart. That would be the chart that I personally would use. That chart. Yep.
Okay, again, back to the question. How do you get your right angle? If the surface of the Earth is curving, how do you get your right angle?
We correct for that.
What?
With the sextant.
Yeah, with
we
the
have
sextant.
an apparent we have an apparent horizon. We make some corrections to get where the astronomical horizon would be.
Okay,
and we get the angle.
Yeah, but you just aim at the horizon. You just aim at the horizon, yeah?
Sure,
The line that goes to the horizon is going to meet the 90-degree line that comes from the GP of the star. They're going to meet together on a 90-degree angle.
No, that
You
depends
cannot
on the
achieve that on a
observer's height.
globe.
No, it depends on the observer's height. If your observer is higher, your horizon, the degree,
If the observer is higher,
the angle from
you're going to have an error on your measurement. You're not going to
it's
be
90
accurate.
degrees to
You
the
can
astronomical
still-
horizon, not to
You
the
still
apparent
do a
horizon.
measurement. It's just not accurate.
In fact, there's land sextants that actually have bubble level in them. They don't even look at the horizon. Don't even give a shit about it.
Well, the whole point is that you need to have a straight line. It doesn't work on the
The
sphere.
thing is,
Impossible.
Kool-Aid. I mean, I opened the link
Mhm.
and there's a
This
Mercator,
that's the chart finder.
There's a Mercator projector, right? There.
Yep.
Yeah, so if he had that printed on a paper, he can't just draw circles that and expect it to work.
Correct.
Because apparently that's what I think George is picturing. And my point is that's not going to work.
The reason we use this style of projection is because all the 57 nautical or navigational stars are all within that band, so you can see them most of the time when you're in that area. We also use the sun, and because it goes away in both the North and South Pole, it's not as accurate. You know, it's hard to navigate by the sun when the sun doesn't come up.
South Pole, you guys are funny.
And that's why the chart wraps around this and it forms two spheres. Well, technically, if you want, two cylinders. And we don't have the good navigation, or this is not the right navigation for the poles. It requires different charts because you can't see these stars.
Okay, well, my point is we have different Earth projections, and if you're going to draw circles based on the distance to the GP, depending on which projection you pick, you're going to end up with a different pair of latitude and longitude. So what the method that George is describing assumes there is a right map that has the whole Earth on it, and that's what I'm asking.
Well, there is
from him.
There's one right map. It's called the globe, and it actually would work perfectly.
Yeah,
although
but
the
that's not the
granularity
map
would be a
that
little
George was going to use, right? That's why I'm asking him that. Because I mean, they constantly say it only works on a flat Earth. And I wanted to see the whole process of doing that on a flat Earth.
All the maps are flat. Once again,
except the globe.
You use the map for the area in question. You said you're going to give me angles already. The question is, how do you get these angles if it's not a straight line? It's impossible for you to get these measurements and to be able to give it to me if these are taken from a sphere. Don't you realize that?
Well, we've determined
those angles need to be the baseline of that triangle needs to be 0.
We've
triangle.
You said 69 miles for every degree that
you said you're just going to use the intersection between three circles. That's exactly what we do. The difference is our circles lie on the sphere.
And for you to do the radius of that circle, you need to have a straight line for the 90-degree angle. Well done. Welcome to Flat Earth again.
No, what does that has to do with the right angle?
Because that is the radius of the circle you're going to draw.
The radius of the circle is the right angle. What?
Yes,
you get a linear progression of distance on a flat surface. Linear progression of degrees. I'm still trying to figure that one out.
Listen, you have a right angle to the 90-degree of the GP of the star that you are observing.
Hey, Kool-Aid, I'm ready when you are.
In fact, the only place you would have that right angle is at the astronomical horizon. If you move to
no, it's not. It's to the GP of the star.
GP location,
that right,
it would
that
not
right
be
angle. That right angle is the radius.
The middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours again. I do apologize. That keeps happening. I'm so sorry, George. If I can just get through this sentence. If you were to actually move to the GP and measure that angle, it would not be 90 degrees. Only place that it would be is at the astronomical horizon.
What are you talking about?
I didn't get that as well.
Yeah, when he says astronomical horizon, like he described before, he's assuming a sphere. Yeah.
Yeah, going to the center of the Earth.
Yeah, going to the center of the Earth. Yeah. How do you have a 90-degree angle like that?
That's where it would be a 90-degree angle. That's
How'd you
where
get to the,
you wouldn't achieve an angle.
Problem is, you're
not
on the surface. You're not at the center of the
Your
Earth.
horizontal line wouldn't be horizontal; would be horizontal.
It's Fred. Any horizontal plane that is parallel to that same one has the same angles, so it doesn't matter if you're not in the center of the Earth, as long as you're able to establish another plane that is parallel to that one.
It's a straight line. It's a 90-degree line. You have a vertical line, which you are calling the astronomical horizon. Yeah, that I don't think that's the name for it. But that is the GP. That is geographical position. The
Passes
position
through
right
the
above
GP.
your head. Yeah. Now, that is going to cross with a horizontal line, and that horizontal line starts from there, yeah, in all directions in a circle, yeah, to the distance of the observer, because the distance to the between the GP of the star and the observer, that is the radius line, the radius of a
And it's
circle that you're
weird.
going to draw.
And it's weird how that be proportional to the angle in the flat Earth. You wouldn't get a linear correspondence between the angle and the distance.
It has to be linear.
Are you telling me you can't get a linear on a plane?
A linear what? What did I say that isn't linear? It's great, because I don't think you get the rest of the sentence.
Linear angle.
No, I'm not talking. I didn't say linear angle.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. What did you say?
Linear what?
A linear relation between the angle and the distance.
So angles are not linear then?
I'm not talking about the angle.
You said angles and linear. You use those two words, and then you say
I
something
used it
else.
on the sentence, but I didn't say linear angle.
So how you have a linear on a sphere?
A linear relationship.
Yeah, there's a linear relationship between the angle and your distance to that GP. That makes zero sense on a flat Earth.
It's a level line. It's a straight line between the observer and the GP of the star. It's a straight line.
You're
How do you have a linear relationship on a sphere?
That's the only way you can have it, actually.
What?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Oh god.
Yes.
You don't understand what a linear relationship.
I don't have time for this, man.
I can draw it for you if you want to. I think that might clarify things.
Can you draw us a triangle?
Why?
Because it's what we're talking about. We're talking about triangles, but apparently you're not talking about triangles. You're talking about something different.
There's no mention of triangulars anywhere.
I don't think he understands what linear functions are at all.
Draw us a triangle on a
What
flat.
do you mean I don't understand? Whoa.
And then draw us a triangle on a sphere.
It's x times a plus b. That's a linear function.
Well, that's a cool story. Draw us a triangle and a rectangle and a cube on the outside of a sphere, and then draw us on a linear function on a line, and then we'll see what they look like.
It's completely unrelated. Nothing that we're saying is implying that we're doing that.
Do what? You don't know how to? Would that mess your globe model up if you drew a pyramid on it and then a?
Fred, you asked it how did that work on the sphere, right?
No, I just want you to draw a circle.
If you're below the GP of a star, as you move through the surface of a sphere, that forms an arc, right? And your vertical is going to change with that arc. So how many degrees the arc has is going to be how many degrees that initial vertical changed from you. So it's a proportional, it's a linear relationship. It has to be if it's a sphere.
So it's not a triangle.
It doesn't make any sense to be on a flat surface.
Oh, it has perfect sense on a flat surface. You have one straight line between you and the GP of the star, yeah, and that gives you a distance, and with that distance you can draw a radius. Simple as that.
But the problem is before even mentioning the radius, just when you get the distance, you're getting distance from a linear correspondence between the angle and the distance.
Correct. And how do you do that?
It's just to give me a distance from that place, nothing else.
Yes, which doesn't make sense on a flat surface. That's all.
It does.
That's basic trigonometry.
Nothing's arcing that you're looking at.
You're going to use the arc
Hold on a
tangent to
second.
get the the
No, you're
tangent to
not
get
Using
using
the.
line geometry. That's what you're doing.
He's not using shit but imagination.
I don't have time, guys. Have fun. Have a good night, guys.
He's just making stuff up.
No,
Yeah,
that's basic trigonometry. I can show you. I can draw it for you if you want to.
Listen, all you're going to draw is a dot. A dot is going to be you from wherever you look at, and you're going to imagine all the other stuff and put all your calculations in the air. So that's, I mean, cool. You're not going from the ground. You're not going from a function of a car or arc.
Let me give an example. Right. Why that doesn't make sense on the flat Earth, right?
What are you talking about? I can give you an example while the only thing you're paying attention to is your eyeballs and what they perceive and what goes directly to the surface of those. Everything else is garbage.
Yeah. RC, who's correct?
Isn't that funny?
It's correct. RC, who?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, where does the image come to that you perceive? Where does all the images you, no matter what you use to perceive or look through or go with, it always comes back to your eyeball surface and into your brain to calculate what the hell's going on straight from your eyeball, not from any angle that you touch, not from any globe that you've been going from the surface of. That's your imagination in a distance of just imagination. I mean, I don't know how else to put this, man. There's no arc to go by. There's only the point from the person and perspecting the point of view of the thing they're observing. From that to them, that's the only straight line you got from the object to them that they see. That's it. There's no arc.
Einstein told us that imagination is more important than knowledge. So he was a certifiable lunatic. I mean,
right, and that's all. I mean, literally, if you think about it, Jeremy, no matter what optical thing they assert or assume or look through, the eyeball's the last resort. I don't care what's going on, and everything that they talk about tangents and all these degrees and everything, it's all just made up from something that they supposedly have that they don't. They don't have an arc. They got the eyeball observing air. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. They comprised all those functions of imaginary lines and imaginary arcs and tangents just to, complete their story of a globe from imagination. They try to bring it into reality, but it just doesn't work out. They basically
stop trying to get that adrenochrome.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I'm just fucking around. I heard the kid screaming.
You're crazy. That's funny. Oh, he's ornery. He screams when he's happy, man. He's ornery as hell. Now he's laid back. He said cozy dozy, and he just said ornery. He's so cute. He'll talk crap to you too. I don't know. I mean, he makes up his own. He'll be like, but he'll talk regular also. I don't know. He's funny. Just a whole different subject. Kids are awesome. I know you got your hands full, right? How many do you have? 3 or 4, Jeremy?
Only 3 left in the house.
How many did you have altogether?
2 were adults. 5.
Well, all 4 of mine are grown now. I got the grandkids, so yeah, basically about the same.
It's never gonna fucking end, bro.
I know that.
It's never gonna end. Like you're in too deep now.
I know. What do we do? Life, huh?
Yeah. I want to have it any other way.
Oh no, I like it.
My kids are my life.
Yes, sir. That's my little heart.
That's why we needed to do something for the kids, so they don't. Do you want our kids debating Moyak's kids or Left Lane's kid or Rumpus's kids. No, man, I don't want my grandkids debating Xanax grandkids someday.
No,
You know what I'm
it's
saying?
nope. It should be figured out by then. I'm with you 100%.
It's up to us, bro. This is the time. It's if we don't do it, who's gonna?
Well, one of the things stopping us is not producing a fake ass version model like they want us to, like they have. Even though it's not gonna help anything in the long run. That's the main point.
I'm telling you, bro. Perspective test in a vacuum. That will go a long way.
Yeah.
It might do nothing. It might not do anything, or it might do something. Another idea I had was to. What's up?
Did you say a perspective test in a vacuum?
Yeah, where you eliminate the medium.
Perspective isn't about. I mean, it's purely geometrical.
Do what?
Right. Then if we do it in a vacuum, it should have no effect.
Yeah.
Yeah. Has it ever been done in a vacuum?
I don't know.
Well, that's.
I mean,
how do we know
I've seen
exactly?
objects. I've seen objects inside vacuum chambers. They don't seem to be distorted. The perspective of them doesn't seem to change when you remove the air.
Through 5. So you've had a camera inside of a vacuum.
No, not the camera.
This is what I'm talking about. You need to have the camera inside the vacuum.
Why?
Checking. Well, how else are you going to do it?
What's the problem with the camera outside of the? Because I mean, the light that is reaching the traveling through the glass of the container, the angle of the light is already set. It already left the object, so it doesn't matter if the camera is inside.
What about the medium that you're in?
Right,
You're
being
still
on the outside.
through your medium.
Sure, but that has no. I mean, the way the light's going to bend in the glass of the container. I mean, all those angles are going to have the same bending. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's inside or outside. The angle of the glass isn't what's providing perspective.
Listen for a second. You need to see it in the medium of the vacuum, okay, where there is no medium. If you're looking at it while you're still in a medium of air, that's going to distort it.
He doesn't get it. And you're going through the medium of glass. And you're going through another medium of glass now. Like, we just get rid of all the variables and just put the camera inside the vacuum.
But the thing is, if the air is providing perspective of the object, when there is air in the chamber, that air is part of that effect. So as we remove the air from the container, that should change how we see it, and it doesn't.
Okay, have you ever done it? Have you ever measured it?
How does it not change?
You're saying it doesn't. You're saying it doesn't, and I don't know if you believe what you're saying or not. But you've never measured. Have you measured it?
Measuring what exactly?
Exactly.
Measuring what exactly? What measurements would you take?
If we were going to do a perspective test, what would you be measuring?
I don't know.
You don't even know what you're arguing
because
for.
it's purely geometrical. I don't even know what you're trying to check there. No, I'm trying to get yours because you saying you're. I'm just saying that when you see something in a vacuum chamber and the vacuum chamber removes the air, it doesn't seem to affect how the object looks. So
you've never measured it, so you have no idea.
Oh, we don't see it. If there is, it has to be minuscule, right?
Yeah, that's why you would need to measure it.
Right, so that's the type of effect you're looking for, a minuscule effect on perspective.
So to be clear, Jeremy, you think that if you view something at 10 yards in a regular atmosphere and then you view something at 10 yards in a vacuum, you think the angular size would be different?
It's possible, yes.
You're an idiot.
Well, have you ever measured it to know?
It doesn't matter. It wouldn't make a difference. And if you do think it does, you're a moron.
Hold on, it does make a difference, and the distance, the amount of medium between you and the object acts just like a piece of glass.
But the piece of glass. Wait. And who told you that the piece of glass is going to affect that?
What is a magnifying glass?
No, yeah, but the magnifying glass has a curved surface, so it has an angle to the light.
Hold on a minute. It's really simple. It's called a magnifying glass.
The magnifying glass magnifies because of the angle of the surface of the lens.
You're done with your sentence after you finish this word. Magnifying glass. If the atmosphere acts like glass, and you just asked me what about glass that can do what? Magnify?
Yeah, but we're talking about a sheet of glass. If the surface of the glass is parallel in one side and the other, then you're not gonna have any magnification, man. It doesn't make any sense. What provides you the magnification.
About garbage. Hold on a second. In reality, the atmosphere from where you stand spreads out from all directions from you. Stop acting like you don't comprehend that. And if you don't, now you should. I've explained this to you. So the widening of the atmosphere, just like the widening or the shaping or the rounding or the arcness in a lens, act exactly the same. They distort the image. They widen it.
No, the way lenses distort the image is because they have a different index of refraction of the air. And not only that, but they have a different angle when the light is entering it and leaving it. If they were parallel, you wouldn't have a magnification.
You know how light goes from the source and widens going outward? Does the same thing. It just spreads the image from a flat source to a bubbled image to an arc image. Like it gives you more diameter for the flat surface. It spreads it, it widens or magnifies the image. I mean, clearly. Well, I don't know how else to explain this to you, dude. If something spreads out, it's widening. It's magnifying. The source of light from the sun that comes out, isn't it magnifying and getting wider coming to us 93 million miles away?
No.
It doesn't? Oh my God.
You don't know how light works.
Oh my God.
Of course they don't. I mean, that should be clear.
This is all irrelevant. In order to do this test, you'd want to have the camera right inside the vacuum. I don't see what the problem is with having it inside the vacuum.
It's correct. Are you here? It's correct.
Like, just get rid of any other variables you got. You know,
if they
never been done, you've never measured it. You've never measured it. It's never been done, and you're just, you guys are sitting here calling me names because I think maybe this could happen, and we've never checked to see if this could happen.
Never measured.
I'd like to be able to.
You know how precise lenses are?
I'd like to be able to
calculate how they're designed. Of course, we know how that works.
They can sit you in a vacuum in space, right? So why not just sit a human and a camera in the vacuum? The human can see what he sees and report and tell you what he sees. Of course, you're going to see what the camera sees. You're going to see what the lens sees on the outside of it too. So you're going to see all 3 or 4 perspectives. That would be a good idea. I mean, we do have like suits that can be, you put them on and you can go right in the vacuum. You can hook a tube to it. The tube can be in the vacuum, or that you can give them air inside their thing, but they can still see, you know what I mean? So they can see what they would see in a vacuum too, with no atmosphere between.
Yeah, you won't see anything different.
Well, that's what you say, but where's the ladder argument? Where's the visual of the ladder of anything in a vacuum? I haven't seen that yet for you to keep being so sure of yourself.
Light travels in straight lines in a vacuum.
Oh my God. I never said light bended, but regardless.
That's what a lens does. Lens bends light.
So does your atmosphere. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, the atmosphere doesn't.
We just went over it.
Doesn't mean you're right.
Wait, do you just say the atmosphere doesn't bend light?
It's correct. Since you're here, can you answer me the question I sent you?
What is refraction for 200, Bob?
Refraction refraction is when you go from one medium to the next.
Is refraction bent light for 200, Bob?
Yeah.
The atmosphere doesn't bend light.
Light travels in a straight line. Light travels in a straight line.
Travels in a straight line.
Yes.
From a ball. In a ball around a ball and a ball outline of light. It's a straight ball line. What the hell? It's bending in a straight line. to arc around the ball.
Light travels in a straight line
Around balls.
Unless there's a change in the medium. It
Oh, the medium.
A
Oh,
change
now
of
the medium matters. So the
change on
medium has an
index of
effect.
refraction.
So
It's
now
a-
when the light is going straight, the medium does what to it?
Hey, Scrat, can you answer that one?
Does the medium bend the light?
No, the image I sent on the text channel. Can you answer
Oh,
that
yeah,
one,
then
please?
let's look at it.
Right. So take a glass lens. The light bends when it goes from the air to the glass. It travels through the glass in a straight line, and then it bends again when it leaves. Right. So, like in your living room.
How does that make sense?
Here, let me go through this. In your living room, right? In the air, the light travels in a straight line. It hits the lens, it bends a little bit, travels through the glass in a straight line, leaves the glass, it bends a little bit again in a different direction, and then continues in a straight line.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. In the Black Swan picture, is that the light from the horizon going in a straight line?
Oh, it's bent.
What's bending it?
The difference in the refraction index between the air,
right? The air
close to the ocean versus the air further away has a different index of refraction, so it bends.
Well, it doesn't matter how well you explain it. If your answer contains the word air, then he's going to assume air alone can create refraction.
Well, it's because
when does the ball come into play?
Because in that case, there's a gradient of differences. So it bends in a curve because there's a gradient, right?
Yeah, but if you're looking straight ahead, why would there be a gradient? You're at the same altitude. Why would the gradient if you're looking straight ahead through the same elevation? Wouldn't the air be the same? No answer to that?
I mean, who you asking?
What was that? Brenda that was talking and saying that air doesn't bend light?
Oh yeah, they're trying to say a lot of weird stuff that makes no sense. They're backtracking, talking against themselves, saying the opposite. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, it was always the atmosphere. Due to the atmosphere is why you could see the horizon and the Black Swan. But now the atmosphere doesn't bend light. What's going on here?
And then they asked him, "What's the point of doing it in a vacuum?" And then they said, "Hey, in this vacuum, light's not going to bend at all." So what Jeremy's trying to tell you in layman's terms is, if you do it in a vacuum, hopefully it doesn't bend the light, and we can see what's going on. But we don't have that yet. We need to observe that somehow, is what Jeremy's proposing. And when he proposes that, don't just laugh and giggle and say goofy stuff because you don't comprehend what he's saying. Slow down, take a minute, think about it, and just do it if it can be done. Why not?
I can't believe you couldn't understand why you had to have the camera inside the vacuum. That was just so blatantly obvious.
Yeah, I'd like to have a person and a camera in the back. I mean, that'd be good for. not to try to hurt a person, put them in a suit, just give them a little bubble of glass or whatever, squared glass, whatever, couple different ones, put a couple different things in there to see what you see. I mean, why not? What's it going to hurt? How's it going to hurt to see another perspective, to compare it to what you think or might be? I mean, how else are you going to understand it?
Well, it won't work with a person, because if a person's in the suit, they're in a suit with air, and they'd still be looking through air.
But a little bitty amount.
Yeah,
Amount, just enough between your face and your visor. I mean, I don't think that's not like miles of that. You know what I mean? I don't think it's going to be the same.
Well, has anybody ever been in a vacuum here on Earth?
No,
I know they claim they went to space, but here on Earth, has anybody ever been in a strong vacuum?
No, that's what me and Jeremy are, Jeremy's proposing that they put the camera in there. I propose we put a person in there too.
Yeah, for some reason, extremely low pressure isn't really found in nature. Interesting.
I think. Oh, did my question scare Brenda away?
Well, yeah, I mean, why not?
That was Brenda, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Brenda. I'm just saying, what's the problem with trying it in a vacuum with what Jeremy proposed? Why is it always a problem to have more demonstrations or more different variables that you can look at to see that might answer your question 1,000,000%? I don't see why that's always frowned upon. Like, why would you want to do that? Why would you want to do this? Well, why is any science done different? Why do you do different things at any time? Because that's how you figure stuff out. That's why. That's the exact reason. Add or take away new variables. That's the whole point of science, right? If you can control the variables, that's what you're supposed to do to see if something is either true or false or whatever. You can equivocate from that.
Damn, the chat room got wiped out. What'd you do? Demic?
I didn't think I did anything.
Well, either you prove the flat Earth, or you annoyed the shit out of them.
Well, when you ask for a presentation or you get to talking about something and they start describing, they tell you, okay, it's not this, and then you're like, okay, you start asking them their how to and put it forward in their terminology, and then they keep answering you exactly the way they said it wasn't. Well, I mean, he said that light doesn't magnify, or the atmosphere doesn't magnify anything or cause any disturbance.
Yeah,
And
it's pretty strange. I mean, the atmosphere definitely does. If you have like evaporation, or like special conditions, you have certain temperatures. But like just air by itself, yeah, I guess if you consider like a baseline average of the atmosphere, yeah, it doesn't do that. But like in some situations, it does. It's just how it is.
Yeah, we have different angles we can look up and out through the atmosphere. Okay, and not an imaginary angle, out in space somewhere. Just you looking from the point of the observer, looking up, out, forward, at different, just looking. You're going to see different things. So when you look up, you're going to see a different thing. It's a different distance, a different amount. When you look forward, it's going to be the same medium. So it's going to be the same amount of density, I guess, in that medium that you're looking. But the amount of the distance is always going to differ for the amount of stuff. So either way, there's going to be crazy shit going on with temperature, distance, and the amount.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
the Earth does some crazy shit, but it just doesn't curve.
Right. The atmosphere will act like a piece of glass in certain sorts of ways. I mean, and then they're like, no. Oh no, the atmosphere doesn't do this. Light's not bending doing this, but then they're like, light's bending. I don't see how they can. I don't get it.
I mean, it's a bit of faith. I mean, we observe one thing, but then they trust something that they don't experience. So, but hey, man, if you're going to be alive, you got to have faith in something. So good for them. At least they got something. Unfortunately, it was
right.
Not the real thing. I don't think. I'm pretty sure it's not the real thing. Unfortunately.
Yeah, but if you're going to have faith in something, shouldn't it at least be logical?
Well, I mean,
that's the thing. Like before they were able to reason, they were given this understanding of the sky, and they've just built this mental framework about it. Everything. Like the Earth has to be curved because like these lights in the sky look like circles.
Everything has circles from
everything's got to be circles now. And when you're a child and you absorb that and you spend your whole life like, digesting that, and then you and you know what they do, man, like through a lot of these things, like when they measure things or get information, they have all these data points and stuff. Like anything that is outside of the range of expected, and a lot of times they just get trashed.
Right.
So then they're like, hey, here's all this data I got. It matches the spherical, but then we'll never know about the data that got trashed or doesn't fit the model,
What can you do with this data? Picture this, right? You're back in the 60s, whatever. It doesn't even matter. Picture this. Your data comprised of zeros, ones, right? 1 through 9, right? You got 0 and you got 1 through 9. Now we all know that like if you got 4 numbers, like you got 99999, whatever, that's what you can have. That's all you can go. So with that being said, so if you've only got 1 through 9 and then the 0, you've only got that many chances or that many possibilities of any kind of information to come back. Doesn't that automatically stunt like every—
Well,
like if you want to get information back and all you're going to get is O's, ones, 01, 01, 01, 01, 01. Really, in my mind, I can't it's not enough there. Like, what would you do with that?
It just depends. I mean, you have to have a variety of things. You can't just have one thing.
Right.
That's not being consistent. I mean, like you said, you have to have maybe like a landmark, right? And then you have to have temperature. You have to maybe know if there's any insulators, if there's any evaporation. What are the temperatures along the length, or the weather systems along the length, if possible. I mean, it's a lot of different things that can take into effect of what your readings are.
Right. And say like you go to like an alien environment, for example, and the readings can equivocate to like 80 billion different readings. How are your like O's and ones going to like stand? I mean, or your 1 through 9, like, I don't know. I'm just saying there's system of the format of taking on the information.
But okay, but you have to understand though, like
the way you're talking, somebody comes in here, they're going to think that you're just afraid of numbers.
Well, I mean, that's their fault. I mean, I don't know. They can think
I
that.
don't think it's their fault though. I think like there's something to be said about being presentable and able to like communicate your point, because these guys are coming from a different place. They're coming from a standardized, homogenized place where all their terms make sense to each other, but they can't really speak to people who are more conventional outside of their understanding.
Well, like what he said, when you go to an alien environment, say, for example, the moon, how could they
What the fuck they want to expect? You know, like whatever that decides to show up at the movie set, I guess that's all they know.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just saying, like,
go ahead.
If we sent the first ever object up in the air, and it's gonna do something, I mean, I don't know. Just to me, the way they explain things and the way they do it, it's just weird. But I guess this is just a different format.
Or just the idea that them getting everything exactly perfect, where there was no problems, and without knowing what it was going to be like up there. So, I mean, just the idea that they expect us to believe that they did it and they did it all perfect. Oh my gosh, this guy's going to cause a freaking accident. Son of a bitch! Freaking just passed me with a vehicle coming in front or coming at us. Jeez, Pete. Sorry about that. But the idea that they expect us to believe that they just got it perfect without having any information. To scare everybody away.
Word. You know,
They don't have any proofs. Well, none
I mean,
that
but that's the thing. Like the stuff they think are proofs, I'm interested.
But they all start from fallacious reasoning.
I mean, I know that.
That's why when I usually start a conversation with somebody, I ask them, just give me one piece of evidence that does not start with begging the question to support the globe. And every single one of every time they start with begging the question.
Yeah. Well, okay, here's something that maybe, I don't know if it's the same, but it's like an example. Like Kool-Aid was talking about this half a mile length of it was a pool that they made because they wanted to know, wanted to understand the water flow underneath of a ship so that they could better design ships. And they built this long ass pool, half a mile long, like back in the 40s. And it was built extremely stable. Like they went all the way down to the bedrock when they built it. And they made it very, very stable, very thick construction. And then later down the road, you know, decades later, they added a laser system with different reflectors along 25-foot lengths. And they set up a tripod with this sensor, and they read these detectors up to 100 feet, and then they reset up the equipment and they do another 100 feet, 100 feet. And the point of this equipment is just, it appears to just be to make sure that there's no structural shift, because the equipment and the data that they read is structural based. So there's these little tubes throughout the length of the pool. Pressure in these tubes to see what is actually happening underneath the ship, so they can kind of map it out in 3D, you know. And so they use this calibration tool to just make sure that there's no structural shift, so that the data remains consistent. Now, somewhere along the lines, there was a publication put out that said that this place was constructed, at least the rails were constructed, which is the side, because that's the rail system is part of the structure. They said the rail system is constructed to the curvature of the Earth, which doesn't make sense to me. I mean, the rail goes the length, the whole 0.5 miles, and I guess it doesn't even really matter though, because the markers, the reflectors, they don't even really start until maybe like 100 feet in on each side. So they're not even measuring the whole length of the pool for the calibration. And then when they are calibrating it, they're calibrating it to preset 25-foot markers. So the markers were put in or installed after the fact. So if you're doing is you're calibrating and checking the 25-foot measuring tape that you used to place the marker. So all you're doing is looking for structural shift. You're not doing anything to do with the railings. The railings are even longer than the marker system. But then he said that the curvature of the Earth is measurable up to like 1 millimeter using this structure, and it's just something else entirely. It has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth, and the unfounded claim of the structure being made to the curvature of the Earth. I can literally find no source. I don't know where that claim came from.
Why would they have to do that when nothing else ever takes the curvature into consideration?
How about we bring it down to Earth and forget the moon and forget things that they supposedly can't even worry about, that they have to just, like you said, yeah, they can come up with anything they want to control for and like put the variable in there, of course. But does that make them? No. But now on Earth, we can stay on Earth so we can help the variables out a little better. We know what the hell Earth's like, right? Now, these waves and these things, like, how do we know that their form of looking through the dirt actually gives them a 24,000 mile or 7,000, or like how the actual depth of the planet?
Well, hold on. I was going to finish real quick on that watershed.
Sorry.
So there's a hint. Okay. So if you know what the equipment is for, there's actually a hint. So the equipment measures. So when they installed this thing, they used measuring tape to determine 25-foot lengths to create a 100-foot length. Or let's just pretend they used 100-foot whatever, something that's 100 foot to put the markers. Now, when they actually measure it with the laser, it comes back exactly 25 feet at each length, all the way to the end. And I know this is kind of stupid, but I don't think it means anything necessarily, but it's kind of a hint, because if it was only 100 feet and there was any amount of curving, then the laser would have to come up short, just slightly. Right. And I know it's not enough of a length. It's only 100 feet, but you can see the data at each length, and the data remains the same at each length. There's no deviation from the standard of what the length was supposed to be. So if it's at 25 feet, it says 25 feet, fine. But this laser can measure up to 0.05 inches of difference with maybe like a 5% variation.
And
so they say. And at each length, it should just be slightly shorter by like 0.001 or something, you know? But it's just not the
definitely,
case. Like the data shows that it's the same length at every length. So
there should definitely be a differential from the very first one that you put to say like the third. I mean, no matter what, to like the third one, like guaranteed. And if there's
I mean, that's just my speculation. I don't know exactly where they're mounting it or how it's put in place, but it would reason to think that if they're using it as a transit, then it would have to be mounted on something that is actually the rail, and that rail would actually have to conform to the claim. Mean curvature, but there's not.
The whole idea of it being built according to the curvature, that's just nonsense, because if it is, it's the only structure ever built in history to conform with the curvature.
Well, I mean, they make a lot of these engineers make claims, though. I mean, but there's nothing that I've found that even says this guy claimed to have made it to the curvature of the Earth. This seems to be like a modern claim. There's some documentation here. Let me see what year it is.
No engineer ever takes the curvature of the Earth into effect when they're doing construction. They never do. And if they say they do, they're liars, because there's been many engineers who say, no, we never take it into consideration.
Well, most construction projects, curvature is not necessary, or at least
No, I'm talking about
like
bridges.
it's too
I'm
small.
talking about bridges and like railroads
Yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah, but the tolerance in a bridge could be man. It could be like 10 feet. The thing moves and changes with temperature and wind and stuff, and then load. The torque load of a bridge is like the back of a truck. It arcs up like wildly. It's not something you can. It has nothing to do with curvature. Like the bridge is going to look like a big M, like a McDonald's sign, you know.
Well, yeah, that's for structural, efficiency or whatever. It has, but they never consider calculating for the curvature, though. They never even take that into effect when they build.
we have some good architects too that like can put some badass designs and stuff, and they're like, well, how can we get this deviation from this? Well, if you put like a little arc in that fucking pole, or a little bit like it goes a certain way, like it's gonna do that. Like, why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it? Like if the designer put that in the material, you know what I mean? You're gonna measure that in the fucking material. It's not like, oh, it's not because the designer put an arc in the material or twisted it. I mean, fuck.
What are you talking about, bro?
A design, you know how like in front of colleges you see the Mobius strip, and like the Mobius strip or whatever, like certain things people make with the iron work and the steel, and just people that make stuff and do cool stuff like a little bit different. Like you can put like slight designs in your poles, right? And you could put like a little arc in the actual pole, the fucking the main pole.
What's that famous sign?
Sure, but I mean, a lot of them can be put an arc. I mean, I was just referring back to like how they were like, Democ, how can we have this distance between the bottom of the ground and the top of this piece on these bridges? I mean, they can be designed that way. I mean, it's not. I mean, to me, it doesn't seem not feasible. That's what brought me to you.
That thing in Chicago, are you talking about that big famous piece of work or piece of art?
piece of shit, more like it. But yeah,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
well,
it's a
that's
big piece of art. I'm just kidding.
It's
It's
called
a
the
big piece of
Clark.
art. Yeah, I forgot.